as the protagonist Lingpa unexpectedly finds herself inhabiting the body of a black cat. She discovers that her feline owner is none other than a Tang Sing Meat Yang person, who attracts malevolent spirits that on a night when evil entities surge like a tide, the two are compelled to forge a peculiar alliance. She borrows his ability to perceive both the yin and yang realms, while he gains the power of clairvoyance through her. Initially destined to part ways swiftly, their bond deepens due to the mysterious disappearance of the host's physical body. As the cat's tail brushes against the midnight moonlight, this extraordinary cohabitation between a yang person and an yin spirit quietly incites even more perilous transformations. Chapter 1. Transformed into a eunuch cat waking up to the experience of having become a recently neutered tomcat is quite the revelation. Lu Ke's personal experience attests to the fact that, thankfully, cats possess an exceptional tolerance for pain. Otherwise, enduring the throbbing discomfort akin to an exaggerated menstrual cramp would indeed pose a formidable challenge. Indeed, Lu Ke has transformed into a cat, a male one, freshly neutered. She awakens within a medical box at a veterinary clinic, enclosed in a small, square iron cage, with monitoring devices attached to the door. Stretching her paws, she notices that a small tuft of fur has been shaved from her forepaw, and with a slight exertion, 5 slender claws emerge from her soft pads, an intriguing novelty. Clearly, this unfortunate cat has suffered the loss of its furry tuft and has experienced a brief shock due to an allergic reaction to the anesthetic. Lu Ke calmly stretches and nudges the iron door to attract the attention of the veterinary staff. A young woman in a pink uniform approaches, her delicate features visibly relaxing upon seeing Lu Ke lively and active. Thank heavens, I was so worried. The preoperative examination showed no issues at all. As the iron door swings open, the girl expertly lifts Lu Ke from her cage, and Lu Ke cooperatively shifts her injured rear. Upon regaining consciousness, a cat's first instinct is, of course, to alert its owner. Lu Ke perches on a grooming table, eyeing a freshly coiffed black poodle. The poodle glances at the cat, its wet nose twitching, and its dark eyes gleaming with a semblance of human-like compassion. It then approaches, wiggling its behind and wagging its tail, uttering a few sounds. Brother, don't take it too hard. Every pet goes through this at some point. You'll get used to it after few visits. The poodle sighs dramatically. Lu Ke, possessing the spirit of a female, does not empathize with this sentiment, flicking her tail dismissively and casting only a cursory glance at the woeful poodle, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Even in her current state of distress, Lu Ke silently distances herself, leaving the poodle dejected as she is carried away by the girl. As they exit, Lu Ke catches her reflection in the glass, realizing she is now a sleek black cat, her golden eyes shining brightly. A striking feline, devoid of excess weight, with a graceful physique and smooth fur. After assessing her appearance, Lu Ke turns to regard her owner. The owner, dressed in a black hoodie and a white long-sleeve shirt, possesses a strikingly handsome visage, with medium-length hair cascading gently across his forehead. His expression remains neutral, yet upon seeing the black cat, a flicker of concern crosses his face. How is it? Is everything all right? It's fine now. The doctor suspects that part of the issue was due to the cat being somewhat stressed. We will continue monitoring it over the next few days. The stitches have been removed. Just be cautious not to bathe it for a while and ensure it gets plenty of protein. The young man nods, while Lu Ke instinctively makes her way into the cat carrier set aside. The girl cannot help but chuckle at the sight of the cat enduring discomfort while attempting to maintain its dignity. It seems it misses you. If there are any further issues, please feel free to contact us. The young man nods, bending down to peer through the transparent, circular window of the black cat carrier. The black cat, nearly invisible in the darkness, lazily opens its golden eyes, which gleam with a cold detachment. Lu Ke studies the young man for a moment before curling up to avoid his gaze. Behind him, a translucent, malevolent spirit looms, its mouth agape and nearly a meter wide, casting a shadow over the young man's upper body. Yet, it hesitates, intimidated by the overpowering yang energy emanating from him. Not a sight to behold. Lu Ke feigns sleep, listening as the young man completes the payment, slinging the cat carrier over his shoulder before departing. As darkness descends and the steady rhythm of his footsteps echoes, Lu Ke gradually drifts off. The young man's residence is not far from the veterinary clinic, and as he walks, Lucas suspects he is traversing a path akin to that of 100 ghostly figures. Through the transparent window, the terrifying visages of various malevolent spirits flicker past, and even though Luca has grown accustomed to such sights, the density of these entities is indeed astonishing. One wonders how the young man has managed to navigate through these years. In a fleeting thought, the young man halts, placing the cat carrier on the table and unzipping it. Luca gracefully leaps out, her gaze briefly scanning the assortment of certificates adorning the nearby cabinet. A quick glance at the names confirms her host's identity. Guju. In the realm of yin and yang, balance is paramount. Yet, there are those who lean toward one side or the other. Luca is a yin person. Among yin individuals, many are born with the ability to perceive both realms but are often unstable, susceptible to spiritual collisions that may lead their souls to depart and inhabit soulless vessels. The last time Luca's soul left her body was 3 years ago, when her grandmother passed away. Accompanying her parents to the cemetery for a memorial, she was inadvertently thrust into the body of a terminally ill elderly man, living an additional 3 days in a deceased. Formed out of body that has already perished, even when infused with a vibrant soul, can only sustain life for a fleeting 3 days. With this prior experience, Luca remains unfazed, especially as she fell unconscious in her brother's embrace. She trusts that her body has been well taken care of. The black cat, now alert, surveys its surroundings. Fortunately, the owner's residence is devoid of numerous malevolent spirits. After careful assessment, Luca credits this to the 3 ancient weapons adorning the walls of the living room, incongruous with the home's decor: a sword, a saber, and a spear, sending a chill down her spine. Cats are known for their small, frequent meals. Guju cradles the black cat and carries it to a corner of the living room. The entire residence boasts a minimalist, pristine white decor, with even the cat's food bowl crafted from immaculate white porcelain. Luku twitches her nose. The cat food is undoubtedly delectable for her feline form, yet the human soul within her finds it less than agreeable. Thus, the black cat raises its head and meows twice. Guju raises an eyebrow, crouching down to observe her. Not hungry? Has the vet spoiled you? Luku, of course, cannot respond. She flicks her tail, the slender black appendage brushing against Guju's wrist, signaling her feelings. The young man pauses, pondering for a moment before turning to retrieve a can of cat food from the cabinet. The black cat remains stationary, resolute as a mountain. With various enticing options, treats, freeze-dried morsels, and tender meat, Luca glances at the disarray on the floor. Under Guju's watchful gaze, she boldly leaps onto the dining table, extending her pink paw to nonchalantly push a piece of bread, which Guju had purchased on the way home, onto the ground. Guju, displaying remarkable patience, leans in to examine her. Craving something? What suddenly sparked your interest in human food? Did someone at the vet entice you? In a good mood, Luku sways her tail, demurely opening her mouth to grasp the morsel of bread that Guju has torn apart. With half-closed golden eyes, the black cat comfortably wags her tail, playfully nudging Guju's arm with the tip of her tail. Suddenly, she stiffens, her entire body bristling as she leaps into Guju's embrace, cautiously peeking out from his arm, her golden eyes gleaming with a cold light. Chapter 2. The first day as a cat. With an instinctive, sharp yowl, the black cat's innate ability to ward off evil spirits momentarily stuns the lurking malevolent entities, causing them to retreat into the floor as if melting away. If Luca's deductions are correct, Guju is indeed the yang person she has only heard of in tales for the past 20 years. Unlike the yin individuals, the yang people are endowed with exceptional vitality and abundant yang energy. From a young age, they are often free from illness and misfortune. Although they may attract the covetous attention of malevolent spirits, the intense warmth of their yang energy serves as a formidable barrier, rendering them unharmed by such entities. That, of course, this does not apply to exceptionally powerful evil spirits. However, Guju's home was evidently infused with a heavy aura of malice, as his family had brought in 4 ancient weapons imbued with potent negative energy. Even someone like Lu Ku, a yin individual, would instinctively tremble in their presence, feeling a deep-seated fear, let alone the malevolent spirits driven by their primal instincts. Somewhat perplexed, Guju gently patted the black cat's head, indulgently allowing Lu Ku to consume a few more pieces of bread before rising to tidy up the scattered pet treats. On the floor, having feasted well and feeling secure in the absence of malevolent spirits, Lu Ku, in the guise of a black cat, boldly leaped onto the windowsill to peer outside. In that fleeting moment, he encountered a faceless, malevolent spirit cloaked in red. Lu Ku paused momentarily, then turned back, sprinting toward his master, who remained in the center of the living room. The little cat, with outstretched limbs, dashed decisively towards Gu Jiu. Jiu was taken aback by the cat's affectionate behavior, attributing it to a change in temperament due to the recent surgery. With a gentle smile, he carefully cradled the black cat in his arms and returned to the bedroom. Feeling enveloped in Gu Jiu's comforting aura, Lu Ku felt a wave of relief as the malevolent spirit outside briefly lingered on him before losing interest and departing. The bedroom of the young man was equally sparse, containing only the essentials of a bed and a desk. Surprisingly, the most vibrant presence in the room was the black cat. Lu Ku was momentarily astonished by this realization, but before he could fully process it, Guju swept him into his embrace that on the pure white bedding. The black cat resembled a large ink blot. Lu Ku lacked the enthusiasm to share a bed with an adult male, but for the sake of Guju's handsome face, he pretended to comply for 3 minutes before emerging from the covers. To curl up at the foot of the bed's night deepened. Lu Ku, with his keen feline senses, awoke to an unsettling atmosphere, opening his eyes to utter darkness. After a moment of confusion, he raised his head, only to feel his tail bristle with alarm. A pitch-black malevolent spirit loomed above, like a sprawling dark blanket, casting an ominous shadow over the entire bedroom. Instinctively, Lu Ku wanted to flee, but as he reached the door, he was thwarted by the locked entrance. The young man on the bed seemed to be in a deep slumber. Lu Ku noticed that as he distanced himself from Guju, reaching the furthest corner of the room, the yang energy emanating from Guju intensified, akin to a flame stoked with fresh wood. The malevolent spirit was caught off guard, suffering a harsh burn from the yang energy. The room filled with its mournful wails, and from the dark figure, a pair of white eyes elongated, reaching out towards Lu Ku like the antennae of a snail. Lu Ku easily deduced that his yin constitution was neutralizing a portion of Guju's yang energy. Yin and yang, in a delicate balance, a living being. Lu Ku's essence differed from that of an ordinary cat. It was akin to selecting ripe fruit. Guju's extreme yang constitution was not to be trifled with, rendering Lu Ku, a small yin entity, vulnerable. Watching the dark spirit retract its white appendage and charge towards him, Lu Ku wasted no time in racing back to Guju. With a swift meow, he dove into the warmth of Guju's bedding. The young man awoke abruptly, his hand brushing against the soft fur, and he relaxed once more. Lu Ku hesitated to emerge from the warmth of the covers, only feeling reassured by the faint vibrations of the long gun in the living room and the lamentations of the dark spirit. When a person sleeps, their yang energy is at its weakest, making them susceptible to nightmares, and Guju was no exception, despite being a yang individual. Guju gently extracted the black cat, which was nearly burrowing into his pajamas, and placed it against his chest. The cat's exceptional night vision allowed Lu Ku to observe the stubble that had begun to sprout on Guju's chin. Meow.Guju stroked the black cat. Stop squirming. What are you up to, scaring yourself like that? His voice was low and husky from sleep, and Lu Ku felt that even as a black cat, the intimacy of their proximity was somewhat overwhelming. With a blink, he placed a pink paw on Guju's chin, pushing his face away with mild disdain. No amount of aloofness could alter a cat slave's affection for their feline companion. Guju chuckled softly, playfully burying his face in the cat's neck, imitating feline behavior as he nibbled gently at the back of Lu Ku's neck. The ingrained instinct made Lu Ku submit instantly, and resistance was futile. He quickly fell asleep. Guju's identity as a yang individual attracted numerous powerful malevolent spirits, yet correspondingly, he was also a natural talisman against them. The overwhelming sense of safety soon lulled Lu Ku into a dreamless slumber. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself nestled in a cat bed positioned at Guju's bedside. Emerging from the cat bed, he padded into the living room, where he spotted Guju seated at the dining table, a laptop neatly arranged in front of him alongside a glass of milk. Seizing the opportunity, While Guju was in the kitchen fetching water, Luca leapt onto the table to sneak a glance at the computer screen. The desktop was pristine, displaying only a single Word document filled with thousands of meticulously crafted words. A cursory glance revealed a chat window in the corner, where the other party referred to Guju as Buju Xiao. Luca had heard of Buju Xiao, a hotshot writer renowned in recent years, particularly for his succinct and impactful poetry and short stories, often leaving readers astounded. With unexpected plot twists that a friend of Luca's was an avid fan. Nodding in contemplation, Luca assessed Guju's character, appearance, and talent, concluding that his dear friend would not suffer any downfall. Guju was tall and slender, with well-defined muscles beneath rolled-up sleeves, presenting a lean yet athletic physique. He appeared not to be nearsighted, yet wore gold-rimmed glasses that softened his demeanor. His background seemed affluent. The antique weaponry adorning the living room was of exquisite quality, reminiscent of what Luca had seen at a relative's home who had a penchant for collecting. Lost in thought, Luca was suddenly lifted by the scruff of his neck and cradled under Guju's arm. Meow. The black cat gazed up with golden eyes, meeting Guju's dark orbs, which held a hint of appraisal. In Chapter 3, the following day would reveal the truth. Luca felt a fleeting sense of guilt, his golden pupils shifting as Guju adjusted his grip. The young man's face drew close, and before Luca could react, their foreheads brushed against one another in an intimate nuzzle. Still as adorable as ever, it was hard to fathom that such a seemingly aloof young man was, in fact, a devoted cat slave. Displeased, the little cat extended a paw to push Guju away and jumped onto the table, catching sight of the keyboard where he had inadvertently pressed keys, adding an array of nonsensical words to the document. The Guju glanced at the screen, his expression unchanging as he closed the laptop and took the opportunity to affectionately ruffle the black cat's round head. His focus on the pet's health records in his pocket outweighed any concern for his own literary endeavors. Luca harbored no particular feelings for small animals and could not empathize with Guju's care. He simply felt a twinge of regret at the thought of leaving behind a lifeless body devoid of softness and luster. The affairs of the world seemed to unfold in such a manner. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. Fortunately, I have not cultivated the habit of keeping pets, for parting with a life would be an excruciating ordeal. Guju powered on his computer, meticulously reviewing the data displayed upon the screen in search of solace. Luca, carefree and untroubled, flicked her tail and returned to her cozy nook. The level of care that a human owner can bestow upon a kitten is astonishing, as evidenced by the wall adorned with cat climbing structures and the opulent cat bed resembling an infant's crib. Financial freedom certainly has its advantages. Luca, being a student, surveyed the room with keen observation, involuntarily exclaiming in awe. As a pet, her role was to indulge in feasting and frolic. The essence of humanity within her prevented her from reveling like a true feline. Yet sleeping for an entire day was a task she could accomplish with ease. It appeared that Guju's workplace was situated within the confines of his home. Throughout the day, Luca observed him typing away on his computer, making a few phone calls, while the remainder of his time was spent engrossed in books or engaging in exercise. A typical homebody, Luca did not hesitate to label him as such. Yet, she could hardly fathom that Guju possessed the peculiar habit of taking his cat for walks. When he presented the leash in an attempt to fasten it around her, she vehemently resisted. Setting aside the absurdity of the act itself, the notion of venturing beyond the protective walls of home, especially for a weakened young person like herself, was tantamount to a lamb wandering into a den of wolves. Would the ravenous, malevolent spirits, starved for countless years, allow Guju, this enticing morsel, to escape unscathed? Could a delicate and charming little kitten withstand the might of a robust host? Luca swore that in her 20 years of existence, even with her yin-yang eyes, she had never encountered such a high frequency of malevolent spirits. After all, where there are malevolent spirits, benevolent ones also exist. The vast majority of humanity dwells in a state of ambiguous grayness, neither wholly good nor entirely evil. Once life extinguishes, how could every soul transform into a spirit? Luca found herself being dragged along by Guju. It was less laborious to pull a cat than to maneuver a suitcase with wheels. Guju checked the time, noting it was precisely 9:50 in the evening. His residential complex was rather upscale, with wider spaces between buildings than typical developments. Exiting the unit led to a pathway reminiscent of a small garden, adorned with tall poplar trees that on this summer night, a gentle breeze caressed the air, accompanied by the symphonic chirping of cicadas, creating a soothing ambience. In contemporary life, amidst the hustle and bustle, few, aside from the elderly, would venture out for a leisurely stroll. Most preferred designated areas for exercise. Thus, the pathway below was devoid of any passers-by. The garden was deliberately designed with an open area serving as a parking lot. Guju, tall and long-legged, inadvertently led Lu Ku to this space. Glancing back at the black cat sprawled on the ground, unwilling to budge, he sighed and lifted her into his arms, heading toward a bench at the edge of the parking lot. The building where Guju resided was located at the rear of the complex, which had only opened its doors 2 years prior. The residences were not yet fully occupied, and many tenants found the deep layout inconvenient for access. Consequently, only a few vehicles were parked in the lot, which was easily visible. Jiuju placed the black cat on his lap and tilted his head back to gaze at the inky sky. The heavens were shrouded in darkness, devoid of stars and the moon, with only faint layers of pale blue clouds discernible. The atmosphere was tranquil and pleasant. Aside from the rustling of leaves and the sounds of insects, Lu Ku, nestled on Guju's lap, felt drowsy. In a silence that was almost too profound, every sound seemed magnified. Suddenly, the stillness was disrupted by the rhythmic sound of footsteps, an unmistakable click of high heels striking the pavement, resonant and rhythmic, evoking images of a graceful young woman clad in red heels. Lu Ku perked up her ears, curious, and glanced over to see a woman in a flowing red dress with long, cascading hair approaching. The woman possessed a striking figure, yet her gait resembled that of a wooden puppet, moving rigidly as if she were wearing athletic pants beneath her elegant gown. Lu Ku was initially amused, but an instinctive sense of danger rooted in her animalistic nature caused her fur to bristle. If only cats had fur. Meow, she exclaimed unexpectedly. The sound of the cat's meow caused the woman to momentarily pause, yet she continued her determined advance toward Guju. Yuju stroked the cat's head, following her gaze to the woman in red, who was equally taken aback. Observing Guju's reaction, Lu Ku felt a sense of relief wash over her, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in her heart. Logically, those with abundant yang energy should find it challenging to perceive spirits. A person like Guju would likely lead a life parallel to supernatural occurrences. However, the acute instincts inherent to felines compelled Lu Ku to question whether this woman was indeed a spirit. After all, the woman appeared strikingly normal. As the woman drew closer, Lu Ku's tension escalated. Yet it was entirely natural for a kitten to feel anxious in the presence of strangers. Jiuju reassuringly patted the black cat's back, slightly raising his gaze as he stood, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, the woman in red stood directly before Guju. "Hello? I asked what you need?" "If there's nothing, I shall take my leave," he inquired, towering over her by a considerable height. The woman, however, did not raise her gaze to meet his, speaking in a voice so soft it could be carried away by the wind. "Can you see me?" Guju furrowed his brows. "May I ask what you need?" The woman's voice grew ethereal and strained. "Do you think I am beautiful?" Suddenly, she lifted her head, and in that instant, Lu Ku caught a glimpse of her face. It was a visage resembling a tattered cloth, stitched together from various fragments, akin to an elderly person's resourcefulness in fashioning a curtain from assorted scraps. The pupils of her eyes were no larger than pinpricks, and the poorly executed seams around her mouth revealed the skeletal structure beneath her skin. Chapter for the next day, the horse-fell Guju, with a superiority over the malevolent spirit, exhibited remarkable composure, patiently standing in anticipation of the directives from the unfamiliar lady. Perhaps in an effort to enhance the atmosphere, or perhaps due to the unique reserve of a female malevolent spirit, the figure in red raised her head at a sluggish pace. Lu Ku made initial eye contact with her. The spirit's gaze was vacant, her face devoid of expression, with only a slight twitching of the skin. A malevolent spirit visible to any ordinary person. Lu Ku felt a weight in her heart, momentarily oscillating between the notion of prioritizing her own safety or aiding another. Ultimately, Driven by the fleeting bond of companionship formed over a single day, she sprang into action with remarkable swiftness, her claw striking the spirit's face. Before the spirit could react, Guju's considerable height prevented him from clearly seeing her features. Luku was satisfied to observe that both the spirit and Guju were momentarily stunned. She extended her claw, adorned with 5 small hooks, and after exhaling a breath of exhilaration, she turned and fled. Not hearing a cry of pain, Guju felt a tinge of confusion. He cast a glance at the woman, preparing to pursue the black cat, but was momentarily halted upon seeing her visage. The woman's face appeared as if it had been torn by a sharp blade, with a corner sagging helplessly, revealing dark red, gnarled flesh akin to the texture of ancient tree bark. Not far away, the black cat, crouching in the shadows, let out another cry. Just as Guju attempted to feign calmness and turn away, the woman in red reached out and grasped the hem of his garment. "You have yet to answer my question." The woman tilted her head. "Am I beautiful?" A question of life and death. Even Guju, though somewhat slow on the uptake, sensed the gravity of the moment as the black cat continued its insistence from the side. Guju took a step back, remaining silent, while the woman repeated, "You see me, don't you? Do not look, do not respond." Luka nearly cried out from her hiding spot, her scant rationality urging her to meow insistently for Guju to leave. The cat's cries were piercing, slicing through the air. Guju instinctively evaded a direct answer. "I'm sorry, I do not know." The woman began to laugh maniacally, pieces of her facial skin fluttering to the ground as her eyes widened in an unsettling manner. "You saw me, didn't you? You finally saw me. Now, take a good look. Does my face match my figure?" Her voice dropped. "You see me, yes. You see me." In a sudden frenzy, the red figure leapt, accompanied by a chilling laughter as she stomped her feet. Guju turned to flee, not forgetting to scoop up Luku, wrapping the black cat within his coat as if cradling a child, his movements swift. The malevolent spirit leaped as if engaged in a game of hopping on balloons, her form expanding with each motion, the billowing red skirt resembling a colossal umbrella, enveloping the entire parking lot. Guju rolled under a nearby tree, using the lush canopy to observe the spirit's antics through the gaps in the leaves. The spirit bounced about, seemingly without purpose, and Guju noted that the trees beneath her remained unscathed, the sharp branches unobstructed by the spirit's presence. "Come out. You Haven T, answer my question." The red skirt billowed, obscuring the distant lights of the few residential windows. Luko placed her front paws on Guju's arm, anxiously peering out. Hiding here was futile. Guju's innate young energy acted as a beacon, and the spirit was merely indulging in her excitement, temporarily postponing her lethal intentions towards the youth. In this charged atmosphere, Guju's breathing remained steady. Though surprised, he was not terrified, carefully cradling the black cat while maintaining a vigilant, contemplative expression as he pondered how to extricate himself from this predicament. This was an entirely unfamiliar realm for the young man, his long, thick eyelashes casting shadows that concealed his emotions from Luku. "Are you truly unafraid?" Wu Kiskiviko, having seen spirits since childhood, did not find them frightening. Her brother was also a naturally gifted young person, and their parents, drawing from experience, had instilled in Luku the importance of disguising her ability to perceive spirits. Do not let the spirit realize you can see it. This was the simplest and quickest means of avoiding danger. However, such a strategy was evidently ineffective for Guju in his current predicament. In the realm between heaven and earth, rules existed. When a malevolent spirit discovered that a human could see it, the fragile chains of ignorance would shatter instantaneously. The spirit could disregard the chains that bound others, a rarity chronicled in ancient texts over millennia. Luku gazed upward. A handsome individual is appealing from every angle, and even from below, the lines of Guju's neck and shoulders appeared nearly flawless. The red spirit continued to bounce around the parking lot, though her frenetic energy was waning, a sign of her excitement receding. The emotions of malevolent spirits are often simplistic and direct, easily discernible in most cases. They could not linger here any longer. Luku concluded that returning home was the safest option. Guju's family likely understood his young constitution. which was why they had placed 3 weapons in his residence for protection. Although Gu Ju was cautious, he remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events before him, and remaining idle in such a situation was an unwise choice. The current circumstances left no room for Lu Ku's hesitation. The black cat, its golden eyes fixed intently on Gu Ju, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, extended a paw to tug at Gu Ju's sleeve. Gu Ju looked down, his expression grave. The black cat retracted its paw, human-like in its gesture, pointing towards the direction of the residence. Gu Ju cautiously peered outside, freeing a hand to assist Lu Ku in retracting her claws, and discreetly pinched the soft pads of the black cat's paw. Perhaps it's best to sacrifice the dead comrades. The black cat's fluffy face displayed clear disdain. Nevertheless, bound as it was, the black cat had no choice but to open its mouth, emitting a sound that belonged to a soft, youthful girl. Home! Gu Ju froze, gazing at the black cat in bewilderment. Was this the voice of a male cat, or perhaps a residual effect of a neutering procedure? Wu Kiskiviko, oblivious to Gu Ju's inner turmoil, maintained her feline demeanor and continued, "It knows you're here. Once it's finished venting, it will come for you. If you wish to survive, return home." This time, the message was unmistakable, spoken in a youthful female voice. From an external perspective, discerning a cat's gender can be challenging. Yet Gu Ju was certain that prior to taking Coco, the black cat, for neutering, the examination had conclusively indicated that it was male. Or perhaps the veterinary clinic had erred. After all, distinguishing pure black cats can indeed be quite difficult. Lu Ku, observing Gu Ju's dazed expression, urged him, "Run." The red malevolent spirit, a young woman, slender yet deemed unattractive, overwhelmed by constant rejection, donned the most attention-grabbing red attire and took her own life, wandering aimlessly after death. Her obsession simple yet unyielding. Chapter 5, The Infinite Staircase. The persistent urging finally prompted Gu Ju to abandon his impulse to ascertain the black cat's true identity on the spot, and instead dashed out from the greenery towards the floor of his residence. Since he had already been exposed, Luca felt at liberty to voice her discontent. "It's all your fault for walking the cat. Everything was fine before." Gu Ju cast a glance at her, but chose not to respond. Luca's lack of cooperation meant that the duo had not traveled far, and in the blink of an eye, they entered the corridor. The mood had altered Gu Ju's perception, and Luca inexplicably felt the corridor stretch into an expanse. The red malevolent spirit had yet to catch up, and the urgency in their hearts lessened. Gu Ju approached the elevator, cradling the cat, and despite the pressing situation, he merely pressed the button and patiently awaited the arrival of the lift. In the stillness of the night, the elevator arrived with a resounding thud. As the doors creaked open, just as Gu Ju was about to step out, a black cat extended its paw and gently tugged at his hand. The plaintive meow echoed through the desolate corridor, prompting Gu Ju to raise an eyebrow in mild bemusement. "All right, I've been cooped up at home for too long. Kiki, shall we climb some stairs to shed a few pounds?" Although the cat was capable of human speech, Gu Ju was uncertain of its intentions and decided to place it on the ground. The cat, Lu Ku, gracefully flicked its tail and, after confirming its bearings, confidently trotted toward the staircase, its golden eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. This must be what it feels like when one is cursed by misfortune. Luca glanced back at the partially open stairwell door, feeling an unusual weight upon her heart. The elevator doors had yet to close, and the light filtering from the top illuminated the floor beneath them. Gu Ju remained oblivious to the ominous presence lurking within the elevator. But Luca could see it clearly. Inside stood a man clad in a deep blue striped suit, his neck adorned with a matching tie, and a briefcase slung over his shoulder. Everything appeared entirely normal, save for one critical detail. The man had no head. A mysterious red strip dangled from his shoulder, swaying as if it were alive. Thankfully, Gu Ju placed complete trust in Lu Ku, following her at a leisurely pace, which eased her mood slightly, prompting her to tilt her head and emit a soft meow. Gu Ju's eyes momentarily sparkled, yet he quickly suppressed his surprise and pushed open the door to the stairwell. The emergency exit sign emitted a soft green glow, and Gu Ju stamped his foot activating the motion sensor lights sequentially. Luca led the way, but after ascending only a few flights, she felt fatigued and halted, fixing her gaze on Guju, her meaning unmistakable. Guju smirked slightly. His features embodied the current trend of Japanese male beauty, with narrow double eyelids and a smooth, delicate face. When he smiled, there was a cool aloofness that was tempered with a hint of warmth. Luca felt her heart race momentarily, but she reassured herself that it was understandable. After all, it was only natural to feel a flutter when encountering a handsome man with a good physique and an agreeable demeanor, especially for someone who had never been in a romantic relationship for 2 decades. Guju stepped onto the next stair, adopting a relaxed posture, arms crossed. And with a cool demeanor, he inquired, "Are you a spirit? Or something else entirely?" Luca instinctively licked her paw, smoothing her fur. It is well known that since the founding of the nation, one cannot attain enlightenment. Then what was that woman in red? A life form existing under a unique magnetic field, commonly referred to as a spirit for convenience. That woman is a malevolent spirit. Do you understand? It resembles what is written in novels, albeit with different origins. I recall you have penned similar short stories. Guju's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. You have read my works? Luca replied, "A friend of mine greatly admires you. Personally, I do not indulge in such literature." "Then who are you, truly?" Guju lowered his gaze, his faint smile waning, revealing an undeniable chill emanating from within. Luca sensed the shift in his demeanor. Previously, Guju had been relaxed in the presence of the ordinary black cat, Kiki, but if this cat possessed human thought and could speak, the situation was altogether different. Squinting, Luca maintained a calm demeanor, unwilling to elaborate further. "Rest assured, I am not an oddity. I am human as well, though, as the elder often says, my life is somewhat fragile and easily disrupted. I awoke one day to find myself transformed into a cat." Guju remarked, "Yet you appear unperturbed. Have you encountered similar situations before?" Luca was taken aback by the young man's perceptiveness, but chose not to conceal the truth. "Indeed, so you need not worry. This condition will only last 3 days. After that, I will revert to my body. In any case, our lives are parallel lines. I have already spent an entire day at the pet hospital. You can endure just 1 more day." Luca spoke nonchalantly, while Guju straightened his posture. "And what of Kiki? I can only inhabit a recently deceased body. If I am not mistaken, your Kiki has already succumbed to an allergic reaction on the operating table." Though it was somewhat cruel, Luca spoke the truth. Guju fell silent for a considerable time, while Luca patiently waited, her feline senses heightened, allowing her to perceive everything around her. After approximately 3 minutes, Luca stood and stretched lazily. "I can smell the scent of that red-dressed, malevolent spirit. We must hurry. While the first-floor spirit can hold out for a while, it is no match for the one in red." Guju nodded, bending down to scoop up Luca, who obligingly raised her paws and settled on his shoulder in a more relaxed and comfortable position. "Are you certain that once we reach home, we will be safe? Is there something unique about your house?" Luca perked her ears, attentively listening to the surroundings, the entire cat remaining tense. On one hand, a home inherently provides a barrier against external threats, making many feel secure and at ease within its confines. On the other hand, certain items in your home can disrupt the magnetic field, essentially countering such entities. Luca was not known for her patience, her tail involuntarily swishing and striking Guju with a soft thud. Having cared for cats for many years, Guju paused momentarily, choosing not to comment further as he continued upward. Guju's apartment was not situated on a high floor, the 7th level. Even climbing the stairs would take only a few minutes. However, carrying Luca made the ascent feel interminable, as if the staircase had no end, the dark ceiling instilling a sense of dread. Guju possessed remarkable stamina, maintaining his speed and stride throughout, but it was ultimately Luca who called for a halt. Guju stopped, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his brow, his gaze coldly assessing the seemingly endless staircase. Are those things still present? Chapter 6. The journey home, Luca followed Guju's gaze, staring into the abyss of darkness at the corridor's end. Humanity has an innate fear of the unknown, which is why Luca seldom ventured out at night. She had always been obedient, pretending not to see anything even when malevolent spirits passed through her. Seeing Luca remain silent, Guju could only press on. Climbing stairs is a strenuous exercise, and despite his commitment to fitness, he could not sustain the effort indefinitely. Fortunately, the black cat broke the silence. You should take a break. There's no rush. No matter how hard you try, it will be futile. Luca leapt from Guju's arms, her padded paws cushioning her descent, landing almost soundlessly, her golden eyes calm and composed. Do not move. With that, Luca began to channel her negative energy outward. The aura of a spirit resembles that of a soul, causing other spirits to perceive Luca as kin. Aggressive ones might approach her. This was one reason Luca frequently found herself inhabiting unfamiliar bodies. As her negative energy expanded, Luca distinctly felt the agitation of the malevolent spirit in the staircase. It was a peculiar intuition. Luca had never directly interacted with malevolent spirits and was unsure why she felt compelled to shield Guju from positive energy at this moment. The negative energy enveloped them like an open umbrella, and the entire stairwell began to tremble, visible ripples disturbing the air for a fleeting 2 seconds before vanishing. As if nothing had changed. Then, from the lower floors, slow footsteps resonated, dragging heavily as if the entity were struggling to move. Locust's gaze fell upon the previously dull and dusty spray-painted floor numbers, where the Arabic script had finally revealed itself. We can leave now, but let us proceed slowly and quietly. Guju nodded, observing the black cat's struggle to ascend the stairs. He paused momentarily, scooping the cat into his arms, and with a confident stride, he took 3 or 4 steps at a time. Guju's residence was on the 7th floor, and they currently stood on the 3rd. He glanced at his mechanical wristwatch, which read 11:30. Unbeknownst to them, they had been wandering the corridor for nearly an hour. Luca, taking advantage of the situation, also noted the time and grew serious. Fortunately, Guju was tall with long legs, and their earnest descent up the stairs would only take a couple of minutes. As they approached the corner on the 6th floor, Luca suddenly called for a halt. Guju obediently stopped and pressed against the wall at Luca's command. A chime echoed from the stairwell below, a sound not uncommon for modern dwellers returning home late. Yet, Luca's pupils dilated, her expression intent, prompting Guju to adopt a more cautious demeanor. From Luca's perspective, a contorted malevolent spirit was diligently sniffing every corner of the stairs for Guju's presence. This wretched entity, with limbs seemingly twisted as if broken, was grotesquely stout, and its difficult climb left behind dark red imprints. Guju, cradling the black cat, could distinctly feel its body trembling, yet his gaze yielded nothing of consequence. A red hose protruded from the gap of the 6th-floor stairwell door, which Luca recognized as belonging to the malevolent spirit residing in the elevator. The black cat's sharp claws involuntarily extended, and through the fabric. Guju could feel a prickling sensation against his skin. Luca had seen something that terrified her, and it dawned on her that their perceptions of the world diverged significantly. As the elder had said, "My life is light." Guju recalled Luca's self-introduction and narrowed his eyes. Guju, please let me check the time again. Luca, somewhat anxious, kept her eyes fixed on the clock, and in the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had slipped away. Midnight was never an auspicious hour. Fortunately, 2 malevolent spirits had detected one another, confronting each other like beasts, baring their teeth and claws in a territorial display. Luca was particularly concerned about the red-clad spirit they had encountered earlier, a sinister presence visible only to Guju. To allow for natural light, windows had been carved into the upper walls of the stairwell, and Luca had glimpsed the fleeting red hem of the spirit's dress. It was drawing near, despite their current elevation. Time could not be squandered any longer. The oppressive force of the red-clad spirit surpassed that of the 2 they faced. Guju, you see nothing. We must hurry home, Luca urged, gripping Guju's arm tightly, her words serving as a reminder to herself. The black cat was in a state of alarm, fur bristling, with only half a flight of stairs remaining. Guju responded quietly with an mm and began to move. The man perspired. His movements became conspicuous, prompting both malevolent spirits to stir their forms increasingly fragmented. Upon realizing that Gu Jue intended to leave, they abandoned their standoff, lunging at him with predatory ferocity. Loka froze, her body tense as if carved from wood. Gu Jue tightened his hold on the black cat and ascended with long strides. Just as Gu Jue reached for the stairwell door, Loka witnessed the two spirits pass through his form, unleashing a cacophony of wails. Gu Jue remained oblivious to their presence, and thus was untouched by them. Loka exhaled in relief. After all, she could not stake their lives as a wager. The sound was inaudible to Gu Jue, yet Loka faced the impending assault head-on. The black cat mewed softly, burying its head deeper into Gu Jue's embrace. The door was equipped with a fingerprint lock. The moment Gu Jue grasped the handle, it swung open with a spring. He had left the lights on, the bright white illumination from within starkly contrasting with the warm yellow of the corridor. Loka's eyes met the four blades displayed in the living room, and she felt a wave of emotion threatening to overwhelm her. Why must she endure such trials merely for the sake of separating from her spirit? Was this truly the burden a little cat should bear? Certainly not. Gu Jue too felt a sense of relief. The events of that night were utterly incongruous with the material world he had inhabited for over 20 years, beyond the confines of his perspective. In the corridor, illuminated only by the incandescent light, a barely perceptible tremor rippled through the air. Suddenly, the woman in red stood behind Gu Jue, her head bowed deeply. Yet her face, glimpsed through the strands of hair, seemed to regain its initial form. In a melodious voice, she intoned, "You have yet to answer my question. Why do you wish to leave? Do you not see me?" Gu Jue did not turn around. The black cat in his arms appeared near death. The young man chuckled lightly. "I must admit, today has been rather exhausting," and he stepped into the room. In unison, the blades on the wall trembled violently. The red spirit's outstretched hand faltered, and the heavy door resonated with a dull thud, separating the interior from the exterior. Chapter 7. The Third Day of Ineffectiveness. The door closed with a quiet finality, and the room fell into silence. Loka hesitated for a moment before leaping from Gu Jue's embrace. The black cat, graceful in form, glanced back at Gu Jue before leaping onto the sofa. A small cat would never allow itself to feel wronged. Loka lazily settled into a comfortable position, then suddenly remembered something. She stood up, looking earnestly at Gu Jue. "Though I have not introduced myself, we likely shall not meet again after tomorrow, so an introduction seems unnecessary." Gu Jue nodded, retrieving a small packet of biscuits from the kitchen. "These are cat biscuits. If you cannot accept cat food, perhaps these will be more palatable. You have only had some bread throughout the day. You must be starving." As he spoke, Gu Jue took out some milk from the refrigerator. Kaka did not exhibit lactose intolerance, so a little milk would be fine. Loka paused, contemplating. Her departure signified the definitive demise of the black cat, Kaka. Even if she were cold-hearted, she could not entirely lack compassion. Observing Gu Jue's tender care for the little cat revealed the depth of their bond. After much deliberation, Loka finally managed to say, "Perhaps it is for the best that I have taken over this body. The separation of spirit is a fleeting event, and your cat did not suffer." Gu Jue acknowledged her sentiment with a soft Loka's current height barely reached 30 centimeters, and standing at Gu Jue's feet, she could not discern his expression, even with her neck craned. Yet, she felt she had offered sufficient comfort. With a powerful leap, Loka sprang onto the dining table, where Gu Jue had already placed food in a small white porcelain dish. The bangs that swept across his forehead gave him a gentle appearance. "Would you like some meat? There is chicken breast in the refrigerator." Loka was indeed very hungry. The dish was one Gu Jue had been using, and standing atop the table, instead of eating from the floor, made her feel far more comfortable, even though she knew full well that Gu Jue would never use those dishes again. She did not hold back, simply nodding her head to indicate her desire. Enduring hunger was a torment. Loka lowered her head to lap at the milk. When Gu Jue emerged from the kitchen, the two small dishes were already half empty. The young man had thoughtfully shredded the chicken breast into fine strips, a detail that was remarkably considerate for Loka, who was still unfamiliar with her feline form. "Thank you." The cat restrained herself from licking her lips or washing her face, sitting with an air of elegance at the dining table. "Do you not need to prepare for anything?" Prepare for what? The black cat's golden eyes remained devoid of emotion. Tomorrow, this body will cease to exist. Oh, no need. An abrupt silence enveloped the air. Loka stretched lazily, then nestled down on the sofa, ready to sleep. She was close to the weapons that warded off spirits. Thus Guju's influence would be mitigated. Guju tidied up the aftermath and hesitated for a moment before finally closing the door behind him. Listening closely, he discerned that the black cat was akin to a young girl, and he unconsciously began to pay attention to the distance and boundaries between them. The next day, both the human and the cat occupied their respective spaces without intruding upon one another. Aside from emerging to assist Luku with food, Guju remained in the bedroom, refraining from venturing out. Luka found no issue with this, as Guju's demeanor had gradually become somewhat awkward and self-aware. The residence was solely occupied by Guju, giving it a rather desolate air. Feeling bored, Luka occupied herself for a while, using her paw to turn on the television, and spent the entire day lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the evening broadcast. On the third day, Guju awakened unusually early, his footsteps subconsciously light as he exited the bedroom. Unsurprisingly, he was met with the sight of Keek's lifeless body. He had cared for Kiki for 2 years and had not fully grasped until now that this black cat, which had accompanied him for so long, was departing for an unfamiliar realm. The energetic tabby cat had previously adorned his home, and he had never realized that the entire space, now devoid of Kiki, could feel so stark and desolate. As he approached, the black cat lay on the white fabric sofa, its form strikingly conspicuous against the pale backdrop. Guju drew closer, noticing the cat sprawled on its side, limbs extended long, its face obscured. His breath unconsciously grew shallower. Reaching out to touch the black cat, he noted that it had likely just departed, for in this July heat, its body still bore a hint of warmth, and the muscles beneath his palm remained supple. With a long sigh, Guju wrapped his arms around the cat's body, lifting it gently. Lost in his sorrow, he was startled when the black cat sprang to life like a coiled spring, its 4 paws digging into his thin t-shirt, its golden eyes wide open, exuding an air of surprise. The cat tilted its head. Guju tentatively called out Kiki, and then softly confirmed, "Is that really you?" The meow was not the familiar, crisp voice he recognized, yet the black cat nodded in an oddly anthropomorphic manner. Guju discerned a flicker of shock and a sense of disillusionment in the cat's expression. Watching the black cat leap around the room with the energy of a whirlwind, Guju couldn't help but smile, feeling the weight of his earlier sorrow dissipate. Even if the girl was not Kiki, perhaps his profound loneliness had led him to feel a strange sense of solace and delight in this unexpected companionship. At least for now, he was not alone. Luku darted around the house for a few laps before collapsing onto the floor, resembling a flattened pancake, her entire being radiating exhaustion. What's wrong? Guju crouched down, finding the cat's demeanor inexplicably humorous. Luku remained silent, naturally hesitant to disclose her earlier grievances to the heavens. It was her first encounter with such a peculiar situation, and effective communication would have to wait until evening. With a roll of her golden eyes, Luku turned her back to Guju, presenting him with her round, black rear. The little feline was clearly displeased and needed solitude. Guju, sensing her discontent, gently placed the black cat in the cozy nest he had prepared for her. The cat bed, shaped like a chicken coop, was soft and inviting, and the black cat sank into it almost instantly. Guju then tidied his belongings and stepped outside, pausing momentarily in the parking lot and stairwell, lost in thought. The events of the previous night were unfathomable. The black cat had not possessed the patience to explain more at that time, but he hoped to glean useful information later that evening. The girl's earnest demeanor did not strike him as feigned, and the peculiar woman in red from the night before lingered in his mind. Without lingering too long, he turned and left the community, returning home only as twilight began to fall. Pushing open the door, he found the golden-eyed black cat waiting for him. Chapter 8. Finding Brother Guju changed his shoes as he entered. "Have you been waiting long?" Luka's tone was serious. "I have something to discuss with you." Guju adopted a look of anticipation. "Perfect, I also have questions to ask." finally enacting the scenarios she had mentally rehearsed throughout the day. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Ku. I am 20 years old, and I am a sophomore at university in this city. Guju nodded. Guju, freelance writer, 28 years old. Now, let us discuss some matters moving forward. Guju could not resist a chuckle, reaching out to pat the black, furry head. No need to be so serious. Luku's pretense was interrupted, and the cat paused, taking a moment before quietly responding. All right, I might need your help. I must return to my own body. Of course, Guju inquired. Can you only speak at night? Yes, during the nighttime, the atmosphere is heavier with Yin energy. In truth, the voice you hear is not emitted by a cat. I mentioned before that my life is fragile, right? I am an Yin person, only able to communicate through breath. To those spirits, my existence is likely similar to theirs. Not like the usual practitioners or yin-yang masters seen in films. Certainly not. If that were the case, would I be in such a predicament? My family is quite ordinary. Even if I possessed abilities akin to yin-yang eyes, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of exorcising spirits in my 20 years of life. Luku's voice became somber. If I ever meet someone with true abilities, I would immediately seek to return to normal. You cannot imagine the bizarre appearances of some spirits that I must pretend not to see. Guju focused on the crux of the matter. I recall that in the corridor, you urged me to act as if I saw nothing. Indeed, because my brother, like me, can see those entities. Therefore, our parents raised us to pretend not to see them. It is quite fascinating. As long as those entities are unaware that you can perceive them, they cannot harm you. Have you encountered such situations before? Counting this 5 times. Each time lasts 3 days, and after 3 days, my physical vessel deteriorates, and my spirit will automatically return to my body. Luku remained optimistic. At that time, I was in my brother's apartment, and with him there, my body would surely be safe. Perhaps your unique constitution attracted too many spirits, leading to an excess of Yin energy in your vicinity. Guju raised an eyebrow, sensing there was more to the story. Luku, realizing her slip, momentarily flicked her ears before regaining her composure. This is something you are better off not knowing. Your family likely knows as well. Otherwise, your home wouldn't be so peaceful. Guju crossed his legs, reclining against the sofa, eager to hear more. Please, do elaborate. I'm not a professional, but you might be what is known as a yang person. A yang person? Born with abundant yang energy, immune to malevolent spirits. However, due to this excess of yang energy, you may attract those entities, much like the allure of Tang Seng's flesh. Generally, they cannot do much to you. You understand this, don't you? Just like plants, they cannot thrive without sunlight, but too much sunlight can scorch them. You are akin to a sun. Ordinarily, someone like you would never perceive the presence of those entities. They would disintegrate upon approaching you. These concepts were quite novel to Guju. Then what happened that night? Because there were variables, Luku flicked her tail. Think carefully about any recent changes. Guju looked down at her, silence indicating understanding. Thus, for your safety, you must tell me to depart quickly. I am Yin person, and you are a Yang person. My presence will diminish your Yang energy, and you cannot remain confined to the house. Guju nodded. I have a general understanding of the situation. Given this, do you know what must be done? Lucas certainly did not have the answer. If she did, her character would not compel her to seek Guju's assistance. However, even if she could not return to her body temporarily, remaining beside her brother was preferable. She had grown weary of the strange beings surrounding Guju. She, a shadowy figure, persistently trailed behind a radiant individual, raising the question of whether she sought self-inflicted torment. The black cat's tail thumped against the sofa, creating a crackling sound. While it articulated with remarkable clarity, "First, contact my brother. I suspect there might be an issue with my body." Guju extracted his phone, his inquiring gaze directed at her. "Shall I make a call then?" Luke pondered momentarily. "Tomorrow, take me directly to my brother. He will dismiss your call as a nuisance since you are an unknown number, which will also spare you from the inconvenience of holding a cat." Unbeknownst to Guju, who remained blissfully unaware of the cat's intentions to distance itself, he had not anticipated such peculiar occurrences would befall him. Faced with a girl who could speak and had commandeered his beloved feline, he believed he maintained a commendable composure. However, Luku's mention that Gu family members were aware of his constitution surprised him. It had been a decade since he had a falling out with his family. Although they had not severed ties entirely over the years, their interactions had been sparse, even during the purchase of his home, which he had not discussed with his family. Recalling the exceptionally favorable renovation team and interior design studio from that time, Guju began to speculate. He had always been a person disinterested in trifles. Despite the plethora of online reports about renovation mishaps, he had experienced remarkable luck, encountering no such issues. Rubbing his temples, he felt a slight headache. He had prided himself on owing nothing to his family, yet this revelation left his emotions in disarray. Perhaps he owed them more than he realized. Quietly observing Guju, Luke sensed his discontent and felt a tinge of anxiety. The little cat, reliant on another's roof, was still concerned about its next meal. Ultimately, it was the owner who decided. She pondered the morality of attempting to abscond with someone else's cat. The anxious feline added, "My brother has started working. His residence is not hard to locate, so you need not worry." The following day, the little cat's words fell flat. Lu Yao was a model of routine. Having possessed the ability to perceive strange phenomena since childhood, he led an orderly life. After graduating and entering the workforce, he adhered strictly to a two-point routine, occasionally providing for his younger sister. The apartment was situated near the city's largest temple, an area with minimal malevolent spirits, making it a rare sanctuary for the Lu siblings. Luke confidently instructed Guju to hold her outside the apartment building after 6 in the evening. The Lu family was comfortably well off, and Lu Yao, being a high-earning professional, resided in a pleasant environment. The doorman, upon seeing Guju's handsome visage, readily provided information about the residence, allowing him entry. Nestled in Guju's embrace, Luke felt an involuntary thrill of returning home, despite having been away for only a few days. With her spirit detached, her brother was bound to be home at the usual time. After all, a body in a comatose state required diligent care. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Luke dashed ahead to guide Guju, her first experience navigating on 4 legs rendering her unusually nimble. Following her directions, Guju knocked on the door. But the outcome was not as Luke had anticipated. Perhaps their prolonged stay had disturbed the neighbors. For a resident informed them that Lu Yao had hurried home a few days prior, having left in a rush with a private vehicle. Chapter 9. A family of 4. Luke felt a wave of disappointment. This was evident from the drooping ears of the black cat perched atop her head. They lingered at Lu Yao's apartment door for a considerable time, while Guju patiently waited, occasionally replying to messages on his phone. After approximately 10 minutes, Luke regained her composure and leapt onto Guju's pant leg with a plaintive cry. Guju scooped her up, and she extended her paw toward the phone. Guju opened the dialing interface. "Didn't you say your brother would dismiss calls from unknown numbers?" A plaintive meow was her only reply, indicating that her ability to speak was indeed hindered during daylight hours. Guju brought the phone screen closer to Lu Ko. The little cat struggled adorably to press the numbers, her pupils wide with focus, embodying the essence of cuteness. Once Lu Ko completed the call, Guju took the opportunity to pet her head as he set her down. The phone emitted a series of beeps, only to be met with a robotic message indicating no one was available to take the call. Their eyes met, and Guju withdrew his phone. "Let us return home and devise a plan." The black cat nodded in agreement, as they sought Lu Yao after work. The summer day was still long, yet by the time Guju carried Lu Ko back home, night had fallen. Upon entering, Lu Ko's first suggestion was, "Perhaps you could try calling my parents?" Her urgency was palpable. With nightfall, Lu Ko was able to speak, making everything considerably easier. Guju promptly dialed Lu Mama's number. Her voice was calm, immediately conveying the warmth and grace of a middle-aged woman. "Hello, may I ask who is speaking?" "Hello, Auntie," Guju began, adhering to their prior agreement. "I am a friend of Lu Ko's, and I urgently need to reach her, but I've been unable to contact her these past few days. She had previously provided me with your contact information, so I thought I would inquire." "She left my contact for you?" Lu Mama seemed taken aback. Guju continued, "Yes. Do you know where she might be at this moment?" "I do not," she replied. "Can you reach her?" "I'm afraid not. This child has always been independent, never informs us of her whereabouts. I may not be of help to you." "What about her brother? I heard they are quite close." I just visited his apartment, but no one was home. I was told he had gone back. You went to the apartment? Lu Mama's tone shifted to one of displeasure. Why does Luca share everything with others? She seldom goes anywhere. I cannot assist you further. Perhaps you can inquire at her school. With a sharp click, the call was disconnected, leaving Gu Ju raising an eyebrow. Your mother seems rather unconcerned. Luca remained unfazed. One becomes accustomed to it. The preference for sons over daughters is commonplace. Do you have plans for the next few days? If not, would you accompany me to my home? I suspect my body has been taken back by my brother. What leads you to believe that? Gu Ju queried. Just now. My mother did not deny that my brother returned home. Did she? Gu Ju nodded, having learned the detailed address from Lu Ku. He opened a mapping app to plot their journey, already formulating a rough itinerary in his mind. Traveling with a pet was not the most convenient endeavor, so Gu Ju chose to drive. Lu Ku, unfamiliar with car brands, nonetheless inferred from the interior that it was not an inexpensive vehicle. Lu Ku's home was in a neighboring city. Though it was not far, the drive would take about 3 hours. The little cat perched in the passenger seat, occasionally rising to gaze at the scenery outside. The most painful aspect of transforming from human to cat was perhaps the monotony of life. Lu Ku, feeling quite bored, twisted herself into knots in her seat. They set off early, arriving at their destination just in time for lunch. After dining, Gu Ju carried Lu Ku to await their chance. The management of the aged community was lax, allowing them to enter without any inquiries. Lu Ku's residence was on the ground floor, where the original design had left a small garden space, cherished by each household. Unlike others who cultivated vegetables, the Lu family adorned their garden with an array of flower pots, complemented by a round table and a gazebo, creating a quaintly artistic atmosphere. Having retired, Lu Ku's parents were visible from a distance, seated beneath the gazebo with their family of 4, a table laden with pastries and drinks, exuding an aura of warmth and contentment. Do you have siblings? Gu Ju inquired. Naturally, during the day, Lu Ku could not respond to any of Gu Ju's questions. She merely gazed intently at the family of 4. Not receiving a response, Gu Ju stood quietly, observing them as well. The young man in the gazebo appeared to be Lu Ku's longed-for brother, Lu Yao. They seemed to embody a picture of happiness and harmony, though the family's demeanor could perhaps have been a touch more relaxed. Lu Yao stood tall, his facial features elegantly defined, with enchanting peach blossom eyes and petal-like lips, embodying the ideal countenance favored by contemporary young women. Leaning against the outer edge of the pavilion, he appeared to be separated from the 3 individuals inside by an invisible barrier, his expression marked by contemplation. The trio within the pavilion exuded harmony, with the middle-aged couple showing tender concern for the girl beside them. Gu Jue cast a deliberate glance at the girl, who possessed a doll-like visage and a petite frame. Clad in sportswear, her long black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, resembling a demure and quiet high school student. Miao Wu, the black cat, meowed softly. Gu Jue retrieved his phone once more, dialing Lo Yao's number, yet the young man nearby remained unresponsive. Frowning slightly, Gu Jue looked down as the black cat tugged at his pant leg, signaling for him to pick her up. Without a hint of reluctance, Gu Jue complied, allowing Lo Ka to rest on his shoulder, facilitating the cat's observation of their surroundings. The bond between the two had grown somewhat tacit over the past few days. Shall we go? Miao Wu. Gu Jue tentatively stepped in the opposite direction, reassured by the lack of resistance from the black cat, prompting him to quicken his pace. In the distance, Lo Yao found himself momentarily stunned by the sudden influx of spiritual entities in the neighborhood. Due to the unique constitution of the Lo siblings, their residence was in close proximity to the city's oldest and largest temple, and under its influence, the area was notably pure. Yangren? Lo Yao paused, observing Gu Jue's retreating figure surrounded by spiritual entities, and quickly confirmed in his mind that this unfamiliar youth was not a resident of the community, allowing him to exhale with relief. He then turned away, his brow furrowing once more. Mom, when will you return my phone to me? Lo Mommy's demeanor was as gentle as her voice on the phone, yet her words were anything but soft. Such matters should be discussed privately. Her tone was bland, and Lo Yao felt increasingly powerless. Dad, say something. I'm a grown man. What does it matter if my parents take my phone? Besides, I have work. You think we wouldn't know if you had something to discuss? Just stay put. You might as well forget about that job. We oppose your decision to move to the neighboring city after your graduation, and losing your job might be for the best. Lo Yao clenched his fists, silent for a moment, then glanced at the girl who was focused on her pastries before striding into the house. Chapter 10. Shopping Trip After Leaving. Loca's mood noticeably dipped. It was barely past noon, and Gu Jue, observing everything, simply drove around with the black cat. The city was bustling with people, and the spiritual entities rarely ventured out during the day. Gu Jue tucked Loca into the large pocket of his black coat, and the black cat cooperated, behaving exceptionally well as they arrived at a shopping mall in the city center, unnoticed by anyone. Gu Jue headed to the 3rd and 4th floors of the mall, targeting stores catering to women, exploring every accessory and clothing shop, meticulously examining items, which drew curious glances from the sales associates. Loca, having been a cat for less than a week, found her options limited, and Gu Jue's actions clearly aimed to lift her spirits. Most young girls would delight in such escapades, and Gu Jue's thorough inspection facilitated Loca's view. Although the excursion bore little practical significance, it served to alleviate Loca's boredom, as she had been languishing in monotony for days, seemingly doing nothing but sleeping from dawn till dusk. The shopping trip concluded with Gu Jue purchasing a scrunchie, which he first wrapped around Loca's tail, but found it too loose, subsequently placing it in the black cat's care. Though Loca showed little interest in such items, she accepted Gu Jue's kindness, clutching the scrunchie with her paws. The mall was expansive, and despite Gu Jue merely skimming through the stores, they exited just before 3 in the afternoon. He found a nearby hotel to stay at, ordering takeout to facilitate feeding Loca. After their meal, the two lay side by side on the bed, resting, exhausted from their adventures. Gu Jue fell into a deep slumber, while Loca was captivated by the ambience. As night descended, Loca awoke, her eyes catching sight of a dark purple infant-like spirit climbing toward Gu Jue, alarmingly close. The chubby, white baby appeared charming, while the purple-black spirit exuded terror. Though aware such a spirit could not reach Gu Jue, Loca could not suppress her instinct and leapt forward, swatting at the infant spirit's head. Legends have long linked black cats with spiritual communication, and empowered by Loca's essence, her paw struck the infant spirit, sending it tumbling like a ball through the glass. Plummeting downward, Loca stared in astonishment at her small, soft, furry paw but quickly turned and climbed onto Gu Jue's face, using her paws to obstruct his nose. With his breathing hindered, Gu Jue frowned, opening his eyes to find the black cat perched on his face, promptly lifting her off before heading to the bathroom to wash his face. "All right, let us talk." Loca nodded in satisfaction, settled at the foot of the bed. Gu Jue emerged from the bathroom, rubbing his temples. "Who is that girl?" Loca, taken aback, replied. "You noticed? You are overly concerned." Gu Jue settled onto the sofa, his arms hanging loosely, leaning back against the cushions, fingers tapping thoughtfully on his knee. "Moreover, your brother seems to be acting strangely." "That girl is me." Loca hesitated, feeling bewildered. Given the current developments, she began to doubt whether she was merely a chaotic spirit inhabiting the body of a black cat. Gu Jue raised his gaze, shattering her self-deception. "That suggests your parents are biased towards sons." Your mother's attitude during the call was quite dismissive. Yet today, at the garden, they were exceedingly attentive, almost overly so. Additionally, you claim to have a good relationship with your brother, but today, it was evident he had diverged from the family. Moreover, Gu Jue paused, reflecting on the time from yesterday afternoon to today. He found it implausible that a modern young person would refrain from checking their phone for such an extended period. Typically, a normal reaction would be to return missed calls. Perhaps I am overanalyzing, but your family situation is unique. My words should only serve as guidance. Our primary question remains, since you are still here, who occupies your body? Loca was not naive. Moreover, her current role was one of covert observation. What are you implying? I suspect your brother knows something, but the manner of approach is the challenge. Gu Jue raised his eyes, gazing at the reflection of the black cat in the glass. As you mentioned, we must find a way to restore your normalcy. The youth's gaze fell once more, and outside the window, a colossal face lurked in the darkness, peering inside, perfectly aligned with the black cat's reflection on the glass. Gu Jue retrieved his phone. Even at night, some details could not be overlooked. With white Bluetooth earbuds resting in his ears, speaking to the air felt natural, in low-kiss words. They needed to deceive not only humans, but also those strange entities. Then let us plan another visit tomorrow, under the pretense that you are my boyfriend and have lost someone. Guja nodded. Very well, then let's retire early. The youth walked to the window, drawing the curtains. Lo Ka, puzzled, turned around and was startled to face the enormous black visage, causing the entire cat to leap in a complete somersault, her fur bristling in alarm. The large eyes, akin to those of a humanoid, blinked. Many small creatures could perceive spiritual entities, making such encounters commonplace. The curtains were swiftly drawn up, rendering one person and one cat invisible. Guju turned back to smooth Luo Ku's fur. Luo Ku, feeling a bit dependent, nuzzled against him, but quickly regained her composure, feigning aloofness as she perched at the foot of the bed, flicking her tail. It was time to sleep. The nearby temple offered protection, and even if a powerful spirit were to appear, it would hardly be malevolent. Thus, she could rest easy. Luo Ku twitched her ears. Spirits, too, possess curiosity. Most of the spirits in the hotel were engrossed in observing the harmony of life, with few paying heed to this small room in the corner. Moreover, Luo Ku had stealthily glimpsed Guju's backpack before they left, noting that he had brought along a string of prayer beads blessed by a high monk. The young man pretended to be calm, yet deep down, he was undoubtedly concerned. It was only natural that, faced with such an unexpected occurrence in the life of one so favored by destiny, he would seek a solution. A smirk crept across Luo Ku's face, relishing a sense of schadenfreude, for it was indeed poetic justice that a being blessed with life should briefly experience the tribulations of the spirits, especially since she had been able to perceive them for 20 years. Chapter 11. Eavesdropping nocturnal feline creatures are always brimming with energy. After lying in place for a while and seeing that Guju had fallen into a deep slumber, Luo Ku, feeling a tinge of boredom, wandered about the suite before slipping out the door. Guju had secured the door with a chain, leaving a small gap just wide enough for the little cat to slip through. The black cat moved silently in the darkness, her nimble form darting through the safety passage until she arrived at the Lu household. The terrain of the first floor was quite advantageous for Luo Ku's clandestine observations. Ultimately, the events of the day still weighed on her mind. To allow more light, the first floor had no tall trees planted, and Luo Ku crouched low, circling the window until she reached the one in the living room. The living room featured sheer curtains to maximize light, although drawn. Luo Ku could still faintly discern the shadows of those within. The Lu family of four sat in the living room, engaged in minimal conversation, while Lu Mama's petite figure flitted in and out, seemingly busy with some task. Luo Ku was in no rush, crouching outside the window, her keen feline hearing allowing her to catch every word spoken inside. The patriarch had already arranged everything. You should remain here for now, as you are currently using Luo Ku's body, and entering other spaces recklessly may raise suspicion. The speaker was Lu Papa, his tone respectful, akin to reporting to a superior. The one being addressed responded with a soft M, the voice unmistakably belonging to Luo Ku, yet tinged with an oddly thick dialect from an unknown region. Barely discernible. I understand. Is there anything to eat? It's here, replied Lu Mama. Lu Yao, bring it over. I'm talking to her, sorry. Lu Yao, this child, has always had a close bond with Luo Ku, and it was understandable that he found it hard to accept the reality. Luo Ku thought, I know, this child is still too young. It's a pity that my presence prevents a proper burial. Lu Papa remarked, it is her fortune to be of use to you. You need not worry. After a moment of silence, Luo Ku asked, do I need to continue attending school? This child is still a student. I remember you mentioned that. Yes, but unfortunately, the school is not very good. It's merely a means to obtain a diploma. Being able to attend university is already commendable. In our era, very few girls had access to education. What are you eavesdropping on? Luo Ku was startled by the sudden voice and turned to see a white cat squatting beside her. While the spirits of the deceased may indirectly grant one the ability to perceive the living and the dead, they also possess unique advantages. For their heavy aura makes them indistinguishable from the spirits in their eyes. If one were to point out a difference, it would be that Luo Ku's spirit, relative to the majority, met her demise in a notably orderly manner, which is quite rare. Why did the ancients place such importance on the integrity of the body? Because it directly affects the completeness of the spirit. Yet how many people meet their end in a manner that is aesthetically pleasing, whether due to accidents or illnesses? Deaths often result in disarray or frailty. Even a natural death shows a stark contrast to one's living visage. The living even coined a term for this, known as tuoxiang, occupying the body of a black cat. Luo Ku appeared to other beings as just an ordinary little feline. After a brief silence from Luo Ku, the white cat sniffed the air. "Ah, you are a eunuch." It then glanced at the window, seemingly enlightened. "You were locked outside while you came out to play?" Before Luo Ku could respond, the white cat mewed and pawed at the window. Caught off guard, Luo Ku heard footsteps approaching from inside. The little cat felt quite helpless as she leapt down from the windowsill, crouching against the wall. The person inside yanked open the window with a clatter, glanced around to find no one, and then closed it again. Just as Luo Ku breathed a sigh of relief, the white cat leaned closer, a look of surprise on its face. "This isn't your home, is it?" The black cat shot the white cat a glance, turning away in refusal to engage. The white cat wagged its tail and inched closer. "So, what are you trying to eavesdrop on?" "You can ask me. I've been roaming around here." Luo Ku twitched her ears. "This family is a bit strange." "Of course, they are strange. They are two spirits." "Oh, I thought there was something I didn't know." Luo Ku leapt back up to the window to sneak a look inside. The night had deepened, and the Lu family had each retreated to their respective bedrooms, leaving only Lu Yao sitting in the living room, seemingly occupied with something. The black cat watched the youth in the living room for a while before turning to leave. After all, she wasn't a real cat, and she had matters to attend to the following day. Upon returning to the hotel, the gap in the door remained, and Luo Ku slipped inside, standing up to push the door closed with her front paws before returning to the bed to check on Guju. Perhaps the spirits in the hotel were indeed more intriguing than those elsewhere, for this room was remarkably clean at that moment. The black cat peeked curiously, locking eyes with Guju, who appeared alert. "Did you go out?" Luo Ku nodded, and Guju did not press further, pulling the black cat into his embrace and whispering, "Sleep now." Luo Ku squirmed slightly, unable to break free, and then noticed the prayer beads on Guju's wrist. Weren't they in his backpack? Knowing of their presence stirred a modicum of unease within her. Oh, the black cat understood, extending a claw to gently tap Guju's forehead in comfort. "You're still quite safe when I'm not around. See, you can't see me." The room is especially clean at this moment. Guju's expression remained placid. "That's good. Then you can sleep peacefully." Luo Ku was momentarily stunned, then softly replied with an "oh." The two, a person and a cat, nestled close as they slept. Guju had set the air conditioning quite low, and Luo Ku's instinct for warmth led her to snuggle against him, drifting into a dreamless, deep slumber. The black cat, possessing a human soul, greatly facilitated Guju's travels with her. Luo Ku perched in the bathroom, carefully managing her feline affairs, and even took the initiative to press the flush button. Guju had already tidied everything up, slinging his crossbody bag, and waiting for Luo Ku to emerge from the restroom. The young man stood tall and graceful, appearing quite youthful. Luo Ku flicked her tail and directly jumped into the crossbody bag. Guju shouldered the bag and, after checking out, drove directly towards the community where the Lu family resided. Even with lax community management, it was unlikely that unfamiliar vehicles would be allowed in and out. After parking nearby, Guju made his way towards the neighborhood. The previous day, while at the mall, he had thoughtfully purchased a black crossbody bag to facilitate Luo Ku's comfort as she lay within. Luo Ku nestled in the bag, swaying her head. With the black bag and black cat, it was indeed difficult to notice her if one wasn't paying attention. Guju was fortunate this time, encountering Lu Yao, who had just stepped out to take out the trash. Dressed in light brown loungewear and slippers, Lu Yao immediately turned his gaze upon seeing Gu Ju. It was simply that the living were a rare sight, and Gu Ju, who had been surrounded by spirits yesterday, now appeared as clean and ordinary as any other person, which undoubtedly piqued interest. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Gu Ju's gaze fixed intently upon him. Pausing in his stride, Lu Yao hesitantly inquired, "May I ask if you have something to discuss?" Chapter 12. A visit to the Lu family. Gu Ju promptly nodded and asked directly, "Are you Lu Yao? Do you have a sister named Lu Ku?" Lu Yao was taken aback by the stranger calling out his name. But what intrigued him more was the mention of his sister's name. "Do you know Kuku?" Kiskivika, Kiskivika. Gu Ju raised an eyebrow, hiding his surprise while maintaining the facade that he had planned with Lu Ku. "I am Lu Ku's boyfriend, and I've suddenly lost contact with her. She had previously shared her home address with me, and I happened to see a photo on her phone that resembled you, prompting my inquiry." Gu Ju appeared courteous, and Lu Yao's first impression was quite positive. Although he found the pairing of his sister with someone so different somewhat peculiar, he smiled slightly and said, "I see." However, his smile faded as a shadow of concern crossed his face. "Kuku has not been feeling well recently. She is recuperating. Our family is worried about her health, so they have cut off her contact with the outside world." "I see," Gu Ju replied, a faint smile lingering on his face, clearly skeptical of this explanation. Lu Yao himself felt that his reasoning was rather flimsy. It was unusual to sever all communication during recovery. Yet, given the family's circumstances, he was at a loss as to how to explain it to others. Gu Ju glanced down at his messenger bag, where a black cat had fully nestled inside. "May I visit Kuku? I'm quite concerned about her." Lu Yao hesitated, a look of discomfort crossing his face. Seeing the earnest expression on the young man's face, he ultimately sighed. "Would this afternoon be suitable?" "Kuku is not home this morning. My parents took her to the hospital." In truth, Luku had been taken by their parents to visit the family elder that morning, and by afternoon, the house would be empty. The black cat in the bag shifted silently, and Gu Ju gently placed his hand on the bag, responding, "That's fine. Since I've never been to this city, would you kindly introduce me to some interesting places? I would like to explore a bit." Gu Ju's abrupt shift in topic caught Lu Yao off guard. He had been worried about how to handle Gu Ju's subsequent questions, but this change relieved some of his tension. The city was renowned for its temples. Nearly every district boasted one with a rich history. There were Taoist temples, although only on the southern mountain. Thus, it was common to see many monks on the streets, which was not unusual at all. Is that so? Should I seek a talisman? It would not be a wasted trip. The most famous temple was the Bai Ma Si in the city center, not far from here. You could visit it later, and it even accommodates tourists, though the costs are slightly higher than a typical hotel. Gu Ju was not one to worry about finances. None of that is an issue. Lu Yao paused momentarily, sighing. Lu Ku, overhearing this sigh, could bet that her brother was thinking along the wrong lines. Despite her tight living expenses, she would never resort to selling her charm to attract men, especially not to an older man 7 or 8 years her senior. The black cat rolled its eyes in silence. Gu Ju checked his watch. It was 11 o'clock. "Time is of the essence. If you don't mind, I would like to treat you to a meal. Standing here is not ideal." Lu Yao, concerned that Gu Ju might encounter their parents returning with Lu Ku, promptly agreed. "You have traveled a long way. It is my responsibility to treat you to a meal. Wait a moment while I change my clothes." Both Gu Ju and Lu Yao were astute individuals. During their meal, they engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, each trying to glean useful information from the other. While Lu Yao spoke with a mix of truth and embellishment, Gu Ju was more inclined to weave fanciful tales. Were it not for Lu Ku being the center of their discussion, one might genuinely believe that Gu Ju was deeply infatuated with her. Lu Ku reflected on her own image and silently thanked her brother for the thick filter he had placed over his perception. How thick must that filter be to believe that she, an ordinary and petite girl who had never even received a confession from a boy, could capture the heart of such a remarkable young man as Gu Ju? The two men were engrossed in their conversation, which lasted a full 2 hours, to the point where the server began to regard them with a peculiar expression. After finishing, they noticed it was already 2 o'clock. Lu Yao estimated it was about time and led Gu Ju back home. The entrance to the Lu residence was still an old-fashioned security door, first an iron gate, followed by a wooden one. As both doors swung open, The interior revealed modern decor that belied its age. The three-bedroom. Two-living room layout featured antique redwood furniture in the living room, with creamy tiles reflecting the four scrolls hanging on the walls. A family photo rested on the TV cabinet, showcasing a young Lu Ku with her bangs framing her forehead, accentuating her youthful innocence. Noticing Gu Ju's interest in the photograph, Lu Yao felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Having taken care of Lu Ku since childhood, this bond was one of the reasons for their closeness. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, it was merely a fleeting moment. Lu Yao poured water into a disposable cup and invited Gu Ju to sit on the sofa while he turned to the kitchen to prepare some fruit. Gu Ju called out to him, a hint of apology on his face. Actually, I have a pet with me. I worry it might be uncomfortable in the bag. May I release it? It is very well behaved and won't run around. Lu Yao had no objections, and he watched in astonishment as Gu Ju opened the shoulder bag, revealing the black cat lazily waking up. It truly was well behaved, not making a sound. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. This was the first time I'd seen a cat with such a heavy aura. Gu Ju smiled as he watched Lu Ku leap off the sofa, first exploring the living room before dashing into the bedroom. Lu Yao peered in with a hint of concern. May I see Kuku's room? Certainly, it's this way. The old-style room had half-length curtains on each bedroom door for privacy. Lu Yao led the way, lifting the curtain of the innermost room and gesturing for Gu Ju to follow. The room was small and surprisingly sparse. Apart from a desk and a few plush toys at the foot of the bed, it was hard to imagine this was a young girl's room. A standing clothes rack near the door held only sportswear. This room is the smallest in the house, Lu Yao explained. A small single folding bed was placed against the wall with neutral blue checkered sheets. Surprised? Lu Yao asked from behind him. Well, although Kuku has always been fairly independent, I didn't expect her living space to be so simple. Gu Ju replied with a neutral expression, revealing no emotion. The room contained just a bed, a wardrobe, and a set of tables and chairs, with a stack of books in cardboard boxes piled up under the table, totaling 3 layers. Indeed, Lu Yao did not respond directly. Kuku has always been a very considerate girl, quite unlike the delicate girls of today. Gu Ju maintained his indifferent demeanor, neither affirming nor denying this. Lu Yao chuckled awkwardly. Given your attire, you must come from a well-off family. How old are you? Are you working? 28. I am currently a freelance writer, Gu Ju replied. Lu Yao was taken aback. I am 26. You look much younger. In terms of brother-in-law, Gu Ju was older than himself. Gu Ju remained silent, his demeanor noticeably cooling upon entering the room. Lu Yao, feeling awkward, smiled slightly. You can stay here. I will fetch you some fruit. Gu Ju glanced at Lu Yao and merely nodded. The moment Lu Yao stepped out, the black cat emerged from beneath the bed, mewing softly. Chapter 13. Trustworthiness, is this your bedroom? Gu Ju asked softly. Lu Ku leaped onto the bed, rolling comfortably and nonchalantly nodding her head. Gu Ju, coming from a privileged background, despite losing his mother in early age, had never been deprived materially. His expression grew complex upon hearing this. Do you know her? Gu Ju was momentarily taken aback. He had only known Lu Ku for a few days, and during most of that time, Lu Ku had been unable to speak. Lu Yao moved swiftly, soon bringing in some fruit. Upon noticing the black cat rolling on Lu Ku's bed, he let out a sound of discontent and cast an irritated glance at Gu Ju, concerned that the cat might disrupt the neatness of the bed. He reached out to shoo the black cat away, but Lu Ku jumped aside, standing on the table and meowing at Lu Yao. Lu Yao, slightly annoyed, feared that the cat would cause chaos in the room, and his efforts to drive it away became increasingly urgent. Gu Ju observed silently, making no move. Dear brother, do you not question the presence of such a malevolent feline? Lu Ku, feeling somewhat powerless, retreated into Gu Ju's embrace, ears drooping in resignation. You should intervene. Finally, Lu Yao managed to spare a moment, casting another dissatisfied glance at the black cat. Kiki is particularly fond of cleanliness. Are you not aware that you are her boyfriend? Don't blame me later for reporting your misconduct. No, this is Kiki's cat. Gu Ju paused, also referring to the cat as Kiki. But your sister. Lu Ku lightly scratched the back of Gu Ju's hand in discontent. Gu Ju feigned ignorance. Lu Ku had always cherished this cat, and now that she was missing, The little feline had lost its appetite. Guju thought that if Luca returned home and saw Kiki, it might lift her spirits. I fear that Luca would be unhappy to see the cat looking thin. What a picture of a lovesick man. Luca's whiskers nearly took flight as her tail thumped audibly. Lu Yao, half convinced, scratched his head, his expression darkening as he thought of his sister. Kiki has been unable to return due to certain matters. You should head back for now. I will return with Kiki later, and she will definitely reach out to you. Guju hesitated to inquire. What exactly is going on? Luca has never left without a word. This is a private family matter, not suitable for discussion. Lu Yao sighed, his handsome features shadowed by melancholy. Should I wait a bit longer? You should really go back. It is not convenient for you to stay here with the cat. If it were a true cat, it would indeed be inconvenient. But since it housed Luca's spirit and had acquired human-like traits, many inconveniences were easily resolved. Guju glanced down at the black cat. The feline was lazily about to lie down on his lap, appearing drowsy. Very well then, I shall not impose. After all, Guju's assumed identity was that of a boyfriend, not a husband. As night fell, Luca finally regained her ability to speak, and her first words were, "Can you not act any more pretentious?" Guju smirked. After all, the identity you bestowed upon me is that of a pure-hearted man abandoned by his girlfriend. Incorrect. It is a normal young man whose girlfriend has suddenly gone missing. The black cat rolled its golden eyes, uninterested in these trivialities, merely inquiring. How many more days can you stay here? Guju, seated by the window engrossed in a book, replied without looking up, as you wish. Luca found the sight of an unknown spirit stretching its long neck to peer into the floor-to-ceiling windows rather jarring, and once again jumped to pull the curtain shut. I will check on my home myself. You need not go again. Why not visit Bama Temple for a few days? Bama Temple. Luca leaped onto the table to meet his gaze. My brother is also a spirit. Encountering two spirits is not the same for you, a living person. Guju met her gaze. How is it not the same? Luca explained, look at your bracelet. Following her suggestion, Guju took out the bracelet, noticing several beads that had developed significant cracks. Is this a sign of something malevolent? Luca paused, her clear voice taking on a somber tone. There is no such thing as dirty or clean among spirits. However, being with me for an extended period has indeed not been beneficial for you. You must have sensed it. After all, living people possess innate advantages and are often more perceptive than ordinary individuals. But this does not mean you are entirely fearless. Quite the opposite. Possessing something precious can attract unforeseen disasters due to an excess of yang energy. Do you understand? It is best for you not to be aware of these entities' existence. This will allow your life to remain as tranquil as before. Guju listened quietly until she finished, then gently stroked her cat's head, his tone soft. It is not a significant issue. There is no need for such melancholy. Little Kitty does not suit this dreary demeanor. Luca looked up, ultimately still human, and from a feline's perspective, Guju's size appeared daunting, causing an instinctive tension. Yet in such a perspective, the youth's captivating appearance was undeniable. This was a type of young man Luca had never encountered in her 20 years, seemingly aloof yet gentle. The cat's whiskers twitched as it turned away in silence. Guju smiled lightly. Shall I go alone tomorrow? Luca, somewhat awkwardly flicking her tail, jumped down from the table, presenting Guju with what she considered a charming profile. You should rest. I shall venture out myself. Upon reaching the door, she noticed that the suite's door had been left ajar, just wide enough for her to slip through. Luca wrinkled her cat nose and quietly slipped outside. She had thought that the youth was oblivious to everything. Indeed, until her departure yesterday, she had not seen any chaotic spirits nearby, mistakenly believing they had gone to witness the commotion. Once separated from Guju, the world Luca saw was much like the one she had known for the past 20 years. Perhaps there were spirits and malevolent entities, but they were not as terrifyingly congregated as they were around Guju. She deftly sidestepped the spirit of a vagabond with its mouth agape, poised to catch a mouse, and returned to her family's window without distraction. The curtains were still drawn carelessly, allowing her to observe the interior through a narrow gap. Peering in, she found the living room empty. She then circled to her bedroom, where she had discreetly unlocked the security latch earlier in the day. Looking through the window, she saw Lu Yao sitting on the floor of her room, despondently clutching a rag. The room was impeccably tidy. Lu Yao appeared unhappy. This was a subtle understanding formed over years of companionship. Luca stood on the windowsill, looking down, her golden eyes seemingly devoid of emotion. It seemed that their parents were not home, having taken that impostor to the family estate. The difference between the impostor and her was immense. And Luca felt an ominous premonition, especially since her brother, whom she trusted dearly, seemed to be aware of it all. Should she confront her brother? Is Lu Yao trustworthy now? Chapter 14, by Ma Temple and the Old Monk. The black fur of Luca served as the perfect cover in the night. She stood quietly on the windowsill, achieving a delicate equilibrium with Lu Yao inside. After a moment, Luca nudged the window with her head. Well, her diligent brother had closed the convenient entrance for her. It was evident that only Lu Yao was at home. Luca twitched her whiskers and leapt to a nearby branch, gazing up at the moon. The Lu family was a large and illustrious clan, historically known for producing talented individuals. Lu Ku and Lu Yao being spirits was not unusual within his family. This was also why their parents could guide them correctly from a young age, allowing them to grow up healthily. The Lu family was but a minor branch of the greater clan, and Luca had visited the main family home as a child. The expansive clan resembled a vast root system of a tree, with descendants spreading out into various professions. Those who seemed unrelated in daily life would, upon encountering each other during festivals at the ancestral home, greet each other as brothers. The multi-layered, grand residences of the Lu family occupied a significant portion of the mountainside on the outskirts of Yang City, stretching as far as the eye could see. With only the elders of high generation residing within, dressed in traditional garments and sporting long hair, creating an otherworldly feeling for those who entered. Oh, you are here again. Loka could turn back, and there was that white cat who had mysteriously settled beside her. Its pink paw pads stretched out as it lowered its head to groom itself. In its azure eyes, only the golden pupils of the black cat could be reflected. Keep your distance. Loka flicked her tail. Your fur is too conspicuous. There was no one around, and besides, they were in a tree. The white cat stretched lazily, appearing to be significantly larger than Loka. Why are you staring at this bipedal creature? What do you intend to do? The white cat seemed genuinely intrigued. You knocked on the window for you that day, yet you did not enter. Loka displayed little interest, replying, talking to you is futile. Perhaps I know something. The white cat pressed on, drawing closer and meowing eagerly. Come on, tell me. I know everything happening around here. It was quite the social creature for a cat. Loka sighed in resignation. All right, do you know the situation of this family's daughter? That gloomy person? The white cat clicked its tongue, quite unfortunate. Possessed by her own ancestor, and who knows where her spirit has drifted off to. How do you know it's her own ancestor? Haven't you seen how her parents dote on her? The white cat was full of gossip. It seems to be quite a prominent family. Several newcomers have arrived these days, all respectful toward that old ghost. This morning, the couple took the old ghost in a rather long luxury car, and they haven't returned since. Loka lifted her chin. What about the man? What was his reaction? The family of three seemed to have exchanged some words. I was a bit distant and caught just a glimpse, but looked rather unpleasant. The white cat leaned in closer. You still haven't said what you were watching this family for. After all, you were a stranger around here, and I've not seen you before. Loka nodded. Indeed, a stranger. I am the little person who was expelled, returning to find my body. Do you believe that? The white cat scrutinized Loka from head to toe, its feline expression clearly indicating disbelief, and bluntly stated, Our little cat has no other advantages. But I can discern spirits with great accuracy. I can't tell that you are human. After a brief pause, the white cat meowed softly. Loka's exceptional hearing caught its muttered words. Oh right, that unfortunate soul is indeed a person. Loka pretended not to hear, gazing at the slanting moon in the west, contemplating the next day's visit to Baima Sea. I must return. Return? Yes, I have a host. Loka stretched lazily and stood up. The white cat followed suit, its ears perked up. You have a host? Loka looked at it with some confusion. As a cat, how could I possibly appear so far from home? Isn't it late? Aren't you going home? The white cat raised its tail high. These nearby neighborhoods are all under my domain. if not for your pitiful state as a eunuch. I would have chased you away long ago. Loka, unfazed as a female, replied, "Oh, then I shall take my leave." Used and discarded without a second thought. The black cat gracefully arced through the darkness, landing lightly on the ground, turning back to flick its tail as a farewell to the white cat. Upon returning to Gu Jue's side, Loka instinctively nestled beside the young man's pillow, noticing that the bracelet on his wrist had cracked another bead. The non-existent brow of the little cat twitched, thinking about the visit to Bai Ma Si the next day. Loka felt a bit more settled and curled up to sleep soundly beside Gu Jue. Bai Ma Si was a place of tranquility amidst chaos. Situated in the center of the city, with a lake preserved due to its ancient origins, Gu Jue and Loka arrived early, and the temple was nearly empty. Despite its renowned status, the passage of time rendered the temple quaint and weathered. The temple had not undergone expansion, consisting of a small courtyard leading directly into the Buddha hall. An elderly monk clad in a gray-brown robe stood before the incense burner, quietly gazing in their direction, his demeanor serene, as if awaiting their arrival. Gu Jue carried a black messenger bag, with Loka nestled inside, occasionally peering out. "Good morning, benefactors," the monk greeted with an air of mysticism. "Please, come in and enjoy a cup of tea." Gu Jue nodded, and the old monk led the way. The tea room behind the Buddha hall was somewhat different from what one might envision. Though it retained its ancient architecture, it did not lack modern elements such as bright lighting and a tea bar. It was Loka's first time venturing to the back. Usually, she and her family would hastily complete their prayers in the front hall before leaving. "Enjoy a cup of tea." The old monk poured 3 cups of tea for Gu Jue, who sat facing him on a mat, creating an atmosphere conducive to discourse. Loka casually surveyed her surroundings, inadvertently catching sight of a price list posted behind the door. Tea, 500 cup. Snacks, 1,000 a plate. Well, without having done anything, they had already spent 1,500. The poor little creature turned to observe the old monk's benevolent face, feeling as though he only bore 2 words: rip off. After all, this was the oldest and most famous temple in the city. Was this truly acceptable? Gu Jue, however, remained unfazed, casually glancing at the inconspicuous price list behind the door, savoring his tea with a relaxed expression, even sighing, "What a fine tea." The old monk smiled slightly. "Do you not find this tea expensive? Good tea is hard to come by." Gu Jue replied nonchalantly, "Moreover, we have come seeking assistance. In comparison, these few cups of tea are insignificant." Indeed, the old monk chuckled lightly. "I am known as Chewy. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Loka, who had not been paying attention before, suddenly lifted her head, her golden eyes fixed intently on the old monk. Chapter 15. The monk and the old monk. The old monk met Loka's bright gaze and smiled slightly, though age may dim one's sight. "I can still clearly discern between human and cat. Then what means do you possess to assist me in reclaiming my body?" A series of meows echoed through the empty room. The old monk paused, meeting Gu Jue's inquisitive gaze, and calmly replied, "Monastics are not deities. You may stay here for the night, and we can discuss matters further then." Staying overnight at Bai Ma Si cost 5,000, and with the afternoon meal, nearly 10,000 had been spent without accomplishing anything. The impoverished Loka felt somewhat numb as night fell. Once she could speak again, Loka promptly voiced her grievances about the temple's commercial practices. Gu Jue, however, did not continue to play the fool. The room they were to stay in was merely a standard monk's quarters. He fetched water from next door with a cup in hand and returned to his laptop to continue working. Chu he had yet to arrive. So Loka felt awkward interrupting Gu Jue and slipped out to wander. Monks had morning and evening duties to fulfill, and as Loka wandered to the front courtyard, she heard the monks chanting, their voices resonating with the reverberation of Buddha's teachings, inducing a sense of relaxation. Though Bai Ma Si appeared small, there were many monks, all of whom seemed deeply devoted. The temple was devoid of malevolent spirits. Only a select few benevolent souls with great virtue could enter, quietly kneeling before the Buddha, experiencing the sanctity of the moment. Loka listened for a while, relishing the serene atmosphere, but feeling that it was time to leave, she stretched and turned to depart, only to collide with the old monk seeking donations. The old monk, clad in cloth shoes with hands clasped together, approached with a kindly gaze. Loka vividly remembered his unscrupulous demeanor when soliciting money. "What do you want?" "I have no money to give you." Chewie smiled. "Staying here for the night will help dissipate the negative energy you've accumulated. Since the female benefactor can now speak, could you kindly share what you wish to communicate during the day?" Loka was straightforward. "I want to return to my own body. Can you assist me?" The monk replied, "To occupy another's nest is difficult." Loka was not surprised and further inquired, "My host's yang energy has diminished significantly because of me. He is a young person, attracting many malevolent spirits, which is perilous. Do you have a solution for this?" "Benefactor," the monk replied gently, "this is your shared fate, and also your shared tribulation. Entangled destinies must ultimately be resolved by yourselves. If cats had eyebrows, they would surely be furrowed at this moment. He is innocent, unjustly entangled in this predicament because of me. As a practitioner, cannot you lend him a hand?" Loka's tone grew firmer. "You have already taken a substantial amount from him today. The cause and effect are established. You cannot offer nothing in return. Today's spiritual cleansing is sufficient to offset the debt." The young monk, Chu Yi, wore a smile on his face, gazing at Lu Ku with the eyes of one observing an innocent child. Under such scrutiny, Lu Ku felt her heated thoughts cool. Chu Yi was correct. Masters with profound abilities are exceedingly rare. If he could dispel the lingering malevolent energy surrounding Guju, it would not be a loss, particularly for an ordinary person. Guju, unlike Lu Ku, had achieved financial independence. Such expenditures were trivial for him. However, if Lu Ku remained by Guju's side, it would only serve as a temporary solution. The conflict between the yin and yang beings was inherent. Lu Ku fell silent for a considerable time, while Chewie patiently awaited her response. As night descended, a chilling breeze swept through, and Lu Ku, even as a cat, felt a shiver of cold. What should she say? She must say something. Guju should not suffer such unwarranted consequences. Lu Ku understood clearly that the situation of the Lu family was far more complex than it appeared, and as a cat possessing a human soul, her survival depended on staying by Guju's side. She could not guarantee that another would be as accepting of her as he was. Lu Ku gazed up at the old monk, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she was merely a young girl in her early 20s. This perplexity did not linger long, as she soon discerned the source of the coldness. Chu Yi, still smiling, suddenly lifted her up, his feet firmly planted in the bagua stance. As Lu Ku focused her gaze, she discovered a massive malevolent spirit lurking on the rooftop, peering down like a spider or a lizard, its tongue extending like a frog's, adorned with suction cups, exuding a palpable aura of death. How could this be a Baimasi? Lu Ku gasped in astonishment. Chu Yi nonchalantly waved his wide sleeves, and although they were in close proximity to the malevolent spirit, it felt as if they were worlds apart. "Nothing is impossible," he remarked, even taking the time to address Lu Ku's concerns. Lu Ku nestled in Chu Yi's embrace, a stream of Sanskrit energy flowing from his sleeves, binding the malevolent spirit like a long whip. The sound of scriptures from the temple grew deafening in Lu Ku's vision. The ancient corridors of Baimasi shimmered with golden light, and the malevolent spirit writhed and screamed as if thrown into boiling water. Lu Ku was transfixed. While she had witnessed the grotesque horror of malevolent spirits, she had never seen a human practitioner exude such grace and composure. Suddenly, a hand gently covered her eyes, and Chu Yi spoke with a hint of amusement. "This is not something for a little cat to behold." Lu Ku, still dissatisfied, struggled to break free, only to be gently but firmly pressed down by that hand. "Your eyes would be burned," Chu Yi added softly, prompting her to quiet down. The howling of the malevolent spirit did not last long. As soon as Chu Yi released his grip, Lu Ku saw only twinkling stars. Had it been exorcised? Lu Ku looked up, her expression adorably innocent and dazed, and in the next moment, she sprang up and swiftly tore off the monk's beard that had been sticking to his chin. She had just noticed that the monk's skin was not the dull, wrinkled visage of an elderly man. On the contrary, it was full of youthful vitality. Chu Yi was momentarily taken aback and looked down, seeing that the black cat had retreated several meters away, her golden eyes gleaming with a sense of vengeance. The monk chuckled softly, thinking to himself that it was typical of a cat to be so meticulous. Luca gazed at him intently. The removal of the false beard revealed the monk's youthful visage, which starkly contrasted with his previously worn demeanor. "Who are you?" Luca asked coldly, nearly bristling. "I am the monk, Chu-yi," he replied with a slight smile, and with a tremor, the aura of age around him gradually dissipated, revealing him once more as a handsome young monk. When Guju arrived, he was greeted by the peculiar scene of a standoff between a man and a cat, both amusing and strange. Guju first glanced at the fake beard on the floor before turning to pick up the black cat and apologizing to Chu-yi. "The little cat can indeed be quite mischievous. Please do not take offense, Master Chu-yi." Chu-yi disregarded Lu Ku's fierce demeanor, but he was somewhat surprised. "You still remember me?" Guju hesitated, glancing at the beard on the floor, and replied softly, "While I respect everyone's interests and hobbies, I'm not so blind as to mistake someone for another based solely on a beard." Guju's words were gentle and appropriate. Yet Chu-yi felt a sting of humiliation. Chapter 16. The wealthy one Chu-yi became a monk at the age of 8, exhibiting remarkable talent. After his training, he often enjoyed playing harmless pranks using his illusionary techniques, making it difficult for even his master to see through his disguises. A few moments of silence passed, and Chu-yi joined his hands in prayer, uttering Ba. Guju nodded slightly. "Has the master gone traveling?" "Yes." Chu-yi recalled that his master had advised him of an esteemed guest's arrival before departing, his playful demeanor now tempered, appearing dignified and respectful. "I will take the two of you back to the meditation room." As Chu-yi's illusion faded, the true visage of Baima seemed to reveal itself fully to Lu Ku. Although night had fallen, the details of the architecture became increasingly pronounced, with benevolent spirits flitting about, an inaudible Sanskrit chants echoing in the air, subtle golden patterns drifting through. This was the millennia of accumulation within the ancient temple, the very breath of the place. Chu-yi brought a tea table from an adjacent room, cheerfully pouring tea for Guju, while Lu Ku eyed the teacup with suspicion. "This is complimentary," Chu-yi said with a light laugh. Unaware that she was a guest, Lu Ku had been somewhat impolite earlier. They were still in the same monk's quarters, yet everything felt remarkably different. Lu Ku stole a glance at Guju, who appeared unfazed, wearing a smile that conveyed warmth and politeness. Guju held Lu Ku close, gently stroking the black cat's head. "I have 2 matters to discuss." Chu-yi poured 3 cups of tea before Guju. "The lady has already mentioned 2 matters to me. I wonder if they align with what you wish to discuss." Guju did not inquire about Lu Ku's questions. "What is your answer?" Chu-yi spoke slowly. "For an ordinary person, the 3 flames of their spirit are stable. Even if a soul occasionally departs, family can call it back, and the physical body attracts it without much effort. However, for this lady, if I am not mistaken, her physical body has already been lost." Guju furrowed his brow slightly. Chu-yi continued, "The physical body is the dwelling of the soul. A house can only accommodate one person. If a lonely spirit occupies the body and does not leave, you cannot enter." Luca asked, "What can you discern?" "Practitioners are also mortals." Chu-yi only spoke of what he could see. "What can you see that I do not know?" Luca said. Chu-yi studied her for a moment, then said, "Your soul is unstable. Even as a black cat, there are gaps. This should not be the first time your soul has left your body. I am a person, easily disturbed since childhood. This is indeed not the first time. But normally I return to normal within 3 days." Luca hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the anomalies concerning her family for collective analysis. In her indecision, Chu-yi spoke again. "What kind of disturbance could cause a person to repeatedly have their soul depart? If it were so simple, everything would be chaotic." Luca stammered. "I am a girl, with heavy energy." Chu-yi replied, "Forgive my bluntness, but you seem as though you have been expelled from your physical form. The soul acts instinctively, often faster than human intention. The black cat, being spiritual, also has a nourishing and restorative effect when the soul resides within it. If all were normal, even if you possessed a body, it should be that of a recently deceased, unclaimed shell." Expelled? A chill ran through Lu Ku's heart. Yet what value could an old ghost possess that would compel her parents to disregard familial ties and offer their daughter to the clan? How could her parents have the capability to act? Or was it the clan that intervened? What was the purpose of all this? If this time her soul was forcibly expelled, what are the previous occurrences? If one were to say that Shui speaks without thinking, then why has Liu Yao, who is so many years her senior and also of the Yin lineage, never encountered anything of the sort? Why have her relatives suddenly taken a stand against her? Lu Kersin is in turmoil. The black cat's tail lashes like an iron whip, while Gu Ju gazes quietly, reaching out to stroke the cat's head. Lu Kersin, absorbed in her thoughts, turns away and presents Gu Ju with her rounded backside. Gu Ju remains unfazed, retrieving a cracked set of Buddhist prayer beads from his pocket, an offering from a Zen master years ago. Chuyi caresses the beads, asking, "Would you prefer to repair them or replace them? What do you think would be best?" Chuyi breaks into a smile. "Then let us opt for a new set. For a few years ago, your vitality was at its peak, like the sun at noon, and this string of beads would merely have served to embellish. Now, if you intend to accompany the benefactor, this string will no longer suffice." Chuyi turns to extract a black wooden box from the corner of the monk's wardrobe, revealing a string of dusty sandalwood beads within. He pushes the box toward Gu Ju, his smile blinding. "I have cherished this string for 7 or 8 years. Offering it before the Buddha for 49 days is a formidable talisman against malevolence." The monk pauses slightly, his smile widening. "The price is 150,000. Lu Kersin is jolted awake by the astronomical figure, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you a swindler?" Chuyi nonchalantly steps back, wary of the exuberant, money-obsessed cat swiping at him. "To resolve this matter is quite simple. Once you part ways, you shall no longer require such external possessions. Even if the male benefactor is as radiant as the blazing sun, being drained by a Yin person like you is exhausting. I am not one to force a sale. The decision lies entirely with you." Having spent so many days with Gu Ju, Lu Kersin feels an overwhelming sense of indebtedness toward him. Her monthly allowance is but 1,000 yuan. Once she graduates from university and begins working, how much will she earn each month? The thought makes her head throb. While the little cat's anger is palpable, Gu Ju remains composed, extending a card and mentioning the password is on the back, inquiring if there is anything else of value. He adds that the card holds 500,000 yuan. Both Chuyi and Lu Kersin are taken aback by his display of wealth. The young monk falls silent for a moment before clearing his throat, and Lu Kersin perceives a hint of flattery in his smile. "This string of beads can suffice for some time. Thus, you may leave the card with me. If you need anything, send me a message, and I will mail it to you. In return for your kindness, I shall offer you a discount of 10%. Seeing Gu Ju nod in agreement, Chuyi promptly retrieves his phone from beneath his monk's robe. "Let us exchange contact information to facilitate future correspondence." Lu Kersin's feline expression is somewhat dazed. "Where is your monkly demeanor?" Chuyi chuckles lightly. "One must leave a solid and reliable impression on the visiting patrons. Do you think that a young monk like me would evoke a sense of prowess? Since we shall inevitably interact in the future, I shall not feign. I do not wish for you, little kitty, to think me insincere." Lu Kersin finds his reasoning sound, and in that moment, even the pretense of being an old monk feels justified. After all, is it not to counter the stereotypes that people hold? Chuyi is playful and embodies the spirit of youth. "Very well, you all may rest now. I shall check on the little ones and see how they are faring with their studies." Chapter 17. The memory capacity of cats. Chuyi departs decisively, leaving Lu Kersin and Gu Ju exchanging glances. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Kersin hesitantly asks, "Is writing a lucrative endeavor?" Gu Ju pauses slightly. "It's decent. I have few expenses." The young man then retrieves an unopened packet of cat treats from his bag, glancing down at her, softly inquiring, "Would you like some?" His shoulder-length black hair falls over his forehead, his dark eyes and fair complexion causing Lu Kersin to feel uncharacteristically drawn to his calmness. As a struggling student, she has never encountered such affluence. Her parents have scrimped and saved to afford a down payment for Liu Yao. The fish-shaped treats are devoured obediently by Lu Kersin. Gu Ju squints in delight, gently saying, "You need not feel burdened. Consider this an equitable exchange." Lu Kersin pauses, licking the crumbs from her nose. "Exchange?" Gu Ju explains, "My creativity requires inspiration, and being in your company undoubtedly allows me to witness worlds previously unseen. Moreover, abandoning a domesticated cat is akin to murder, especially given that you are the embodiment of a human soul. In today's urban environment, without a caretaker, a cat would struggle to survive, possibly even failing to find a source of water. With a hint of amusement, Guju adds, I do not wish to tarnish my character for such reasons. I wonder if you can accept this? Lu Kursin gazes at him with her golden eyes, somewhat uncertain. If you were in my position, would you abandon an innocent soul residing within a cat's body to wander the streets alone? The black cat shakes its head vigorously, as if to say no. Guju gently presses his finger to the cat's brow, speaking softly. In that case, there is no need for further hesitation. Simply proceed with your original plan. You need not worry about me. This amount of money is trivial to me. Lu Kursin remains silent, utterly awestruck by Guju's financial prowess. Forgive her for being a penniless student with barely 1,000 yuan to her name and no savings. After a pause, the black cat raises a paw, its expression serious. I think I shall switch my major to Chinese language. May I ask, esteemed teacher, do you believe I can make a living through writing? Guju is momentarily taken aback by the cat's sparkling eyes, suddenly unsure how to respond to the renowned literary figure, teacher Buju Xiao. The night at Bema Temple is serene, shielded by the ancient temple, entirely free from disturbances. Lu Kursin is delighted to enjoy a sound sleep. Rising early the next day, alongside Guju, the young man, donned in his workout attire, patiently watches as Lu Kursin playfully meows. Chuyi is particularly attentive to the wealthy patron, accompanied by 2 young acolytes carrying trays. The acolytes appear around 7 or 8 years old, slender and dark-skinned, their bright eyes furtively observing Lu Kursin. Children possess an innate fondness for fluffiness. Chuyi, aware of Lu Kursin's nature, fears she might frighten the children and warns the young acolytes. This creature can be fierce. Keep your distance. The fearsome black cat immediately bares its teeth at Chuyi. The young acolytes promptly avert their gazes, obediently placing the trays down and scurrying away. The trays contain breakfast and snacks. Guju select a light piece to offer Lu Kursin, while the black cat contentedly nibbles nearby. Chuyi remarks, if all pets were as well-behaved as the benefactor here, it would be a blessing. Guju inquires, is there any way to make her speak during the day? Chuyi answers succinctly, no, unless she cultivates and transforms into a spirit, shedding the vocal bone of a beast. Lu Kursin silently rolls her eyes, finishing her meal and stretching lazily before meowing at Guju. After a moment's thought, she raises a paw to indicate the door. You wish to go outside? She meows. Meow, meow, meow. Very well, I want to wander off. The black cat, satisfied with the affirmation, squints her golden eyes and dashes out like a bolt of black lightning. Chuyi finds their interaction amusing. It seems you two communicate quite well. After spending time together, they have developed some understanding. Guju gazes down at his tea, steam rising, embodying the elegance of a refined gentleman, engrossed in his own matters while waiting for her. Guju pauses slightly, adding, extend my stay in the Zen room for another day. The payment will be deducted from the card. Chuyi replies, the old residence is too far. Lu Kursin is well acquainted with returning to the Lu family home. The white cat waits excitedly atop a nearby tree, thrilled to see Lu Kursin approach. I thought you would never return. The white cat brushes its tail against Lu Kursin's back. I waited for you all night last night, but you never came. I didn't expect you would come in the daytime. Lu Kursin feels somewhat perplexed. What were you waiting for? The white cat leans inconspiratorially. Are you truly the little person who had her body snatched? Believe it or not. Loka squinted her eyes and gazed into the window of the Lo household. With her exceptional dynamic vision, the cat could discern no movement within. Stop looking. That couple hasn't returned yet, and their son went out to buy groceries this morning, she mused. Not back yet? Loka expressed surprise. For the old residents never allowed those who had split from the family to stay overnight. I wouldn't know. The white cat tilted its head, persistently demanding an answer. You still haven't told me. Loka flicked her tail, indicating her less than pleasant mood. So what if I am? I'm a cat now. Oh, that's quite unfortunate for you. The white cat seemed invigorated by the response. Won't you seek revenge then? Loka remained silent, while the white cat bounced with ideas. Throw mice at them. Toss dead birds against the window. The black cat found it all rather exasperating. Kittens are so innocent. Loka twitched her whiskers, contemplating whether she should contact Lo Yao first. In truth, she had intended to do so, but that distant glance had disrupted her plans and composure. People often indulge in self-deception to some extent, evading reality. Once again, Loka confirmed with the white cat, did this family's son indeed argue with his parents? When no answer came, the black cat turned back in confusion, meeting the white cat's bewildered expression. I suppose the white cat hadn't anticipated such a question. You know, a cat's memory is limited. I have long since discarded such trivial information. Loka felt a twinge of shame for her high expectations of the kitten. Yet this did not deter her desire to have a face-to-face conversation with Lo Yao that evening. However, how could she convey a message to the owner without causing worry? Perhaps influenced by the kitten's bad habits, Loka considered Gu Jiu's good-natured temperament and the considerable distance involved, believing she could resolve matters swiftly and return. Chapter 18. Borrowing objects the wait from day to night seemed interminable, yet for the kitten, it was merely a brief nap. As night fell, the black cat stealthily tapped on the window of her bedroom, and unsurprisingly, Lo Yao opened the window to look out. Seizing the opportunity, Loka slipped inside. Boldly settling herself on the desk in front of the window, her golden eyes fixed on the young man, utterly still. The white cat maintained a safe distance. Watching from the treetops nearby, Lo Yao blinked in surprise, feeling a sense of familiarity with the black cat before instinctively leaning out the window to scan the surroundings. Whose cat is this? It certainly doesn't look like a stray. Loka patiently observed him as he busied himself for a moment before slowly calling out, "Brother." Lo Yao froze momentarily, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before his gaze landed on the black cat. Upon realization, his face lit up with joy. "Ka? Have you possessed a cat this time?" "Yes. How did you get home?" "I nearly couldn't find you." Lo Yao scratched his face, a hint of guilt evident. "Mom and Dad said there was an urgent matter and asked me to bring you back." "Oh, right about your body." Loka feigned ignorance. "What's the matter?" "Well," Lo Yao seemed to ponder his words, awkwardly continuing, "the ancestral family summoned an ancestor back to the mortal realm, borrowing your body as a temporary vessel." He spoke lightly, but Loka was grateful her current form betrayed no emotions. "What do I do now? I thought I would return to my body in 3 days." "You needn't worry. I've asked Mom and Dad. It's merely that you happen to be a person and a girl, coinciding with the spirit leaving the body, so the family came to borrow you. You know how capable our family is. They have all sorts of talented individuals. You also know Dad's personality. He always responds to the family's requests." As Lo Yao spoke, he himself found it somewhat forced. Noticing Loka's silence, he fell quiet as well, only to gently ask after a moment, "Kaka, why aren't you speaking?" Loka's tone was far from pleasant. "I don't know what to say. After all, that is my body, not an object. Why is it so naturally treated as something to be borrowed? What if the ancestor refuses to return it?" Lo Yao looked helplessly at the petite black cat, whose voice was unmistakably that of his sister, yet appeared so foreign. This was his first time witnessing Loka in such a state. Usually, her spirit would find its way back without him needing to react. Now, as he looked down at the small black cat, he began to ponder where Loka had been all this time without her body. Had she been well-fed and warm? Had she suffered any harm as a black cat, being chased or mistreated? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Lo Yao found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth opening and closing as he finally stammered, "Wait here, I'll get you some milk." He rummaged through the cupboard for the prettiest clean plate and spent some time searching the refrigerator for milk, then began to fret whether the cold milk might harm the delicate stomach of the kitten. It took him a full 10 minutes to bring a plate of milk over. The young man half squatted in front of the desk, cautiously pushing the plate to the black cat's feet, his expression one of careful apprehension. He was so nervous that sweat beaded on his forehead. "Kaka, take a look and see if you like it. It shouldn't be too cold. I've never raised a cat. I've heard that cats have sensitive stomachs. If you don't like it, don't drink it. I would want you to feel unwell." "It's fine. I happen to be hungry." Loka lowered her head to hide the complex emotions swirling within her. knowing that no one could discern anything from her dark feline visage. The milk that Lo Yao had poured was not much, and it soon ran out. Lo Ka still found herself pondering the question that concerned her most. How long did her parents intend to lend out her body? Lo Yao resembled a puppy waiting for its owner's affection, squatting humbly beside the desk. Mom and Dad have already taken the ancestor to the family's old residence. They will bring your body back when they return from there. They promised me. If they still need a physical body, I am also a in person. So it's the same, you can rest assured. Lo Yao cautiously reached out a finger to gently touch Lo Ka's forehead. Are you still hungry? Shall I get you some more? Lo Ka did not believe that their parents would part with their precious son. In fact, she found this narrative dubious, linking it to what the monk had said on the first day. No need. Lo Yao, despite being a 26-year-old young man, often behaved like a protected little princess in the Lo household, his demeanor always tinged with a touch of innocence. Lo Ka was acutely aware of the unfair treatment she and her brother had faced since childhood. Yet, wasn't this quite normal? How many families exhibit a preference for sons over daughters? The Lo family, with its long history and intricate connections, was hardly an exception, as they were merely one among countless families. Lo Ka's self-pity did not linger long, as the sound of meowing drifted in from outside. Lo Yao, unable to comprehend, heard the white cat's call. Hey, come out. Your owner is looking for you. To be fair, the term hey was rather unappealing, and she was fortunate to be a girl. The black cat tilted her head slightly, and Lo Yao noticed her shift in focus and asked Kaka, what's wrong? I have to go. Lo Yao was taken aback. Aren't you going to wait for Mom and Dad to come back? No. I'll go check on the old residents myself. Lo Ka was decisive in her departure, and before Lo Yao could react, the black cat had already leaped from the window, disappearing into the darkness. The young man felt a pang of hurt at his sister's indifference, but more so, he felt excitement. After sharing his joy with his parents via phone, his gaze remained fixed on the darkness for a long while. Following the white cat's directions, Lo Ka soon found Gu Jue not far from the entrance of the community. The young man was half squatting, intently feeding the white cat food. When he inadvertently looked up, he effortlessly caught sight of the golden eyes glimmering from the shadows. Back already? The black cat approached with an air of pride, while the white cat enjoyed its meal. Oh, you're here, huh? Your owner is quite generous. This cat food is delicious. I could eat another 2 servings. How about considering adopting me too? Healthy, beautiful, and capable. Not just a mere servant. I excel at catching mice and birds. Lo Ka paused for a moment before replying. How did you find me? A certain individual admonished me not to roam about recklessly, yet they themselves did not return home for the night. However, it seems my suspicions were not unfounded. Gu Ju offered a faint smile, devoid of any anger, as he casually petted the white cat and picked up Lu Ku, saying, Come, I shall escort you home. After a brief pause, he glanced down at the white cat clinging to his pant leg, which was clearly pleading to be held. It was indeed quite lacking in the dignity one would expect from a local overlord. Lu Ku exchanged a silent glance with the white cat and nodded in agreement. Chapter 19. Entering the old residence, the wealthy gentleman, upon stepping out, had a buy-one-get-one free offer, which the monk, Chu Yi, could only observe with one eye open and the other closed. Having witnessed many such scenes, he could even compliment the beauty of the white cat. And it was indeed splendid. The 2 little acolytes behind him were nearly mesmerized. One of the senior brothers whispered, I wish to touch it. The other chimed in, Me too, this big white cat is so beautiful. Hearing the flattery, the white cat's tail nearly soared to the heavens, and it joyfully approached the 2 dark-haired children. Rubbing against them, the little acolyte's eyes sparkled with delight. Several small, dark hands instinctively found their way onto the white cat's back, and soon, more little acolytes rushed over, creating a crowd of eager children, all friendly towards the new creature. This scene took Chu Yi by surprise. The handsome monk scratched his nose and after a moment turned to Gu Ju, the wealthy master, and said, If it proves difficult to take this large white cat with you, our temple will be happy to adopt it. It would bring joy to the countless little ones here. Hey, kids, do not grab my tail. That is my tail. Do not pull. The black cat, observing the spectacle, chose to ignore the white cat's protests about maintaining dignity. instead wrapping its tail around Guju's wrist with an indifferent expression. Fortunately, the white cat was quite tolerant of the children, and despite its grumbling, it showed no signs of wanting to escape, rather seeming to relish the attention. Luku wrinkled her nose, allowing Guju to lead her back to the Zen room. "What have you done all day?" Guju inquired softly. Luka paused for a moment before responding. "I waited until dark. It was a bit far, so I just waited there." Guju easily made the connection. "You want to find Lu Yao?" "Yes, I wanted to ask him some questions." "Any insights?" Guju absent-mindedly scratched the black cat's chin, which purred contentedly. Luka's expression was complex as she replied, "My brother is a naive fool." Guju took a few seconds to digest what Luka had just said. In other words, there was nothing of value. She did not trust a word her brother said. Luka flicked her tail and asked, "Can you take me to the Lu family's old residence tomorrow?" Guju pondered for a moment. "The Lu family's old residence on Mount Wang in the north of the city? You know it?" Guju chuckled softly. "A small part of the Lu family's old residence is also an open attraction. Have you forgotten?" "I forgot." The ancestral home held an unmatched status and respect in the eyes of the family. Influenced by Lu Fu, all family members revered it, as if mentioning it were a sacrilege, making it a topic shrouded in secrecy, let alone treating the old residence as a tourist attraction. In truth, the old residence was steeped in history, with magnificent architecture, renowned far and wide. For the sake of local financial revenue, the authorities had coaxed the family to open a small section of the courtyard as a scenic area. As envisioned during local planning, once the old residence was partially opened, it quickly attracted a steady stream of visitors. The Lu family was not in need of money, but perhaps sought fame, or perhaps wished to cultivate good relations. Guju asked, "So what time shall we go tomorrow?" "Early. The sooner we go, the sooner we return." Luka nuzzled Guju's palm, feeling a bit uneasy. If all went smoothly, she should be able to confirm her inner suspicions swiftly. She wondered if her parents were truly capable of such cruelty, and whether the borrowed body could indeed be returned as planned. Luka did not believe that a physical form could be taken so easily and returned. Fortunately, the little cat was nimble, allowing her to infiltrate and gather information effortlessly. Guju wholeheartedly supported the vast majority of Luka's decisions. The next morning, the pair, one person and one cat, were ready to set out. Guju drove his own car, making travel convenient. Unexpectedly, the white cat managed to sneak aboard. The white cat lay sprawled on the seat, exclaiming, "Human children are terrifying." Luka stood upright, regarding it. "Are you coming with us?" "No, I have decided to stay in the temple. With so many caretakers, I can easily find one I prefer." The white cat responded decisively, but quickly grew disinterested, claiming it needed to step outside for some fresh air and to observe what was happening with this little eunuch. The black cat remained expressionless. "You might as well say you want to see the excitement." The white cat replied nonchalantly, "Your skills do not compare to mine." Guju parked the car at the scenic area, while Luku and the white cat gracefully traversed the eaves and walls, moving lightly. The white cat, having never left its neighborhood, was exhilarated by the novel sights. "I told you following you out for a breeze was a good idea." The white cat indeed performed its feline duties far better than Luku, the faux cat, moving with elegance and ease, whereas Luku appeared comparatively clumsy. Before long, Luku led the white cat to their destination. The family had strict rules, and the old residence had designated spaces for visiting relatives. As she had suspected, Luku spotted her parents' shoes beneath the steps of the small courtyard. Her parents were frugal by nature, wearing the same pair of shoes for many years, and Luka recognized them at a glance. The white cat dashed over to the shoes, turned, and meowed triumphantly at Luku in the corner, as if to say that Luku could not match the cat's agility. However, just as Luku was about to follow, a large net ensnared the white cat, and a male voice with an icy tone declared, just as a Yao said, "It has turned into a cat this time." Luku, now frozen in her feline form, realized that the one who had captured the white cat was her father, Lu Zhong, who had raised her for 20 years. The Lu Zhong of her memories was a kind-hearted, smiling middle-aged man, but at this moment his grip on the white cat was anything but gentle. The white cat, frightened, began to claw and howl, but the more it struggled against the net, the tighter it became. A gentle-voiced woman hesitated, asking, "Is this really Kiki? It doesn't seem quite right." It was Lu Mu, He Yuqin. What resemblance could a mere cat bear to a person? Lu Zhong fixed his gaze on the net, his eyes narrowing, exuding a coldness Lu Ke had never witnessed before. This chill seeped into the depths of her being through the black cat's gaze. Lu Mu, He Yuqin, asked hesitantly, "What should we do about Lu Ke? Deal with it? Why would mother use such terminology?" Lu Ke's mind, once paralyzed, began to churn again, and she belatedly understood that her parents regarded the white cat as her, yet their attitudes were anything but warm or friendly. Chapter 20. The death of the white cat, Lu Yao's timely phone call prevented further complications. Otherwise, no one would have anticipated that Lu Ke would follow them. The ancestor and the clan leader were still in discussions, and matters had yet to be settled. We could not afford to falter on our end. Lu Zhong's gaze turned fierce as he swung the net to the ground, and with the white cat's anguished cry, He Yuqin instinctively placed her hand over Lu Zhong's. This matter must succeed. Failure was not an option, or the next victim would not be just Lu Ke, though it was merely a matter of killing a cat. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Zhong's brow, for in his mind, Lu Ke's soul resided within the white cat. To slay with such intent was undeniably nerve-wracking. Lu Zhong gathered his resolve and lifted the white cat once more. In mere moments, the cat was gasping for breath. He Yuqin trembled as she asked, "Is it dead?" Lu Zhong wiped the sweat from his brow and focused his gaze, just about to nod when the white cat, as if coming back to life, sprang from the net bag and dashed towards Lu Ke. "Eunuch, run! They want to kill you." Lu Ke, as if awakening from a deep slumber, looked towards the white cat, whose once pristine fur was now speckled with blood, more of which oozed from its mouth. This was a boastful and chatty tomcat, who had been exceedingly friendly since discovering Lu Ke. She wished to save it, but felt utterly powerless, only moving to flee when the bloodied head of the white cat collided with her abdomen, propelling her into motion alongside it. Lu Zhong and his wife, noticing the white cat's actions, spotted Lu Ke, with He Yuqin exclaiming, "There's another one." They were uncertain whether the two cats before them were indeed Lu Ke, but the appearance of the new cat undeniably alleviated their guilt, prompting them to converge around her. Lu Ke had merely intended to gather information. Despite its severe injuries, the white cat remained swift, and the two cats ran side by side for a considerable distance before escaping Lu Zhong and his wife's pursuit. Lu Ke had received several blows, pain coursing through her, leading her to panic and tumble from a beam, only to rise again and continue her flight. The desperate white cat had become her anchor of hope. Lu Ke recalled a phrase, "fighting with bloodshed." The white cat, a true feline, possessed a stronger will to survive than Lu Ke, yet even the fiercest desire for survival could not withstand the severe blows it had endured. Just as victory seemed within reach, the white cat collapsed. Lu Ke, feeling helpless, nudged the white cat with her head. It was no longer clean and white, now a grimy figure adorned with scabs of blood. "Eunuch, are you foolish? Someone is attacking you. Why don't you run?" The white cat continued to murmur in complaint, but Lu Ke could see it had lost all strength to flee. The scene was undeniably tragic, as the white cat urged, "If you must run, then do so. What are you waiting for? Losing one is better than losing two." Lu Ke was rendered speechless. The white cat was astute and keenly aware that the threat to her was the very person her parents wished to eliminate. Yet the animal world was so simple. The white cat harbored no grievances about being implicated, merely muttering to itself about its unfortunate fate, having finally found someone to serve it. Mid-sentence, it abruptly fell silent, its body twitching before it succumbed to stillness. Lu Ke attempted to mimic the cat's habit, trying to carry the white cat by its scruff to take it away for a proper burial, but the white cat's size proved too great, and countless attempts ended in failure. Finally, resigned, she could only nudge the white cat into a discreet corner. The black cat felt utterly despondent. Had anyone told her that she would be saddened by the death of a cat, she would have deemed it absurd. Yet this absurdity had indeed transpired. Her father, resolute in his intent to kill her, had turned against the white cat. Her mother, fully aware, feigned ignorance, and as for her brother, Lu Yao had betrayed her. Whether intentionally or not, Lu Zhong had anticipated her whereabouts and lay in wait, not expecting that she would be accompanied by a white cat. Loka was not a competent cat, if not for the restrictions imposed on her by Lo Zhong and his wife at the old residence. Her fate would have been sealed. Without lingering, Loka turned and departed. They had charged into the Lo family's old residence, buoyed by the morning light. Today, under the sun's glare, she returned, bearing the marks of her ordeal. "Forgive my candor," the monk Chui remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. "You ought to take it to a pet hospital, rather than my Bema temple." Gu Jue was momentarily taken aback, realizing her concern had gotten the better of her. Upon examination, it was revealed that Loka bore various bruises and fractures. After all, as a kitten, to return in one piece after being pursued by two adults was no small feat, thanks in part to the white cat absorbing much of the blows for her. Gu Jue was oblivious to the events that had unfolded, but the black cat appeared lethargic, and during the day, no answers could be gleaned. After a simple bandaging, the pet hospital instructed Gu Jue to take the cat home. Gu Jue still resided in the monk's quarters at Bema Temple, granting Loka ample personal space. And it was not until nightfall that Chui entered to disturb her. "Lady Benefactor, is my white cat gone?" Loka looked up, and the understanding in Chui's eyes was evident. "I'm sorry," Loka replied, feeling disheartened. "I thought it would be easy to gather information as a cat. It certainly is convenient, as no one would suspect a furry little eavesdropper. Loka had found her previous endeavors quite successful. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was clear that unforeseen events had transpired. Chui wisely remained silent, gently stroking Loka's battered head. "In that case, Lady Benefactor, you should rest well." Upon exiting the meditation room, Chui rubbed his bald head and sighed, lamenting the loss. The white cat had been clever and handsome. He had quite liked it. Not far from there, he heard his little novice monks huddled by the flower bed, softly weeping while reciting the sutra for the deceased. This was the first time Chui realized that these usually lazy little monks were quite adept at the recitation. Approaching, he found the novices gathered around, the white cat lying stiffly in their midst, surrounded by an array of flowers. The monk turned back to see Gu Jue standing at a distance. "I will retrieve the white cat's body." Chui had already anticipated the possibility of the white cat's death, merely whispering a Buddhist chant, "Benefactor, possessing a compassionate heart." Gu Jue frowned. "This was meant for Loka." Chui replied calmly, "This indicates that the Lady Benefactor's life is not yet at an end." "I am familiar with Chui's reputation. Though young, his skills are profound." Chui maintained a composed demeanor. Such boasts from the patrons mean little. Gu Jue stated, "I wish to know the full story. This is a private matter for the Lady Benefactor." Gu Jue's expression remained unchanged, payment first. Chui paused slightly, a smile spreading across his face. "As you wish." Chapter 21. Let us get fired up. Chui, grinning broadly, asked, "What does young Master Gu wish to know?" "The truth." Gu Jue met his gaze, ignoring the sudden shift in address. "What exactly is the situation with the Lo family? Young Master Gu is unaware? If I knew, why would I pay you to inquire? Indeed, you have been away too long to be unaware of the world." Gu Jue thought that Chui had learned much from his master, the Zen master, and maintained a calm facade. Chui, sensing the conversation had grown dull, began to ramble. "The Lo family is deeply rooted and one of the prominent families in this area, though they may not rival the Gu family in wealth. They have numerous intricate connections. However, if that were all, it would not warrant such attention from Bema Temple." Gu Jue's gaze drifted afar. "Just speak plainly." Chui scoffed. "You are aware that the Lo family has dabbled in all manners of affairs throughout history, with many capable individuals among their ancestors. In recent years, their fortunes have waned, leading them to recklessly seek solutions, including attempts to resurrect their long-departed ancestors for the family's benefit. A few years ago, they consulted various sects, causing quite a stir, with many viewing it as mere folly. Surprisingly, after years of scheming, they have managed to accomplish half of their goal." Gu Jue's brow furrowed. "You mean Loka? You don't actually believe I possess the ability to discern how many times the Lady Benefactor has been reincarnated, do you? After all, practitioners are merely human, not deities." Chui shrugged. "I merely wish to offer a friendly warning to the Lady Benefactor. According to the Lo family's customs, individuals like her, born with such abilities, should undergo training from the family's spiritual practitioners immediately after birth to maximize their potential. The current situation, where she has been left out in the cold and subjected to possession, is, in my estimation, quite accurate. Guju frowned. Are you suggesting that the Low siblings were chosen vessels for possession by the Low family from the very beginning? Indeed, but let us not disclose this to the lady benefactor. I fear she may not take it well. I have already heard enough. The black cat emerged from beneath their feet. You two are acquainted? Ah, in the thrill of gossip, I lost track of time as dusk approached. The monk on the first day squinted, his words devoid of sincerity. Guju cradled the black cat, gazing intently into Lu Ku's eyes. There is some connection between my family and the Zen master, and this is my first encounter with the monk. Guju observed that the cat's tail had fluffed up like a dandelion. He paused momentarily and silently groomed her fur. Lu Ku appeared surprisingly calm. The two present believed she would say nothing further until she inquired. Isn't this situation rather insane? Is there truly no one to intervene? The monk on the first day answered matter-of-factly. The descendants of the Lu family possess an almost fanatical endorsement of their own kin. If they are willing and have reached a consensus internally, outsiders cannot interfere, as it is essentially their private affair. Of course, such occurrences should only be occasional. The monk added that if this were to happen consistently, and if other sects were to follow suit, it would lead to chaos. Baimasi is concerned about this as well. Lu Ku fell silent, as the monk had already turned to seek the young monks in the flower bed who were still reciting the rebirth mantra. The little cat drooped its ears, appearing lethargic. Guju reached out to stroke her, waiting for Lu Ku to speak first. Lu Ku's tone was strained. Does this mean that no one will assist me? After all, to them, it is merely a familial matter. If money could solve this issue, given the monk's obsession with wealth, he would have approached Guju long ago. Guju remained silent, admitting to himself that these matters touched upon his areas of ignorance. However, this does not justify the usurpation of your body. At the very least, from your perspective, you have suffered an unwarranted calamity. They have disregarded your own wishes. Had it not been for your fortunate circumstances today, it could have resulted in murder. But no one will help me. You can help yourself. Lu Ku looked up, observing Guju's serious expression. Lu Ku, are you jesting? I am quite serious. If no one will assist you, then you must assist yourself. Self-reliance is a fundamental principle. Surprisingly, Lu Ku found herself somewhat persuaded. In truth, the situation was not dire enough to reduce Lu Ku to tears. As an individual, she remained independent, with Guju, the local magnate, unconditionally supporting her. Although her body had been usurped, it housed her ancestor and would be properly cared for. Even though her parents had abandoned her, they still wished to protect Lu Yao. Lu Yao. Lu Ku's gaze became complex. She wholeheartedly trusted Lu Yao, believing in his character and the feelings he held for her. The differential treatment she experienced growing up led her to feel little surprise or difficulty in accepting her parents' decision to abandon her in favor of protecting their son. Perhaps Lu Zhong and He Yuqin had long been laying the groundwork. They seldom showed active concern for Lu Ku, as if her mere existence sufficed to fulfill their obligations. If this was all for today, Lu Ku suddenly understood. Had she known that such a separation was inevitable, she would have refrained from investing any emotions. Growing up in the shadow of the family, Lu Ku understood very well how Lu Zhong and the other members of the Lu family viewed the household. A colossal entity beyond reproach. She could suddenly envision a day when Lu Zhong and his wife were informed by the family to surrender a child as a vessel for their ancestors' arrival. Unwilling, yet powerless to resist, forced to distance themselves. Contemplating this, Lu Ku felt a measure of relief. She had always excelled at forgiving herself. Guju noticed her transformation and smiled gently, leading the black cat to the flower bed. The young monks had gathered to lay the white cat to rest in the flower bed, surrounded by a vibrant array of flowers, while the monk on the first day stood nearby with his arms crossed, looking helpless, as several young monks still bore traces of tears on their faces. Children are emotionally rich and find farewells difficult to accept. The monk on the first day, somewhat helpless, thought it was good for them to experience farewells early on. The wind rustled the branches, and Luca quietly observed, momentarily lost in thought. Guju, let us depart tomorrow. Where shall we go? Let us embark on an adventure. Keeping me by your side will render your life exceptionally vibrant. Guju replied with a hint of amusement. Does that mean I must hire several bodyguards? That is not out of the question. I could also seize the opportunity to learn some skills. Luca felt a glimmer of hope. After all, who would suspect a little cat? Guju hesitated slightly. Learn some skills and then return to reclaim your body? Despite the enthusiasm, Luca genuinely felt that this endeavor was rather daunting. The black cat visibly wilted. Guju, Chapter 22, Roadblock. The headlights sliced through the murky night like a white blade. In the dimness, it was unclear whether it was smoke from cooking or fog that enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility. The car stereo played old songs from the late 20th century. The dialect infused with an ambiguous warmth, yet rich in character. Since he did not intend to linger within the Liu family's territory and had a negotiation scheduled for the following day, Guju prepared to return with Luca overnight. Guju drove steadily, the car moving at a leisurely pace, while Luca casually perched in the passenger seat, stretching her head to observe the surroundings. Occasionally lying down to catch some sleep. Perhaps due to the night, the distance between the two cities did not seem far, yet the return journey felt prolonged. Sensing the car slow down, Luca lifted her head in confusion. Guju explained, "Someone is in need of assistance. Let me see how I can help." The black cat leaped to the windshield, peering in the direction Guju indicated. There, she spotted a red sedan parked on the emergency lane, not flashing its hazard lights. It was remarkable that Guju could see it from such a distance, where a woman in light athletic stood at the rear of the car, waving her arms anxiously, her pale arms glinting under the lights. Luca instinctively frowned. "Just help her make a phone call. You cannot do much by going there. Can you fix a car?" Guju naturally shook his head, agreeing with her reasoning, and drove closer, while simultaneously retrieving his phone to make a call. The call connected swiftly, but the line was filled with a heavy static, making it nearly impossible for Guju to discern what was being said on the other end. He simply reported what he observed. "Hello, is this the Highway Rescue Department? I just saw a red sedan at XX location that seems to have encountered an issue." After speaking, he waited quietly for a response. The static was so intense it was almost painful, and Guju furrowed his brow, bearing with it as he switched to speaker mode, suddenly hearing Luca exclaim, "What the hell?" The black cat rarely displayed such a loss of composure, leaving Guju perplexed as he turned to look. In the distance, a red sedan flickered in and out of visibility amidst the thick fog, simultaneously accompanied by the static. A ghostly female voice emanated from the phone. "Help me! Help me! Help me! Get lost!" Luca shouted into the phone before hastily ending the call with her paw, only to notice that the number Guju had dialed had already turned into gibberish. "Is this a case of a ghostly wall?" Luca stood behind the windshield, and the red sedan remained quietly parked at the roadside, the woman behind the car waving her arms as if to stop the vehicle. Guju pressed the accelerator and drove past once more, inevitably having another close encounter with the red sedan a few minutes later. Guju dare not stop. In the blink of an eye, he had driven several laps. Guju asked, "What should we do?" Luca, the spectral entity, was no expert either. "Generally, this would resolve itself by dawn, but we certainly cannot drive all night. It's only this early." Luca paused slightly, feeling her own helplessness. "Are you tired?" "Not particularly." Guju's expression remained steady. "It's all right. Don't worry. We can think of a solution gradually." On the highway, vehicles sped past, and Guju brushed past the red sedan several times, making it difficult for Luca to see clearly. Uncertain if it was a malevolent spirit, Luca remarked, then realized it was a pointless observation. Indeed, it was pointless for benevolent spirits to trap people here for no reason. After a moment's thought, she inquired about Guju's prayer beads. Guju remained focused, his gaze unwavering. He slightly raised his hand, causing his sleeve to slide down his arm, revealing the worn gray sandalwood beads resting securely on his wrist. Luca could not see outside the vehicle, so she concentrated on observing Guju's wrist. Her feline night vision and dynamic eyesight enabled her to discern that the bracelet was intact. This suggested that the spirit had yet to make any hostile moves against them. However, the inexplicable phenomenon of the ghostly wall felt like the work of a powerful spirit. Luca rambled on, unsure if she was comforting herself or Guju. Even if they could endure the situation, the car's fuel would not last indefinitely, and dawn did not guarantee safety. Luca was deeply conflicted, yearning for the calm demeanor of the monk on the first day of the lunar month, effortlessly vanquishing evil spirits with a mere snap of his fingers. Yet, she was not that monk, and the only reference she could rely on was her 2 decades of experience. Guju took a moment to pat her head, reminding her that they still needed to reclaim their bodies, and there was still much to do. The prospect of losing their bodies wasn't an immediate threat, but the present circumstances were dire. If it gets too unbearable, I'll go down and take a look, Luca said sorrowfully. Guju was surprised by her resolve. I'll accompany you. It's fine. I'm a spirit, while you, a mere mortal, would be safer in the car, Luca sighed. If things go awry, I can always return. You are my sturdy support. Yet even that support was aware that the spirit was likely targeting her. As the next round began, Guju had already parked the car 300 meters away from the red sedan. Luca slipped out from the roof of the car, the night breeze brushing against her whiskers, allowing her to sense the dampness in the air. It was fog. Lucas nosetvichet, and she stealthily approached her target with feline grace. The vivid red hue in the dimness resembled a beacon. The little cat made her way to the woman's feet undetected. As a black cat accompanied by a spirit, her invisibility was formidable. Lukiskiviko secretly praised herself, lifting her gaze to the woman who trembled defiantly, calling out to her. The woman visibly shivered at the sound. It seemed unreasonable for a female spirit to be frightened. Luca found herself somewhat speechless, but her trepidation had dissipated considerably. The spirit paused for a moment before lowering its gaze to meet Luca's. Luca sensed another hesitation. Clearly, this malevolent spirit had not communicated with living beings for quite some time. Luca concluded that a normal social interaction was necessary. What are you doing here? The spirit took a while to process before its voice emerged, crackling and distorted, emanating from the car's sound system, reminiscent of Guju's previous phone conversations. Help me, save me. We intend to help you, but you've obstructed us, she replied. Help me, save me. We're trying to call for help. Will you let us go? Help me, save me. Luca's patience was wearing thin. If you continue this ineffective communication, don't blame me for scratching you. The black cat displayed its claws, narrowing its golden eyes to appear menacing. The spirit seemed to sense the threat, taking a half step back. Indeed, a black cat was known for its ability to ward off evil spirits. Chapter 23. A Shroud of Mist. This must be a gift of innate skill. Realizing this eased Luca's tension significantly, and she couldn't help but acknowledge that a show of strength was indeed a valid approach. Help me, save me. The spirit repeated its plea like a soulless echo. Luca's cold golden eyes scrutinized the entity for a moment. Then she remembered that the spirit was not human. Its repetition stemmed solely from its lingering attachment to life before death. How did you die? Luca's tail brushed against the rear of the red sedan, confirming its physical presence before she leaped up to confront the spirit. The woman's face seemed veiled in white mist, with 2 blood streaks running from her eyes, giving the appearance of tears. Is this the spirit? Lukiskiviko wondered, perplexed. How many willingly faced death in this world? The woman's expression was one of profound grievance, clearly detached from the entity haunting the road. Yet, the little cat was well aware of the dynamics of power and vulnerability. She raised her claws and batted the car, demanding, "Tell me, how did you die?" The woman seemed unable to articulate anything else. Blood continued to trickle from her face, gradually revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes. These eyes glanced at Luca before shifting their focus elsewhere. Following her gaze, Luca's heart sank. From this angle, the white mist resembled a massive serpent coiling along the road, slowly advancing. The serpent opened its mouth, as if preparing to swallow Guju's car whole. The spirit was not the woman. Rather, she was an innocent soul trapped in this realm, unable to find peace. Run. The woman finally managed to articulate something else. As soon as the words left her lips, Luca bolted like an arrow released from a bow. Help me, save me. The woman stiffly raised her hand, only to retract it, momentarily dazed. Luca had never run like this in her feline form. She felt the wind beneath her paws, almost as if she were soaring. The serpent's mouth widened, and inside the car, Guju remained oblivious. In a moment of desperation, Luca let out a piercing yowl. Meow. The cry was hauntingly loud in the tranquil night, echoing like a cry soaked in blood, causing the mist on the road to tremble and thin. Luca wasted no time, leaping through the sunroof, and without regaining her balance, she shouted, "Step on the gas." Guju immediately pressed the accelerator. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the car shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The spirit was not the woman, but the very road itself. Luca's claws dug into the leather seat, conveying her realization. The seemingly harmless woman suddenly dashed in front of Guju's car. In a matter of 300 meters, Guju accelerated too rapidly to avoid a collision. It felt as if they had crashed into a cloud. The woman exploded like a balloon, and the world transformed into a blinding white. For a fleeting moment, Luca wondered if dawn had arrived. Had she misjudged? Was this woman also a spirit? A chill ran down Luca's spine, leaving her frozen in place. The car had vanished, and so had the woman. Guju was right beside her, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Even if a malevolent spirit devoured souls, there should be some sound, right? Could it be that the monk had foolishly substituted inferior beads for Guju's? If that were the case, it would be truly disastrous. Guju. In the shrouded mist where visibility was nil, Luca immediately heard Guju's voice in response. Luke Iskivicto. Following the sound, she took just a couple of steps before spotting Guju. The young man furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled by the scene before him, and upon looking her way, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Luke Iskivicto. Why do you look smaller? Realizing the change, Luca glanced down to discover she was clad in sportswear, her fingers slender. It was not Guju who had shrunk. She had transformed back into her human form. This unexpected joy nearly overwhelmed Luca, but she quickly regained her composure. This was not the real world. Yes, Guju's gaze fell upon her, his thoughts inscrutable. After a pause, he extended his hand, saying, "Hold on, don't get lost." Luca felt diminutive compared to Guju, but in her human form, she found herself somewhat uncomfortable with the intimacy of their actions. She couldn't help but steal glances at him. Tall and lean, Guju possessed an appealing visage, the very type she admired. His demeanor was steady and reliable, even if he was not particularly talkative. After following Guju for a while in a daze, Luca finally spoke up. This approach is futile. In this regard, she possessed more insight than Guju. We just collided with a woman's spirit. We must be in her inner world now. I sense she harbors no malice and likely wishes to protect us. Protect? Guju inquired why. I noticed there was a pet carrier placed in the back seat of her car. Luca felt a jolt, perhaps captivated by Kiki's beauty. Guju held her in place and asked, "What did you just see? You may not want to know, but it's not certain that you can't see it." Luca shrugged. Then her expression turned serious as she finally articulated the words she had been suppressing for some time. "You saw it. This is merely the beginning. You were once an indomitable shield. Countless malevolent spirits coveted you, but they were thwarted by your impenetrable defenses, leaving them only to observe. However, now that I am by your side, the situation has changed. I am like a drop of water. Given time, I will wear down your defenses. The encounters you face will only increase in frequency and severity. Just like today, there are many matters beyond my ability to resolve. Before I met you, I was merely an ordinary student, capable only of seeing these things." Luca couldn't help but grumble that the spiritual artifact given by the monk in the first year of junior high was utterly useless, considering how little time had passed since they set out. "I understand," Guju replied, no longer fidgeting, as he too didn't expect they would embark on a journey at midnight. The very thought of setting out sent shivers down Luca's spine. It was her fault for running off to remote areas in the dead of night. Luca Esquivico said deeply. Guju watched her quietly, saying, "You need not be overly frightened. I have returned." Suddenly, as if muted, the young man's figure began to blur. Luca was startled awake, just in time to see the flashlight beam from outside, illuminating Guju's face. The young man squinted against the bright light and raised one hand to shield his eyes. while the other remained protectively over Lu Ku. "Hey, young man who sleeps on the road." The voice from outside was somewhat muffled as someone knocked on the car window. Guju paused before rolling down the window, revealing several middle-aged men in uniforms peering inside with flashlights. The leader, with a gruff voice, inquired, "Young man, are you fatigued from driving? You can't park and sleep on the roadside, especially with such heavy fog. What if a fast-moving vehicle doesn't see your car? If it were a truck, your vehicle might be overturned." The men were all equipped with flashlights, making them quite conspicuous in the darkness. Luca leaned forward to look outside, noticing several police cars stationed nearby, their sirens cutting through the thick fog, disorienting her vision. "I apologize, it was my oversight, and I've caused you trouble," Guju said, rubbing his temples, still a bit dazed. The leader took out a can of Red Bull from his pocket and tossed it onto Guju's lap, his tone laced with concern. "Drink this to perk yourself up. Don't sleep now." Guju quickly assured him, "I won't." Luca remained hidden in the shadows, knowing that if she revealed herself now, it would only serve to get Guju scolded. Sleeping on the highway was one thing, but allowing a cat to roam freely in the car while driving was reckless. Guju splashed some water on his face, jolting awake, then glanced at the clock, which read 11 o'clock at night. They had set out early. It was unclear how long they had lingered here. The journey between the two districts was supposed to take only 2.5 hours, and by all rights, they should have already arrived at their destination. Checking the map, he saw that the GPS indicated they had only covered half the distance. "Should we continue?" Luca asked softly. "Let us exit at the next junction," Guju replied, disinclined to gamble with their safety, as the current situation was beyond their capacity to handle. They found a guest house off the highway and settled in for the night. The night was uneventful, but the next morning, Luca was awakened by Guju's phone call, and the sound of someone knocking at the door fully roused her. Soon after, Guju entered with a rather punkish-looking youth. With an explosion of hair, a leather jacket, and studded shorts, the boy made quite an impression. Guju stared at the youth for a moment before asking, "Are you a spiritual energy master?" "Yes." The boy blinked and removed the fake lip and nose piercings, seemingly trying to appear more trustworthy. "My name is Yu Yong, and I am a spiritual energy master. Don't let my age fool you. I've been in the field for several years." Guju paused. "You should still be in school." "Yes, it's summer vacation, so I'm working part-time." Yu Yong sighed with a hint of regret. "My schedule is flexible, but others have commitments. What should I call you, boss?" He glanced around the humble guest house. "I must emphasize, though, that despite my age, I want to allow you to take advantage of me. Payment is due daily." "Meow." Guju looked down at Lu Ku, who was tugging at his pants leg, and softly explained, "The monk from the first year recommended him as a temporary bodyguard. It feels safer." "Plus, you wanted to interact with this kind of thing." "Oh, how beautiful!" Yu Yong exclaimed, leaning closer with a smile. "Is this the little person that Master Chui mentioned? He said you wanted to learn from him. Would you like to attend a preliminary class with me? I'm quite affordable. A little preview will help you get started later." Guju found himself in a bit of a predicament, having unwittingly hired a minor, and asked with a hint of concern, "Do your parents know?" "Of course. Don't worry, boss," Yu Yong replied cheerfully. "I'm experienced and reliable. But honestly, your pairing seems a bit self-defeating. Wouldn't it be easier to just separate?" Guju turned back to pack his belongings, and Yu Yong squeezed in to shut the door behind him. "You encountered something unpleasant last night, didn't you?" "Meow." Yu Yong looked down at Lu Ku's round eyes. "With two districts so close, there was no need to spend the night in between. My guess is that you ran into something that prevented you from continuing your journey. We were supposed to meet in the city, but the boss contacted me to come pick you up." Guju swiftly packed and turned to apologize. "I'm sorry. Had I known, I would have made you come on short notice." "No problem. The one who pays is the boss." Yu Yong waved his hand. "Let us get ready to go. Oh, and don't forget to reimburse me for travel and meals." Guju nodded mildly. Only then did Lu Ku scrutinize Yu Yong. Beneath the tousled hair, the boy had a delicate face that remained pale and youthful even after removing the fake piercings, giving him a gentle appearance that belied his chatterbox nature. The punk leather jacket fit snugly, accentuating his youthful form in a somewhat indescribable manner. As Guju continued to pack, Yu Yong squatted down to meet Lu Ku's gaze, his attractive eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Little kitty, have you considered learning from me? Those with Ean qualities have an innate talent for this. Meow. How much do you charge? Don't worry, it's not expensive. After all, I'm just a summer worker. You've seen university students working part-time. We're all cheap labor, just making a little pocket money. Meow, meow. How do I know you're truly skilled? Well, if I didn't have any skills, who would dare to take on this kind of work? Young blinked and pulled out 2 capsules from his pocket. Look at this. It certainly can't deceive you. Guju found it remarkable that the 2 could communicate so freely. However, Luku was not inclined to linger. As soon as Guju finished packing, she decisively hopped into the open black shoulder bag, finding a comfortable position to lie down, meowing at Yu Yong as a gesture of politeness, seemingly indifferent. If the little kitty nestled in the bag hadn't been eyeing Yu Yong's hands with such interest, it would have been even more convincing. In truth, Luku was indeed quite intrigued by the capsules, having never before witnessed anyone contain malevolent spirits in such a manner. No matter how terrifying the entity, it seemed less fearsome when reduced in size. A capsule the size of a little finger contained a peculiar and grotesque spirit, each one tethered by semi-transparent threads that formed an oddly whimsical shape. Were it not for the incessant stream of dark resentment emanating from the spirit, one might have mistaken it for a custom-made thumb-sized doll. Yu Yong approached with a grin, presenting the capsule with a nonchalant demeanor. Isn't it fascinating? You've never seen anything like this, have you? Only someone as clever as I am could devise such a method. Luku let out a soft meow, which Yu Yong probably couldn't comprehend. Yet inexplicably, he always seemed to intuitively grasp Luku's thoughts. Every individual has their own methods and habits, and not everyone chooses to retain such things, especially since various schools of thought exist. Many elders prefer to disperse the spirits outright, but the youth, in contrast, see the value in utilizing what they have. The notion of making the most of resources is indeed intriguing, and Luku's interest was piqued. Yes, while spirits can be dangerous, they can also serve remarkable purposes. For instance, they can fetch you a drink when you're thirsty at midnight, or even provide a natural air conditioning when it gets hot, not to mention the occasional mischief they can create. It is undeniably amusing, albeit not particularly respectable. Yu Yong remarked lightly, yet Lucas sensed ample room for maneuvering within this notion. If minor daily tasks could be delegated to spirits, what of matters that involve greater stakes? Wouldn't trickery and deception be even more effortless? Those endowed with spiritual powers possess abilities that ordinary folk lack, and if misused, the consequences could be nearly as dire as those caused by malevolent spirits. Yu Yong's carefree attitude towards this recklessness painted him as rather unsavory. Luku remained silent as Yu Yong, after a brief moment of introspection, ceased his chatter, noticing that Guju was nearly finished tidying up. He eagerly darted about, demonstrating the power of wealth through his actions. The group returned home before lunch, and Yu Yong marveled at the assortment of deadly weapons adorning Guju's wall. No wonder this little guy has been safe here for so long. These weapons surely ward off dangers. Yu Yong stroked his chin, confident that as long as they remained indoors, they would be just fine. Fearing that Guju might doubt him, he pulled out his spirit capsule for display. The spirit, condensed to the size of a thumb, was visible to Guju. The once comically bound spirit now writhed in agony, some even having their limbs severed by the very threads that restrained them. The pain seemed to transcend the spirit's threshold of endurance, palpable even through the transparent capsule. Guju glanced at Yu Yong, whose expression remained unperturbed, seemingly unaffected by the spirit's suffering. Is this acceptable? Guju gestured toward the capsule. Yu Yong waved dismissively. It's fine. I merely gathered a few little spirits for convenience. Implicitly, he suggested he had plenty more such capsules. Guju refrained from commenting further, redirecting the conversation back to the weapons themselves. These items here pose no threat to humans, correct? Yu Yong pondered seriously. No, not at all. Why would a young person like you have anything to fear? The little kitty might feel uneasy, but she isn't a spirit. In fact, these items are specifically designed to combat malevolent spirits. The more ferocious the spirit, the more they dread these tools. Yu Yong's eyes glimmered with desire as he remarked, in the hands of a spirit practitioner, these could be formidable weapons, worth a pretty penny in the market. Indeed, Guju replied calmly. So my home should be secure now? Yes, of course. Just look at who is present. As night fell, Lu Ku pondered, where'll he sleep tonight? Yu Yong, intrigued by Lu Ku, hopped closer, eagerly saying, you can just call me Xiao Yu. Lu Ku smiled. How fortuitous. We shall sleep together tonight. I have many inquiries for you. I would be more than pleased, he replied. Gu Ju raised an eyebrow at Yu Yong's audacious appropriation of his black cat. Turning to unlock the guest room, you will stay here for the next few days. Also, please provide me with your family's contact information so I can notify them. You are still a minor, correct? I have just turned of age. I'm here for a summer job. Notifying my parents is unnecessary, Yu Yong protested lightly, rolling his eyes as he slipped past Gu Ju to collapse onto the bed. We all have our needs, don't we? If you don't trust me, you could at least trust Master Chu E. Gu Ju's gaze lingered momentarily on Yu Yong's bare thigh before he averted his eyes. Did you bring any change of clothes or personal items? Yu Yong cheerfully threw his friend under the bus. Master Chu, he said you would cover everything. Gu Ju sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated, as if he were a fool being taken advantage of. Nevertheless, he retrieved a shopping card from the bedside and handed it to Yu Yong, instructing him to procure necessities. This provision would last Yu Yong for 2 weeks, as living without basic supplies was impossible. However, considering he had lived alone for so long, the thought of sharing his space with a stranger began to weigh heavily on Gu Ju. Meanwhile, Lu Ku was quite enthusiastic, leaping onto Yu Yong's shoulder to maintain her balance. Before long, her claws punctured several holes in his leather jacket, causing him to grimace in pain. Miss, if you keep this up, I will have to demand compensation from the boss. Lu Ku, mimicking Gu Ju's demeanor, shot him a haughty glance, her posture radiating aloofness. Yu Yong, amused, rubbed his face and tried to mirror her expression, standing straight with a serious countenance as he nodded at Gu Ju. Well then, boss, I'm heading out. Gu Ju felt a tinge of worry, suspecting Lu Ku might pick up bad habits from Yu Yong. Lu Ku swished her tail, leaving Gu Ju with a distant view as she departed with Yu Yong. Without Gu Ju, the young person, by her side, Lu Ku felt considerably lighter. Although she was a Yin person and most malevolent spirits were oblivious to her presence, the fact that Gu Ju was a prime target for countless spirits made for an unpleasant experience. Yu Yong emulated Gu Ju, wearing a Bluetooth headset on one ear while placing Lu Ku inside a loose black shoulder bag. The pure black cat nestled within the dark bag, and with the night concealing her. As long as Lu Ku kept her eyes closed, she was virtually invisible. Yu Yong found her adeptness amusing. Honestly, everyone would be better off if you two kept your distance. I know, but when Gu Ju is away, everything is fine. I cannot be without him, Lu Ku replied. Yu Yong, perplexed, asked, what do you mean? Lu Ku rolled her eyes. Are you suggesting you would care for me? Yu Yong chuckled. That's not out of the question. What's that supposed to mean? You're a Yin person. There are countless spirit practitioners who would gladly take care of you. Many capable practitioners cannot see spirits as easily as you do. Lu Ku retorted coolly. Am I akin to those little malevolent spirits? I am human and not yet deceased. Yu Yong fell silent, realizing his words were misplaced. I meant it in a different way. Don't take offense. Gu Ju considers me human, Lu Ku said softly. How much of your behavior towards me stems from mere amusement? Even if you are oblivious to it, your respect for me is hardly significant, and that is a fact. Yu Yong fell quiet, contemplating for a while before chuckling. You little cat have quite the memory. I am Lu Ku. You may call me by my name. Referring to me as little cat for too long might lead me to believe I am some sort of spirit. Yu Yong okvardly left, perciving Lu Ku's irritation. Why are you still upset? Lu Ku replied coolly. Have I done something wrong? No, it is my fault, Yu Yong sighed, his expression one of contrition indeed. Women can be quite fierce. Chapter 26. The elevator spirit. Lu Ku gazed at him with her golden, glimmering eyes. Are you still going to buy things? Of course. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Yu Yong huddled his neck, feeling somewhat discontented. Yet Lu Ku's words were indeed reasonable. When he regarded Lu Ku as a black cat capable of perceiving spirits and communicating normally with humans, he had ceased to view her as a person. This was perilous, and Yu Yong himself felt the need for caution. He was terrified of malevolent spirits, yet in human society, he undoubtedly embodied a law-abiding citizen. How could he entertain such thoughts? It was inappropriate, absolutely inappropriate. Luku observed him with a cold gaze, shaking her head in disapproval. She leapt up to press the elevator button, only to recall afterward that an oddly shaped malevolent spirit was present within. Due to the existence of this spirit, both Luku and Guju had refrained from using the elevator for quite some time, unaware of the backstory. Yu Yong mused that perhaps the boss had an eccentric taste and had not inquired upon arrival, nearly having a close encounter with the long rubber tube that protruded from the spirit's neck. The young man exclaimed in surprise and jumped back, feeling embarrassed upon closer inspection, but then realized the reason behind Guju's avoidance of the elevator. He thought to himself how peculiar the boss's interests were, assuming it was merely due to the low floors and a desire for physical exercise. Yu Yong's eyes widened in fright. Luku rolled her eyes, remarking that the spirit appeared rather fierce. Yu Yong was taken aback. Are you afraid? Luka found it odd. Shouldn't I be afraid? Guju can't see this thing. Yu Yong, coming to a realization, noted that the boss was a young person, and this entity was not threatening to that extent. After saying this, he wore a dejected expression and lamented, "Is this extra work for me?" Despite his words, Yu Yong promptly retrieved 2 capsules from his pocket and tossed them to the ground, reminiscent of throwing pokeballs in a game. The instant the capsules hit the floor, an ominous energy surged forth as the malevolent spirits eagerly escaped, resembling a cloud of smoke. Generally, malevolent spirits maintain the appearance they held at the time of death or in their minds post-mortem. Yet these spirits appeared as if they had been deprived of oxygen for a long time, their bodies a ghastly shade of blue and purple, resembling zombies. Lucan noticed that although the spirits had emerged from the capsules, their limbs were still bound by seemingly resilient threads, one end attached to the spirits and the other to Yu Yong's fingers. "Behold, my dear lady, let me showcase my prowess." Yu Yong raised his hand, palm facing downward, as though manipulating marionettes. His fingers were slender and graceful, the threads appearing tangled around them, yet with the slightest movement of his fingers, the 2 spirits sprang into action. Is this a puppet? Luca had not anticipated that a spirit master could treat malevolent spirits in such a manner. Reflecting on this, she felt somewhat foolish. Yu Yong had hinted at his abilities from the outset, but both Guju and Luku were too unfamiliar with the world of spirit masters. The way Yu Yong controlled the spirits exuded an undeniable authority, his eyes glimmering with an unusual brilliance. With a flick of his fingers, the blue and purple spirits lunged forward like hungry wolves. The malevolent spirit in the elevator seemed to sense the impending danger, the rubber tube around its neck quaking violently, causing the impeccably dressed spirit to tremble as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Luku, feeling a twinge of fear, deftly hopped behind Yu Yong. He merely cast a glance at her before focusing intently on the spirit in the elevator. The 2 blue and purple spirits appeared somewhat sluggish under Yu Yong's control, yet their movements surged forward with alarming speed. The elevator door had a limited time frame to remain open, and the electronic devices could not detect the presence of the spirit at the stairwell. As the spirits continued their struggle, the elevator door began to tremble, preparing to close. Yu Yong's eyelids twitched, and the threads in his hand loosened under an invisible force, prompting the 2 spirits to surge forward, uniting to drag the elevator spirit out. "It's not very welcoming when you're in your own territory," Yu Yong smirked, eager to create suspense. Luku coldly interjected clearly, "You're worried the threads aren't long enough." Yu Yong's lips twitched, feeling half of his cool demeanor vanish in an instant. He merely wanted to appear impressive. "You can be afraid, but I also wish to show off," he muttered under his breath, casting a resentful glance at Luku before raising his hand high and bringing it down with force. The 2 spirits cried out as if whipped, their voices booming, causing the hallway lights to flicker momentarily. Luku, who had initially viewed him as a puppeteer, now perceived him as a master of slaves. She observed that each of his fingers was tied with knots, 2 of which extended long enough to connect to the battling spirits, while the others disappeared from view, but likely connected to the same spirits. The elevator spirit seemed momentarily stunned by this sudden outburst, pausing briefly. But in that fleeting moment of battle, the 2 spirits pounced like dogs, beginning to tear into the elevator spirit. The rubber tube trembled violently between the two spirits, and although Lu Ku heard nothing, she inexplicably sensed the elevator spirit's wails, as if it were writhing in agony. Yu Yong must have had plenty of spirits at his disposal, yet perhaps deeming the elevator spirit unworthy, he allowed the two to continue their assault leisurely, a faint smile gracing his face. After a considerable time, the two spirits finally stood up, and Lu Ku could see that the elevator spirit had been completely devoured. "Good children, look, I've allowed you to feast once more." The two blue and purple spirits crawled to Yu Yong's feet, and he, seemingly intent on boasting, gently patted their heads with a smile. Lu could distinctly notice the spirits quiver, as if unable to comprehend Yu Yong's sudden tenderness. "Let's wrap this up and leave. Are you still planning to shop?" Lu Ku remarked. "If you dawdle, the supermarket will close. The store may be open, but the shopping carts won't work." Yu Yong jolted, scooping Lu Ku into his arms and rushing into the elevator, even spreading his arms wide before the doors closed. Lu Ku caught a glimpse of the two spirits condensing back into capsules, returning to Yu Yong's palm. Through the transparent capsule shell, she could see the spirits curled up, gently caressing their round bellies, looking quite satisfied. Lu Ku remarked, "Well, it really is similar to pokeballs. Are all spirit masters like you?" Yu Yong glanced at Lu Ku, seemingly discerning her thoughts. There are various types of work in the human world, each peculiar in its own right, let alone among spirit masters. Each spirit master possesses unique methods, styles, and habits. No two leaves are identical, nor can there be two spirit masters alike. Yet here you are, a black cat with the ability to commune with spirits, yet you seem so fearful. That hardly aligns with the majestic image of a cat. Chapter 27. Information overload. Lu Ku felt her behavior was quite normal. "I'm not a spirit master, even if I can see these things. It's merely a matter of sight. Are your expectations of me too high?" "High? Not particularly. Did you think the reputation of black cats arose from nowhere? If not for their inherently rebellious nature, spirit masters would have one in their possession long ago." Yu Yong placed Lu Ku back into his shoulder bag, adjusting the weight. "You might need to stay at the locker for a bit. This bag is rather large." He continued, "However, I can't blame you. I didn't anticipate that a member of the Lu family would be so uninformed. What should members of the Lu family know?" Lu Ku's ears perked up, but she remained silent. Yu Yong had no intention of prompting a response from her, continuing to speak. "I don't know if you've noticed lately, but yes, your time as a cat hasn't been long. With either weapons nearby or heading to the Baima temple, you haven't had much chance to engage with these matters. You might want to try in the future. Black cats are quite spiritual among cats. Even white cats have the threshold of heterochromia, yet black cats are different. They appear in many urban legends, and ancient texts document them as protectors of homes, warders of evil, and bringers of wealth. In medieval Europe, black cats were considered companions of witches. Lu Ku dismissed this notion. Some believe black cats bring bad luck. This is attributed to the belief that the black cat possesses the ability to ward off malevolent spirits. Naturally, in places where such spirits are present, the shadow of the black cat is often found. With such an innate capacity for the black cat, the act of dispelling evil spirits becomes a mere pastime. However, when it is constantly accompanied by these spirits, over time, misconceptions arise. In any case, being a vessel for a black cat is indeed a stroke of fortune. Lu Ku reflects on her past encounters with danger, realizing that she has indeed managed to intimidate malevolent spirits. She contemplates her next course of action. Yu Yong shrugs, expressing uncertainty, stating that he has never been a cat. After such lengthy discourse, Lu Ku finds it all to be futile chatter. Feeling exasperated, she curls into her shoulder bag, only to poke her head out moments later, her chin resting on the bag's edge as she surveys her surroundings. The city is densely populated, giving birth to countless spirits each day. Some dissipate within a day or two, while others linger due to deeper obsessions, remaining for 10 days or even a fortnight. Some have no entanglement with cause and effect, thus transitioning smoothly into their next life, while others, burdened by grievances and obsessions, take on various forms of malevolent spirits. Modern individuals are bombarded with diverse information, resulting in an array of bizarrely shaped spirits. Some behave like ordinary office workers, waiting for buses or traffic lights, carefully avoiding physical contact with pedestrians. Others leap and frolic, intentionally allowing more passers-by to pass through their bodies, relishing the moment of suffocation as they experience the warmth of life. There are even those who, with lascivious intent, ogle handsome men and beautiful women as if they were perverts. Others go as far as to frighten children, whose spirits are unstable and can easily perceive these ethereal beings, causing them to cry uncontrollably while struggling to articulate their fear. As Yong walks along the sidewalk, Luku observes the intertwining of human and spirit, often questioning which realm is truly real. Since teaming up with Guju, Luka has not viewed the world from such a purely observational perspective for quite some time. This feeling is a nostalgic reminder of long-lost friends. However, she refrains from complaining, recognizing that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Guju has not reprimanded her for the trouble she has caused, so she feels unqualified to voice grievances. Yu Yong aptly points out that for Guju, severing ties with Luku would be the best choice. Yet, for reasons unknown, both have chosen to maintain the status quo. Noticing Luku's silence, Yu Yong begins to hum a tune, and soon they arrive at their destination, the supermarket. He does not genuinely intend to leave Luku in a storage locker. Rather, he merely seeks to arrange her bag to appear more compact. The cashier glances at the shoulder bag, which is not particularly large. Luku remains motionless, resembling a doll. And the cashier, eager to finish her shift, permits Yu Yong to enter with the bag. With clear intent, Yu Yong swiftly collects only the necessary items: a toothbrush, a cup, a towel, and slippers, moving with a surprising efficiency that catches Luku off guard. "I thought you would buy more," she comments. "I'm not staying long. And besides, I am merely working a summer job. The boss and I are not close. I have no intention of taking advantage in such matters." Yu Yong replies with a shrug, casually adding a bag of milk to his cart. The supermarket is not open 24 hours. Yet there are many young individuals shopping after work. Yu Yong walks against the flow of people and suddenly hears someone calling out. He has placed Luku's shoulder bag in the cart for convenience. Before he can turn around, Luku sees a girl of similar age to Yu Yong rushing towards him. The girl, with 2 braids and a vibrant pink skirt, exudes youthful exuberance, her large eyes wide with surprise. "What are you doing here?" she exclaims. Yu Yong seems to recognize her voice and hesitates slightly, but continues pushing the cart without any intention of looking back. "Yu Yong, stop. You haven't answered my question," the girl demands, her tone assertive, quickly drawing the attention of several onlookers. Yu Yong frowns, turning his face coldly towards her. "Is this supermarket yours? Your family doesn't even live here." The girl, undeterred, closes the distance, her demeanor aggressive. "What are you doing here? You aren't following us, are you?" Yu Yong rolls his eyes. "Am I insane? You are the one who is delusional. You pervert," she retorts, glaring at him. "Just admit you're stalking us." Yu Yong pushes the cart away and crosses his arms, looking down at her. "Who do you think you are? You need to realize that you approached me first. I haven't said anything yet. Are you a harpy? Who knows what your intentions are, you creep." The girl smirks. "Aren't you the one eager to be a third party? If I hadn't run into you, I would never have imagined that I might be on the verge of being cheated on by a man." This revelation is overwhelming, causing Luku to peek out from the bag just in time to see Yu Yong suddenly drop his hands, freezing in place. It seems he has encountered something too difficult to face, and he hurriedly turns away, lowering his head, only to meet Luku's gaze, his eyes visibly reddening. A gentle male voice calls from behind Yu Yong, laced with curiosity. "Baby, what's wrong? Didn't I ask you to wait for me here?" After a brief pause, the tone becomes hesitant. Yu Yong, Chapter 28. A reunion. In red, it appears they have encountered an acquaintance with a shared history. Luka blinks, becoming a silent observer. Yu Yong takes a deep breath before turning to face the two, laughing as he speaks. "What a coincidence to run into you here." The girl is relentless. "Do you dare to say you didn't know this is a Yong's hometown and followed us here?" Yu Yong ignores her, instead addressing the boy. "Are you two here for a date?" The boy seems somewhat embarrassed and whispers to the girl, "I told you it was a misunderstanding. Why can't you let it go? If you keep shouting like that, people will think I'm gay." The girl lets out a soft huff. The boy then turns to Yu Yong, exchanging pleasantries. "Sorry, and it has that kind of personality. Not a problem. I'm a man. I one tea quibble with a young girl. Yu Yong replies with a smile, appearing unfazed. He mentions that he has nearly finished shopping and is about to leave. Yu Yong's purchases are few, yet they fill an entire shopping bag, light but cumbersome. As he carries it, Luca notices that his steps seem to float lightly. Is that true? The black cat's head peeks out. What? About being a third party? Yu Yong raises an eyebrow in disbelief. Impossible. I had no idea he had a girlfriend. Oh, so you genuinely prefer men? Yu Yong's mood appears to dampen, his words tumbling out. No. Luca remains curious. Whether you do or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me. But such matters are typically private. Why is that girl so hostile towards you? Yu Yong kicks a stone on the ground, perhaps feeling the need to vent, and with a neutral expression, he explains, I was interrupted when I confessed my feelings for someone. It's quite infuriating. I was unaware that person was already taken. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. But she stubbornly treats me as a rival. Yu Yong rakes his fingers through his hair, his brow furrowed, and, after a long pause, he manages to squeeze out a few words, feeling somewhat vexed. Lu Ku observes, it should be easy for you to vent your frustrations or silence her. Yu Yong looks exasperated. That's against the rules, and really, is it necessary? Lu Ku, recalling the redness in Yu Yong's eyes earlier, chooses silence. After walking a bit further, Yu Yong inquires, why are you so quiet? Lu Ku, perplexed, asks, what should I say? Aren't you going to ask what happened? Lu Ku feels as if she is aging. Haven't you already told me? Yu Yong stares at her, his eyes wide. Aren't you going to ask for details? Speak if you wish. Remain silent if you prefer. That is your freedom. However, Yu Yong cannot suppress his desire to share. After all, you're just a little kitten. Sharing a few words with you is harmless. Lu Ku, thank you, but I prefer not to listen. If you don't watch where you're going, you'll end up inside the spirit's belly. Yu Yong, with an unwavering gaze, lowered his head to observe the cat, lifting a finger from the shopping bag he held. At the tip of his finger, an ethereal thread, visible only to Lu Ku and the spirit, emerged like a long, living creature, swiftly and deftly ensnaring the spirit that nearly occupied half the sidewalk, then tossing it away as if it were a mere ball. Yu Yong, with a focused demeanor, inquired, have you considered asking? Not a chance. You should watch the road. Ask. No. Why not inquire? I simply do not wish to. The black cat presented Yu Yong with a pair of golden sanitary balls before leaping from the shoulder bag. Yu Yong appeared somewhat despondent, his demeanor subdued. Yet the thread seemed to possess a mind of its own, aggressively and dominantly clearing the sidewalk of any passing spirits. It appeared quite spirited. Lu Ku cast a sideways glance at him. Why not release your subjugated evil spirit to clear the path? Yu Yong replied weakly, releasing it requires feeding. These are not even evil spirits. Why should I create trouble for myself? Lu Ku understood. This was akin to kicking a pebble, a mere outlet for his restlessness. The thoughts of a young man are inscrutable. No matter how one ponders, they remain elusive. Lu Ku had never experienced romance, nor had many male acquaintances, making Yu Yong's adolescent turmoil difficult to comprehend. Seeing him so glum, she finally took pity and asked, it seems you quite like that person. Yu Yong's expression became conflicted. Why do you have to ask in such a morbid way? How am I supposed to respond? Lu Ku, I get it. You've loved. Yu Yong sighed. Who isn't? T had a crush on someone they shooed tea during their youth. I genuinely thought he was quite wonderful. I observed him for a long time before bravely confessing. I never expected it would turn out this way. Indeed, it was unfortunate to confess to someone else's boyfriend and be caught in the act, feeling small and humiliated before the very person, making him feel as if he were a third party. Lu Ku continued walking and inadvertently paused as they passed the parking lot. It was still empty, yet today there were many parked cars, making it appear less desolate. Lu Ku was uncertain if the red-clad evil spirit was still present, but the thought still sent shivers down her spine. Such a malevolent entity was indeed rare, seemingly harmful. However, she had not heard Guju mention anyone having an accident in the neighborhood, which struck her as odd. Yu Yong halted and waited for her, observing her as she gazed intently into the parking lot. Amidst the lush greenery, the lot appeared rather sinister at night, evoking unwelcome thoughts. Luku even jumped atop a car to survey the surroundings. Yu Yong asked, "What are you looking for?" "I encountered a rather fierce, evil spirit here before." Yu Yong, intrigued, responded, "How fierce? Compared to the one in the elevator?" "To the extent that even Gu Ju could clearly see it." Luka turned back and, suddenly, the entire cat bristled, instinctively hissing in Yu Yong's direction. Yu Yong, taken aback, turned around only to find the red-clad, evil spirit standing merely an arm's length away. Head bowed, her long black hair cascading down, the vibrant red dress she wore striking. Yu Yong exclaimed in shock, retreating several steps, instinctively distancing himself from the red-clad, evil spirit. The spirit remained stationary, her head bowed, appearing like an ordinary girl of graceful stature, her long hair almost obscuring her face. Upon realizing Yu Yong could see her, the evil spirit became somewhat excited, her delicate voice hesitantly asking, "Can you see me?" Yu Yong, regaining his composure, wore a grave expression, contrasting with the nonchalance he had displayed when confronting the elevator spirit. Luku could clearly see the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "You can see me. You see me." The red-clad, evil spirit took a few steps closer, attempting to approach Yu Yong, gradually lifting her head to reveal a face composed of tattered fabric, asking a question Luku was all too familiar with. "Am I beautiful now?" This time, Luku caught sight of the spirit's eyes, which were pitch black, concealed behind the patchwork of her face, harboring a hint of madness. Chapter 29. Yu Yong's struggle. Yu Yong remained silent, cautiously retreating another 2 steps. The red-clad, evil spirit followed suit, persistently repeating her question. Yu Yong was not accustomed to communicating with spirits, keeping his lips pressed together in silence, casting a cold glance her way. The tension in his fingertips shifted, and Luku observed the area around the red-clad, evil spirit suddenly enveloped in threads, densely packed like a spider's web, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Yu Yong extended his right hand, each knot on his fingers taut, while his other hand held a capsule of evil spirit, scattering them around. A grayish mist began to seep forth, centering around the red-clad, evil spirit, as 4 distinct evil spirits surrounded her. At first glance, it seemed the tide of battle had shifted, as Yu Yong encircled the red-clad, evil spirit, leaving her unable to move. Yu Yong dared not relax. With a wave of his hand, the 4 evil spirits sprang into action. The densely interwoven threads controlled the red-clad spirit's movements for only a brief moment. She effortlessly extended her hand, severing the threads. The threads were thin, yet remarkably resilient, appearing sharp, while the malevolent mist surrounding the red-clad spirit dispersed upon contact with the threads, disintegrating as if struck by acid in an instant. Luku could hardly believe that Yu Yong had put forth such effort to arrange the threads in the parking lot for naught. Yet the imposing display seemed ineffective under the red-clad spirit's power. The mist dissolved upon contact with the threads, and the threads themselves shattered at the mere touch of the red-clad spirit, cracking and snapping like firecrackers. Yu Yong's expression grew grave, as the red-clad spirit faced off against his 4 evil spirits with ease. The knots on Yu Yong's fingertips tightened more than ever, the threads digging into his skin, pulling painfully as if they were about to snap. Luku, with her exceptional dynamic vision, observed the veins on Yu Yong's hands bursting under immense pressure. "Quickly answer my question. Speak up. You can see me." The red-clad spirit disregarded Yu Yong's elaborate setup, effortlessly breaking the threads that bound her, dismissing the evil spirits that clung to her like bothersome fleas. With a shake of her shoulders and legs, she flung 2 of the spirits away. In Luku's view, those 2 spirits began to turn transparent, indicating an ominous sign of disappearance. As the threads of his layout were nearly severed, Yu Yong clenched his fist and hurled 4 more capsules into the fray. This time, Luku distinctly perceived the fleeting hesitation and pain that flickered across Yu Yong's face. It seemed he had limited capsules of evil spirits remaining. The red-clad spirit, growing increasingly anxious from the lack of response from Yu Yong, began to stomp her feet in place like a child, her high heels clattering against the stone pavement. "Speak. Tell me why you want to say anything. How do I look now? Am I beautiful?" Yu Yong regarded her coldly. The enraged, red-clad spirit's body swelled dramatically, her attacking power seemingly escalating. Losing patience, she seized one of the evil spirit capsules, akin to chewing on sugarcane, and bit down, reducing the slender spirit to a pulpy mass. While spirits lack blood, a dark mist surged from the capsule's wound, akin to a stream of negative energy. Yeong was yanked forward, biting his lip as the threads in the area began to tremble. The red-clad spirit was fierce, fiercer than anything he had encountered since his debut. Yu Yong hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Lu Ku, the threads taut against his fingertips suddenly seeming to breach some barrier, tightening painfully around his flesh. Blood seeping along the threads, staining the entire area crimson in an instant. The crimson thread exudes an aura of potency. This time, the malevolent spirit clad in red once again emits a sound akin to a searing hiss, with wisps of white smoke rising. Yu Yong's fair visage is marred by bulging veins. Yu Yong exclaims, a glint of trepidation in his eyes. The thread, seemingly animated by a soul of its own, begins to writhe and constrict around the malevolent spirit, while the capsule spirit frantically lunges towards it, tearing at its essence. Suddenly, the fragment of the capsule spirit in the red-clad spirit's grasp lets out a mournful wail, a sound both harrowing and prolonged, before it expands and bursts like an overinflated balloon. The fierce gaze of the red-clad spirit turns upon Yu Yong, as the self-detonation obliterates half of its form. Wu Kiskiviko. The sole observer exhales deeply, perceiving a stark contrast in strength, and begins to regard Yu Yong with newfound respect. The slender, handsome youth, whom she initially thought to be a mere charlatan or perhaps a mediocre psychic, now appears transformed, his demeanor shifting from jovial to solemn and composed, as if he were an entirely different person. Abruptly, Yu Yong turns to Lu Ku, urging her to flee. Before she can react, the red-clad spirit charges at him, disregarding its own injured form as if it were a bull enraged by a red cloth. Yu Yong becomes that very cloth, yet his fingers are ensnared and taut, rendering his arms nearly immobile. What was once a strategy to restrain the red-clad spirit has now become his prison. He is hurled aside, and Lu Ku rushes to his side, kneeling beside him. Yu Yong lies face down, blood streaming from his nose and lips, a sight that sends a shiver of fear through Lu Ku. "Are you all right?" She stutters, anxiety lacing her voice. Yu Yong grimaces in pain, wiping the blood from his face and smearing his lower visage in a macabre pattern, then exhales, his gaze fixed on the slowly advancing red-clad spirit. "It's too fierce. I cannot defeat it. You should run," he sighs. Lu Ku's mind races. "Run? What will you do if I leave? Think of something. What can I do?" "Then try unleashing your power," Yu Yong suggests, his expression curiously devoid of fear as he watches the encroaching spirit. "Try? My connection is severed." Lu Ku responds in a panic. "What should I do?" Yu Yong inquires. "What do you wish to do?" "I do not know," she admits. Yu Yong offers a faint smile. "Only you can know such things. In times of distress, people often resort to trivial chatter." Lu Ku turns her attention back to the red-clad spirit. The once graceful figure now appears disheveled, confidently striding towards them, her high heels echoing with each step. "What should I do?" Lu Kiskiviko Kondis. The feline attack method is limited to scratching and biting. Yet as a false cat, her self-awareness in this regard is nearly non-existent. Furthermore, the red-clad spirit's size has doubled. What can this little cat do? Perhaps leap to strike its knee? As the red-clad spirit closes in, Lu Ku's heart races with trepidation. Yu Yong adopts an air of resignation, and she cannot abandon him to flee. She instinctively hisses at the spirit, feigning ferocity. The red-clad spirit hesitates momentarily, but continues its advance. "Meow!" Lu Ku exclaims, and though the spirit remains undeterred, Lu Ku notices with surprise that its form diminishes with each step. Is this effective? Unsure, she musters her courage, baring her claws and charging forward. Cats possess remarkable agility. Lu Ku leaps onto the head of the red-clad spirit. Strangely enough, despite spirits typically lacking a physical form, she lands securely, her claws instinctively digging into the spirit's flesh. The merged skin ignites, as if set ablaze, sparks flying and malevolent energy surging. Realizing her actions bear fruit, Lu Ke's spirit lifts, her feline eyes gleaming with excitement. This is promising. The black cat grows bold, claws slashing fiercely. The red-clad spirit, unable to shield its head, recoils as the black cat's touch appears imbued with blood-red threads, causing a dark cloud of energy to swirl above it. Yu-Yong, it works. Lu Keskiviko exclaims, exuberantly scratching at the spirit's head, and as she leaps down, she seizes a strand of its hair, composed of malevolent energy. The hair vanishes into wisps of smoke upon hitting the ground. Yu-Yong smiles at her, calling out, "Indeed, it is time for you to showcase your benevolence, dear sister. I shall bear witness." Lu Ke hesitates, sensing a misalignment, but she has no time for doubts as the enraged spirit, resembling any furious woman, glares with ferocity and lunges at the black cat for retribution. Today's black cat is no longer the same as before. Lu Keskiviko silsh invigorated. Her black fur blends seamlessly into the night, with only her luminous eyes reflecting light, rendering her nearly invisible to the naked eye. To her astonishment, she realizes that she can hold her ground against the red-clad spirit. The black cat is naturally the nemesis of spirits, each movement yielding impressive results, far exceeding Yu-Yong's earlier strategies. The two remain locked in a standoff, the red-clad spirit's false facade disintegrating, revealing raw, crimson muscle beneath, its eyes starkly contrasting against its face. "How ugly," Lu Ke remarks without reservation. The spirit seems to comprehend, its malevolent energy surging momentarily before it hesitates, wary of the power before it. Instinct-driven creatures often possess a greater awareness of danger than humans. Lu Ke, assuming an intimidating stance, hisses at the spirit, only to notice it begin to retreat, glancing back to reveal several grotesque capsule spirits encircling it, poised with malicious intent. At that moment, Lu Ke feels a surge of clarity, as if she has unlocked a hidden potential. She can effortlessly discern the danger posed by the malevolent energy surrounding these spirits, recognizing their formidable strength. The newly emerged capsule spirits are evidently much more powerful than their predecessors, and the red-clad spirit, towering above them, senses the imminent threat. Seeing the red-clad spirit flee, Lu Ke breathes a sigh of relief and turns to Yu-Yong, who is now upright, blood dribbling from his mouth and staining the lower half of his face. A fearsome sight indeed. He spits blood into a flower bed before extending a hand, drawing the nearby capsule spirits back to his palm. Now entwined with blue threads, the capsules themselves obscured in a cerulean hue. Concerned by his state, Lu Ke queries, "How are you?" Yu-Yong rummages through a shopping bag for a tissue, replying, "I'm fine." Lu Ke, anxious, observes, "You're bleeding." Yu-Yong pauses, puzzled, scratching his head. After a moment's reflection, he clarifies, "No, I merely scraped my nose on the ground. My lips hit my teeth and got cut too." He glances down at his shorts. "Oh, my knee is a bit scraped." Lu Ke's expression is complex as she inquires, "Do you still have a trump card? I thought you were done for." "This is just the beginning. This spirit is hardly formidable," he replies cheerfully, adding, "Just remember to tell the boss this is a work-related injury. I deserve extra pay." "Yet you seem to be in considerable pain," she retorts. Yu-Yong sighs. Low-level capsules are excellent for trivial tasks, requiring little sustenance and yielding much. After all, a spirit of my caliber should not be handling such weak entities. Collecting these minor spirits is not an easy feat. Lu Ke's feline countenance remains expressionless. "It seems you were trying to show off." Yu-Yong chuckled a few times, acknowledging, "Ah, you've noticed." But the young lady is quite capable. Her intuition is commendable. Just by mentioning the black cat's exorcism, she dares to confront malevolent spirits head-on. Quite impressive indeed. A promising pupil. Lu Ke gazed at him for a long while, eventually letting out a prolonged sigh. Indeed is a good thing. However, she mistakenly believed Yu-Yong was at death's door and felt compelled to assist. Yu-Yong, discerning her thoughts, crouched down to gently pat the cat's head. "Is my big face clean now?" After receiving an affirmative response, he smiled lightly. "Many matters require a bit of pressure. Without it, how would you know your own potential?" Yet, You underestimate the novice monk in me. After all, I was recommended by the novice monk and compensated handsomely. How could I possibly be so weak? I thought that evil spirit was formidable. Its level is indeed considerable, as even Gu Ju could perceive it. Yu Yang's pupils reflected indifference, yet he acknowledged. As the saying goes, the higher the path, the greater the demon. This world is not devoid of powerful, malevolent spirits. They're simply difficult for ordinary people to encounter. Lu Ku appeared somewhat dazed, finding Yu Yong at this moment somewhat unfamiliar. Since you're a member of the Lu family and are being pursued by them, you must prepare more comprehensively to confront your challenges. Lu Ku inquired, what do you mean by that? Considering your willingness to risk your life to protect others, let me offer you some advice. Yu Yong stood up, looking down at her with a semblance of sympathy, yet also an air of detached indifference. You belong to the Lu family, which holds considerable renown among spiritual practitioners. Although we are in a new era, many families still adhere to the tradition of keeping their domestic affairs private. Do you understand what this implies? It means that while some spiritual practitioners may protect Gu Ju for his wealth, none will come to your aid, as doing so would mean offending the Lu family and inviting unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Chapter 31. Understanding the confusion, Lu Ku was taken aback, not expecting such a response. She swallowed hard several times, moistened her dry nose, and looked up at the towering youth, her throat suddenly feeling constricted. Is the Lu family that powerful? It's not that the Lu family is powerful, it's merely unnecessary. Lu Ku felt as if her intelligence had fled her, asking a question that seemed so obvious. Why is it unnecessary? Who are you? What benefit is there in helping you? What value do you possess that would compel other spiritual practitioners to assist you without regard for the consequences? The circle is limited. Everyone inevitably has some connections. Helping you means offending the Lu family, especially since your surname is Lu, which is inherently a matter for the Lu family. As Yu Yong spoke, he chuckled, almost as if sighing, you are older than I am. Must you feign ignorance? Lu Ku fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. This reasoning was too stark, too simple. Most people adopt a detached attitude when it doesn't concern them. Why should they invite trouble for a stranger? However, is there no one with a sense of justice to speak up against the Lu family's excesses? Speak up against what? Yu Yong felt the conversation had reached its conclusion, bending down to pick up the shopping bag while casually placing the shoulder bag on the ground. As I mentioned, this circle is rather conservative, often adhering to outdated rules. Some may find it unappealing, but to get their assistance, it depends on your capability. You should consider yourself fortunate to have encountered this situation and met Gu Ju, who possesses such a good temperament. Yu Yong squinted, and do not forget, I'm also in it for the money. The youth shrugged. All right then, it's getting late. Wei said all that needs to be said. Young lady, let us return home. Lu Ku remained motionless, staring at him. Yu Yong laughed again. Are your claws not sore? I noticed you broke a few nails. It is not shameful to lose a fight. Why exert yourself so? After all, even if you were to perish, the evil spirit is not targeting you. The little shadow. It was as if Lu Ku were the one who did not understand the situation. At first, Yu Yong appeared to be a carefree, somewhat money-minded novice spirit practitioner. However, it was now clear that he was anything but that. He was perceptive, able to see through many things, and formidable enough to confront a powerful evil spirit while still having the composure to send out a lowly specter to test the waters. Lu Ku even suspected that his earlier performance was a test to gauge whether she would attack the red-robed evil spirit or to evaluate the black cat's exorcism ability, or perhaps to determine if the black cat, possessing a human soul, still retained such capabilities. Lu Ku's mind raced with connections, akin to a brainstorming session. Yu Yong chuckled again, reaching out to pat the cat's head, attempting to scratch its chin, only to be evaded by the black cat. All right. The boss must be getting anxious. Lu Ku's gaze flickered momentarily, and she let out a long sigh. Fine, I understand now. Even upon returning home, Lu Ku felt somewhat dejected. Gu Ju took the black cat in his arms, concernedly examining her split nails, puzzled. What happened? Gu Ju's focus was on Yu Yong. Yet he did not forget to stroke Lu Ku's back in a soothing manner. The young lady displayed remarkable prowess in driving away the evil spirit. Is that so? Yes. Guju appeared perplexed, for Lu Ku was merely an ordinary girl, and her fear of malevolent spirits was not feigned. He lowered his head to ask Lu Ku, who nodded listlessly. Yu Yong said the black cat could exorcise spirits, and it just so happened we encountered that same red-robed evil spirit. And then? Lu Ku extended a paw. It worked. I displayed great power, but I was honorably injured. Guju gently stroked her head and inquired, "What about Yu Yong?" Yu Yong grinned. "I had your back, boss, so rest assured." "Oh." Guju glanced between the boy and the cat before turning to fetch cotton swabs and antiseptic to help Lu Ku with her wounds. Lu Ku detested the smell and was uncooperative, prompting her exasperated owner to gently tap her forehead. The young man spoke softly, his tone quite moving. "Taking care of this will help it heal faster." Yu Yong returned the shopping cart, unceremoniously placing the daily necessities in the bathroom, and then leaned over to observe the two of them. "The cat has a strong recovery ability. She should be fine by tomorrow." "I know." Yu Yong blinked, exchanging a glance with Guju, suddenly recalling something, pointing to his nose and lips. "By the way, boss, I also sustained an honorable injury. I request reimbursement." Guju could not help but laugh. "How did you manage that?" "Quite unique." "Indeed, it was rather challenging. I'm not one to be outdone." Yu Yong stretched lazily, turned, and retreated into the room to lie down. Guju, meanwhile, cradled Lu Ku back to the master bedroom, where the black cat curled up into a small ball, her whiskers twitching with each breath. With the filter of her honorable injury, Guju found the little cat exceedingly endearing and wanted to reach out to stroke her. But the black cat suddenly lifted her head. A pair of golden eyes looked over, and a bright female voice chimed in. "That's enough. I'm not really a cat. Even if I were, I'd grow tired of being petted like this." Guju sheepishly withdrew his hand. "Apologies, you weren't speaking much, and I forgot." Only he knew whether he truly forgot or feigned ignorance. Lu Ku remained non-committal, choosing to settle into her cat bed beneath the bedside table, only to be lifted onto the bed along with her nest by Guju. Lu Ku was already ready to sleep, but felt momentarily dazed. "What are you doing?" Guju maintained a neutral expression. "You seem unhappy. Did something happen?" Lu Ku hesitated slightly, instinctively preparing to deny it, but then heard Guju ask, "What did Yu Yong say?" The black cat's ears perked up. Guju continued, "Do share, we are allies after all. Speaking about it might lighten your spirits." Lu Ku looked up at him. The young man's face was quite handsome, excessively so, and even from her perspective, it appeared disproportionately large, yet undeniably attractive. She was beginning to acclimate to this world filled with towering figures. However, after merely going out to buy something, Lu Ku felt as if she had endured several days. Indeed, Yu Yong's words were chillingly blunt. Lu Ku hesitated, unsure how to express herself, feeling that speaking up would be akin to gossiping behind someone else's back. The words spoken by Yu Yong struck deep, yet they were undeniably realistic. Lu Ku could not help but acknowledge that, had this situation not directly involved her, she likely would have opted for self-preservation. What reason could there be to unwarrantedly entangle herself? Observing Lu Ku's silence, Guyu leaned closer, prompting Lu Ku to instinctively push Guju's face away with her paws, only to realize that the young man had lifted her to facilitate eye contact. "Speak your mind," Guju urged, narrowing his eyes. "If Yu Yong dares to bully you, I shall deduct his salary." Chapter 32. A touch of selfishness suddenly. A cough emanated from the adjacent room, evidently a signal from Yu Yong. The soundproofing of the room was adequate, and it was clear that Yu Yong had resorted to other means. Guju, having heard it as well, merely squinted, choosing to focus on Lu Ku. Although their time together had been brief, Guju had consistently been generous, making his sudden mention of salary deductions seem out of character. Lu Ku gazed up at him, understanding that he was attempting to reassure her, yet she still felt compelled to speak. "It's nothing much. Yu Yong merely informed me of certain matters that were somewhat disheartening." "What matters?" "He mentioned that no Ling Nengshi would willingly offend the Lu family to assist me." Lu Ku's ears perked up noticeably. The seemingly aloof kitten could not conceal her emotions, and her feelings were almost transparent before her caretaker, Guju. Perhaps Lu Ku, unfamiliar with cats, did not even recognize this. Guju exhaled a few words that astonished Lu Ku. "I know." Luca was taken aback. You know, there were some connections in my youth, I have heard. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, Guju gently patted her head. The Liu family held some influence, yet no one would willingly oppose wealth. Luca's ears twitched as she realized something. What have you done? Someone will take over for Yu Yong. He won't remain here long with school approaching. Luca found herself at a loss for words. But you've spent a considerable amount. A certain impoverished student felt the weight of pressure once more. It's nothing, Guju chuckled, carrying her to the computer, opening a website interface that was his publishing platform. Take a look. On the screen was a new book, its data impressive, and the comments were plentiful, mostly filled with admiration. Guju clicked to reveal the content of the book, lifting the black cat for her to see. Luca glanced over and quickly discerned that this was a story inspired by Guju's recent experiences, and it had garnered a positive response. This book has earned quite a bit. However, Lingning sure are quite expensive. If I were concerned, I wouldn't have done this, Guju replied. Luca felt a pang of emotion. I am not of such value that you would treat me this way. Guju appeared somewhat helpless, gently sighing. So, you don't wish to return to your own body? Of course I do. Then let us not dwell on this. Spending my money is my own affair, and besides, my financial situation is sound. You need not worry so. Luca sensed a disconnect. Their endpoints and starting points differed. She looked into Guju's eyes, wanting to argue, but suddenly found herself at a standstill. How could a renowned author like Guju fail to grasp the essence of the matter? He simply chose not to answer such questions. Luca belatedly recognized that her stubbornness and awkwardness had burdened Guju further, igniting a sense of guilt within her. Guju glanced at Luca's curled tail, resting his chin atop the black cat's head. Luca trembled slightly as Guju remarked, "You could be a bit more selfish." Selfish? Luca felt bewildered. The education she received emphasized understanding and independence, and to her, the term selfish was a mark of shame. Yet now Guju was urging her to embrace a touch of selfishness. First, consider how to repay me. That will come after you return to your own body. Guju said earnestly, your primary task now is not to contemplate how to save me money, but to reflect on what you should do. What the next step ought to be. Have you already figured it out? Not yet. Guju appeared somewhat serious. So what are you doing now? Lamenting over lost time? Does this help me spend less? In fact, you are creating greater waste. Luca felt dizzy from the sudden barrage of accusations. Waste. You are delaying my opportunity to earn money. If you do not devise a proper plan, the expenses for the Ling Nengshi will accrue daily. Isn't that a form of waste? With this hefty accusation, Luca felt that her caretaker had a point. But what can I possibly come up with? Did Yu not offer to hold a tutoring class for you? Guju smiled. Luca had not anticipated he had heard that. But that will cost money. I've said it before, for me, spending money is not a concern. Perhaps this was the confidence that came from being affluent. Luca's feelings were complex as she gazed silently at Guju. What are you pondering? Guju asked. Nothing. Are you this kind to everyone? Guju chuckled lightly, placing Luca on the ground and closing his laptop before responding. No, I simply do not mind spending money on a cat. Luca had heard numerous tales of cat owners lavishly spending on their feline companions. Yet she had not expected that a new owner would do so without a second thought. The black cat stood motionless like a statue. What's on your mind? Guju inquired, his gaze shallow. Luca, with a serious expression, replied, I am somewhat taken aback. It seems that raising pets is indeed a noble endeavor. Guju paused. What have you realized? Luca maintained her seriousness. Nothing. I'm going to sleep now. You carry on. She had merely come to the sudden realization that Guju had perhaps been striving to fulfill his role as a competent caretaker. He treated each kitten with equality. Luca had never owned a pet, yet she was profoundly moved by Guju's selflessness. What a remarkable spirit. She needed rest. Too much had transpired that day. The following days unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Guju was an unabashed homebody, while Luca remained inactive. Even the seemingly lively Yu Yong was merely engrossed in watching television. Yu Yong was still keen on earning extra income and secretly inquired if Luca wished to participate in his preparatory class. Although Luca had the inclination, her body was honest. I have no money. Yu Yong's expression fell. But Guju has. Guju's money is not mine. Unwilling to concede, Yu Yong persisted. You could borrow, Once you return to your body, you'll have money. Luca retorted, I will only return poorer. Yu Yong's eyes widened in shock. But you are older than I am, yet I am even poorer than you. Yu Yong was about to ask again when Gu Ju emerged from the bedroom with a glass of water, casting a fleeting glance at him, which compelled Yu Yong to promptly silence himself out of respect for his employer. In truth, he could only provide Lu Ku with some basic knowledge about Ling Nangshi. And as for their methods, informing Lu Ku would be of little benefit. Firstly, everyone's talents varied. Secondly, did he expect a cat's paw pads to manipulate puppet strings? However, observing from a distance, he noted that this little cat's obsession with money matched his own. It seemed that the prospect of extra income had flown away. Yu Yong grimaced, returning to his melodramatic romance show, occasionally pointing out the disdainful behavior of the rich male protagonist displayed by the grassroots female lead, sighing to think she would reject wealth. Truly remarkable. Chapter 33. The doll, as Yu Yong had said, he was merely a transient summer worker, and when the time came, he would depart on schedule. Although Lu Ku had anticipated Yu Yong's brief stay, she still felt a twinge of reluctance. His cheerful disposition made interactions effortless. A new Ling Ningshi was still en route, and unexpectedly, Gu Ju received a new visitor. The newcomer was a strikingly beautiful young girl, around Lu Ku's age, with long black hair, tall and slender, her small face adorned with smooth and gentle features, fair-skinned and possessing a somewhat aloof demeanor. Gu Ju appeared taken aback when he opened the door, politely stepping aside to allow her entry. The girl entered the door, carelessly tossing her handbag onto the sofa. Her demeanor casual. I heard you've been consulting numerous spiritualists lately. What have you encountered? Nothing much, he replied. The girl furrowed her brows. Nothing much. Is that why you act this way? Your family is quite worried about you, you know? Gu Ju retorted, that's not something I should be concerned about. The girl seemed somewhat angered by his response. What do you mean? You moved out on your own, and now you're seeking spiritualists. How can your family not be worried? Gu Ju replied, You've already hired someone to watch me. They know my every move, so what is there to be worried about? The girl continued, What else can we do? You don't reach out to your family. My mother is so worried she can't sleep at night. And my father has visited several masters to confirm that you are indeed all right. Gu Ju's expression remained indifferent. Since you already have your answers, what are you doing here? The girl exclaimed in frustration, Gu Ju. In stark contrast to her agitation, Gu Ju's demeanor was cool and somewhat irksome. Gu Si, you have overstepped your bounds. We are family, brother. Are you going to remain like this for the rest of your life? Gu Ju frowned slightly, seemingly perplexed. I left home of my own accord when I became an adult. I have never asked for anything from my family, nor have I sought their help. I believe my affairs are none of your concern. Gu Si interjected, We are family. Gu Ju corrected her, You are a family. Mr. Gu has formed a new household. You three are the complete family now. The young man couldn't even be bothered to offer her a glass of water. After speaking, he opened the door and issued a dismissal. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Gu Si's eyes turned red, her lips pressed together as she sat on the sofa, staring at him in silence. Gu Ju remained unchanged. I have matters to attend to later and lack the energy to entertain you. Gu Si, with a nasal tone, said, Brother, you're making me very sad. The girl hurriedly left, and as Gu Ju closed the door, he noticed Lu Ku curled up in the corner, engrossed in gossip, while a black cat sat quietly, attempting to appear indifferent. Are you going? Meow. Is there really something? A new spiritualist has arrived. Lu Ku stretched lazily and nimbly jumped into Gu Ju's arms. The young man's chest was thin, his heartbeat steady, and he no longer appeared as cold as before. Gu Ju tidied up the belongings left by Yu Yong, packed them together, and drove straight to the airport. This master was far more renowned than Yu Yong and carried himself with great authority. Gu Ju waited in the car for a full 2 hours before receiving a call informing him that the person had arrived and needed to be picked up. After exiting the vehicle and arriving at the airport entrance, he waited a bit longer before spotting an elderly man with white hair approaching, accompanied by 2 young followers. The old man wore a long black robe adorned with intricate patterns, evoking the image of a priest from popular imagination. Lu Ku remained in the car, peering through the window for just a glance, her eyes filled with the prospect of lost currency. Yu Yong appeared better, with a student-like demeanor, while the elderly man, with his nostrils flared and young followers in tow, exuded an impressive presence regardless of his actual power. With soundproofing in the vehicle and some distance between them, Luku observed Guju engaging in pleasantries with the old man, accepting a palm-sized doll from him and then handing over a bank card before turning back to the car, while the group of spiritualists walked away in another direction. Luka blinked and playfully tugged at Guju's sleeve. Though she could not speak during the day, they had developed a certain tacit understanding over their time together. Guju glanced down at her. There isn't enough space at home. The master will need to stay in a hotel. The black cat wore a mournful expression, and Guju found it amusing, reaching out to stroke her head and casually placing the doll in the front passenger seat. Luka fiddled with the doll, impressed by its lifelike craftsmanship. It was a finely crafted doll with long, smooth hair that resembled real hair, and its eyes were two shimmering glass orbs. The wooden doll had some weight, its joints flexible, its limbs naturally drooping as it wore a black robe similar to that of the master. Sitting awkwardly in the passenger seat with a vacant gaze fixed ahead, Luka found the doll fascinating and watched it for quite some time, the reflection of the glass orbs illuminating her curious face. Feeling an inexplicable chill, she decisively jumped to the back seat, lying on her back. The doll is meant to protect me. It can be useful in case of trouble. Guju turned to look. The daytime was usually calm, and Guju was unsure where to place the doll, ultimately deciding to toss it into the living room. As night fell, Luku was able to speak, and at that moment, the doll came to life, jumping down from the sofa and beginning to patrol the room. How impressive! Lukiskiviko marvelet. She was unfamiliar with the abilities of spiritualists, but bringing inanimate objects to life certainly seemed to be an extraordinary skill. Guju had not anticipated this turn of events, holding the black cat while allowing the doll to act freely. In this case, whether the master stays or not makes little difference, Luku remarked. Guju remained silent, squinting as if lost in thought. The palm-sized doll, reminiscent of a small dog, thoroughly inspected every corner of the room before stopping to gaze intently at Guju in the living room. Luka found it intriguing. What is it trying to do? Guju shook his head. The master did not specify. Luka hopped down from Guju's arms, approached the doll, and sniffed it. A scent of ash, absent during the day, emanated from the doll, causing her to feel inexplicably anxious. That night, both the girl and the cat fell asleep early. Wukiskiviko, concerned about the absence of the spiritualist at home, chose not to enter the bedroom to maintain some distance from Guju. Curling up on the sofa with her head resting against the armrest, the four weapons hanging ominously above her. Cats are naturally light sleepers, and Luku, in sync with Guju's schedule, only slept at night. In a half-dream state, she seemed to envision a malevolent spirit infiltrating her home. Long hair, a white dress, and dark, hollow eyes that appeared ominous. The spirit's long hair functioned as a weapon, extending endlessly to ensnare her limbs and lift her into the air. The hair moved like serpents, slowly tightening around her, bringing a sensation of suffocation. Luku jolted awake, and her feline eyes, sharp in the dark, caught sight of the doll standing before her. Behind the doll, an indistinct line connected to something, and as Luka followed the line, she spotted a pale, long-haired spirit on the ceiling, just as in her dream. Initially startled, she soon calmed down, recalling Yu Yong's words. Yu Yong had mentioned that there were various methods to control malevolent spirits. The black cat narrowed her eyes, noticing that the doll's hair was continuously lengthening, resembling growing vines. Unbeknownst to her, it had already spread beneath her body, and a few strands of hair had begun to loosely entwine around Luka's limbs. Chapter 34. The doll's battle. The visitor bore ill intentions. Yet was this not the doll Guju had hired to protect the household? How could it turn against its employer? Luka had no time for further contemplation, swiftly extending her claws to sever the strands of hair that had ensnared her limbs. The black cat's sharp claws found slicing through the spirit's hair, composed of malevolent energy, as effortless as cutting through tofu. As she did so, a faint, foul odor wafted through the air, the scent of evaporating malevolent energy. This aroma was unfamiliar to Luku, but her instincts told her it signified an enhancement of her abilities. Compared to her initial encounter with the spirit, she now felt far more adept. The doll's hair was visibly still growing and spreading, yet the puppet itself remained stationary on the sofa. Exercising caution, Lu could distance herself and carefully scanned the living room for any other malevolent spirits. As the hair continued to spread, the 4 weapons on the wall began to tremble, and Lu Ku observed a faint aura emanating from the weapons, causing the hair to cease its growth. Was this the end? Before Lu Ku could breathe a sigh of relief, the doll's head twisted around, its glass eyes glowing eerily, and an elderly voice emanated from within the doll. The little shadow person who fled from the Lu family unexpectedly found refuge within an animal's body. The old man chuckled a few times, while Lu Ku coldly inquired, "Are you the master today? What is it you wish to do? Wasn't it said that the puppet is kept to ward off evil spirits? It seems more like you intend to commit murder for profit." The old man replied, "No one would refuse money. Bosku's reward is quite substantial." After a pause, he continued, "Unfortunately, I owe a favor to the Lu family from years ago. Encountering you now is a stroke of luck. The Lu family has been searching for you for quite some time." Lu Ku could not comprehend. "Do you intend to breach the agreement? This is murder." The old man replied nonchalantly, "It's not as if I haven't acted before. One can only blame the fact that Bosku has sought out those unbound by rules." The master chuckled again. "Money can be earned at any time, but opportunities to repay favors are rare. I can only apologize to you, young one." As his words fell, the malevolent spirit hovering outside merged with the puppet, which lunged at Lu Ku with all 4 limbs, its hair resembling serpents attacking her. The weapons on the wall shook violently, as if they might break free and fly out at any moment. Lu Ku dashed around the living room, pursued by the puppet. Both were diminutive, creating the illusion of a sports arena within the confines of the room. Amused by the absurdity of the situation, Lu Ku recalled her previous encounter with the spirit in red, which granted her a modicum of confidence. At a sudden turn, the black cat executed a swift maneuver and leaped at the puppet with a shriek. Meow! The black cat's cry seemed to instill some fear in the malevolent spirit. As Lu Ku's ability to see through the facade allowed her to perceive the pale spirit within the puppet, which momentarily faltered alongside the puppet's actions. The black cat, with its powerful hind legs, charged once more after Lu Ku landed, delivering 2 swift kicks that sent the puppet tumbling away. Struggling to rise, the puppet appeared to be a victim of bullying due to its small stature. The master's voice emanated from the puppet. "It will be best for you to obediently meet your demise. Your family desires your death. How can you continue to live?" Lu Ku spat in response, "What nonsense! I'm still so young. You, on the other hand, have lived long enough. Why not choose to die instead?" The master, unfazed, replied, "Such courage is indeed a good seed, but alas, it is a discarded pawn." With that, the puppet transformed, its limbs contorting into a grotesque shape, resembling a spider with a human head. This new form allowed the puppet to move with alarming speed, exuding a heavy aura of malice. Lu Ku could not help but exclaim, "Are you playing a game? Is there a first and a second form? Surely there cannot be a third." Despite her jest, she remained vigilant, occasionally glancing at Guju's door, recognizing that while the young man meant well, the master's intentions were ominous. The master sought Lu Ku's life, willing to breach their agreement to curry favor with the Lu family. Lu Ku's feline features tensed, perplexed at how the seemingly normal Lu family could wield such influence. Moreover, why did they insist on her demise? With her body already taken, what storm could she possibly stir that would draw attention from both Yu Yong and this master? The puppet's second form proved even more formidable. Lu Ku found herself ensnared by its hair, flung against the wall. The injured black cat curled up on the ground, only to be hurled again, crashing into the trembling weapons, which suddenly fell silent. As Lu Ku landed on the sofa, she caught a glimpse of the weapon, now riddled with tiny cracks, stained with her blood. Was this the end? Lu Ku could not afford to succumb. She charged at the puppet, its hair cutting into her legs. Yet she managed to sever a significant portion of the puppet's hair and shred its robe into tatters. Both were left wounded, yet Lu Ku's fear escalated. She suddenly realized that the malevolent spirit within the puppet was far more vicious than the spirit in red. The latter had hesitated outside due to the presence of the weapons, while Lu Ku, in her feline form, had held her ground. However, against the puppet spirit, she felt utterly powerless. The severed hair grew back endlessly, and the wooden body remained impervious to her grasp and bite, with the four weapons vibrating in unison, failing to disrupt its normal actions. When one of the weapons cracked, the puppet's spirit grew even more ferocious, its hair thrashing wildly, rising without wind, and wreaking havoc in the living room. Luca was in a frenzy, darting through every corner of the room. A faint creaking sound pierced her ears, and she turned in alarm. It was impossible for Guju not to hear such a ruckus. Luca wanted to shout for him to stay away, but as she lost focus, she was ensnared by the hair and flung out once more. The black cat tumbled, landing at Guju's feet, trembling from pain. Guju's expression darkened as he scooped Luca up, surveying the chaotic living room, the puppet, the shattered weapons, and the bloodstains on the walls. Though the puppet's form was unrecognizable, Guju identified it by its glassy eyes and tattered robe as the talisman gifted by the master. Usually amiable, Guju's demeanor turned fierce. What happened? No one answered. The living spirit stood in the center of the room like a blazing sun emerging in the night, causing the puppet's malevolent spirit to recoil as if scorched, evaporating much of the hair strewn across the floor. Yet, almost immediately, the puppet's spirit glowed with greed and excitement. Emitting a piercing cry, Luca's keen hearing detected a nearly imperceptible sound emanating from the puppet, followed by violent tremors, as if a fierce struggle raged within. Soon after, the pale spirit surged forth from the puppet, snapping the threads as they broke apart. Chapter 35. The Great Escape. The puppet, devoid of its soul, collapsed onto the ground, its slender limbs piled together, no longer exuding the previous malice. Luca realized that the master had lost control over the malevolent spirit. She felt her consciousness increasingly driven by instinct, likely a consequence of being housed within an animal. What should she do? Luca gazed up at Guju's handsome chin. The beautiful young man, still unaware of the pale spirit's covetous gaze upon him. Run, it's out of control. Luca's voice was barely audible. The puppet sent by the master contained a malevolent spirit, and it had spiraled beyond control. Guju remained still, the pale spirit's gaze seemingly fixed upon him, rendering him unable to act rashly. What is happening? I am of the Liu family. It wishes to kill me. Guju clenched his jaw, realizing he had unwittingly invited danger into his home. Unlike Yu Yong, this master had been recommended by peers in his circle, described as greedy yet capable. He had paid a far higher price than market value, but the master had chosen to betray him. The remaining 3 weapons on the wall broke free and flew out, piercing the pale spirit and embedding themselves into the opposite wall. From Liu Ke's perspective, transparent lines marked the path of the weapons, pinning the pale spirit in place. We must flee, Liu Ke urged again, her voice weak from pain, seizing the moment. The 3 weapons began to crack, fine lines spreading like a spider's web across the spirit's form. Guju decisively opened the door and dashed out, descending the stairs like a gust of wind. Cradling Liu Ke in one arm while gripping the railing with the other, leaping down each step with precision. Behind them, the pale spirit pursued relentlessly, its long hair surging like a black tide throughout the corridor, determined to engulf Guju. Too enticing in the presence of capable individuals. No malevolent spirit can resist the allure of the Yangren. By seizing the body of a Yangren, one may attain rebirth. Guju pushed open the unit door, and the evening breeze greeted him, ruffling his thin nightwear. The chill was palpable, sending goosebumps across his youthful skin. He did not cease his frantic flight. Yet the crescent moon above had dimmed, leaving Guju in a state of disarray he had never experienced before, prompting Liu Ke to feel a pang of sorrow. In this moment, the 2 individuals, entangled in each other's misfortunes, could only huddle together in despair, powerless to resist. However, it was the middle of the night, and Liu Ke sensed another presence of ominous energy drawing near. A strand of long hair ensnared Guju's ankle, causing him to tumble to the ground alongside the black cat. As he rolled over, the pale spirit's hair, resembling spider's claws, ensnared him beneath its grasp. Akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, Liu Ke was oblivious to Guju's emotional turmoil, Yet she felt a mix of desperation and fury, despite having committed no wrong. She was perpetually targeted. She had thought she could return her body as if it were a normal occurrence, but her family had betrayed her, and her ancestors had unceremoniously claimed everything that belonged to her. Though she had become a lost soul, the Liu family relentlessly sought to eliminate all risks. She regretted visiting the ancestral home. Not only had she inadvertently caused the demise of the white cat, but she had also brazenly declared her survival to the Liu family, asserting her intent to reclaim what was rightfully hers. The Liu family didn't even need to lift a finger, as there were countless pawns at their disposal. She had erred, despite Yu Yong's hints. She had chosen not to believe. Lu Ku's pupils contracted as she emitted a piercing scream in response to the advancing pale spirit. The cat's wail was heart-wrenching, and Lu Ku felt Gu Ju tighten his grip around her. Though she did not close her eyes, Gu Ju turned over, shielding her with his body, adopting a protective stance. Despite being just a cat, Lu Ku tasted bitterness in her mouth. How had it come to this? Just the day before, she had resolutely vowed to become a spiritual adept and return to the Liu family to reclaim her body, to proclaim their wrongdoing. And Gu Ju, a promising and celebrated author, attractive and evidently from a well-to-do family, had merely faltered due to his kindness, extending help to an innocent stranger. Only to be ensnared in her plight, Liu Ku had resigned herself to death, embraced tightly by Gu Ju, waiting in the dark. Yet no change occurred for a long while. She nudged Gu Ju's chest with her head. The youth glanced down, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Yet his expression remained composed, as if they were not on the precipice of life and death. He turned, half sitting on the ground, allowing Liu Ku a broader view. A colossal, unfamiliar spirit loomed ahead of them, its robust form entirely crimson. Red threads connected the spirit's limbs, moving with the grace of a powerful wrestler, separating Gu Ju and Liu Ku from the pale spirit. Gu Ju rose to his feet, and the unfamiliar spirit engaged the pale entity in combat. The pale spirit, resembling a spider or an octopus, had hair that was like tentacles adorned with suckers. The unfamiliar spirit, possessing immense strength, relentlessly tore at the pale spirit entwined around it. In the face of such overwhelming power, the struggle and finesse appeared futile. The pale spirit, which had remained unscathed despite Liu Ku's utmost efforts, crumbled before the unfamiliar entity like fragile parchment, tearing apart effortlessly. Liu Ku fixated on the crimson threads of the unfamiliar spirit, feeling an unsettling familiarity. A doll suddenly fell from the window, its limbs awkwardly crawling forward, translucent, frail threads extending from its glassy eyes like snail antennae, creating an eerie spectacle. Gu Ju, holding Liu Ku, cautiously retreated a couple of steps. A voice emerged from the doll. "We are in grave danger." That was close. The doll, with a half-bald head, surveyed the scene, but before it could act, the unfamiliar spirit lifted the pale entity high, gripping its head and feet, and with a forceful tear, it was done. Truly, hand-tearing the malevolent spirit. Liu Ku was left speechless. The doll also stood frozen, turning to face the wall as if in contemplation, before collapsing entirely, devoid of spirit. Liu Ku pondered silently. Had it fled? The malevolent spirit was too ferocious, and Gu Ju understood it all too well. The youth nodded gravely, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar spirit, which had returned to the capsule hidden in the roadside grass, gradually dissipating. Yu Yong, Liu Ku felt a complex mix of emotions. Gu Ju remained silent, observing as the dust settled, before carrying Liu Ku back home. Gu Ju's phone lay on the bedside, with several missed calls from Yu Yong and the master. Gu Ju hadn't brought his phone, and Yu Yong had left a message. Upon opening the voice message, the boy spoke nonchalantly. "Boss, this requires extra payment. Didn't he expect it to be necessary? Truly a stroke of genius on my part." There was a hint of pride in his tone. Gu Ju's expression remained impassive, and Liu Ku felt a twinge of fear. He had always been aloof yet polite and courteous in demeanor. "I'm sorry." Liu Ku felt compelled to apologize. Gu Ju paused, then placed his phone into his bag, changed clothes, and proceeded to pack Liu Ku into the carrier. Chapter 36. Voluntary sacrifice to the master. Once again, they found themselves at the same veterinary clinic. where the on-duty staff urgently treated Lu Ku's wounds. X-rays revealed a fracture in her left hind leg, along with several superficial cuts. The wounds were minor, and after disinfection, the staff noted that Lu Ku resisted fiercely. Thus, they refrained from forcibly shaving her fur. The bare skin gave Lu Ku an uncomfortable feeling of vulnerability, particularly as she was a girl. Animals possess remarkable healing abilities. Once the fractured area was stabilized, Lu Ku was returned to the carrier, and Guju brought her home. Throughout the journey from the clinic to their residence, Guju remained silent. Lu Ku felt a sense of oppression and asked, "Why are you not speaking? Why did you apologize?" The recent struggle had stirred all the spirits within the community. The primary instinct of the afterlife is to seek benefit and avoid harm. Yet Guju traversed this path as if this world bore no supernatural entities. "I feel as though I have burdened you. If you hadn't encountered me, such events would not have transpired," Lu Ku stated objectively. This thought lingered in Lu Ku's mind since their confrontation. Guju, carrying the carrier, opened the door to their home. "I recall we've discussed this topic before." "Yes, yet I cannot find complete solace." Lu Ku emerged from the carrier, glancing at the disheveled living room, before resolutely declaring, "I wish to leave. Continuing like this will not bode well for either of us. To put it plainly, we were merely strangers and need not go to such lengths for one another. I sincerely apologize for occupying Kiki's body, but this was never my desire." Guju inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" "I do not know, but distance is necessary. In the city, stray cats face great challenges to survive." "I understand. Lukiskyviko fake ned humor. You can help me by tossing some cat food around the neighborhood." "You don't eat cat food. Yet I must survive. Only then is there hope." Their eyes met, and Guju's expression remained tranquil. "Rest for now. I will call a maid to clean up tomorrow." Guju offered no comment on Lu Ku's suggestion, placing the carrier back in the cupboard, then gently picked up the black cat, careful not to touch her wounds. Guju's silence left Lu Ku feeling somewhat at a loss. He settled Lu Ku into the cat bed beneath the bedside table, and she curled into a ball, her golden eyes gazing at him. Both were acutely aware of the many unspoken words between them, yet neither voiced them. Fate is a curious thing. Unbeknownst to them, they had drawn close over time, experiencing much together. As night deepened, Guju's breath grew steady and deep. Lu Ku, in the darkness, suddenly opened her golden eyes, clarity illuminating her gaze. The best cover for a black cat is the night. Lu Ku stood in the shadows, as if invisible. Her steps light as she opened the bedroom door, leaped to grasp the doorknob, and vanished. The night in the community was tranquil, a subtle chill enveloping the air as Lu Ku felt an inexplicable softness beneath her fur. With a blink of her eyes, the night passed effortlessly. The following noon, she observed Guju entering the courtyard with cat food in hand. The black cat was in the shadows, while Guju stood in the light. The young man poured the cat food in a flat corner and turned to leave, his expression indiscernible, showing no signs of searching. Lu Ku realized that Guju had taken her words from yesterday to heart. His comings and goings were swift, and she felt a tinge of regret. Yet the unfolding events made her acutely aware of the foolishness in her desire to depend on Guju. To place hope in another is, in itself, a form of selfishness. Lu Ku emerged from the bushes, limping slightly as she approached the food. Guju had even brought a disposable container filled with water. In the guise of a cat, free from psychological burdens, the taste was peculiar yet not unpleasant. As she ate, Lu Ku felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her. Filled with self-loathing, she stuck out her tongue and walked away. The ephemeral scene of scattered spirits did not linger for long. The departed preferred to stay in familiar places. Without Guju's pull, Lu Ku found it quite manageable to deal with ordinary malevolent spirits. However, after a few days, she began to struggle. The garden soil was too compact, and she could not manage the outdoor toilet. The food was adequate, but finding a water source in the city proved challenging. Animals have territorial instincts, and now and then, other cats and dogs would come to provoke her. This existence, starkly contrasting with the carefree life of eating and sleeping at Guju's home, felt like heaven and earth apart. After careful consideration and thorough analysis, Lu Ku prepared herself mentally and resolved to seek a new owner. Guju was certainly not an option, Mutual harm was unwise, despite his good nature. Lu Ku observed quietly in a corner for 2 days before spotting a young girl who often fed stray cats. She was of a similar age to Lu Ku. Slender and gentle, her friends called her Wu Yiya. The next day, when Wu Yiya was feeding the cats, a limping black cat approached her, seeking attention. Lu Ku shamelessly brushed her tail against Wu Yiya's wrist, nudged her hand and knee with her head, then flopped down dramatically, meowing softly. Hergaze fixit on Wu Yiya. Being a human soul, Wu Yiya's companion found it amusing, remarking that the little black cat seemed to be seeking her attention. Wu Yiya, fond of cats, reached out to pet Lu Ku, who responded eagerly. The goddess had her intentions, and the prince had his dreams, before long. Wu Yiya willingly embraced Lu Ku and even visited a veterinary clinic to check for pathogens in Lu Ku's hind leg before purchasing cat litter. Unexpectedly, Wu Yiya lived alone, her home warmly decorated with soft-colored toys beloved by young girls. Lu Ku, emboldened, sprawled on the sofa, stretching with a soft sigh. Wu Yiya indulged her, observing her compliance while she read her book. Yet, as night fell, she insisted on holding Lu Ku for company while she slept. Thank goodness I'm a girl. Otherwise, I might appear rather obsessive, Lu Ku thought, feeling a pang of envy at the soft sensation beneath her paws. Having endured hardships, Lu Ku had become less picky and more adaptable, quickly drifting off to sleep, only to be awakened in the middle of the night by Wu Yiya's nightmare. Wu Yiya's vice kudenchit tightly, limping from hertroat. Lu Ku rose to observe her from above, noting the furrow in Wu Yiya's brow. A hint of dark energy emanating from her forehead. Dark energy? Before Lu Ku could ponder further, Wu Yiya suddenly opened her eyes, meeting Lu Ku's gaze with a startled exclamation. Lu Ku awkwardly retreated, realizing her presence might be unsettling, but in the next moment, Wu Yiya scooped her into her arms, burying her face in the crook of her neck. The softness against Wu Yiya's chest made Lu Ku momentarily lose track of who was benefiting from whom. After a while, Wu Yiya composed herself, taking a deep breath and lifting her head to tenderly kiss Lu Ku's brow. I've heard that black cats ward off evil. I wonder if it's true. However, with you by my side, I truly feel much better. Chapter 37. A Path to Self-Destruction, Warding Off Evil? Most people keep cats simply because they like them. Is that Wu Yiya's reason for bringing her home? Lu Ku felt puzzled, but Wu Yiya did not elaborate, finding it unnecessary to converse too much with a cat, lest she seem eccentric. The girl laid Lu Ku down and turned to sleep, absent-mindedly stroking her back in a half-dream state. Lu Ku realized that during her time as a cat, she had begun to grow accustomed to the touch of others. At this thought, she shivered, not deeming a good sign. Wu Yiya treated Lu Ku well, naming her Xiaohei. Lu Ku had no objections to the name, and Wu Yiya was pleased with Lu Ku's cooperation, praising her for being exceptionally smart and perceptive. Simultaneously, Lu Ku noticed Wu Yiya had an excessive reverence for spirits and supernatural beings. Yet, alongside that reverence, she could not help but be intrigued. Lu Ku discovered that Wu Yiya was also following Gu Zhu's new book, a novel based on real experiences that drew in many readers with similar encounters. These readers had spontaneously gathered, even forming a new forum dubbed the Mysterious Forum, occasionally hosting events. Wu Yiya was quite interested in the forum activities, but had yet to attend. Lu Ku inferred this from Wu Yiya's anxious yet hopeful demeanor. Xiaohei, do you think I should go? What if I really encounter something dirty? But everyone has agreed to meet. The president said if I don't show up this time, I will be expelled. Wu Yiya frowned, troubled by this dilemma. Lu Ku could not empathize, finding it a matter of self-destruction. It was evident that Wu Yiya had experienced some form of supernatural encounter, making her particularly cautious. Yet her curiosity propelled her to seek information on the subject. Meow. Lu Ku strongly opposed such reckless behavior. A group of timid individuals attempting to see spirits together? Lu Ku felt despair, but the apathy of a little cat could not sway her owner's decision. Despite her fear, Wu Yiya agreed to go, encouraged by the other members. To bolster her courage, she decided to bring Lu Ku along. Frankly, Lu Ku had anticipated a tranquil existence. So when Wu Yiya trembled in the corner with a leash in hand, Lu Ku felt exasperated. 5 participants, all young and brimming with curiosity about the unknown, gathered. This time, they intended to play a game involving a spirit pin, choosing the site of an abandoned hospital. The hospital had witnessed countless lives depart, giving rise to numerous spirits. Even if not all were malevolent, Luku observed the dense assembly of spirits, her feline countenance turning somewhat wooden. Fortunately, she had now learned to wield the abilities of a black cat, and most spirits would instinctively distance themselves upon seeing her. The reputation of warding off evil was not unfounded. Wu Yi remained oblivious to all this. She saw nothing but felt secure with Lu Ku by her side, feeding her freeze-dried treats and cat sticks, her affection prompting slight disapproval from a tall, slender girl. "You came here to play. You could just pet the cat at home. Why bother coming here?" Wu Yi smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I'm just a bit nervous." The bespectacled boy reassured her, "It's all right. Once we finish, I'll treat everyone to barbecue. We are all materialists." The tall girl retorted sarcastically, "With that attitude, maybe you shouldn't even play. I really don't know how you got in here." Participation in the mysterious forum required sharing one's unique experiences, yet there were always those who sought to fish in troubled waters, for anyone could weave a tale. And the gathering consisted of seasoned bookworms. The 5 of them found an idle desk, laid out paper, and began. Spirit pin, you are my past life. I am your present life. If you wish to continue our connection, please draw a circle on the paper." The group, apprehensive, clutched their pens, waiting for a while. Yet nothing stirred. Wu Yaya licked her lips, feeling somewhat anxious. Among these individuals, she considered herself the timid one. "Have you all played this before?" The man in the shirt, disappointed by the lack of occurrences, remarked, "It seems to be a hoax. Perhaps we should withdraw." Despite his words, caution prevailed, and no one released their grip. Lu Ke leapt down from Wu Yaya's knee, glancing at the timid, evil spirit nearby, thinking that perhaps it was merely a superstition. The black cat was meant to ward off evil, and the spirits they summoned were too weak to approach. After waiting a while, the tall, thin individual suggested trying again. Wu Yaya was somewhat reluctant. Having encountered many supernatural events, she felt a deep sense of reverence. However, others nodded in agreement, making it difficult for her to voice her concerns. No one present objected, thus a new round commenced. As their reverence gradually diminished, their attitude towards summoning the spirit became increasingly casual. The tall, thin girl scoffed, "It's nothing to be afraid of. Look at how scared you all are." The bespectacled boy wiped the sweat from his brow with his free hand and chuckled. "After all, we've all encountered this before. It could be because there are boys present. I remember reading that girls are more likely to summon the spirit." He gestured to the group, 2 boys and 3 girls, while another boy in a baseball jacket remained silent, saying little. Lu Ke crouched at Wu Yaya's feet, observing the growing number of evil spirits in the room, her tail flicking nervously. It seemed that the group had forgotten that they needed to send the spirits away, having summoned 4 or 5 without dismissing a single one. Wu Yaya was clearly preoccupied with this, her expression uneasy as she glanced around, but only Lu Ke could see the spirits in front of them. Let's quickly send the spirit away. Nothing happening would be ideal. The tall, thin girl appeared to dislike Wu Yaya, immediately mocking her for her timidity. Wu Yaya did not retort, but merely stared at the others. The group exchanged glances, holding their ground for a moment, before the man in the shirt suggested, "Let's send the spirit away first. After that, the ladies can give it a try and see if there's any change." Wu Yaya nearly jumped up, struggling to maintain her composure, her expression darkening. Luca noticed that most of those present seemed genuinely eager to encounter the supernatural, with only the bespectacled boy supporting Wu Yaya. Wu Yaya felt a dampness on her back, bewildered by the presence of such individuals and events. Was everyone here also tormented by evil spirits, unable to find peace? Why did she only see 2 words on their faces? Reckless abandon. This was clearly at odds with her original intention of joining the mysterious forum. Despite a torrent of thoughts racing through her mind, she was relieved that nothing unexpected had occurred. Secretly tucked away in a corner, the black cat, having consumed half an evil spirit, nonchalantly sent away the last one, appearing increasingly glossy after the meal. Chapter 38. Reckless repetition. Pin spirit, you are my past life, I am your present life. If you wish to continue our bond, please draw a circle on the paper. The two boys stood slightly apart, while the three girls half-squatted at the table. As they finished reciting, the lamp beside them suddenly extinguished, followed by a mysterious cold wind that swept past everyone's ears, causing a collective shiver. Luca saw a woman with a serpent's body and a human head slither in, her massive form encircling the group with her tail, her mouth slightly agape, revealing a long, snake-like tongue. This was dire. Luca gasped, and the sudden cat's meow startled everyone. The tall, thin girl scolded, "Wu Yaya, control your wretched cat." Wu Yaya glanced back at Luca, her eyes filled with reliance, retorting, "Haven't you heard that black cats ward off evil? Besides, what harm does a cat's meow do to you?" Of course, she was anxious and frightened, but the tall, thin girl had just mocked Wu Yaya's fear, leaving her to merely pout in silence. Like a puppet on strings, the ballpoint pen began to guide several hands, drawing a perfectly round circle on the paper. The girl in the pleated skirt licked her lips to relieve her tension, asking, "Is this working?" The boy in the baseball jacket suggested, "Let's ask a question to test it." "What should we ask?" "Ask if a ghost has arrived." The group paused briefly, but complied with his directive. The pen glided to yes. Wu Yaya's heart raced. "Let's send it away soon. We've all been through similar situations. What if something happens?" The bespectacled boy hesitated. The girl in the pleated skirt, harboring a sense of false security, remarked, "There are so many of us here. It should be fine." Luca looked up, seeing the serpent-like spirit hovering just above the group, its greedy gaze flitting among them, as if contemplating whom to devour first. The slender tail coiled around the pen, altering its trajectory. Whether it was merely psychological, Wu Yaya couldn't shake the feeling that someone was breathing above her. This time, she resolved to withdraw from the forum upon returning. Wu Yaya thought fiercely, almost as if to slap herself for hastily agreeing to participate in this game. She had encountered numerous supernatural events, and later her family had brought her to a temple for a talisman, even adopting a small black cat that had improved her situation. Wu Yaya even suspected that the supernatural experiences of those present were fabricated. Otherwise, how could anyone who had faced such despair and terror be so eager to seek out further experiences? "Send it away. I don't want to play anymore. You could do as you please when I leave." Wu Yaya's demeanor grew resolute, surprising the others. The tall, thin girl, frustrated, exclaimed, "Why are you suddenly backing out?" "I don't want to court disaster. I never wanted to play." "You tricked me," Wu Yaya replied coldly. "I doubt you all truly experienced those things." "I don't feel right. I want to leave." Wu Yaya's abrupt change in attitude affected the mood of the other four. The pleated skirt girl, clearly not very brave, attempted to mediate. "Let us just forget it. I'm feeling a bit scared too. Besides, we didn't agree to play a supernatural game before coming." "How can you do this? Don't you want to ask other questions?" It said that the pen spirit knows everything. The tall, thin girl glanced at the bespectacled boy, feeling somewhat anxious. "How about this? I'll ask another question. After I ask, we can leave." The group exchanged glances. Wu Yaya said, "Go ahead and ask." Surprisingly, the tall, thin girl, who had been sharp-tongued and unapproachable, posed a question filled with youthful sentimentality. "Is there a possibility that the boy I likes me back?" The pen trembled slightly, and Wu Yaya suspected it was due to the girl's heightened emotions, but the pen slowly and decisively provided the answer: no. Upon seeing the result, the others sighed in unison. The serpent-like spirit's saliva appeared as if it might drip down, causing Luku to feel an ache in her heart as she observed. The pen spirit game was well known, yet typically, as long as they successfully sent it away, there should be no significant issues. Half of those present had indeed encountered the supernatural, which made them particularly sensitive to the changes in the atmosphere. The tall, thin girl was evidently disheartened, lowering her head in silence for a while. The others contemplated whether to comfort her when she finally lifted her gaze. Her face was tear-streaked, as if she had mustered the courage to declare, "It's impossible." At that moment, the group seemed to forgive her previous transgressions. Wu Yaya, eager to return home, urged, "Let us send the pen spirit away quickly." This remark appeared to touch a nerve with the tall, thin girl, who glared at Wu Yaya, saying, "What pen spirit? It's just a fraud, spouting nonsense. Not accurate at all. Is it you? You're holding a grudge." Thinking I'm intentionally targeting you today by pulling my hand back? Wu Yaya felt anger rising within her. What nonsense are you talking about? None of us have the time to indulge in your frivolity. The tall, thin girl became even more incensed, throwing the pen down and standing up. What absurdity are you spouting? You're the one targeting me. The others fell silent, staring intently at the pen on the floor. The bespectacled boy pushed the tall, thin girl aside, saying, if you want to die, do it far away. Don't act crazy here. I'll keep watch. You two continue sending it away. That will be more reassuring. Luo Ku then realized that the bespectacled man and the one in the baseball jersey were old acquaintances. Without needing to say a word, the one in the baseball jersey instinctively grasped the tall and slender figure. Unlike the bespectacled man, the one in the baseball jersey exuded a rugged demeanor, tall and imposing, with a cold expression that commanded respect. Faced with the boys, the slender figure hesitated but pressed on relentlessly. What do you intend to do? Are you trying to act lewdly? The bespectacled man stood by the table, leaving Wu Yaya to mutter incantations with her pleated skirt to send away the spirits. A sudden gust of wind swept through, shattering the old-fashioned windows of the abandoned hospital, glass fragments scattering across the floor. The pleated skirt was startled and dove into Wu Yaya's embrace, seeking solace, while the one in the baseball jersey released the slender figure and stood beside the bespectacled man. Time was running out. Luo Ku's expression grew serious as she gazed at the multitude of spirits that had suddenly appeared in the ward, nearly filling the room. The serpentine malevolent spirit devoured the spirits one by one, its malevolent aura materializing and emanating outward. It was only one step away. If the people present could see the serpentine spirit, it would be able to reach out to them and strike. Luo Ku had no desire to repay her master. Yet Wu Yaya looked at her as if she were a savior, rushing over to clutch the black cat tightly, unwilling to let go even under duress. The spirits in the ward tilted their heads back, their expressions devoid of emotion, as if offering themselves as sacrifices. Non-resistant, as they entered the maw of the serpentine malevolent spirit. Each spirit that vanished rendered the serpentine spirit more corporeal. Luo Ku felt somewhat weary. She had merely selected a kind-hearted sister to seek support, yet found herself in such a dire situation. The taciturn one in the baseball jersey glanced around. Why do I feel something is amiss in here? Chapter 39, The Mysterious Forum. There was indeed something wrong. The more they consumed, the clearer they would become to this entity. Luo Ku wished to break free, but Wu Yaya held her tightly. A phrase drifted through Luo Ku's mind. There is no free lunch in this world. She had merely sought a master and found herself in such a scenario. Luo Ku began to question whether her string of misfortunes with malevolent spirits was truly due to Guju. Wu Yaya fixated on the fallen pen, tears welling in her eyes. The pen has dropped. Can we send it away? The bespectacled man, aware of Wu Yaya's tremendous psychological burden, could only offer reassurance. It's worth a try. What if we can send it away? It's better than going back and worrying incessantly. The bespectacled man's logic was sound. Wu Yaya wiped her eyes and picked up the pen, her hands overlapping with the pleated skirt as they clutched the ballpoint pen together. Spirit of the pen, you are my previous life. I am your present life. May the verdant hills and clear waters allow us to reunite. Fearing they would not succeed on the first attempt, the two recited it several times, their gazes fixed on the ballpoint pen. The pleated skirt panicked. Our hands can't separate. From Luo Ku's perspective, the tail of the serpentine spirit coiled around both their wrists, tightly binding the ballpoint pen as if it were handcuffs. The bespectacled man's expression changed, while the slender figure appeared somewhat excited, shouting, "Spirit of the pen, what must I do to make the one I adore like me?" The one in the baseball jersey impatiently shoved her. "Are you out of your mind?" The slender figure, undeterred, lunged forward, trying to discern the characters on the paper in the dim light. The pleated skirt and Wu Yaya desperately attempted to loosen their grip. The pen tip trembled violently, pressing down on the paper with such force that it seemed ready to tear through it. Death? The slender figure leaned in closely to see clearly, and in the next moment, something gripped her neck, lifting her off the ground. The girl struggled, gasping for air, while the pleated skirt and Wu Yaya suddenly realized the force binding their hands had vanished and rushed over to the boys, seeking a sliver of safety. The spirit of the pen has turned deadly. The bespectacled man's pupils constricted. Should we save her? Luo Ku thought Wu Yaya was about to crush her bones. Who told her to act recklessly? The bespectacled man said with irritation. The pleated skirt remained silent. Had it not been for the slender figure's recklessness, she and Wu Yaya would still be immobilized. She was on the verge of suffocation. Wu Yaya watched intently, her body trembling uncontrollably. It seems there is something. The one in the baseball jersey suddenly spoke. Let us run. Just then, a sliver of moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room a bit more. And as they focused, they faintly saw a massive shadow. Without hesitation, they all turned and fled towards the door. The main entrance loomed ahead, but a gust of wind slammed it shut. The one in the baseball jersey charged forward, raising his elbow and forcefully colliding with the door. After several attempts, the door shook ominously, and the others rushed to assist, swiftly creating a gap wide enough for passage. The pleated skirt, petite in stature, was at the front, but as her head poked out, she recoiled in terror, her face pale, trembling. There are so many shadows outside, Wu Yaya stated. It seems we are surrounded by shadows. The black cat anxiously bit her hand, causing Wu Yaya to wince and release it. Luo Ku then slipped through the gap, followed by a loud yowl of the cat. The cry was piercing. The pleated skirt leaned out again to look, exclaiming in surprise. They're gone. Wu Yaya, your black cat is truly effective. Saying this, she slipped out. The bespectacled man and Wu Yaya followed closely behind. The robust one in the baseball jersey, along with the three others, exerted their strength against the door, allowing the baseball jersey to squeeze through the gap. They raced outside, yet the layout of the abandoned hospital was unfamiliar to them, mindlessly trying to retrace their steps, only to be astonished at the tightly shut door. The door to the stairwell was nothing compared to the ward's door. The heavy iron door echoed with a deep sound when struck, and the pleated skirt covered her mouth, crying out loud. The bespectacled man asked, "What should we do? Who chose this place? Did anyone have a floor plan of the hospital?" Wu Yaya shook her head, and the pleated skirt cried even harder. It was Zhang Xinyue who chose it. Zhang Xinyue was the tall girl who had been hanged in the ward earlier. This revelation was clearly unexpected for the bespectacled man. The one in the baseball jersey said solemnly, "The stairs are semicircular. The floor area is large. There should be other escape routes." The four of them resumed their sprint down the corridor, Luo Ku's leg injury still not fully healed, and she was once again lifted by Wu Yaya. They encountered several locked doors in succession, and the pleated skirt broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears. The one in the baseball jersey seemed to sense something as he glanced in Zhang Xinyue's direction. "I wonder if Zhang Xinyue is still alive," Wu Yaya asked. "Even if Zhang Xinyue is alive, with the door locked, what can she do? She has the key." The one in the baseball jersey lowered his head. This hospital was founded by Zhang Xinyue's grandfather, and even after its closure, the property rights remained. The key is in Zhang Xinyue's hands. She arrived first and unlocked the door, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter. Wu Yaya reacted, questioning sharply. "Do you all know each other?" The one in the baseball jersey and the bespectacled man exchanged glances, while the pleated skirt covered her face, exclaiming, "I know nothing." The one in the baseball jersey responded, "It's too late to discuss this now. We must go check it out." Wu Yaya evaded the baseball jersey's attempt to grab her hand, looking at them like a wounded little beast. "You are deceiving me. You pretended not to know each other in the group. Why didn't T someone you know come? Why did I have to be the one?" She had initially thought that only the one in the baseball jersey and the bespectacled man knew each other, realizing now that she was the only outsider here. With this thought, Wu Yaya grew even more terrified. "What exactly do you intend to do?" The girl's emotions ran high, and the bespectacled man kept his gaze fixed on Luo Ku, fearing that Wu Yaya might inadvertently harm the black cat in her distress. He had witnessed the cat's behavior earlier, and now that the spirit of the pen had manifested, the black cat had become everyone's sole talisman. The pleated skirt cried, "I was merely curious, wanting to join in the excitement. I never anticipated it would turn out like this." In an effort to gain Wu Yaya's trust, the one in the baseball jersey spoke earnestly. "Our matters are quite complex, but we harbor no ill intentions. The current predicament is certainly not something we orchestrated. You witnessed Zhang Xinyue's obsession. I am the boy she mentioned, and in fact, we had a brief relationship at one point. Perhaps because of that, she has become especially fixated on me. She was perplexed by the source of her knowledge and inexplicably desired to consult the pen spirit to inquire how to regain my affections. However, neither of us had ever encountered the supernatural, and it was said that such entities were difficult to summon, particularly without prior experience. Those who had encountered such phenomena typically maintained a respectful distance. Wu Yaya felt a surge of anger. So you all conspired to create a false forum to deceive me? What benefit do you derive from asking her? Are you willing to deceive others for the sake of a love-stricken lunatic? Even more absurdly, the mysterious forum had gained considerable notoriety, becoming quite famous within certain circles. Otherwise, Wu Yaya would not be so eager to attend a gathering with its members. Her initial intention was to unite for mutual support and share methods of evasion. Yet her inherent weakness led her into a world she desperately wished to avoid. Chapter 40. Despondency. Wu Yaya's regret was palpable. She took several deep breaths to compose herself before coldly demanding, "Now, will you explain the nature of your relationship?" The girl in the pleated skirt, displaying a hint of urgency, interjected, "Such matters are trivial now. Shouldn't we focus on finding a way to escape?" Wu Yaya was no fool. She regarded the trio with a chilling smile and remarked, "To escape, we must first return to Zhang Xinyue to retrieve the keys. How do we know she is still alive? Your tolerance of me stems from the belief that the black cat can indeed ward off evil. And now you think my little black cat might prove useful? Furthermore, Li Yong, you mentioned that Zhang Xinyue was your ex-girlfriend, if I recall correctly. You were the one suggesting we flee. Setting aside Zhang Xinyue's character, your lack of willingness to save her speaks volumes. Under such circumstances, you expect me to risk my life alongside you without clarifying your identities and connections? Do I appear to be a mere child of 3? Wu Yaya, generally mild-mannered, was chosen for her temperament, but even the most patient can be pushed to their limits. Li Yong and Gu Lei exchanged glances, the latter being an astute scholar. Li Yong, though initially skeptical of the supernatural, feared exposing their charade and enlisted Gu Lei's aid as a cover. With a bitter smile, Li Yong recounted, "According to our original plan, nothing would transpire. Once Zhang Xinyue's last hope was extinguished, she would cease her entanglements. You cannot fathom her sheer stubbornness and controlling nature. She would even object to me conversing with my mother. When I expressed my desire to break up, she resorted to starvation and self-harm, and it escalated into something far more severe. Everyone blamed me as if I had committed some grave error, when in truth, I merely sought a normal relationship." The girl in the pleated skirt, her voice quivering, added, "I have no entanglements with them. And I found the mysterious forum intriguing enough to join, simply wishing to observe the spectacle. I did not anticipate risking my life. I fear for Zhang Xinyue's safety." Surprisingly, Gu Lei, who had been the most vocal until now, fell silent, adjusting his glasses, the lenses glimmering even in the darkness. The shadows did not hinder Lu Ku's vision. She noticed Gu Lei watching her with keen interest. After prolonged silence, Wu Yaya finally spoke. Li Yong, growing increasingly impatient, urged, "Have you made up your mind? It would not bode well for us to leave you here. No matter how formidable that black cat may be, it cannot provide the same sense of security as our numbers. I admit we deceived you, which is reprehensible. But if you delay, Zhang Xinyue may very well perish. If we manage to escape, how shall we explain ourselves to the police or the school? What future will we have left?" Their anxiety belied the urgency of their previous escape, revealing a selfishness cloaked in self-righteousness. Wu Yaya felt a wave of nausea, but recognized the truth in Li Yong's words. Nodding, the 4 of them, along with the cat, moved slowly toward the hospital room. To their surprise, the room was eerily quiet, devoid of shadows or human presence. The girl in the pleated skirt blurted, "Even ghosts cannot consume everything. Surely they would leave behind bones." Li Yong replied tersely, "Do not speak foolishly." After a lengthy search, they finally discovered Zhang Xinyue sitting quietly in a corner, clutching a set of keys. Whether it was an illusion or reality, They all sensed a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the keys. Lu Ke glanced over and noticed a benevolent spirit standing beside Zhang Xinyue. This spirit, an elderly gentleman with white hair and a neatly tailored suit, radiated warmth. Upon noticing Lu Ke's perception of him, he smiled and waved amicably. This was Zhang Xinyue's grandfather, a man who had dedicated his life to helping others, and his presence enveloped Zhang Xinyue in a protective light. In that moment, Lu Ke concluded that Zhang Xinyue's grandfather had indeed saved her. Every individual he aided contributed to his virtue, which became his power in death, allowing him to continue protecting his descendants. The girl in the pleated skirt exclaimed in surprise, "Zhang Xinyue, are you unharmed?" Liang, equally concerned, asked, "Are you injured?" Zhang Xinyue's response was somewhat dazed. She had overheard Wu Yaya, the one lured into this predicament, ask how to save her, while the man she loved was prepared to abandon her. In the face of life and death, one's true nature becomes clear. And Zhang Xinyue had never perceived Li Yong's indifference so acutely. "Are you disappointed that I'm not dead? After all, if I were to die, it would be of my own making." Li Yong frowned slightly. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Seizing the moment, Goulet redirected the conversation. "Do you have all the keys to the hospital? The stairwell door is locked." Zhang Xinyue replied in astonishment. "Aside from the stairwell, all other doors are open. The equipment in the courtyard has long been removed, and there is nothing of value left." As her words fell, a heavy silence enveloped the group. They had assumed Zhang Xinyue was merely being obstinate, locking the doors to prevent escape, only to discover that the keys had never existed. Why then could the doors not be opened? A chill breeze slithered through the shattered glass, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. The humans were in peril, but the cat remained unharmed. Lu Ke was curious about what had transpired. Where had the terrifying serpent-like apparition gone? What about the other shadowy entities? Zhang Xinyue's grandfather was indeed powerful, yet he could not vanquish evil. His role was to ensure the safety of his kin. What had truly occurred? Was there a spirit medium present? Goulet boldly inquired, "Zhang Xinyue, what happened just now?" Liang added, "We must find a way out." Zhang Xinyue also wished to escape, but confessed, "I truly do not know. I felt a constricting force around my neck, unable to see anything, only sensing a gust of wind before I fell to the ground." With a sardonic laugh, she continued, "Then I heard your screams in the hallway. I thought you all had perished." The others fell silent, their guilt palpable. Wu Yaya, also a victim in this scenario, felt a mix of disdain and resolve. They deserved whatever fate awaited them, but she needed to escape. With a pale face devoid of color, Wu Yaya declared, "I will expose you all. Your mysterious forum will cease to exist." In a rare moment of warmth, Zhang Xinyue responded, "I genuinely do not know, but I am familiar with the hospital's layout. I will accompany you to investigate. Perhaps you were simply too anxious and failed to open the doors properly." Her words struck a chord, though her companions felt a twinge of embarrassment, particularly Goulet, who prided himself on his intellect and wished for a way to vanish. Chapter 41. The mysterious youth Zhang Xinyue's peril awakened the slumbering spirit of her grandfather. With the benevolent spirit safeguarding them, the five of them proceeded smoothly. As they stepped outside, Zhang Xinyue softly remarked, "Liang, I will no longer cling to you." Liang was taken aback. Zhang Xinyue continued, "Liang, I no longer have feelings for you." The girl, whose paranoia had become somewhat sharp, ultimately realized, at the brink of life and death, how indifferent the one she cherished was towards her. She repeated her sentiments twice, as if to convey her feelings to Liang, but also to herself. In truth, Zhang Xinyue possessed remarkable beauty and an alluring figure. Yet for the sake of a man, she had sought death, occasionally resorting to starvation, leaving her emaciated like a mere skeleton. Once everything was laid bare, a faint smile graced Zhang Xinyue's face instead. The intricate web of events had ultimately fulfilled Li Yong's intentions, yet this would transform into a thorn, slowly embedding itself into her very flesh and marrow. However, just as they were departing the abandoned hospital, Wu Yaya's black cat suddenly broke free, turning back to dash into the hospital's depths. Wu Yaya barely had time to call out Xiao He, while Zhang Xinyue, true to her nature, mocked the cat for its cheap appearance. Wu Yaya rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with her, and the others, aware of the cat's formidable prowess, remained silent. Wu Yaya pursed her lips, gazing at the vanishing silhouette of the cat in the distance. Zhang Xinyue remarked, "Some things, when they wish to leave, cannot be retained. Cats know their way home. If she wishes to return, she will find you." This sentiment seemed uncharacteristic of Zhang Xinyue, rendering Wu Yaya somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, reflecting on her reasons for adopting the black cat, her melancholy deepened. "As a form of compensation, I will take you to seek out a Buddha amulet. The funding chain of the mysterious forum will also be severed. Rest assured, I will keep watch over the mysterious forum's dissolution." Having said this, Zhang Xinyue turned away, retrieving her phone from her pocket to contact her driver. Wu Yaya stood momentarily stunned, realizing that Zhang Xinyue was a wealthy young lady of influence. Lu Ke remained oblivious to these happenings behind her. She had turned back due to the sight of a shadow, the snake-like malevolent spirit shattering into dust behind that figure. Knowing that many spiritual practitioners were currently unreliable, Lu Ke still felt compelled to investigate. The soft padding of her feet made no sound as she approached the window, but she found nothing amiss. The black cat grew anxious, leaping up and down on the platform. "Are you looking for me?" Lu Ke turned to see a young man in a black suit, hands in his pockets, standing idly at the door. An incongruous figure amidst the desolation of the abandoned hospital. Lu Ke scrutinized him, trying to ascertain if he was indeed the figure she had previously glimpsed. The young man tilted his head slightly, displaying impatience. "Are you searching for me?" Lu Ke remained silent, prompting the young man to click his tongue before turning to leave. Lu Ke was unable to articulate the emotions swirling within her, and only exited the abandoned hospital once the young man had completely departed. To her surprise, Wu Yaya was still squatting at the entrance, her arms crossed, her expression brightening upon seeing Lu Ke. "Xiaohei, where did you run off to?" Wu Yaya shivered slightly, lifting Lu Ke into her embrace. "I didn't dare go in, so I waited here for you. Let us hurry home." The others had already departed, and Wu Yaya, with her disheveled hair, appeared somewhat disheartened. It was commendable that, upon encountering such circumstances, her first instinct was not to flee, but to await Lu Ke's return. After hailing a taxi, it took Wu Yaya an hour to return to her residential complex. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wu Yaya, with a furrowed brow, retrieved a paper talisman bound with a red thread from her collar, which seemed to tear in half as she pulled it out. Lu Ke then realized that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed a slightly weaker aura, with an imbalance between yin and yang, making her susceptible to malevolent spirits. Wu Yaya's encounters with the supernatural were no mere coincidence. This trait had previously been suppressed by the talisman, rendering it less apparent. Contemplating this, Lu Ke was astonished by her heightened sensitivity in this regard, which had surged since becoming the black cat. And she foresaw that Wu Yaya's return home might not be entirely tranquil. Misfortunes tend to cluster, and Wu Yaya's recent accumulation of misfortune had been disrupted, with the remote location of her complex harboring numerous malevolent entities. Wu Yaya evidently recognized this as well, casting a glance at the pale figure nearby, lowering her head to glance at Lu Ke, seemingly finding a source of reassurance. The black cat, having banished spirits, had navigated through perilous situations. Returning safely should pose no issue. After hailing a taxi, Wu Yaya kept her head down, cradling the cat, silently providing the address. The meter emitted a faint green glow in the darkness as Wu Yaya watched the numbers increment, feeling her eyelids grow heavy. A natural fatigue following a state of heightened alertness. The taxi driver demonstrated exceptional skill, an uncommon steadiness in his driving. Lu Ke, enveloped in warmth, began to doze off, while Wu Yaya held her tightly, providing a profound sense of security. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Lu Ke, awakened by the cat's sixth sense. As she lifted her head to meet a pair of bloodshot eyes, the taxi had come to a halt by the roadside, and the driver, having turned his head, stared intently at the girl and her cat, oblivious to how long he had been doing so. "What do you want?" Taking advantage of Wu Yaya's deep slumber, Lu Ke confronted the driver with a huff. The driver's murky eyes flickered, seemingly undeterred by her direct inquiry, and he quietly withdrew his gaze. extending a skeletal finger to tap on the hollow iron railing. "Passengers, please wake up. We have arrived." Wu Yaya jolted awake, hastily apologizing, and paid the fare with her phone before exiting the vehicle. Behind her, the driver fixated on Wu Yaya's retreating figure, blood suddenly streaming from his head, and numerous scars abruptly marring his face. Lu Ku observed this with keen interest, her delicate mouth yawning as she rested her head on Wu Yaya's shoulder, surveying their surroundings. She had long since recognized the driver as a malevolent spirit, yet his grudges were not profound enough to rival Lu Ku. The night had deepened, and Wu Yaya stood there, realizing that catching a taxi would be exceedingly difficult. The cat's whiskers brushed against Wu Yaya's neck, eliciting a ticklish sensation, causing her to smile and instinctively draw her neck in, but that smile quickly faded. As they passed the parking lot, she caught sight of a familiar figure, someone who should have long since perished. Wu Yaya's thoughts began to race, her smile vanishing as she quickened her pace toward home. But she soon heard the sound of high heels steadily approaching from behind. Although she walked with her head held high, nearly breaking into a run, the footsteps behind her remained leisurely. Yet Wu Yaya sensed the figure drawing ever nearer. A woman's voice floated behind her. "Can you see me?" Wu Yaya remained silent. The voice continued, "Look at me. Don't I look lovely now?" Wu Yaya kept her eyes shut, remaining mute. Lu Ku was astonished to discover that the pursuing spirit was the red-dressed apparition that had previously tormented Guju, yet she was now drastically transformed. This had once been a graceful woman, adorned in a red dress with cascading curls, but before her death, she must have endured some unspeakable torment. Her limbs shattered and contorted, leaving her to walk with a grotesque gait even in death. Now, as she approached, not only had her gait normalized, but even the stitched features of her face bore little trace of their former scars. At first glance, she appeared to be a strikingly beautiful young woman, making it difficult to discern that she was indeed a malevolent spirit, had Lu Ku not previously encountered her. Seeing Wu Yaya's silence, the red-dressed spirit persisted. "Am I not much more beautiful now? Look back at me, please, just look. What had transpired during this time?" Questions swirled in Lu Ku's mind, causing her to cast a worried glance toward the building where Guju resided. The red-dressed spirit had previously been grievously wounded. What could have enabled her to recover so swiftly, even enhancing her abilities? Fortunately, the spirit's preoccupation with her appearance outweighed her desire to attack and siphon off yang energy. Wu Yaya unconsciously slowed her pace, a contemplative expression crossing her face as if she had come to a realization yet struggled to believe it. Even hesitating to listen closely to the voice behind her, Lu Ku noted Wu Yaya's unusual behavior, her paws digging into Wu Yaya's shoulders as she peered back. But Wu Yaya, lost in thought, remained oblivious. The malevolent spirit clad in red trailed closely behind Wu Yaya, shouting yet bearing an eerily calm expression. It was difficult for Lu Ku to discern whether it was merely her imagination, but she fancied that there was a faint smile gracing the spirit's face. This was not the twisted, resentful grin typical of malign spirits. Rather, it seemed genuine, rendering the red-clad spirit more akin to an ordinary woman in that moment. Did Wu Yaya and the malevolent spirit know each other? Lu Ku felt she had arrived at an answer, yet the spirit's dramatic transformation filled her with agitation. There were but a few avenues through which spirits could enhance their power. One involved preying upon their kind, while another entailed siphoning the life force from ordinary humans. Or perhaps, someone might go to great lengths to nurture them. Lu Ku could not deny her concern for Guju, given that the spirit had attempted to harm him on several occasions, albeit unsuccessfully. With this thought, Lu Ku broke free from Wu Yaya's embrace and unleashed her malice openly toward the malevolent spirit. The spirit paused, coming to a halt. Wu Yaya, sensing the silence, turned around, her face marked by tears. "Zhong Shuawei, you are already dead. Is this truly amusing?" Wu Yaya was not surprised to see the woman in red. She lifted her hand, then hesitated, much like a black cat baring its teeth in preparation to strike. She quickly extended her hand to shield herself, only to have Lu Ku leave a long gash from her arm to her wrist. "Xiaohei, she is not a bad person." Lu Ku remained unresponsive, her hostility evidently prompting the spirit's wariness. As a being of the underworld, Luca refrained from attacking spiritual entities, rendering her difficult to detect. Wu Yaya, injured yet resolute, did not dare to approach Luca. Instead, she raised her hand, gazing at the malevolent spirit, Zhong Xiuwei, her expression growing complex as she wiped away her tears after a long pause. You look so much better now. If you were to step outside, everyone would surely say you are a great beauty. Though the stitches on Zhong Xiuwei's face remained, each section of her skin appeared exquisitely beautiful, endowing her visage with a doll-like beauty devoid of vitality. Zhong Xiuwei's expression shifted slightly, hinting at a flicker of joy, yet her rigid features betrayed her inability to express more. That's good. Zhong Xiuwei's face remained impassive, yet one could sense her momentary relief and happiness. I want to hug you, Wu Yaya cried as she lunged forward. Are you a fool? Why are you so foolish? Clearly, Wu Yaya shared a close bond with the malevolent spirit, Zhong Xiuwei. Yet Lu Ku watched in horror as Wu Yaya threw herself forward, her feline instincts on high alert. This girl appeared timid, yet at such moments acted recklessly, leaving Lu Ku in a state of fear. Regardless of their relationship, the deceased had long departed. And what good could come from engaging with a malevolent spirit? Fortunately, before Wu Yaya could reach Zhong Xiuwei, the girl in the red dress vanished into thin air. Wu Yaya fell, clutching her face and weeping inconsolably. Lu Ku seldom cried, had few friends, and could not fathom the deep emotional connection between Wu Yaya and Zhong Xiuwei, who shared no blood ties. Lu Ku remained crouched in silence, her astonishment growing as she felt no trace of Zhong Xiuwei's presence lingering behind. Had she truly vanished? With her obsession dissipated, she had indeed ceased to exist. Lu Ku turned to see the unfamiliar man from earlier standing at a distance, his voice soft yet clear. Wu Yaya looked up in confusion. Who are you? I recommend that you contact the authorities, the man replied, striding forward with gentlemanly grace to assist Wu Yaya to her feet. He possessed a peculiar charm. Though not handsome, his elegance was rare, causing Wu Yaya to blush as she wiped away her disheveled appearance and murmured her thanks. But why should I call the police? Do you not wonder why your friend has become like this? Wu Yaya's face contorted with confusion. The man smiled, saying, You might consider what your friend was like when she passed away. Someone touched her body, and despite the changes that the deceased may undergo, especially in the case of someone like your friend, whose spirit is bound by obsession, the physical form reflects those alterations. Wu Yaya was taken aback that a man in a suit could comprehend such matters, nodding cautiously. I understand, Xiaohei. The man interrupted, a cat containing a human soul. Miss, are you truly intent on taking her home? Wu Yaya froze, a chill coursing through her. What do you mean? Her gaze fell upon Lu Ku, who remained unfazed and languidly observed her, with golden eyes that exuded mystery and detachment. Do you not find this cat to be excessively well-behaved? Perhaps while you change clothes or sleep, she simply watches you intently. The man chuckled, adding, Of course, should you insist on bringing her home, I have no objections. However, I would personally advise against it. Lu Ku could not decipher the man's intentions, but Wu Yaya's reasons for adopting her had never stemmed from affection. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing these words, Wu Yaya's complexion paled, and she regarded Lu Ku with trepidation, biting her lip, the words spilling forth as if forced. How can you prove that? That would require cooperation from the parties involved. The man sighed softly. However, since our meeting is serendipitous, I can offer you a protective bracelet. He paused, adding, No charge. The bracelet was adorned with various miniature weapons, knives, guns, clubs, and swords, crafted from gleaming metal. It was neither particularly beautiful nor ugly. Wu Yaya did not hesitate long. She snatched the bracelet and dashed away. A cat with a human soul. How terrifying. Who knew what this person was contemplating? Male or female? As these thoughts swirled, Wu Yaya cast aside her guilt and hurried home. Chapter 43. The Black Cat returns home. Lu Ku was not surprised. She hopped into the nearest vehicle near the man, striving to align her gaze with his. What do you intend to do? Lu Ku was certain she did not recognize this man. Nothing much, he replied, maintaining his smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xian Shu, and I am also a spiritual practitioner. Remaining by that lady's side is of no benefit to you. In fact, It may even hinder you. You can only pretend to be an ordinary cat. Is this truly the life you desire? I know you're a spiritual practitioner. Do you know who I am? Xin Shu chuckled. The Liu family is quite renowned in this domain. It will be difficult for me not to have heard of you. Liu Ke asked, You do not intend to kill me? I am not one to take advantage of misfortune or engage in flattery, he replied. So why this ostentatious effort to persuade Wu Yaya to abandon me? Xin Su's my, attempting to stroke the sleek fur atop Liu Ke's head, only to be met with a merciless swipe of her paw, leaving 3 bloody scratches in its wake. As I stated, remaining by that lady's side is of no help to you. After a moment's thought, Xin Shu added, If I must provide a reason, you could consider it an aversion to the Liu family's arrogance. However, due to your incompetence, the Liu family does not regard you highly. I suspect you are already aware of this. As time passes, your innate spiritual talents will begin to reveal themselves. A gradually maturing insect, pitted against an old family that is both traditional and vengeful. Doesn't that seem intriguing? Luke struggled to comprehend his motives, yet gleaned insight from his demeanor. Are you suggesting that as I grow stronger, the Liu family will seek to eliminate me? Indeed, and hence, I am assisting you. Abilities must be honed through practice. If you are coddled, you will inevitably become a mere pet. Liu Ke regarded him coldly, unconvinced. Do you not wish to reclaim your body, miss? Are you truly content with an elderly spirit, long since departed, residing within your form, usurping your once bright life and future? Liu Ke's heart raced slightly. Though she did not believe she had a particularly bright future, her body was ultimately hers. The life of a cat is fleeting. If not properly cared for, Liu Ke might only have a few short years left, and even with diligent care, her life would extend to merely a decade or so. Originally, Liu Ke could have enjoyed at least 50 years of life. Would she be willing to accept her fate? Certainly not. Yet, she understood that, given her circumstances, returning to her original body was an arduous task. Even if her body were right before her, occupied by an unfamiliar soul, she would be at a loss as to how to reclaim it. This dilemma was a significant reason for her decision to distance herself from the Liu family. In her quest to connect with a spirit medium, Gu Ju, a generous benefactor with minimal demands, presented the ideal opportunity. Unlike others, such as who had taken Liu Ke in and struggled to care for a mere cat, let alone afford a spirit medium to ward off malevolent spirits, Gu Ju's support was invaluable. Liu Ke recognized that remaining close to Gu Ju was a fortunate choice. Thus, she chose to slip away discreetly, unwilling to exploit someone so genuinely kind to her. Gu Ju's invitation to engage a spirit medium was solely for Liu Ke's benefit. He understood her desire to learn more about spirit mediums, even if only through contact. Liu Ke's conscience allowed her to justify spending Gu Ju's money, promising herself that once she returned to her body and began working, she would repay him in full. However, when such contact threatened Gu Ju's safety, Liu Ke could not remain indifferent. This was her fundamental moral obligation as a human being, devoid of any other considerations. Liu Ke wrestled with her thoughts, but ultimately declared, This is my affair. It has nothing to do with you. Xin Shu chuckled softly, having accomplished his goal, planting a self-serving seed in Liu Ke's mind. He turned away, the sound of his polished shoes echoing against the floor. Liu Ke stood in silence, her solitary presence accompanied only by a cat in the parking lot, the cold wind sweeping through, leaving a sense of desolation. She gazed up at the bright moon over the Tian Shan Mountains, sighed softly after a moment, then sought refuge in a sheltered corner, still feeling the chill, albeit slightly mitigated. Liu Ke's soul was, after all, human. She slept deeply, so much so that upon awakening, she found herself staring into a pair of familiar eyes and momentarily lost her voice. Gu Ju seemed to have retained his habit of feeding stray cats, standing by the flower bed with a small bag of cat food as several dirty strays approached him, some even nuzzling against his pants. Liu Ke stared intently at Gu Ju, struggling to comprehend how she had encountered him so soon. The bandage on her hind leg had long been removed, her wounds healed, concealed beneath her thick fur. Liu Ke remained still for a while, then, with a glimmer of hope, stretched lazily to mask her embarrassment, feigning an intention to leave. Guju's voice was soft as he gently called her name after she had taken a few steps. Lukiskiviko, Lukiskiviko, Lukiskiviko. Luca found it peculiar that he could address a cat with such tender affection, reminiscent of a forsaken husband. The black cat's golden eyes clearly reflected her disdain. Guju's demeanor remained gentle as he asked, "Luku, are you hungry?" He carried a tote bag, not only filled with cat food, but also containing disposable food containers and water. He carefully arranged the items before pouring the food and water. The strays rushed forward, drawn to Guju's vibrant energy, seemingly more appealing to the animals than their usual cautious nature, with some appearing even more docile than house cats. Luca watched with a mix of jealousy and bittersweetness, blinking slowly before leisurely moving to Guju's side, playfully brushing her tail against his wrist. It felt like an unspoken understanding, and Guju, with a twinkle in his eyes, retrieved a small pack of sugar-free bread from his pocket. Tearing into small pieces and eagerly offering it to Luca, Guju appeared in high spirits. When he was happy, the color of his light-colored eyes seemed even more delicate, giving him an unusually pristine appearance. Luca wagged her tail, feeling surprisingly content. Although it had been less than a week since their separation, Luca felt an inexplicable sense of longing. Could it be due to Wu Yi's financial struggles? Lost in thought, Luca sensed Guju's hand gently patting her head, prompting her to nuzzle closer and lift her gaze. "Meow? What is it?" Guju replied. "Luca, let's go home." The word home momentarily disoriented Luca, and before she could gather her thoughts, Guju had already scooped her up. "Meow. I haven't agreed to go back yet." Her soft black paws scratched at Guju's shoulder as she stared at his handsome profile for a moment, rolling her eyes in reluctant concession. After all, someone was eager to play the fool. Why should she, the pampered cat, worry? In return for his kindness, she would protect this well-meaning fool with her life. Guju's sleeve slipped down, revealing the Buddhist beads gifted by a monk on the first day of the lunar month, prompting Luca to glance down and bury her head into the crook of his neck. Guju was taken aback by her affection, instinctively retracting his neck slightly. "Who taught you this habit?" Luca blinked innocently, tilting her head. It was daytime, and Guju had no leverage over her pretense of ignorance. Guju's home appeared familiar as ever. All the broken ornaments had been replaced, and only two dangerous items remained in the living room, while a small Chilean figurine now adorned the entrance table. Luca absorbed every change in the house, gracefully leaping from Guju's arms to allow him to place his belongings down. Upon reaching the dining area, she noticed her white porcelain bowls and dishes neatly arranged against the wall, as if she had never left. To claim that her heart was untouched would be a lie. Luca felt that no one in the world could be as tolerant and kind as Guju. She recognized her abrupt departure as inconsiderate. Yet Guju showed no signs of resentment. The black cat climbed onto the sofa and dozed off, only to awaken with the nightfall. Truth be told, resting outdoors was far from an enjoyable experience. One had to remain vigilant and endure the cold, and Luca's fur was insufficient to ward off most of the chill. After a restful slumber, the little cat stretched lazily and made her way to eat and drink, her movements catching Guju's attention as he emerged from the room, leaning casually against the wall to observe her. "Lukiskivika." Luca turned back, confused. "What is it?" His familiar, soft voice resonated clearly. Guju smiled warmly, saying, "Welcome home." "Oh." Luca felt her heart inexplicably quicken for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. "Aren't you going to scold me? I still have some matters to attend to, and it may be quite late by the time I rest. If you're tired, you need not wait for me." Luca's current routine was quite fitting for a little cat. Though she had just awakened, she lacked confidence in herself, adhering to the principle of pleasing her caretaker. She lazily inquired, "What happened?" "That book has encountered some issues." Guju rubbed his forehead, revealing that a group of like-minded individuals who had experienced supernatural events had formed a forum, but complications had arisen within that forum. It was evident that he was troubled by the situation. "A mystérieux forum?" Luca speculated internally, and since Guju did not seem inclined to elaborate, he turned to enter the room. Luca quickly followed, leaping onto the back of his computer chair, straining her neck to peer at the screen. Guju indulged her, showing no concern for the leather chair being scratched by her claws. A poor student like Lu Ku could hardly fathom the value of such a chair. The glow of the computer illuminated Guju's face, and Lu could discern from the scrolling screen that he was enduring a wave of online harassment, with many blaming him for the dangerous incidents linked to the mysterious forum, even casting him as the mastermind behind it all. Those who seek to vilify others often resort to conspiracy, especially when the target appears elevated and seemingly flawless, igniting an even greater desire to destroy. The internet is rife with extreme and aggressive remarks directed at Guju, and even as a mere bystander, Lu Ku feels a sense of unease. It is not your role to regulate the behavior of readers. The novel merely serves as a conduit connecting them. It is not the cause of the outcomes they manifest. They are inflicting harm upon you. Lu Ku appears somewhat irate, while Guju maintains a calm demeanor. It is not solely the spontaneous reactions of netizens and readers. Many are, in fact, orchestrated by specific factions. The vast majority of people possess a kind heart. Lu Ku's mustache trembles with his breath. So, what do you intend to do? Guju attentively examines each comment. The mysterious forum has disbanded, and despite any impact it may have had, it no longer exists. If the management were to be entrusted to unknown individuals, it would be wiser for me to establish my own association. Establish my own association? Lu Kiskivico expresses surprise. Indeed. Guju turns to her, suggesting it be named the Legend Association, a repository for all urban legends within the city. This would serve as both material and a sanctuary for those prone to misfortune. For these individuals, resource sharing would be remarkably beneficial. Often, misfortune is not merely a matter of chance. If everyone can share resources, it indeed constitutes a positive development. Yet does this not inadvertently validate certain conspiracy theories? In that case, they would have more grounds to criticize you. That is inconsequential. Guju hesitates slightly before adding. Compared to this matter, Lu Ku, there is something I must convey to you. Lu Ku finds it a curious coincidence that the day before her return, she stumbled upon the truth and dissolution of the mysterious forum, followed by her encounter with Guju, who then expressed his intention to establish his own legend association. Compounded by the sudden appearance of a psychic, Lu Ku harbors a vague suspicion that someone is orchestrating all of this. Who could be behind it all? Lu Ku looks up at Guju, who stands, carefully retrieving a folded piece of paper from between the shelves. The note reads, "Hello, Lu Ku. I'm a friendly stranger. I trust you have come to grasp your situation. Reclaiming your body is indeed exceedingly challenging. However, I believe you will not easily concede. Hence I leave this note in hopes that you will see it. I can assist you in returning to your body. But you must first pass my test to prove your worth, as nothing in this world comes without a price. Should you accept, feel free to visit the wooden cabin at Dongjiao Linshong, where I will leave the details of the trial. Yours, Xiaoyu, a mysterious yet friendly psychic." Lu Ku is taken aback. "When did you acquire this?" "A few days ago. It was slipped under the door while I was out feeding stray cats," Guju replies. "But by then, you had already left." Lu Ku pauses, gazing at him with golden eyes, and asks, "Was the Legend Association established for my sake?" Chapter 45, Building 8. Guju hesitates. It cannot be stated in such a manner. Anyone who has experienced the contents of this book knows their authenticity. If exploited by those with ill intentions, it could lead to adverse consequences. It is my duty and obligation to establish an official association to mitigate this. I understand. Lu Ku feels an inexplicable desire to avoid further entanglement in this topic. I will go to Dongjiao, Linshang myself. It is quite far. I will accompany you. Lu Ku flicks her tail, and Guju interjects. "During the day, you cannot speak. That person is aware of me, and the note was delivered only after you left." Lu Ku is momentarily stunned. He knew I would return. Such matters are uncertain even to her. Lu Ku senses that her feline expression is far from pleasant. And Guju gently pats her head before returning to the computer, where he sends out a clarification and the announcement of the establishment of the Legend Association, along with the QR code for the newly created Legend Association chat group, dividing it into large and small groups. Guju's reputation is well known, and he has never been one for self-promotion. The chat group for the Legend Association might attract many fans attempting to connect with their idol, while the small group only accommodates those with genuine supernatural experiences, allowing for mutual exchange and a point of reference when faced with unmanageable situations. Guju is disinterested in management, setting up announcements and a dedicated email, leaving the chat group open for automatic entry. After all, Guju is but one person, with his own affairs to attend to. Luku observes, "Do you not have an assistant?" "I prefer to do things myself," Guju states, and besides, the Legend Association is particularly sensitive. Should I encounter someone reliable in the future, I may delegate responsibilities to them. The reliability Guju refers to encompasses more than just character. To truly join the Legend Association, one must have authentic experiences of misfortune. And merely having experienced it is insufficient for managing the association. These matters cannot be resolved in haste. So Luku watches Guju as he sends everything out, then begins typing independently. His efficiency is remarkable, and the quality of his writing is high. He is not an idle star. And despite the recent turmoil caused by the mysterious forum, it does not hinder his popularity. Luku, noticing this, glances outside and spots cat food in the corner, approaching to sniff it. Humans and animals possess vastly different senses of smell. Luka has grown accustomed to cat food at Wu Yaya's place, and in the long run, is indeed healthier. No one knows when Luku will return to her own body. When Guju finishes typing and emerges from the bedroom, he sees Luka has scattered cat food across the floor. Upon noticing Guju's arrival, the little cat shrinks her ears in guilt and feigns indifference, turning away as if she had not been caught. Guju kneels down to bring himself closer to Luka's line of sight. "Why have you started eating cat food?" The young man pauses, his gaze lowered. "Had you been eating cat food during this time?" Luka looks up. "Actually, it is not bad. I thought about it. This body is a cat, and cat food is healthier." Guju responds with a murmured acknowledgement, saying nothing further as he fetches a broom to tidy up the floor, then prepares a new dish of cat food. "You can call for me. After all, I have nothing to do and am quite bored." Luku swishes her tail, and Guju playfully pinches the tip of her tail with his fingers. The tail sways irregularly, and Guju half squats, aimlessly trying to catch it, engaging in a senseless game of chase. After a while, Luka lifts her head, her golden eyes fixed intently on Guju, who pauses to see what she wishes to convey. After a long moment, Luku expressionlessly manages to utter a few words. "You are so boring." The cat's face inherently carries a taunting quality, leaving Guju momentarily at a loss for words. It was he who had played along, yet now she turns the tables on him. Guju chuckles softly, then reflects that within the body of a cat resides a 20-year-old young woman. Such unreasonable petulance is a common trait among many girls. For reasons unknown, Guju's heart softens, and he follows Luku into the room, where the black cat sprawls extravagantly across the center of the bed. The stark contrast of her black fur against the white bedding is striking. Guju chuckles. Why not move to the guest room? The bed is already made, and no one occupies it. There is no need. That would be a waste. The little cat now exudes an inexplicable air of arrogance. But I still want to sleep. Guju inquires, how do I sleep? Just like this. The little cat mischievously rolls over on the bed, and Guju, with a sharp eyesight, notices that Luku has left a patch of black fur behind. Fur is shedding. The black cat yawns again, sitting up with a serious demeanor. Have you checked the surveillance at the door to see what the person who left the note looks like? Additionally, when shall we go to Dongjiao Linchong? I have matters tomorrow, perhaps the day after, but he did not leave a time frame. It is likely no one will be there, and we can observe first. I will drive over. It is only an hour and a half's journey. As they converse, Guju's phone vibrates. He picks it up to find the owner's group chat in an uproar. Does anyone know about Building 8? I heard the police have gone there. I heard it's quite thrilling. Residents of Unit 2 and Building 8 are starting to consider moving out. What has happened? The couple concealed a corpse within their home. Guju furrowed his brow. What happened? Guju handed his phone to Luku, who observed the screen intently as the black cat swiped upward with its paw. Seemingly engrossed, it appeared that the malevolent spirit clad in red had been dispatched. Guju inquired, "Are you aware of this?" "I stumbled upon it," Luku replied, refraining from elaborating. instead perusing the group messages. The potential for gossip among the curious was boundless. A group of individuals meticulously shared the details they had gathered, soon piecing together the truth of the matter. The spirit, Zhong Shuawei, had succumbed to suicide, plagued by anxiety and self-doubt regarding her appearance during her lifetime. Though she possessed a graceful figure, she was often lamented for her unremarkable visage. One person's comment might be dismissed, but when echoed by many, including her boyfriend, it intensified the anxiety of an otherwise cheerful girl. Initially, Zhong Shuawei sought to enhance her facial features through cosmetic procedures, only to discover she had a propensity for scarring, resulting in severe post-operative complications that rendered her once ordinary face grotesque. Unwilling to accept this fate, she became increasingly obsessed with rectifying her appearance, ultimately spiraling into a pathological state. Her profound self-doubt and anxiety drove her to exhaust all means in pursuit of perfection, yet she found herself no closer to her goal. The labels attached to her transformed from imperfect to plastic surgery freak, ugly, and various other derogatory terms. As her condition deteriorated, on one fateful day, she leapt from the rooftop of a cosmetic surgery clinic clad in a red dress, resulting in multiple fractures and a fatal neck injury. Zhong Shuawei was the sole daughter in her family, and her parents found it immensely difficult to accept such a tragedy, especially knowing their daughter had sacrificed everything for beauty, only to leave the world with an unflattering face. Consequently, the elderly couple bribed the funeral home staff to discreetly retrieve their daughter's body and store it home. The Shui family was affluent and procured a large freezer, removing all internal compartments to accommodate their daughter's remains, while they devised plans to restore her original appearance. The skin, once frozen, became rigid and would rapidly decompose upon thawing, explaining the scars on Zhong Shuawei's spectral visage. The chat group ultimately revealed that the informant was Wu Yaya. Wu Yaya and Zhong Shuawei had been close friends, but due to Zhong Shuawei's obsession, Wu Yaya found it increasingly difficult to comprehend her, leading to a gradual estrangement. Luca felt a pang of sympathy, yet recognized that his connection with Wu Yaya had reached its conclusion. Wu Yaya was an inherently kind-hearted individual, and Luca was not surprised by her struggles. She would wait outside an abandoned hospital for a black cat that had once aided her and would feed stray cats daily out of compassion. She would not impose her understanding upon Luca, but had even named him. However, she would grow wary upon noticing abnormalities in her pets, leading her to abandon them. Guju noticed Luca lost in thought, reclaimed his phone, and soon the chat group of the Legend Association swelled to hundreds of participants, generating a multitude of messages, while his email inbox remained untouched. By the time Guju finished reading, Luca had regained his focus. The following day, Guju was to attend his new book signing event. Authors with such impressive physical book sales were becoming increasingly rare, and producers had reached out regarding purchasing the film rights to one of his works. Guju was not financially constrained. He hailed from a prosperous background, was well-traveled, and possessed a wealth of knowledge, rendering him impervious to selling his rights for petty gains. His publication rate was high, with each work maintaining exceptional quality. As he stood behind the metallic door of the cargo hold, Luca began to grasp the stature Guju held within his professional realm. Upon returning home that evening, Guju discovered Luca engrossed in his new book, his paw resting on the pages, occasionally having to lick it to adhere better to the paper. The anthropomorphic scene elicited a mix of amusement and bemusement from Guju. What prompted this sudden interest in my work? Perhaps I've come to realize your prowess. A bit of reading might deepen my understanding of you. Guju found it amusing. We reside under the same roof. What is it that you cannot directly observe or inquire about me? Luca, feigning profundity, responded, It's different. I am exploring your spiritual realm. What have you discovered? A reclusive, fantasizing homebody. Luca feigned derision, but Guju merely smiled softly. There is no need to force yourself to read if it doesn't interest you. Each person has their own preferences, and we must respect individuality. As Guju attempted to reclaim the book from beneath Luca's paw, Luca firmly pressed down, exclaiming, Don't touch it. You'll mess it up, and I want to know where I left off. He glared at Guju, warning him not to interfere. Guju, bemused, chuckled, but you claim you dislike it, don't you? You are you, and the book is the book. I'm merely acknowledging your uniqueness. Being reclusive signifies depth, and fantasizing suggests sentiment. Luke, who averted his gaze, you are indeed quite withdrawn. That much is undeniable. That is true, Guju replied with a gentle smile. Gathering Lu Ku's leftover cat food, he had sourced the remaining cat food from a local family in the city to feed Lu Ku, not particularly concerned about the minor expense, as it was convenient. After all, the thought of making Lu Ku consume cat food weighed heavily on his conscience. He had covertly tasted a few pieces of cat kibble. They were flavorless, and when crushed, they carried a faint fishy aroma reminiscent of dried fish. Unpalatable. Guju remained uncertain about their appeal to cats, as Lu Ku had never expressed an opinion. Before long, the time to visit the Dongjiao Forest Farm arrived. The pair, comprising one human and one cat, embarked without any preparations. The small wooden cabin outside the Dongjiao Forest Farm was somewhat distant from the site, without local guidance. It would have been challenging for Guju and Lu Ku to locate it. The quaint cabin appeared to have stood for quite some time, and upon entering, it resembled a storage room, with corners piled high, with raw timber and a blend of earthy odors mingling with the subtle fragrance of wood. No one was present, a fact that was immediately apparent. Lu Ku meowed in acknowledgement before scaling the wooden beams with practiced ease. Guju stepped back, observing as Lu Ku gracefully leapt down, clutching a folded note in her mouth. Mew. She seemed to possess a sense of mystery about her intentions. Lu Ku, albeit a bit acrophobic, expressed her disapproval of such behavior. Guju took the note, unfolded it, and found a lock of pink hair within, along with a hastily scribbled message. Greetings, Lu Ku. You likely understand the principle that there is no such thing as a free lunch. We are engaged in a transaction of absolute fairness. For the first time, I shall reveal to you the identity of the one who has encroached upon your body. In exchange, please contact the first member of the Legend Association to assist her with her plight. Once resolved, return here, and I shall divulge the truth. What was this individual's true intention? Guju pondered, slightly furrowing his brow. Lu Ku remained equally serious, contemplating the note. This sense of being dangled was unsettling, rendering it unclear whether the note-bearer was friend or foe. The ambiguity of this person's stance was disconcerting. Lu Ku suddenly recalled that Guju had not hired a spiritualist again. The black cat covertly glanced at Guju. Was this a lesson learned through hardship? Many spiritualists had explicitly stated their unwillingness to become embroiled in such matters, and there was indeed no necessity for further expenditure. Lu Ku was now capable of dealing with ordinary malevolent spirits independently. However, regardless of when she returned to her own body, being able to converse during the day would certainly prove advantageous. With this thought, Lu Ku couldn't help but let out a sigh. Even if the two had much to discuss, it would have to wait until nightfall. Typing with her paw was prone to errors and inefficient. Regarding the legendary cat language translator, Lu Ku pondered its capabilities. Could it truly comprehend my words? The translator's response was rather unexpected. Master, you should kneel before me. I urgently need to relieve myself. The atmosphere grew awkward, and although Lu Ku wished to clarify, he lacked the means to do so. In Chapter 47, titled Disguised Mei Chun, the despondence of the black cat was palpable. Guju chuckled lightly, affectionately stroking the cat's head. He seldom engaged in chat groups, and the current one was bustling with hundreds of participants, making it challenging to find the group entry information. The first ID to join was a female, her avatar depicting a pink, anime-style girl. The ID was Mei Chun, clearly a new account, yet she was remarkably active in the chat, consistently making her presence felt. Guju opened his email, as anticipated, to find Mei Chun's application. She had recounted her supernatural experiences in a manner that was rather simplistic, leading Guju to believe she was merely seeking attention. Thus, he did not approve her entry. The email read, "Hello, esteemed author. I truly admire your work. The stories in your new book feel remarkably real, prompting me to wonder if you have experienced similar supernatural events. I have recently encountered an anomaly. I often have nightmares, and in that half-dream state, It seems I see a shadow standing outside my door, drawing nearer each day, which is quite unsettling. I sense it may be trying to communicate with me, yet I cannot respond. I do not feel threatened by the shadow, but I am still quite frightened. I find my consciousness alert, yet my body is immobile. I have researched this and discovered it is often referred to as sleep paralysis. I wonder if such an experience qualifies me for your association. Sleep paralysis? Gu Ju contemplated, explaining that the phenomenon's causes are intricate, sometimes arising from improper sleeping positions. He maintained strict standards for the association's approvals, filtering out such rudimentary applications. Gu Ju furrowed his brows, seemingly regretting his oversight. It was quite normal, he reasoned, for a large group to attract so many participants, and the allure of smaller groups would naturally entice those seeking to deceive. Gu Ju nodded, stating he had sent a friend request to see if it would be accepted. As he finished speaking, Mei Xiang eagerly sent a message. Is this the esteemed author? Yes. I am so excited that you have reached out to me. Mei Xiang appeared to be a vivacious young woman, expressing admiration for Gu Ju. I noticed you applied to join the Legend Association. Could you elaborate on your experiences? Gu Ju sensed that the mysterious individual had deliberately chosen Mei Xiang as the first task for testing, believing it was no coincidence. Though Mei Xiang maintained a facade of nonchalance. I thought I had detailed everything in the email. Did you not read it? Despite her adoration, Mei Xiang retained the vigilance typical of young girls. Lu Ku observed as Gu Ju engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of pleasantries. He seized the opportunity to swipe Gu Ju's phone from the table, continuing to monitor the progress of the Zhong Shuawei case in the owner group. The couple, driven to madness by their daughter's death, insisted on making her look beautiful, devising countless plans, even enlisting a cosmetic surgeon to change her face. Yet, one cannot simply alter a deceased person's appearance. They ended up mutilating the girl's features. What happened next? Fortunately, their conscience remained intact, and they did not pressure the doctor, instead opting to pay a sum to ensure silence while they sought other means. It was rumored that the body did indeed become more aesthetically pleasing, albeit through some rather macabre methods. The wife, now somewhat deranged, sought out a skilled individual to graft her own skin onto the corpse. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Some lamented the deep parental love of Zhong Shuawei's parents, while others considered hiding a corpse in a residence to be a bad omen. The information shared was a mix of fact and fiction, with much of it seeming absurd to Lu Ku. As the police had not yet reached a conclusion, the property management swiftly muted the owner group to prevent further escalation of the situation. Lu Ku turned back to Gu Ju, who appeared visibly impatient, his brow furrowed. It was rare to see him in such a state, prompting Lu Ku to perch upon the armrest of the chair, gazing up at him. Gu Ju quickly composed himself, reaching out to stroke the cat's head. What troubles you? Are you unhappy? The situation is rather complicated. Gu Ju did not shy away from Lu Ku, displaying a candidness when sharing chat records. The messages revealed Mei Chun's relentless adulation for Gu Ju while evading any inquiries regarding the details of her experiences. Gu Ju, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned something amiss in her demeanor. The disparity in thought processes between males and females, shaped by innate biology and environmental influences, often leads to significant differences. Even if the person before him endeavored to present herself as an exuberant young girl, Gu Ju detected inconsistencies in her subtleties. Mei Chun attempted to argue her case, but Gu Ju issued a warning. Anyone wishing to join the Legend Association must have encountered unsolvable events. One's access to information is limited, and finding true experts is a challenge, which is the very reason I established the association. Should you continue in this manner, I fear I will have little to offer you. Gu Ju's tone was polite yet distant. Mei Chun, unaware that she was a target of Gu Ju, quickly became flustered and revealed her true identity. Mei Chun's real name was Xiao Liang, and the name Mei Chun was derived from his girlfriend, Zhu Mei Chun, who had recently gone missing. Since Zhu Mei Chun's disappearance, Xiao Liang had been plagued by nightmares. The experiences he shared with Gu Ju stemmed from his own reality. Xiao Liang explained, "Actually, both my girlfriend and I have been fans of yours for many years. I was surprised to see you write about such themes, but I felt you must have a deep understanding of these matters, as it is no easy feat to portray them so authentically without personal experience or similar material at hand. Gu Ju inquired, "Do you seek my assistance?" "Yes. Or perhaps you could recommend a reputable expert. There are far too many frauds in the market. While financial loss is secondary, my work is demanding, and I cannot endure this any longer." Xiao Liangliang spoke earnestly, and Gu Ju noted an increase in their communication efficiency. Since they were in the same city, Gu Ju arranged for them to meet the following day for a face-to-face discussion. They agreed to convene at a cafe in the city center set for the afternoon. Gu Ju arrived punctually to find a young man in a white denim shirt and black-rimmed glasses already seated at the designated table. "Hello, I am Xiao Liangliang." Xiao Liangliang appeared somewhat anxious, his gaze flickering to Lu Ku, who elicited a smile. "I didn't expect you to be a cat lover." This contrasts sharply with your previously aloof demeanor. It was evident that Xiao Liangliang greatly admired Gu Ju. As they took their seats, Lu Ku fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Liangliang, or rather, on the malevolent spirit lurking behind him, a girl with pink hair. In Chapter 48, the formal discussion, the two gentlemen remained blissfully unaware of the spectral presence. The pink-haired girl noticed the black cat staring at her intently, causing her to shrink back in trepidation. She was indeed a spirit, albeit a weak one, having died abruptly without much time to contemplate, her bitterness not strong. She was unsure why she followed Xiao Liangliang, especially since she had been contemplating breaking up with him before her untimely demise. Meow. Lu Ku's tail brushed against Gu Ju's hand resting on his lap. Prompting a glance from Gu Ju, he ordered 2 cups of coffee and scrutinized the young man before him, who had begun their conversation with deceit. "Let us discuss your situation." Xiao Liangliang was taken aback by Gu Ju's directness, nodding in agreement. "What would you like to know?" "You mentioned these symptoms arose after your girlfriend's disappearance." "Yes." Gu Ju examined the young man before him. "Then did you not search for her?" After searching for a long time without success, Xiao Liangliang forced a bitter smile and admitted, "To be honest, this was initially a personal matter for me. However, since you care so much, I feel compelled to share. I have been in a relationship with Zhu Meichun for 3 years. Yet our feelings for each other have deteriorated significantly. In truth, she was quite an obedient girl at first, quiet and demure, fitting my ideal perfectly. However, since last year, she has befriended a rather dubious crowd." Xiao Liangliang paused briefly. "At this point, I cannot locate her, and I do not fear your ridicule. In my opinion, her so-called friends are nothing but bad influences, dragging her to nightclubs and bars, keeping her out all night. As a man, I naturally feel uneasy about such matters and have voiced my concerns to her multiple times, yet it has proven futile and has led to numerous arguments." Gu Ju, uninterested in such domestic disputes, interjected, "Did you argue before your girlfriend went missing?" Xiao Liangliang answered candidly, "Yes. I never anticipated her disappearance. Initially, I thought it was a prank, but after several days without any contact, I realized it was serious. To be honest, I have been contemplating breaking up with her for some time. She has changed too much, but she was unwilling to end things." Xiao Liangliang sighed deeply. "You cannot imagine. After Zhu Meichun vanished, her family's first action was to demand answers from me. How could I possibly know where she has gone? We are all adults here." With a bitter smile, Xiao Liangliang continued, "I'm not even certain if I have encountered a supernatural event, but something about this situation feels profoundly abnormal." Gu Ju regarded him and asked, "Then why did you use your girlfriend's name to join the association? Do not tell me this was merely a coincidence." "Honestly, I did not intend to elaborate so much. I view this as a private matter, and, initially, I joined just to see if there were any capable individuals who could locate Zhu Meichun. I have heard that some skilled masters can achieve such feats." "Where did you hear this?" Gu Ju inquired. "In a novel," he replied with a chuckle, scratching his head. After a moment of silence, Gu Ju pressed on, "So, do you wish to resolve your sleep paralysis issue, or are you primarily focused on finding your girlfriend?" Xiao Liangliang paused, seemingly deep in thought. "Can both be resolved? To be honest, sleep paralysis is truly terrifying, but Zhu Meichun's disappearance has led to her family incessantly pestering me. I believe my weary demeanor speaks for itself. I have been unable to sleep well at night, and my daytime work is constantly disrupted." Xiao Liangliang had positioned himself entirely as a victim. Gu Ju raised an eyebrow and asked, "According to your account, Zhu Meichun has been missing for quite some time. Have you reported this to the police?" Xiao Yangliang felt Gu Ju's questions were somewhat disjointed. Shouldn't he be offering comfort filled with human compassion? He glanced up at the young writer, blinked, and then averted his gaze. The youth had achieved fame, yet writers often possess peculiar temperaments. After a long pause, Xiao Yangliang sighed. "She has been missing for a month now, and yes, I have reported it. However, we were not living together before her disappearance, so I have little information to provide." "You argued," Gu Ju stated. "Surely you do not suspect me?" "We had a heated phone conversation. I wanted to break up, but she refused. It was a life-or-death situation over the phone, and I felt helpless." Xiao Yangliang's irritation was evident, yet his reverence for successful individuals kept his displeasure in check. This unspoken annoyance was clear on his face. As Xiao Yangliang recounted his tumultuous relationship with Zhu Meichun, Lu Ke turned her gaze to the pale-haired girl standing behind him, radiating a faint aura of darkness. She surmised that this malevolent spirit was likely Zhu Meichun. Unable to speak, Lu Ke tentatively mewed. The girl, startled, almost jumped back, covering her chest and retreating several steps. It was evident she lacked courage, and her death had not altered that fact. The girl appeared to have died from asphyxiation. Her face pale, lips tinged with purple, and her striking pink hair was almost blinding. This color scheme was somewhat jarring, causing Lu Ke to initially overlook the girl's features and attire. The vibrant pink hair was enough to catch anyone's attention. While many people dye their hair, few dare to choose such a bold hue, especially when contrasted with the girl's unadorned face and simple clothing. The black cat's gaze shifted between Xiao Yangliang and the pale-haired girl, sensing that the situation was far more complicated than Xiao Yangliang had portrayed. Gu Ju, having remained silent for too long, caused Xiao Yangliang to grow anxious. "Why have you stopped speaking? If all is well, could you recommend 2 reliable masters to me?" After a brief pause, Xiao Yangliang added with an awkward smile, "Preferably those who are not too expensive. Finding a random fortune teller on the street can be quite costly. I feel apprehensive about seeking out a master, and I fear that if I mention it to my family, they will worry or doubt me." Suddenly, Xiao Yangliang realized that Gu Ju had not denied any of the information he had shared, which contributed to his unintentional outpouring. Gu Ju merely guided the conversation without interference. People possess an innate desire to share their burdens, and Xiao Yangliang had held onto these matters for far too long. With a trustworthy individual to confide in, he found it difficult to restrain himself. Though Xiao Yangliang was unfamiliar with Gu Ju, he held great faith in his reputation as a remarkably successful individual in all aspects of life, questioning why he would harm an ordinary person like himself. Gu Ju pondered for a moment, then asked, "One final question. What does your avatar symbolize?" Lu could discern that Gu Ju was inquiring about the girl's pink hair, but hesitated to ask directly. "Is your girlfriend's hair pink?" Such a pointed question indicated to Lu Ku that Xiao Yangliang was concealing many truths. A relationship's dissolution cannot be attributed to one party alone. And even if Zhu Meichun had issues, Xiao Yangliang had distanced himself too thoroughly. Without hesitation, Xiao Yangliang responded, "I believe that Avatar resembles Meichun." He pointed to his own head. After she fell in with the wrong crowd, she began dyeing her hair in a multitude of colors, and I thought it looked similar, so I used it. Gu Ju nodded and produced a string of black obsidian beads from his pocket, placing them on the table. "Here, take this. I have had it blessed. It can ward off evil spirits. Based on your description, your situation does not seem severe, so this should suffice." Xiao Yangliang's face lit up with joy as he accepted the beads, admiring them in his hands. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "How much is this?" "I can pay you." "No need," Gu Ju replied, glancing at the time. "I believe we have covered enough for today. If you have further questions, I will reach out to you later." Gu Ju considered that the police were the most professional when it came to locating missing persons. "I will inquire if there are any experts who specialize in finding people, and if so, I will contact you." As they both stood, Gu Ju watched Xiao Yangliang leave before turning to see Lu Ku in a crouched position, as if she had grasped something significant. "What is it?" The cafe was not crowded, so Gu Ju knelt to observe her. Lu Ku turned her head and mewed softly at him, but quickly closed her mouth. her golden eyes wide with focus. Guju nodded and said, "Let us discuss this further at home." Lu Ku agreed, then turned to the empty space and hissed fiercely, satisfied to see the pale-haired spirit, startled, following closely behind her. Upon realizing she could move independently of Xiao Liang, the pale-haired spirit wore an expression of astonishment. Once home, Guju first prepared food for Lu Ku, and then each tended to their own tasks. The pale-haired spirit felt conflicted. She wanted to flee but dared not do so in the current situation. This black cat was formidable, a primal instinct told her. Little did she know, Lu Ku was quietly observing her. The resentful spirit with pink hair bore a faint aura of grievance, rendering her more akin to an ordinary ethereal being lingering in the mortal realm. She was not consumed by obsession, nor had she lost her sanity. Rather, her abrupt demise, coupled with a tarnished reputation and the fact that her murderer remained at large, had transformed her into a vengeful spirit. The instinctual yearning to return to Xiao Liang's side clashed painfully with her fear of the black cat, especially in a room that housed the murder weapon. As dusk fell, Lu Ku, seizing the first opportunity to speak, turned to the pink-haired spirit and inquired, "Are you Zhu Meichun?" The spirit nodded vigorously. Zhu Meichun's wide-eyed expression starkly contrasted with the rebellious persona described by Xiao Liang. "Why are you following Xiao Liang?" she asked, her face a mask of innocence. "I don't know," Zhu Meichun replied. Guju, having heard the commotion, emerged from the bedroom, and upon hearing Lu Ku's question, was already beginning to piece together the answer. "You brought Zhu Meichun back?" Guju paused, his brow furrowing. "Zhu Meichun is dead?" "It appears so," Lu Ku responded, darting into the bedroom to retrieve the wrapped hair of Zhu Meichun from Guju's desk. The wispy tendrils emanating from the hair confirmed Zhu Meichun's identity, connecting her spirit unmistakably to the strands. The expressions of both Lu Ku and Guju grew solemn. According to Xiao Liang, Zhu Meichun was still considered missing. Thus, the circumstances of her death and the timing remained a mystery. The victim stood before them, unseen by Guju, prompting Lu Ku to ask directly, "How did you die?" Zhu Meichun appeared excessively harmless compared to the majority of spirits Lu Ku had encountered, clutching her clothing nervously as she answered, "I don't know." Her innocence was striking. In that moment, Lu Ku began to doubt everything Xiao Liang had claimed. How could a girl who seemed so benign after a sudden death possibly be as unreasonable as Xiao Liang described? He was yet another scoundrel, and Lu Ku couldn't help but curse under her breath. Guju queried, "What's wrong?" Lu Ku, ignoring the question, pressed on, "Do you remember anything else?" Zhu Meichun's face was filled with confusion as she replied, "I don't know. I want to go home, but I can't. I woke up like this. I only remember my name. I know who my family is, but I don't know how to return. I just know I want to follow that man." "That man?" Lu Ku asked. "You don't know who he is?" Zhu Meichun hesitated. "I might know him, but I can't remember. It feels like my mind is empty. I don't remember anything." Lu Ku felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. After a moment of silence, Zhu Meichun hesitantly added, "If you can take me away, can you make sure I don't go back? Although I don't know that man, I feel that if I continue to follow him, I could find my family. But I fear I might end up hurting him or even killing him." At this admission, Lu Ku observed the dark energy and resentment emanating from Zhu Meichun intensifying. Zhu Meichun was not devoid of hatred. It was simply that her death had been so abrupt that she herself did not know who to seek out. Lu Ku's suspicions regarding Xiao Liang deepened. Xiao Liang could disguise his true nature, but Zhu Meichun could not. Her condition was the clearest answer. The black cat, displaying unmistakable emotions, swiftly swatted Zhu Meichun, who seemed on the verge of losing control, to the ground. Lu Ku turned to Guju and simply stated, "I believe Xiao Liang is lying." "I know," Guju acknowledged, his gaze scanning the corner where Lu Ku had just been, only to find emptiness. Individuals often embellish their narratives within relationships, seeking to present themselves in an untainted light. This was understandable, yet, as Zhu Meichun's longtime partner, Xiao Liang's demeanor offered no indication of concern for her safety. Instead, his worries appeared to stem more from pressures exerted by her family and the fatigue of sleepless nights. Lu Ku clenched her teeth in frustration, What a despicable man. The only male present paused slightly before reaching out to ruffle Lu Ku's hair in a comforting gesture. In an age of information overload, individuals have become adept at concocting elaborate narratives. Lu Ku inquired, "What should we do?" Zhu Mei-chun is already dead. She hesitated, feeling somewhat heartless, yet still asked the most pressing question. Who was the first member of the Legend Association, Xiao Liangliang or Zhu Mei-chun? Whose troubles are we really here to resolve? There were numerous doubts surrounding Xiao Liangliang. Lu Ku even suspected an inseparable connection between his actions and Zhu Meichun's disappearance. If Zhu Meichun's death implicated Xiao Liangliang, were they to assist him in alleviating his burdens? Additionally, Xiao Liangliang had applied to join the Legend Association using Zhu Meichun's name and likeness, yet the account was indeed his. How should this be interpreted? Chapter 50 found. Indeed, Guju's expression remained unchanged, as trials are rarely straightforward. Lu Ku nodded, acknowledging that the trustworthiness of those passing notes remained debatable. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Meichun interjected, "Black Cat, if there's nothing else, may I leave?" Lu Ku shot her a glance. "Do you have business?" "I visit Xiao Liangliang's bedside every midnight," Zhu Meichun admitted. "What do you watch him do?" "I think that by watching him more, I can remember more things." She spoke pitifully. "I really want to go home, but I can't remember where it is." Lu Ku realized that the shadow haunting Xiao Liangliang's nightmares was none other than this timid spirit before her. Zhu Meichun's frailty and submissiveness momentarily made Lu Ku forget she was a vengeful spirit. Guju, still standing nearby, listened as Lu Ku relayed Zhu Meichun's words. Suddenly, he asked, "Does she remember where she died?" Zhu Meichun hesitated, seemingly reluctant to recall. "I was in the Baishui River in the eastern suburbs." Lu Ku furrowed her brow. "Isn't it said that water ghosts cannot leave the rivers?" She scrutinized Zhu Meichun closely. "Were you discarded there?" Zhu Meichun lowered her head, appearing unwilling to elaborate. Lu Ku turned around as Guju began dialing the police. The dispatcher, though somewhat skeptical, relayed the information to the team searching for Zhu Meichun. Zhu Meichun then inquired, "Can I leave now?" Lu Ku, with her golden eyes coolly fixed on her, replied, "You need to stay put for now." With Lu Ku's oversight, Zhu Meichun dared not act recklessly and could only remain there, feeling wronged. It was truly unjust for the living to suffer and the dead to become spirits of resentment. Zhu Meichun secretly pouted, then froze, pondering why she felt such frustration about her life despite remembering nothing. Lu Ku chose to disregard Zhu Meichun's petulance and asked, "So, what do we do next?" "Let us wait." Without Zhu Meichun's presence, Xiao Liangliang enjoyed a peaceful night, and the next day, he excitedly messaged Guju, claiming that the bracelet Guju had given him was indeed effective, as he had slept soundly the previous night. "I haven't slept this well in ages. I can't thank you enough." Guju's expression remained indifferent. "It's nothing." The purpose of establishing the Legend Association is to foster mutual assistance among members. As he spoke, Guju glanced at the small group within the Legend Association. Due to strict vetting criteria, out of a 500-member large group, only 15 individuals troubled by supernatural events have been filtered out. The small group was markedly different from the large one. Although everyone had joined, a tacit understanding prevailed, and they refrained from speaking. Those ensnared by supernatural occurrences had already faced a myriad of misunderstandings and strange looks in reality, and thus, they did not exhibit the same bravado as members of the larger group. In fact, the small group was so sparse that everyone was cautious enough to remain silent. After adding Xiao Liangliang to the small group, Guju answered a call that was the follow-up to his report from the night before. "Hello, Mr. Gu. We have located the body based on your tip. Through forensic comparison, we have confirmed its identity as Zhu Meichun, who went missing a month ago. There had been a public appeal for information on her whereabouts. Now that we have contacted Zhu Meichun's family, we would like to express our gratitude on behalf of the police and the relatives for your assistance. You're welcome. The situation is such that we suspect Zhu Meichun may have fallen victim to homicide. To facilitate the investigation, would you be able to come to the police station? We seek to gather some details." This was a scenario Guju had anticipated when he decided to report the incident, and he promptly began to prepare to leave. "Meow. Should we inform Xiao Liangliang?" "No need. We will first assess the situation and then make a decision, Gu Ju replied, suggesting they bring Zhu Meichun along, as she might recall something through the police's inquiries. Meow meow, no problem. Gu Ju smiled gently. I believe that after our understanding, we will surely clarify who the first member is. Meow 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 indeed. Zhu Meichun remarked. So once a person dies, their rights cease to exist? Moreover, how is this person and cat communicating across realms? This was the tacit understanding that Lu Ku and Gu Ju had developed during their time together, naturally not meant for outsiders. Upon arriving at the police station, a middle-aged officer was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Ju, he proactively extended his hand for a handshake. Hello, my surname is Zhang. I may need to ask you some details shortly. Please do not be nervous. It is merely standard procedure. Gu Ju was highly cooperative. It's fine, I understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to report it. Upon entering the interrogation room, the lighting was somewhat dim. Gu Ju glanced around and asked, May I let my cat out? She is very well behaved and will not run around. Officer Zhang, taken aback by the sight of someone bringing a pet, hesitated and replied, Alternatively, we can keep her in the office, where a colleague can look after her. No need. Gu Ju bent down to open his black shoulder bag, revealing a black cat that was nearly asleep inside. Lu Ku gracefully leaped out, curling up on Gu Ju's lap. Just as Gu Ju had said, very well behaved and not causing any trouble. The young officers exchanged glances, and Officer Zhang said, Let's proceed, as per protocol. This does not hinder us. Hello, please start by providing your personal information. As Gu Ju spoke, the officers matched his details with their records, clearly having retrieved his personal file. How did you come to know that Zhu Meichun's body was found in the Dongjiao, Baishui River? I am a writer, and one of my readers anonymously informed me. I was unsure of the validity of the information, but considering the gravity of the situation, I thought it best to contact the police for confirmation. Where were you last night? At home. And where were you a month ago? In the neighboring city, visiting Bema Temple. I am quite familiar with the master there, since it is not far. I drove myself. Can you provide the contact information of the reader? I encountered some issues with my previous book, so I created a new account and formed a group. The information was shared with me anonymously through the group, and I do not have personal contact details. Gu Ju had evidently prepared his response as well, but Lu Ku felt a twinge of concern, as the reader was fictitious. As expected, the police immediately requested Gu Ju's phone to check his account information. Gu Ju remained calm, and after a brief review, the officers returned the phone, clearly finding nothing amiss. Lu Ku was astonished, while Zhu Meichun, following behind, clenched her fists in silence, overwhelmed by the discovery of her body and the stern atmosphere of the police station, which felt unbearably oppressive to her. It was akin to enduring a punishment. I wish to go outside. I cannot bear it any longer. Lu Ku, lacking any sympathy for the malevolent spirit, recognized that the recent experiences had indeed affected Zhu Meichun's essence, but resolutely tapped the ground with his paw, asserting his stance. Next, Gu Ju inquired about Zhu Meichun's case, and naturally, the involved party should be present. After understanding the circumstances surrounding Gu Ju's report, his suspicion naturally diminished to nearly zero. To avoid dampening Gu Ju's spirit, Officer Zhang kindly explained, though these procedures may appear intimidating, they are quite standard. I hope we did not frighten you. Gu Ju shook his head, I understand, having seen similar portrayals in films and being mentally prepared. But what exactly happened with Zhu Meichun? Officer Zhang smiled. What prompts such a question? Having been involved, it was natural to express concern, especially given the nature of the incident. Gu Ju, with a bashful demeanor, replied, After all, I am a writer, and much of my inspiration stems from life experiences. I rarely encounter situations like this. Officer Zhang sighed. Zhu Meichun's uncle is a friend of mine. Her family reported her missing shortly after she disappeared, but there have been no leads. We only know that she had a quarrel with her boyfriend before leaving. This detail had not been mentioned by Xiao Liang. Lu Ku raised an eyebrow in surprise. Gu Ju asked they had a quarrel? Yes, I have met Zhu Meichun. She is a well-behaved girl, albeit a bit too submissive. It is said that her current boyfriend is quite dominant and often insists she dress according to his preferences. When she refuses, he resorts to emotional manipulation. Zhu Meichun, being of a compliant nature, finds this difficult to cope with, and over time, Even the most agreeable person can harbor grievances. Yet, somehow, they have been together for 3 years. The specifics are their private matters, and I cannot pry further. Indeed. Guju nodded. So, did Zhu Meichun consider suicide after their argument? The coroner's preliminary assessment indicates homicide, followed by concealment of the body, Officer Zhang lamented. Her parents are devastated, and given their poor health, we have refrained from notifying them. The body had been submerged for too long, and much evidence is now indiscernible. Guju remained silent. Officer Zhang personally escorted Guju out of the police station, advising him not to linger as they would soon meet with some suspects. Thank you again for the clues you provided. As a citizen of this city, it is my duty to uphold the rule of law. Guju smiled. Now, Officer Zhang, please go about your work. I could drive myself. After watching Officer Zhang depart, Guju returned to his car to wait. After a while, a black cat leaped onto his windshield and tapped with its paw. You're back? Any findings? Earlier, while inquiring, Luku had secretly taken Zhu Meichun to the coroner's office, where her body lay. After a month, Zhu Meichun's corpse had become entangled in water plants, submerged and in a deplorable state. Luku, unfamiliar with such scenes, chose to wait outside. As a spirit, Zhu Meichun could traverse freely. Upon seeing her own body, she entirely disregarded the discomfort of being in the police station. Her disfigured remains were almost unrecognizable, except for the striking pink hair and the pull between her physical form and spirit. Zhu Meichun could hardly believe that the unidentifiable mass was herself. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down her cheeks, her expression blank, with no one knowing what thoughts filled her mind. Zhu Meichun was actually a very delicate girl, and with a little grooming, she could have been a charming beauty. She had a small face, large eyes, and a round visage that exuded youthfulness with slender limbs, which is why Xiao Liangliang enjoyed dressing her up, making her resemble a character from a virtual world. Luku did not wait long before Zhu Meichun emerged. Silently walking outside, Luku swiftly knocked her to the ground and bit her by the scruff, leading her out of the police station. Thankfully, as a spirit, she was light as a feather, and this did not hinder their escape. Luku noticed an escalation in the resentment emanating from Zhu Meichun. Previously, she appeared as a typical spirit of someone who had died a natural death, but now she truly resembled a vengeful spirit. If Zhu Meichun were to return to Xiao Liangliang's side now, it would likely not be a simple matter of sleep paralysis. Luku's gaze sharpened. Just as Young had stated, with increasing exposure to new realms, one naturally becomes aware of many things, understanding what they are, what will occur, and how to proceed. The black cat, gifted with spiritual insight, combined with Luku's innate connection to the ethereal, made them a formidable pair. The imposing presence of Loka roused Zhu Meichun from her stupor, compelling her to struggle and ascend into the vehicle. Meow, she uttered upon returning. Loka, self-aware, settled into the passenger seat with a poised demeanor, while Zhu Meichun mimicked propriety in the back. Guju, attuned to the atmosphere, pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward, narrowly avoiding an encounter with Xiao Liangliang en route to the police station. Stimulated by the police station's aura, Zhu Meichun's eyes momentarily reddened, her visage swelling into a grotesque mask of fury and menace. Meow. The sound of her anguished meow startled Guju, prompting him to pull over and glance at Loka. The black cat turned, its gaze icy as it directed a threatening hiss towards the back seat. Concurrently, Zhu Meichun's mind echoed Loku's voice. If you wish to avoid losing your wits, behave yourself. The frigid tone doused the fervor in Zhu Meichun's mind with an unexpected chill, causing shivers to traverse her skin, even as a malevolent spirit. Loka was evidently irate. Zhu Meichun, trembling with fear, curled into herself, realizing her previous reaction had been tantamount to courting disaster. While ordinary black cats possess formidable powers, Loka, as an extraordinary black cat, exhibited an unsettling intensity. The sole distinction lay in Loka's human soul and consciousness, preventing her from toying with spirits as an ordinary feline might. Cats are cruel hunters, often playing with their prey before delivering a swift, fatal blow. Zhu Meichun had witnessed far more vicious spirits than herself succumb to Loku's claws. rendered powerless and tormented until they dissipated into thin air. Since the essence of the spirit is derived from the yin energy, even dismembered spirits do not immediately perish, rendering their dissolution an agonizing process. Observing Zhu Meichuan's newfound compliance, Loka settled comfortably in the passenger seat. Regrettably, she still could not communicate with the living. Yet her instincts whispered that with continued engagement between the realms of yin and yang, her abilities would flourish. Loka resembled a seed, nurtured and sprouting, with a promising future ahead. Noticing Loka's inexplicable uplift in mood, Zhu Meichuan exhaled a sigh of relief, though her torment was far from over. As night fell, Loka unceremoniously struck Zhu Meichuan down, standing atop her frail form, exuding an astonishing presence despite her petite stature. "You deceive me." It was a statement of certainty. From Gu Jue's perspective, he could only observe the black cat engaging in an animated display against the air, oblivious to its ferocity. Even finding the time to record a video on his phone, Zhu Meichuan felt a deep sense of despair, likening herself to a mouse caught beneath Loka's claws. Powerless and fragile. Chapter 52. All are lies I did not. Do you recall what you said before? Despite her smaller frame, Loka possessed an unsettling air of superiority. You claimed you could not remember anything, yet your reactions tell a different story. Are you willing to feign ignorance to defend a scoundrel? I did not. Tears of blood streamed down Zhu Meichuan's face. After Loka paused, Zhu Meichuan slowly continued, "I merely wish for no further entanglements." The mouth of the pink-haired spirit finally opened, and Loka firmly believed that violence wrought miracles. Zhu Meichuan recounted, "I met Xiao Liangliang through a mutual friend. I was young, and it was my first experience with love. He had been in relationships before, so I simply followed his lead, content to remain passive, as many advise that girls should not be too assertive in love. However, I soon realized that his need for control was excessive. Due to my compliant nature, he naturally sought to mold me to his expectations, buying clothes, styling my hair. Everyone praised him for spending on me, claiming I had found a good man. Yet only I knew the truth. Everything he prepared was to his liking, not mine. He even forgot my birthday. All of this was based on others' perceptions, not my own feelings. Thus, I began contemplating a breakup, but Xiao Liangliang resisted, weeping like a helpless child, claiming his deep affection for me, expressing his desire to improve. His self-pity instilled in me a sense of guilt. We broke up and reconciled many times, but only we understood the truth. To the outside world, he was the perfect boyfriend, successful, amiable, and handsome, treating me exceptionally well. Zhu Meichuan's tone dripped with irony, lamenting that while everyone believed he treated me well, I did not share that sentiment. Ironically, under the weight of external opinions, I began to question if I was simply ungrateful. Yet, I always felt he wanted to reshape me into his ideal, which was not who I am. Loka inquired, "Then who, ultimately, took your life?" Zhu Meichuan, her expression serene, replied, "I do not know. After our last argument, I left, and by the riverbank I was struck unconscious." Loka fell silent. After nightfall, she briefly relayed Zhu Meichuan's story to Gu Jue, who offered no commentary. Days later, Officer Zhang contacted Gu Jue to update him on the investigation into Zhu Meichuan's case, revealing that Xiao Liangliang had emerged as the primary suspect, and Zhu Meichuan's funeral was scheduled for the following day. This outcome elicited little response from Zhu Meichuan, who stood quietly in the corner of the room, seemingly devoid of any attachments since confessing everything. Loka sensed that Zhu Meichuan was gradually succumbing to the overwhelming resentment that often consumed malevolent spirits, rendering her dull and listless. Under the moonlight, Loka expressed her concerns to Gu Jue. "At this rate, I may have to escort her to the afterlife myself." Zhu Meichuan's gaze towards Gu Jue grew increasingly perilous, a fact Loka noted with clarity. A few days later, seemingly due to pressure from Zhu Meichuan's family and accumulating evidence, Xiao Liangliang was detained. Gu Jue received a message from him. "I did not kill Zhu Meichuan. I am innocent." Gu Jue paused, glancing at Loka. "Does Zhu Meichuan wish to kill Xiao Liangliang? If I had not taken Zhu Meichuan away, Given the previous circumstances, Xiao Liangliang's situation would not have been favorable. Luca refrained from confirming, for only Zhu Meichuan herself knew her true intentions, yet it was evident that her feelings for Xiao Liangliang had long since faded. Before Luca intervened, this pink-haired spirit was filled with malice. Although Zhu Meichuan appeared weak and submissive now, Luca would not forget the description of Xiao Liangliang being pursued by a dark shadow in her dreams. Every account is subjective, with individuals striving to portray themselves as immaculate, pure as snow, oblivious to whether they seek to deceive others or themselves. Upon noticing Zhu Meichuan gazing at Gujue, Luca coldly warned, "He is not someone you can approach." With her customary gentle smile, Zhu Meichuan replied, "I did not. I merely found him impressive. I never expected the renowned author, Jibu Xiao, to be so young and accomplished. You are deceased. For you, it is more accurate to say, I did not expect him to be a living person." Zhu Meichuan could not bear the warmth of the sun, yet Luca inexplicably understood the allure that the living hold for malevolent spirits. Such entities act on instinct, and Luca was astonished that Zhu Meichuan retained any semblance of consciousness, though it was closely tied to her lingering resentment. However, with the discovery of the body and Xiao Liangliang's apprehension, Luca perceived the Pandora's box within Zhu Meichuan's heart beginning to open. Luca could not tolerate anyone coveting Gujue. Soon, Luca reassured herself to endure. Although she was unaware of who orchestrated event from the shadows, her instincts indicated that Zhu Meichuan's saga was nearing its conclusion. On the day Xiao Liangliang was sentenced for murder and imprisoned, he sent Gujue a text message. Luca anticipated many inquiries from Xiao Liangliang, yet he asked, "Is the shadow that haunts me daily Zhu Meichuan?" "Indeed it is. I knew it. She harbors a deep-seated hatred for me and desires my demise." The words of Xiao Liangliang were vague and cryptic. Gujue sent a message inquiring about it, but there was no reply. Luca asked, "What does this mean?" Gujue furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling something. "What is it?" Lukiskivitko inquired. During their first meeting, Xiao Liangliang had mentioned that Zhu Meichuan's family was pestering him, causing him unrest. Luca remarked, however, Zhu Meichuan and Xiao Liangliang were in a relationship for 3 years. Her family must naturally think that he should know her whereabouts. Gujue stroked the black cat, contemplating that perhaps she was overthinking it. There seemed to be significant influence from Zhu's family behind all of this. Luca remained silent, glancing at Zhu Meichuan, who was quiet in the corner, surrounded by a web of lies. Gujue reassured her, "What they say must contain some truth. Matters of the heart are inherently mutual. The dissolution of a relationship often involves more than just one person's issues. As the situation is nearing its conclusion, we shall visit the wooden cabin after Zhu Meichuan's funeral." Luca nodded in agreement. At Zhu Meichuan's funeral, her friends and family were in deep mourning. Xiao Liangliang's family also attended, silently retreating to a corner, lighting incense before departing hastily. After exiting the funeral, Gujue drove to the Dongjiao forest farm, while Luca remained in the car, fearing that some might regard her presence as ominous. As time passed, Luca stared intently at the asphalt country road, feeling an involuntary anxiety. This was the first step, a test between them and the mysterious individual. Upon opening the wooden door, the familiar sight greeted them. Luca climbed onto the beams, searching for a considerable time, but found no paper in the usual spot. Gujue also searched the ground. The two of them, along with the cat, rummaged through the cabin for over an hour without success, and only as darkness fell did they decide to head home. The journey was enveloped in an inexplicable silence. Luca pondered aloud, "What if we are mistaken?" Gujue pulled over to the roadside, as she needed to compare handwriting, keeping the note close. "Hello, Lukiskiviko. I believe you understand the principle that there is no such thing as a free lunch. We are engaged in an absolutely fair transaction. For the first time, I shall reveal to you who has invaded your body. As a price, please contact the first member of the Legend Association to resolve her difficulties. Once the matter is settled, return here, and I shall provide you with the answer." Luca asked, "Is the first member Xiao Liangliang? That complicates things." Zhu Meichuan's troubles did not lie in bringing the murderer to justice. Gujue's gaze darkened. Luca paused, realizing, indeed, if we had not intervened, given the speed at which Zhu Meichuan's resentment was accumulating. She would soon have devised a way to bring about Xiao Liangliang's demise. After all, she had been haunting his dreams for quite some time, and the results were evident. Due to the dual pressures of reality and dreams, Xiao Liangliang's state when he met them was far from good. Gu Ju suggested, "Let us deduce what Xiao Liangliang's trajectory should have been had there been no unforeseen events." Lu Ku felt a chill. Zhu Meichuan's abilities are continuously growing. She will soon be capable of much more. Regardless of whether it is a fact or an accident, as time progresses, killing Xiao Liangliang will become effortless for her. Or perhaps, under the immense pressure, he will succumb and choose to escape. She has deceived me again. Lu Ku gritted her teeth, the doubts in her heart unraveling. She had always believed that Zhu Meichuan's soaring resentment was merely a reaction to encountering Xiao Liangliang, triggering a flood of memories. Lu Ku reached a conclusion. What she cared about was not these matters at all. It was highly probable that the one who would kill Zhu Meichuan was not Xiao Liangliang. Xiao Liangliang was merely her sacrificial offering. So how did Zhu Meichuan actually die? Gu Ju remarked, "That is a question only the parties involved can answer." Lu Ku remained silent for a while before asking, "So what is it that Zhu Meichuan truly desires?" After posing the question, she sighed, wishing Xiao Liangliang had simply used his own information to join the group. His troubles would have been more straightforward. Gu Ju reached out to stroke the black cat's head, her expression calm as she gazed ahead, stating, "Let us return for now. I suspect Zhu Meichuan has already fled." Lu Ku felt increasingly gloomy, her golden eyes fixed on the city's direction, her gaze growing cold. After a prolonged silence, Gu Ju slightly turned her head. "What are you thinking?" Lu Ku replied, "I am contemplating how Zhu Meichuan managed to amplify her resentment. Initially, she merely lingered at the edge of the ordinary spirit realm, but now I feel as though this world is utterly disorienting. If she continues like this, even you will easily perceive her. Who is feeding Zhu Meichuan's resentment? Is it that mysterious individual? If so, what is their intention? Can such a person truly assist me in reclaiming my body?" Gu Ju remained silent, merely stroking the cat's head. Words would be futile. Navigating through darkness was inherently challenging for both human and feline. Infine, Luc Sourd. I have simply never encountered anyone so calculating. It frightens me. Zhu Meichuan appears docile, yet in such matters, she is so ruthless. Regardless, Xiao Liangliang cannot expect a favorable outcome. Is this her true intention? I had always thought matters of affection were mutual, that even breakups could be conducted with grace and dignity. Gu Ju chuckled at her childish words. If it were truly so, there wouldn't be so many lovesick individuals. Did you never have a romance during your school days? It seemed to be a casual remark, yet Lu Ku's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Studying is important. Early romance is not advisable. Did you not have a crush? Lu Ku averted her gaze, licking her dry nose. No, they were all just kids. Now that you're in university, haven't you had any relationships? Lu Ku pondered Gu Ju's intent in questioning her, feeling somewhat uneasy about revealing her scant romantic experiences. No, I was busy working part-time. My family's allowance is limited, and dating can be quite costly. Oh, I see. It seemed merely an offhand topic of conversation. Lu Ku, utilizing the feline's exceptional night vision, observed Gu Ju's profile, detecting no signs of disturbance. Gu Ju was always so composed, seemingly indifferent to everything, yet her presence provided a sense of security in times of helplessness. How could one rely on others for such a fragile sense of safety? Lu Ku secretly chastised herself, feeling that her dependence on Gu Ju was utterly inappropriate. Yet she couldn't help but wonder how Zhu Meichuan would behave in her position. If it were Zhu Meichuan, Gu Ju might have never realized that the supernatural events she was encountering stemmed from the seemingly harmless black cat beside her. Upon returning home, Zhu Meichuan was indeed nowhere to be found. Lu Ku panicked momentarily, suddenly recalling, Zhu Meichuan likely hasn't been buried yet. Many traditional families would not conduct a burial during the day, especially for a young, unmarried girl who died unexpectedly, as the elderly viewed her fate akin to that of a child who passed away too soon. It was uncertain whether Zhu Meichuan's family adhered to such traditions. Without further delay, Lu Ku and the cat turned their vehicle toward Zhu Meichun's home. Officer Zhang had inadvertently revealed the location of her house, and coupled with inquiries made at a nearby convenience store, Guju easily located a residence adorned with an abundance of wreaths at the entrance. Zhu Meichun's hometown was on the outskirts of the city, where her family intended to return her for burial. The vehicle halted by the roadside, under the inky darkness of the night, with only the lights from the residence flickering like distant stars. The headlights illuminated Zhu Meichun's doorway, revealing a slender girl with pink hair peering inside. Luca felt as if Zhu Meichun had played her for a fool, deceiving her multiple times. Upon encountering her adversary, her eyes blazed with fury. Without waiting for Guju to react, Luca leaped from the car window, transforming into a shadow as she dashed toward Zhu Meichun. Instinctively, Zhu Meichun attempted to flee, running a few steps before stopping abruptly in the darkness, lowering her gaze to the black cat and murmuring, "Am I no longer afraid of you?" Luca scoffed coldly, "You can certainly try. Zhu Meichun has only recently reached a point where she can be seen by others, and is still far from matching the formidable red-clad malevolent spirit, Zhong Shuowei. Lu Ku, not long ago, was able to exchange blows with the red-dressed specter, let alone now." Zhu Meichun's gaze flickered, and Lu Ku turned her head to see Guju approaching. In Zhu Meichun's eyes, an uncontrollable yearning shimmered. This was instinct, the instinct of a malevolent spirit. Though not willingly, it was difficult to suppress. Guju stated, "We do not wish to conflict with you, nor do we seek to involve ourselves in these matters." Raising his hand, Zhu Meichun saw the momentary flash of Buddhist prayer beads and managed to restrain herself. "What do you wish to convey?" she inquired. "We want to understand your intentions," Guju replied directly. "We have deduced that the individual who took your life was not Xiao Liang. We do not comprehend why you protect your murderer, nor how you have come to be in this state, but our purpose remains uncomplicated." Staring into Zhu Meichun's suspicious eyes, Guju continued, "We merely wish to assist you. You may share your desires with us." Zhu Meichun's voice became slightly hoarse. "Assist me? You must see that both you and Xiao Liang are strangers to me." Lu Ku interjected, "Why does your resentment grow heavier? What is the obsession that binds you to this realm?" Zhu Meichun fell silent. "Why do you wish to know?" Lu Ku replied, "For my own sake. This is my stepping stone to reclaiming myself." Zhu Meichun's expression shifted slightly. "I too wish to reclaim myself." Guju pressed on, "What has transpired within you?" In truth, Zhu Meichun's demeanor was apathetic, a stark contrast to her previous docility. "I could say it was suicide. Yet I did not wish to let Xiao Liang off so easily. Thus I had someone else do the deed. I thought the body would be discovered swiftly, but the water weeds ensnare my feet." Zhu Meichun looked down at her hands. "I had nearly given up, yet you intervened, inadvertently sending Xiao Liang to prison." Once again, Luca felt a surge of irritation. Zhu Meichun always concealed the crux of her words so thoroughly. Who struck the blow? Why does she harbor such animosity toward Xiao Liang? What was her original plan? How had her resentment transformed? Guju lifted Lu Ku into his arms, stroking her back in a soothing manner that allowed her to relax somewhat. Noticing the frenzied tail of the black cat slowing, Guju turned to the pink-haired specter. "You claim you wish to return to your former self." Zhu Meichun remained silent. Guju's gaze roamed over Zhu Meichun. This was their first face-to-face encounter, as prior communications had been relayed through Lu Ku, obscuring many details. Zhu Meichun dressed simply in a shirt and jeans, her slender figure rendering the uncomplicated attire both refreshing and appealing, save for her incongruous pink hair. "Your body has been submerged for too long. It is difficult to manage. Your family is deeply saddened. They surely cannot bear to look upon it for long," Guju stated. "I have heard from Master Chuyi that when ordinary families frequently encounter malevolent spirits, their fortunes suffer, which is likely why you refrain from entering your home." In Guju's presence, it appeared unnecessary for Zhu Meichun to articulate anything. She merely needed to listen, even without offering her opinion. "Your family should possess old photographs of you. I will convey your last wishes. However, given that your body has lingered in the river for so long, I trust you understand." Zhu Meichun remained silent, and Guju even wore a faint smile. Luca still felt some anger. "Guju, she deceived me. Guju gently ruffled her hair, an inexplicable tenderness in his demeanor. She did not lie. She indeed felt like a doll in her relationship with Xiao Liangliang, dressed and adorned against her will. She did not like it, yet could not express her discontent, as everyone deemed Xiao Liangliang to be wonderful. Yet she felt her sense of self gradually eroding in the process. Xiao Liangliang was like a sculptor, molding her into his preferred image. Perhaps an unconscious act on his part, yet brought her increasing anguish, prompting her to attempt to escape and rebel. However, such actions led everyone to sympathize with Xiao Liangliang, viewing her as the one who had gone astray, lacking integrity. Everyone empathized with Xiao Liangliang, and I believe Zhu Meichun must have felt profoundly isolated during that time. Gu Ju remarked, "The voice of the individual is exceedingly faint amidst the crowd." As everyone denied her existence, she began to doubt herself. Yet she has always sought to maintain her identity. When this determination reached an extreme, she felt that nothing mattered anymore. Gu Ju's voice and expression remained gentle. The 20-year-old Lu Ku appeared more like an innocent child in the presence of the 28-year-old Gu Ju, to the point where even her speech resembled a soft lesson. This realization caused Lu Ku to turn her face away uncomfortably, locking eyes with Zhu Meichun, who seemed to understand. I once held great affection for Xiao Liangliang, but eventually, I discovered that I love myself more, Zhu Meichun softly stated, before vanishing from their sight. Lu Ku did not try to stop her. Gu Ju had already pieced together the entire sequence of events in his mind before she could fully comprehend. This understanding left Lu Ku feeling somewhat defeated. She could grasp the disparities brought about by experience, yet she also believed that with the growth of her abilities, she could stand before Gu Ju. This was one of the reasons she dared to return to his side. "Will you knock on Zhu Meichun's door?" "Yes. I fear it may be too late if we delay." Upon knocking, Zhu Meichun's mother opened the door. The middle-aged woman had her hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of warmth and competence, resembling Zhu Meichun in both appearance and stature. Zhu Meichun's mother recalled the young man who had visited earlier in the day. "Is there something else you need?" "Greetings," Gu Ju replied politely. "I suddenly remembered something important that I felt compelled to convey, fearing it may be too late. I made a special trip here at this late hour. I hope I am not intruding." "No, please go ahead." Zhu Meichun's mother gestured for him to enter. In the courtyard of the suburban courtyard house, the main room was already vacated, and Zhu Meichun's family members emerged upon hearing the commotion. "Zhu Meichun seems to be troubled by something," Gu Ju remarked. "She feels increasingly unlike herself since being with Xiao Liangliang, which has caused her great distress. Yet she feels powerless." Gu Ju smiled slightly. "I have a suggestion. Could we assist her in tidying her appearance according to photographs from before her relationship with Xiao Liangliang? Currently, the marks of Xiao Liangliang linger too heavily upon her." Zhu Meichun's brother was taken aback. "Isn't she upset about the breakup?" "I have not interacted much with Miss Zhu Meichun, but perhaps it is precisely because of our unfamiliarity that she feels more at ease expressing her feelings to a stranger." Gu Ju explained. "In my perception, Miss Zhu Meichun has always been a woman of gentle exterior, yet firm interior." Chapter 55. A new note. It is unclear when Gu Ju's language began to take on such formality. Lu Ku, curious yet apprehensive of offending, leaned over the courtyard wall to peer inside. Zhu Meichun's mother appeared more relaxed. "Indeed, everyone says Meichun is so compliant that she lacks her own opinions, yet as parents, we know better. This child has more resolve than anyone." Zhu Meichun's mother paused. She has not encountered many boys. Perhaps that is why she grew so fond of Xiao Liangliang, leading her to retreat step by step. Mentioning Xiao Liangliang caused Zhu Meichun's family to grow cold, revealing their unmasked animosity towards him. Zhu Meichun's father attempted to mediate. "Let us not speak of such irrelevant people. After all, those scoundrels have received their comeuppance." Zhu Meichun's brother stood nearby, his eyelids twitching as he forced a smile. "I will go find our photos." Regardless of whether this gentleman's words are true or not, helping Meichun tidy her appearance must align with her preferences. That much is certain. I recall that when we traveled to the neighboring city 2 years ago, Meichun wore a lovely white dress that she adored. "I will go find it." The tall man spoke, his eyes reddening as he spoke, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhu Meichun's mother expressed her gratitude. Thank you. It is heartening to have someone remember Mei-chan. You are correct. We will remember her. Having achieved his purpose, Gu-ju departed, leaving an inexplicable silence in the car. Luo-ku felt somewhat perplexed, as Gu-ju had always been a person of remarkable composure. What troubles you? She inquired. Zhu Mei-chan did not commit suicide. Gu-ju sighed, a look of compassion gracing her features. She was protecting her family, which likely fuels her resentment. She never intended to die, yet her passing has inflicted endless pain upon her loved ones. Luo-ku, unable to grasp the situation, nodded ambiguously. Have you come to understand the matter? I believe so, Gu-ju replied. We shall revisit the forest farm tomorrow afternoon. Sure enough, a new note awaited them. In the familiar location, Gu-ju held the note tightly while surveying the surroundings. Luo-ku, still basking in the joy of progress, asked, "What is it?" "Someone is watching us." Gu-ju squinted, observing Zhu Mei-chan's condition. I do not believe Zhu Mei-chan is in league with that mysterious individual. Luo-ku felt a chill run down her spine. Could someone possess such extraordinary capabilities? Gu-ju remained silent, embracing Luo-ku as they entered the vehicle before finally opening the note. Luo-ku nestled against his thigh, both peering at the contents together. The note read as follows. Hello, Luo-ku. Congratulations on completing your first trial. I shall now fulfill my promise and reveal the identity of the one who has usurped your body. The name Luo Wenxiu, a renowned ancestor of the Luo family, is surely familiar to you. You need not be enraged. What does it matter to such a significant figure to seize the body of an unknown girl? For the Luo family, the return of an ancestor is the true matter of importance. I have fulfilled my promise. Now, I shall explain the content of the second trial. As a reward for this transaction, I will disclose the whereabouts of your body. For the second trial, please bring 2 members of the Legend Association and spend the night in the abandoned hospital. Luo-ku had indeed heard of the illustrious Luo Wenxiu, a prominent ancestor of the Luo family, who, despite being a woman, single-handedly upheld the family during tumultuous times, transforming the Luo family into one of the established clans of the Republic era. The current ancestral home was expanded and modified during her time. According to the mysterious individual's words, it was evident that Luo Wenxiu was not in the ancestral home. The discontent on the cat's face was palpable. Gu-ju patted the cat gently and said softly, "Since we have come this far, we shall proceed with caution." Luo-ku lifted her head, her ears twitching as Gu-ju pinched them playfully. "I will accompany you." Luo-ku, having suppressed her curiosity until evening, finally asked Gu-ju what their next step should be. Gu-ju, donning blue light-blocking glasses and having just completed a laborious task, stretched and picked up her phone. An email containing information about a hospital had already arrived. When I returned this afternoon, I had a contact investigate. The city is neither too big nor too small, and locating the abandoned hospital is not my forte. With a smile, Gu-ju dialed her acquaintance. The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man, characterized by a gravelly voice and a familiar tone. "Ah, looks like you've wrapped up." "Yes, I see you only sent me information about one hospital." The man replied. Due to the scarcity of land in the city, any abandoned buildings are quickly demolished and rebuilt. This hospital is rather small. It was previously a private institution, but since the land lease has not expired, no one agrees to transfer ownership, hence it remains abandoned. Gu-ju sent the email to her computer while conversing. Glancing at the photos, Luo-ku squatted nearby, her heart racing. This was indeed a remarkable coincidence. The images in the file were precisely of the abandoned hospital where Wu Yiya had been deceived, albeit the photos were taken during the day, clearly showing a sign reading XINU Hospital. Zhang Xin Yi Ue. Luo-ku paced anxiously, then composed herself to listen patiently to Gu-ju. Gu-ju inquired, "How long has the hospital been abandoned?" Such a large establishment must have a significant reason for its closure. The middle-aged man responded, "About 10 years. The former director passed away unexpectedly, and his family chose not to continue operating the hospital, dispersing the medical staff." He added, somewhat irritated, "All this information is in the documents I provided. Can't you just check for yourself? Look at the time. Don't I need a rest?" Gu-ju raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you a night owl? I still have a group to join, and if you delay me, you owe me a meal." With that, the man seemingly irked. hung up the call. Luo Ku obediently remained by her side until Gu Ju looked up. I have been to that hospital. Gu Ju was unfazed. Casually bin hink luokes ears. Indeed, it seems you found a new caretaker those days. So, is that the focal point we should consider? The little cat smirked, brushing Gu Ju's mischievous paw away. It is quite dangerous inside. A very fierce, malevolent spirit resides there. Gu Ju's expression shifted, her demeanor turning serious. The note only mentioned bringing 2 association members. May I see the small group? Gu Ju readily agreed. The small group remained as quiet as ever. Though its members had increased significantly, what once was a group of a dozen had swelled to over 100. Luo Ku was taken aback and glanced at the larger group, noticing several thousand-member groups active in the chat list, each with extensive chat histories. How long will it take to sift through this? Luo Ku exclaimed in astonishment. The cat's face bore subtle expressions, revealing emotions that required careful observation. The applicants varied greatly, each with different motives. Filtering those who had truly experienced supernatural events was an immense undertaking, especially considering Gu Ju's daily workload. The young man spoke lightly. Oh, it's nothing. I have numerous editors. Gu Ju contemplated and added, I also distribute red envelopes. Luo Ku felt a desire to retort, but restrained herself, recalling her intention to examine the small group. As expected, she soon found Wu Yiya and Zhang Xinyu within it. Luo Ku had inadvertently glimpsed Wu Yiya's chat account previously. As for Zhang Xinyu, her profile picture was a high-angle selfie that resembled an online image. Yet her story left a profound impression on Luo Ku. I might know who the mysterious person wants us to bring, Luo Ku mentioned. Gu Ju followed her gaze. Do you recognize them? This one is the temporary caretaker I found for myself before, and the other one I encountered at the abandoned hospital. She is the current owner of the hospital. The hospital is closed, but she possesses the key. Luo Ku paused before adding, I previously went to the hospital because they were playing a spirit game there. The black cat's expression turned anxious. I believe there will be danger. The last time I went, after they summoned the spirit, many entities emerged, including a particularly vicious, serpent-like malevolent spirit that feeds on other spirits and possesses a strong desire to attack. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the benevolent spirit of the former director, I fear we would have faced total annihilation. The former director? Gu Ju opened the documents, pausing on a photograph of a kind-looking elderly man with snow-white hair who had an excellent reputation. Zhang Xinyu was also one of the central figures in the establishment of the mysterious forum. Luo Ku felt a complex swirl of emotions. Speaking of which, the reason for the forum's formation is quite humorous. Gu Ju expressed interest. Zhang Xinyu was infatuated with her ex-boyfriend and couldn't let go. The group, unable to find a solution, sought to consult the spirit to help Zhang Xinyu move on. Xinyu Hospital, Zhang Xinyu, Gu Ju raised an eyebrow. Clicking on the hospital's historical text, discovering that the hospital was indeed established at the time of Zhang Xinyu's birth. Just as the group had said, she was an undeniable heiress. Luo Ku perused the materials alongside Gu Ju. They had all encountered malevolent spirits at Xinyu Hospital last time. I find it difficult to believe they will cooperate. Let's give it a shot, Gu Ju responded with her usual calmness. Then accessed the temporary chat window for Wu Yiya and Zhang Xinyu through the small group. To her surprise, both responded quickly. The title of group leader sparkled brightly, and there was no need for verification as their identities were self-evident. Both Wu Yiya and Zhang Xinyu displayed a warm demeanor. Wu Yiya, unbeknownst to me, may I inquire what brings you here? Zhang Xinyu, the esteemed, one has poked me. Lu Ku. The reactions of these two individuals entirely caught Lu Ku off guard. Gu Ju wasted no time and directly articulated his intentions. Their dialogue boxes lingered in the input state for quite a while. And just when Lu Ku thought there was no hope, they both responded in unison. This was illogical. Lu Ku stood there dumbfounded. Existence itself is rational. Gu Ju patted the cat's head and said, Did you not mention that Zhang Xinyu was rescued by the old dean at the hospital? Lu Ku asked, Is she intending to seek out the old dean? That seems plausible. I once read a book that suggested the bonds of kinship are often remarkably mysterious. The hospital, using Zhang Xinyu's name, implies a strong affection between the two. Luke, who had never encountered such a notion, and hesitantly asked, "What about Wu Yiya?" Having spent a fair amount of time with her, I find her rather timid and consistently averse to supernatural occurrences. I just discovered Wu Yiya's medical records among this pile of documents. Luca looked up and happened to see a youthful version of Wu Yiya's identification photo affixed to the medical certificate. It was evidently a clandestine capture from the hospital's archives, and the middle-aged man was likely an information broker operating in a gray area. Luke Hu was astonished to find that Gu Ju's social circle was not as innocent as she had imagined, and she was also intrigued by Wu Yiya's medical records. The records indicated that Wu Yiya had been treated at XINU Hospital at the age of 8 for severe delusional disorder and cognitive impairment, constantly believing in the presence of many entities invisible to others, often running off and causing dangerous situations. This phenomenon had manifested since Wu Yiya had learned to speak, instilling great fear in those around her and indirectly resulting in her mild childhood autism. The Wu Yiya in the photograph appeared small and gloomy, her dark eyes fixated on the camera. The photo, aged and in black and white, had an unsettling quality. Luca was all too familiar with Wu Yiya's symptoms. She and her brother Lu Yao were both genuine Yin-Run, and this condition was well known to them. Fortunately, they were born into the Lu family, where their parents remained calm and provided proper understanding and guidance regarding these matters. Luca found it hard to believe. Though her time with Wu Yiya was short, she could distinctly sense that Wu Yiya did not see those things. Even if Wu Yiya was indeed susceptible to supernatural occurrences and had taken in a black cat for protection, when she discovered something peculiar about the black cat, Wu Yiya would not hesitate to abandon it out of caution. Luca pondered, suddenly filled with doubt. Since Wu Yiya was an old patient at XINU Hospital, was she truly waiting for her that day at the hospital's entrance? Luca had not thought deeply before, but now it struck her. If Wu Yiya could endure danger to wait for the black cat, why would she so readily discard herself? Is it possible for someone to be a Yin-Run in childhood and return to normalcy in adulthood? Or was it merely an accident? After all, there are theories suggesting that children possess clearer, purer eyes capable of perceiving what adults cannot. Luca momentarily lost the motivation to ponder. What seemed simple always spiraled into inexplicable complexity. The black cat's rigidity was exceedingly apparent. After a while, Gu Ju exited to fetch a glass of water, returning to find Lu Ku still motionless at the table, resembling a wooden figure. Her phone buzzed twice, and Wu Yiya inquired when Gu Ju intended to depart for XINU Hospital. "I will notify you in advance when I set out." Gu Ju, aligned in their pursuit of inspiration, spoke truthfully. The new book was still being serialized, and he meticulously pinned down events from his real life, transforming Zhu Mei-chun's incident into a tale increasingly convoluted and bizarre, sending shivers down readers' spines. Even Lu Ku, one of the involved parties, found herself curious about the story's direction. Glancing at the time, Gu Ju approached and patted Lu Ku's back. Lu Ku shivered, blinking her golden eyes, and awkwardly rested her head on the table, her stomach covering the mouse. Lu Ku asked, "Will this matter be as intricate as Zhu Mei-chun's?" Chapter 57. Seeking assistance from Yu Yong, Gu Ju paused for a moment, squatting down to assume a nearly submissive posture, gazing up at Lu Ku. "No, don't overthink it. It was merely an accident." Lu Ku blinked and unceremoniously swatted Gu Ju's forehead. "So when do you plan to leave?" "Tomorrow evening." Lu Ku was taken aback. "So soon?" "We must go eventually," Gu Ju replied. "Since all conditions are met, it is best to act promptly. Tomorrow morning, I will message Wu Yiya and Zhang XINU to prepare." Gu Ju's phone continued to vibrate with new messages. Unable to resist, Lu Ku reached out to poke at it, prompting Gu Ju to unlock the screen, revealing an unanswered call from Yu Yong. "Good day, boss. I heard you need my assistance." Yu Yong greeted with a jovial tone, seemingly carefree. Someone mentioned they could help Lu Ku return her body. Gu Ju briefly summarized. "Oh, so there are indeed righteous individuals who stand against injustice. That is splendid." Gu Ju continued, stating that they needed to complete his trial. Yu Yong paused for a moment and then spoke leisurely. "Do you all truly believe this?" Clearly, the visitor harbors ill intentions. "Boss, please tell me you haven't actually taken action?" "I have done one thing," Gu Ju replied nonchalantly. "Tomorrow evening, do you have time?" We are heading to XINU Hospital. I would like you to wait outside the hospital, and if anything seems amiss, you can come in. Luca mentioned there is a fierce, malevolent spirit inside. Are you joking, boss? Knowing there is a malevolent spirit, yet not wanting me to accompany you? Am I merely a good luck charm? It is a backup plan, Guju clarified. The other party explicitly requested that I only bring 2 members from the Legend Association with me. This individual appears to be covertly observing us, fully aware of our progress regarding the previous matter. This time, your vengeance shall be doubled. You are quite formidable, boss. It seems I have no reason to oppose you financially. Yu Yong chuckled, then turned serious. I have previously informed Lu Ku about her situation. Given this context, the way this is being handled seems more like a prank. Moreover, considering Lu Ku's current abilities, I do not recommend that you provoke a malevolent spirit that frightens her. Guju inquired, are you unable to? How could I possibly be unable? I'm a genius youth. Yu Yong retorted, exasperated. I merely wish to offer a kind reminder. After all, such an accommodating benefactor is rare. Yu Yong paused, sighed, and said understood. Please prepare the bank card. The next day, when Guju arrived at XINU Hospital bearing Lu Ku, Wei and Zhang Xinu were already there. The 2 girls recognized each other, having left on an unpleasant note last time, and their expressions were somewhat awkward. Upon seeing Guju, they involuntarily appeared somewhat dazzled. If best-selling authors were all like the cultural sphere could undoubtedly cultivate a fan club. Zhang Xin is fine. A stark contrast to her lively and cheerful online persona, appearing poised and self-assured. Having distanced herself from unsuitable individuals and unhealthy emotional states, Zhang Xinu appeared significantly plumper than their last encounter, looking notably more graceful. En comparaison, Weia Semitsi. It appeared that Weia had not been faring well recently, her face haggard, and Luca noticed 2 weak malevolent spirits trailing behind her. Yet, even the weakest malevolent spirits are still malevolent. Having previously attracted malevolent spirits at XINU Hospital, Weia was akin to a soft persimmon. Despite her lack of spiritual abilities, Weia was quite sensitive to such energies. She was terrified of them, and whenever Lu Ku was present, this young girl often curled up on the sofa late at night, holding on to Lu Ku. She seemed to have endured many experiences, living alone in an empty, large house, with no family for communication or contact. After several individuals who clearly knew each other introduced themselves, Loco emerged from Guju's bag, perching upon her shoulder. Jean Tong couldn't help but fixate on Weiyaya. With a note of surprise, Weiyaya exclaimed, Little Black. Little Black? Gujue raised an eyebrow gently. Her name is Kaka. Realizing her faux pas, Weiyaya quickly apologized. I previously owned a black cat that bore a striking resemblance. Oh. Guju's gaze swept across the 2 girls present as they stood in a line. Zhang Xinyue fiddled with a key in her fingers and after a brief pause asked, Are we waiting for anyone else? Just as her words fell, Guju's phone vibrated. Yu Yong had sent a photo featuring the 3 of them. Gujue glanced in the direction from which the photo was taken and spotted Yu Yong standing at a distance beneath a tree, hands tucked into his pockets, observing them. He has arrived. Gujue retracted her phone. Let us proceed. The purpose of their visit was to stay overnight, with Weiyaya and Zhang Xinyue each carrying small suitcases. Zhang Xinyue, being the most familiar with the hospital's internal layout, led the way to a duty room. Inside the duty room, there were only bunk beds with a desk positioned near the door. Surprisingly, Zhang Xinyue switched on the light. Under the bright illumination, the abandoned hospital appeared less terrifying. After all, it had been deserted for quite some time. There are 3 of us, Weiyaya, and I will share one bed. And Gujue, you shall take the other, she proposed. The bunk beds were perfect for such an arrangement, allowing for mutual care. Weiyaya agreed that this was an excellent suggestion. The mattresses were still in place, and Gujue had brought nothing, while Weiyaya generously offered her bedding to Gujue. Weiyaya fidgeted nervously, yet she couldn't help but steal glances at Loka. Although Gujue insisted that this cat was not hers, merely seeing it provided her with ample comfort. Loka, sensing this, remained silent. Beneath the night sky, she could speak, but with Weiyaya and Zhang Xinyue present, she had to be cautious not to reveal her true identity. Is it really sufficient for us to spend the night like this? Wu Yaya's anxious gaze wandered, reflecting her unease. Each of the three had their own motives for coming to Xin Yue Hospital. Zhang Xin Yue, however, was remarkably at ease. It was hard to believe that she was the one who had previously faced a life-threatening situation in the hospital. Gu Jue's intention was straightforward: to fulfill the mysterious person's task and further the progress of Loca's return to her body. After all, there was a distinction between genders, and the three of them tacitly agreed not to turn off the lights, with Gu Jue opting to sleep on the lower bunk for precaution. Lying on her back in bed, Gu Jue found herself unable to drift off, while Loca curled up beside her head, ears perked, ever vigilant. The first trial had been tumultuous, and neither Gu Jue nor Loca believed this would be an easy endeavor. No one knew what would truly transpire. During the previous game of Pen Fairy, it took the group merely a couple of hours to arrive at the hospital and escape. The mysterious individual had requested that Gu Jue spend the night at the hospital, indicating that the greatest danger of Xin Yue Hospital lay within the depths of the night. In the first half of the night, all was still, but as Loca listened, the breathing from the upper bunk gradually deepened, and, as the night grew darker, a chill began to seep in. Cats are inherently nocturnal creatures, and Loca leaned close to Gu Jue's ear and whispered, "Are you tired?" Gu Jue opened her eyes to look at her, not particularly. Her gaze was clear. "What's the matter?" Loca remained silent, her eyes drifting beyond Gu Jue. The door was firmly shut, yet Loca faintly heard the sound of rustling footsteps outside. Suddenly, the light flickered twice and then extinguished, casting dark shadows across the room. Gu Jue sensed the sudden drop in temperature within the space, sitting up and scanning the room, finding nothing amiss. From Loca's perspective, the small duty room was filled with various spirits, some malevolent, but many more were ordinary spirits. What is happening? Loca paused slightly as the footsteps outside transformed into a louder running sound, accompanied by the unsettling sound of something slithering. Instinctively, Loca tensed, positioning herself in front of Gu Jue, her gaze fixed on the door. Before the snake-like, malevolent spirit could burst through, the spirits in the room began to consume one another. Loca recalled the previous scene of the snake-like spirit devouring other malevolent entities. Such brutality was rare. For malevolent spirits still retained traces of human will, and direct conflict among them was uncommon. Gu Jue sensed something was amiss from Loca's demeanor. "What is in the room?" Loca curled her tail around Gu Jue's wrist. "You cannot see it." The girl in the upper bunk, Zhang Xin Yue, suddenly inquired. "Why did the lights go out?" Gu Jue replied, "It may be due to the building's aging wiring." Zhang Xin Yue did not respond, and, after a moment, Wu Ya softly mentioned that she had brought a flashlight. Though the lights had extinguished briefly, the three individuals in the room quickly regained their alertness. Gu Jue got out of bed to retrieve it. The spirits in the room parted as he moved, and he directed the beam of the flashlight upward toward the ceiling. The light was dim, but sufficient for the three to discern their surroundings. Wu Ya asked, "Is there a sound coming from outside the door?" Gu Jue calmly replied, "Perhaps it was just a mistake." Zhang Xin Yue decided, "I think I'll go downstairs. I can't sleep." As the only male in the room, Gu Jue provided a sense of security for Wu Ya and Zhang Xin Yue. Zhang Xin Yue seemed genuinely curious about Gu Jue. "Why do you want to spend the night at Xin Yue Hospital? Seeking inspiration?" Gu Jue acknowledged with a slight nod. Zhang Xin Yue turned to Wu Ya. "What about you?" Wu Ya remained silent on the upper bunk, and Zhang Xin Yue assumed she simply did not wish to share. Zhang Xin Yue was evidently reluctant to continue sleeping. The wooden plank bed was nowhere near as comfortable as her mattress at home. Glancing at the clock, it read 4 in the morning. Summer days dawned early, and in just 2 hours, it would start to brighten. "I thought something would happen." Zhang Xin Yue expressed a hint of disappointment. Gu Jue subtly asked, "What do you think will happen?" "Wu Ya and I previously played Pen Fairy here, and we experienced some supernatural events." Zhang Xin Yue was surprisingly composed, rubbing her neck, seemingly still haunted by the memory. Gu Jue raised an eyebrow. "You agreed so readily. I assumed you were an adventure enthusiast." "Not exactly. Last time, I vaguely saw my grandfather. I had been thinking about when I could return. To be frank, my family would never allow it, and I couldn't find anyone to accompany me. But now, since I'm drowsy, someone is providing me with a pillow. Zhang Xinyue chuckled lightly, tilting her head back. But Wu Yaya was tricked into coming last time. I never expected she would return. Suddenly, her expression froze, and she furrowed her brow, asking what is wrong. The abruptness of her question caused Loka to leap and glance back at the bed. In the dim room, only the ceiling was illuminated brightly, revealing Wu Yaya kneeling on the bed, her mouth agape, and her expression frozen in terror as she stared at Zhang Xinyue. Unable to move, as if caught in a spell of paralysis, Zhang Xinyue, bewildered, glanced behind her, finding nothing. Given the number of people in the room and the lights being on, she did not suspect anything supernatural. However, from Loka's perspective, it was a vastly different scene. The two malevolent spirits following Wu Yaya swelled ominously, exuding dark resentment, and with their 4 hands, they bound Wu Yaya, rendering her immobile. Wu Yaya's mouth opened wide in a silent plea for help, but was silenced by a hand over her mouth. Though unable to move, her instinctual fear caused her to tremble. Zhang Xinyue soon noticed something was off and called out to Gu Jue, "Look, it's a malevolent spirit." Loka whispered softly. Her voice was barely audible as she was held by Gu Jue. Zhang Xinyue, perplexed, glanced at the Bluetooth earphone clipped to Gu Jue's ear, contemplating retrieving her phone. "What's going on? Are you talking to someone?" Wu Yaya seemed odd. As Zhang Xinyue drew closer to the spirit lurking in the corner, Loka jumped down and swatted at Zhang Xinyue's hand. Just as Zhang Xinyue was about to express her frustration, a sudden gust of wind burst open the duty room door. A massive face squeezed through the entrance, its mouth splitting wide as it ominously declared, "Found you." This was a figure visible to both Gu Ju and Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinyue immediately froze in place, her eyes wide with shock. "What is that?" she exclaimed. It was the serpent-like malevolent spirit, which Luku quietly answered in her mind. This was indeed the same spirit that had nearly killed Zhang Xinyue last time. Its size had increased significantly, and its eyes were filled with a greedy cruelty as they scanned the 3 people in the room, lingering on Gu Ju with unabashed desire. Luka leapt in front of Gu Ju, hissing a warning. Compared to the last encounter, Luka's abilities had also improved. However, the black cat's warning did little to quell the spirit's malice, which instead probed its tail into the room. Luku swiftly swatted the tail away, her claws leaving deep gashes on the spirit's appendage without mercy. This was an agile black cat, and Wu Yaya and Zhang Xinyue stared in astonishment at the confrontation. "Is this the pin spirit that nearly killed me last time?" Zhang Xinyue asked, her eyes widening as she began to frantically search the surroundings as if looking for something. It was not an illusion. Benevolent spirits were a rare existence, and Luku was not optimistic about Zhang Xinyue's ambitions. In a moment of dodging, she locked eyes with Wu Yaya, who was filled with tears. Did she recognize me? In a moment of distraction, Luku was flung away by the tail. The others present were taken aback, and Luku took the opportunity to climb onto the bed, driving away the 2 malevolent spirits that had bound Wu Yaya. The serpent-like spirit's enormous size hindered its agility, and the cramped duty room inadvertently provided a safe corner for the group. Wu Yaya recognized Lu Ku without a doubt. She had seen many black cats, but Lu Ku was the most extraordinary, leaving a profound impression and a sense of fear. How could a cat be so intelligent? It made her involuntarily believe that a human soul resided within the feline body. Chapter 59. Medical records. 3 adults stood on the ground, and with the serpent-like spirit's head and tail squeezed into the small duty room, the space instantly felt cramped. The spirit's long hair draped down, almost brushing against the heads of the others. Zhang Xinyue was relieved that the hospital's ceiling was not low. She scanned the room and gritted her teeth, saying, "We need to get out." With that, she grabbed Wu Yaya's hand and rushed outside. Luka heard her call and darted toward the door to clear the way, with Gu Ju bringing up the rear. The serpent-like spirit's size limited its movements as it writhed. Zhang Xinyue instinctively wanted to run to the first floor, but Gu Ju stopped her, saying, "What are you doing?" His gaze was calm. "Have you forgotten? We need to spend the night in the hospital." Zhang Xinyue nearly wanted to curse, but remembering that their lives depended on Gu Ju, she bit her tongue and instead pulled Wu Yaya to run ahead. while Gu Ju followed at a steady pace. Wu Yaya was smaller than Zhang Xinyue and struggled to keep up, unsure where Zhang Xinyue found her strength. It felt as though she was relying entirely on her. Zhang Xinyue seemed to have scouted the hospital beforehand. The elevator was out of service, but the stairwell doors were wide open. As she ran, she remembered to lock the door behind them, and they ascended to the top floor, where they squeezed into a corner office to huddle together. "Thank you," Wu Yaya said, her emotions complex. Zhang Xinyue, feeling liberated from her emotional turmoil, appeared significantly more amiable. "A debt repaid is a debt settled. No problem." Wu Yaya nodded, and the group, having nothing else to do, began to examine the office's layout. Zhang Xinyue pointed to a hidden door in the corner. "This is the psychiatric department, to facilitate doctors' timely access to patient rooms. The door over there connects directly to the wards. Also, considering patient comfort, the psychiatric department is placed on the top floor, minimizing contact with other patients. If that monster chases us, we can escape through the hidden door." Zhang Xinyue looked at Gu Ju, her tone becoming more polite. "Mr. Gu, since we have to spend the night, when can we leave?" 6 o'clock, Gu Ju replied without hesitation. Zhang Xinyue glanced at her phone and rubbed her forehead in frustration, then asked, "Do you know any doctors who could assist? Although the hospital is abandoned, leaving such a monster unchecked is not ideal." With a sigh, Zhang Xinyue mused, "I wonder how long she has been here." Wu Yaya immediately answered, 16 years. Standing behind the desk next to the filing cabinet, she held a dusty file. Zhang Xinyue was taken aback and approached. The records should have been completely moved. How could there still be any left? "Perhaps they overlooked it," Wu Yaya replied, raising the file to show the creases. This file was evidently just a copy. The attending physician had shown great concern for this patient, marking many lines on the record. Zheng Tanxiang, female, 23 years old, in mid-pregnancy, with severe pregnancy anxiety. It really is her. Wu Yaya used her phone's light, and Zhang Xinyue gasped at the black and white record. How could she die? The doctor himself was quite puzzled, as the crumpled file contained many possible explanations. Postpartum depression is commonly seen after a mother experiences a sudden drop in hormones, while Zheng Tanxiang was typically a gentle, cheerful woman with a happy family. This mystery prompted the doctor to print a copy of the file, secretly hiding it in the drawer for further study, only to be discovered 16 years later by Wu Yaya and the others. Zhang Xinyue suddenly thought of something, her expression becoming complex. Could this be the medical accident from back then? Gu Ju approached her and asked, "What do you mean?" Both Gu Ju and Lu Ku were convinced that the mysterious person had intentionally brought Wu Yaya and Zhang Xinyue to the hospital, and it was not a mere coincidence. Zhang Xinyue was still bothered by how Gu Ju had blocked their way earlier. She took a step back, not wishing to engage. Gu Ju observed her calmly, neither pushing for conversation nor speaking. After a brief silence, Zhang Xinyue was the first to speak. "Mr. Gu, I am quite disappointed in you." Her disappointment was evident in the manner of her address, which Lu Ku silently criticized. Zhang Xinyue was straightforward, openly expressing her feelings without reservation. While Lu Ku had found her difficult to deal with and noisy during the Pen Spirit incident, she now found this girl's candidness somewhat endearing. Most would avoid offending Gu Ju, especially considering his considerable knowledge of supernatural events and his possession of a black cat capable of exorcism. "This is inconsequential," Gu Ju replied blandly. "We all have our own purposes for being here. Our relationship is one of mutual exploitation." "Then what is your purpose here? To meet a ghost?" Zhang Xinyue remarked with a hint of malice. But Gu Ju paid her no mind, merely turning to Wu Yaya, who was intently staring at the file. "Do you know Zheng Tanxiang?" Zhang Xinyue turned her head and saw Wu Yaya's face pale, her gaze somewhat dazed. Casting a wary glance at Gu Ju, Zhang Xinyue attempted to pull Wu Yaya into a corner. Where tugging proved ineffective, she leaned closer and softly asked Wu Yaya what was wrong. Wu Yaya lowered her head, and Zhang Xinyue had to bend her legs awkwardly to see her expression, displaying surprising patience. "What is it? Don't be scared. We are all here." Wu Yaya bit her lip in silence, and Zhang Xinyue, feeling anxious, urged, "If you have difficulties, you must speak up. I can help. My family is in good standing, as you know." The light from Zhang Xinyue's phone dimmed, prompting her to take it out to illuminate Wu Yaya's face, revealing that she was in tears. "What is wrong with you?" Zhang Xinya, her impatience rising, felt as though she might leap up. "I haven't bullied you this time." Just as she finished speaking, Wu Yaya dashed past Zhang Xinyue toward the door. The others rushed after her, only to catch a glimpse of the serpent-like spirit. Zheng Tanxiang's massive body writhing. Wu Yaya let out a brief cry of alarm. Gu Ju darted past Zhang Xinyue, exclaiming, "Saving her is our priority." Zhang Xinyue, tall and long-legged, did not forget to scoop up Lu Ku, who had become weary from running alongside them. In this situation, one cannot forget to bring a bodyguard. Indeed, it is fitting for Miss Zhang. Lu Ku is amused and intrigued by the leisurely atmosphere. Zheng Tanxiang has dragged Wu Yaya into a certain ward. But when Zhang Xinyue and Gu Ju rush in, they find it eerily vacant. The bed curtains and bedding remain untouched, as they fear missing something. The two enter cautiously, and at last, they discover Wu Yaya curled up on the last bed. At this moment, Wu Yaya seems to have regained her senses but remains silent. Despite Zhang Xinyue's repeated inquiries, she offers no response. Observing that Miss Zhang is finally on the verge of anger, Wu Yaya murmurs vaguely, "I gave her something for protection." Chapter 60. The golden capsule. Zhang Xinyue instinctively inquires, "What is it?" Wu Yaya, still somewhat dazed, responds, something that might make her even angrier. No sooner had she spoken than a wailing shriek from Zheng Tanxiang reverberated throughout the entire hospital, piercing and chilling. "What happened to her?" Zhang Xinyue asks Gu Ju, who furrows his brow and looks toward the doorway. A palpable darkness begins to surge from the entrance, accompanied by the sounds of pounding against the walls. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Tanxiang has reached the threshold. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Zheng Tanxiang has returned to her normal size. Her head raised like that of a cobra, fixated on Wu Yaya. Her ghastly pale face bears blood-red eyes shedding tears of sorrow. Wu Yaya recoils against the window, her pupils reflecting Zheng Tanxiang's face, which is rife with resentment. Zheng Tanxiang continues to howl like a beast, her massive form moving with remarkable agility toward Wu Yaya. The others quickly turn to flee in the opposite direction. Zhang Xinyue attempts to grab Wu Yaya, but she breaks free, and in a moment of bewilderment, she pushes open the window and leaps out. The action is decisive, as if it had been premeditated. Did Wu Yaya come to the hospital with the intent to end her life? Such a thought flickers through Lu Ku's mind. Wu Yaya's sudden movement catches everyone off guard. Only the serpentine malevolence of Zheng Tanxiang remains focused on her, following her instinctively as she leaps through the window. Zhang Xinyue cannot help but scream, rushing to the window to look below. Contrary to expectations, there is no splattering of blood. Instead, a colossal malevolent entity stands below, its long arms extended, towering 3 stories high, capturing Wu Yaya in its grasp. Wu Yaya appears to have lost consciousness, her eyes closed, unresponsive. A blue thread extends from beneath the massive spirit, binding Zheng Tanxiang's head in midair. Lu Ku observes that from the direction of the hospital, golden threads also entangle Zheng Tanxiang's tail. Zheng Tanxiang is the earthbound spirit of Xinyue Hospital. She cannot leave the premises to wreak havoc. It is Yu Yong who has saved Wu Yaya's life, prompting Lu Ku to wonder just how many strange and peculiar spirits Yu Yong can command. At this moment, it is evident that Wu Yaya has departed from the hospital. Once Gu Ju confirms her safety, he promptly checks the time on his phone, noting that it is just past 5 o'clock. In less than an hour, the event has felt like an eternity. Since Wu Yaya has already left, Gu Ju's insistence appears futile. So he makes a call to inform Yu Yong to come and retrieve the two, lowering his head as if lost in thought. Yu Yong arrives at the ward about 10 minutes later, holding several capsules of various colors. The young man squints his eyes, appearing in good spirits. A stark contrast to the solemn Gu Ju. What a fruitful venture. Had I known this place was teeming with malevolent spirits, I would have come sooner, he remarks, lovingly tucking several capsules into his pocket. Among them, Lu Ku notices the earlier serpentine spirit, now transformed into a golden, translucent capsule, slightly larger than the others. Within it, the serpent-like woman resembles a bug. Strangely, the spirit, which originally bore only a human head, has now grown a human upper body within the capsule, delicately cradling a small black dot with both hands. The capsule is too small for Lu Ku to discern further details, so she approaches Guju, sensing his discontent, and nudges him for comfort. Guju gently pats Lu Ku's head, maintaining a semblance of calm, while Zhang Xinyue curiously approaches for Yu Yang's contact information. Are all the doctors this young now? I expected someone much older, she muses. Wouldn't an older doctor be more formidable? Yu Yang shoots her a glance, tilting his chin and retorting, I am a genius. Comparing me to an ordinary spirit medium is merely a disgrace. Zhang Xinyue's smile widens as she extends her phone forward. Then let's exchange contact information. Have you managed to clear out all the strange entities in this hospital? Yu Yong appears somewhat perplexed. I rushed in and only dealt with a few major ones. The entire building is mine. I'll come back to thoroughly clean it up. Yu Yong regards the wealthy Zhang Xinyue with respect. This is no trouble. Leave it to me, and rest assured. Zhang Xinyue finds that this young man does not possess the air of a seasoned expert. Yu Yong, too, feels that Zhang Xinyue, the affluent sister, is a most agreeable, wealthy individual he has encountered. Wu Yaya awakens in the afternoon as the sun sets. The warm orange sunlight floods the ward, leaving her momentarily dazed. After a spell of stupor, she finally sits up, gradually recalling that in a fit of emotional turmoil, she had leapt from the window. How utterly irrational. Wu Yaya offers a bitter smile, surprised to find herself unscathed, and discreetly blinks her eyes before turning to see her clothes neatly folded at the bedside. Once dressed, she silently departs. The staff on duty, having witnessed this through surveillance footage, quickly informs Zhang Xinyue. Fortunately, Wu Yaya seems to have suffered a significant shock, moving sluggishly. By the time Zhang Xinyue and Gu Ju arrive, Wu Yaya has just exited the hospital's entrance. This incident provides Lu Ku with new insight into Zhang Xinyue's wealth. What kind of celestial tycoon can run a chain of hospitals? In an instant, Gu Ju appears somewhat deflated. At Xinyue Hospital, Wu Yaya's reaction is undeniably peculiar. Having finally gathered herself, Zhang Xinyue, with her straightforward temperament, intends to seek out Wu Yaya for answers. Gu Ju intervenes, merely suggesting they follow her. Thus, Wu Yaya hails a taxi while Zhang Xinyue and the others drive, arriving at the city's largest cemetery, renowned for its affordability and convenience. Zhang Xinyue had not anticipated Wu Yaya would come here. The cold air of the suburbs sends a shiver down her spine, prompting her to ask, she is human, right? Gu Ju gives her a puzzled glance, but does not respond, simply continuing to follow. Wu Yaya ventures deep into the cemetery, which has undergone several expansions over the years, indicating that the person she intends to visit has been deceased for a long time, perhaps burdened by her thoughts, and with Gu Ju maintaining a quiet distance. She does not notice someone trailing behind her. After a while, Wu Yaya finally halts. Throughout, she keeps her head bowed, lost in contemplation and despondency. Gu Ju stops a short distance away, crouching behind a gravestone, while Zhang Xinyue mimics his actions. Wu Yaya softly calls out, Mom, Dad, before kneeling beside the gravestone for support. I encountered her, that woman. She seems to harbor deep resentment, lingering in Xinyue Hospital. It feels as though fate has intertwined us. I have encountered her twice during this period. Wu Yaya pauses, and Lu Ku, thinking her voice too soft, leans forward to look, only to see Wu Yaya burying her head deeply, large tears splattering onto the marble slab. Chapter 61. Unveiling hidden truths. Initially stifled sobs give way to uncontrollable shudders. Wu Yaya's emotions run high. Mom, Dad, you were mistaken in your actions. Had you done nothing, our family would still be intact. I was too young to understand what I was experiencing. Now I realize that your efforts were ultimately in vain. Previously, I could perceive those entities, yet they posed no threat to me. Instead, they chose to disregard my presence. Wu Yaya remarked with a bitter smile, although I can no longer see them now. I can still sense their existence. The absence of sight renders them even more terrifying. I remain oblivious to their intentions and unaware of what they are currently doing. Wu Yaya paused for a moment. I have recently discovered that they are increasingly encroaching upon my space, drawing closer to me, and this sensation intensifies with age. Although invisible, I seem to perceive the avaricious gazes lurking within the void. This leads me to speculate whether, in their eyes, I have transformed from a fellow being into mere sustenance. What fellow being? Wu Yaya, you must elucidate this. Guju had hoped to listen a while longer, but the impatient Miss Zhang Xinyue leaped forward, leaving him with no choice but to rise as well. Wu Yaya hastily stood, wiping away her tears with her sleeve, her expression shifting to one of cold defensiveness. Are you following me? I was merely concerned for your well-being. You left the hospital without a word. What if something had happened? You could have called out to me. Do you not find your current state to be exceedingly strange? What could possibly compel you to leap from a window without regard? Or were you intent on taking your own life? Wu Yaya averted her gaze in distress. What are you saying? I know precisely what I am saying. There was no imminent danger at that moment. Yet you suddenly changed completely. No, it was only after you saw Zheng Tanxiang's file that you transformed. Do you know Zheng Tanxiang? What transpired between you? 16 years ago. You were merely a child. What event could have driven you to such a loss of control? Wu Yaya replied coldly. This is my own affair. Observing Zhang Xinyue preparing to speak, Wu Yaya emphasized, this is my privacy. We are essentially strangers. So do not question me as if you possess some profound understanding of my life. I owe you nothing. On the contrary, I am the one to apologize to you. Zhang Xinyue, not accustomed to being at a loss for words, stared at Wu Yaya, speechless for a considerable time. Wu Yaya's reasoning was sound. However, she believed they had endured hardships together. Guju stated, Wu Yaya makes a valid point. Today's events were indeed our fault. Wu Yaya's demeanor softened slightly, and Guju continued. However, the serpentine malevolent spirit is undoubtedly targeting you, a fact you cannot deny. The hospital has been abandoned for over a decade. Although there have been homeless individuals sneaking in over the years and residents nearby, there have been no reported supernatural occurrences. Zhang Xinyue must have visited the hospital prior to our arrival, making some arrangements. The bed frame and mattress in the duty room appeared nearly new, and the utilities had been restored in advance, though Zhang Xinyue did not mention this. Wu Yaya's gaze shifted to Zhang Xinyue, who did not deny it. Gu Ju continued. Why is it that Zhang Xinyue experiences no issues, yet the moment you are present, the serpentine malevolent spirit inevitably manifests? Wu Yaya, your reaction has already revealed that you are acquainted with Zheng Tanxiang, and that there is a story between you that others are unaware of. The person you just mentioned is indeed Zheng Tanxiang, is it not? We do not concern ourselves with your past tales and entanglements. But if this matter poses a threat to us, it becomes relevant. Merely stating it is a privacy issue cannot obscure the past. Guju gestured toward Zhang Xinyue. Furthermore, the hospital is Zhang Xinyue's property. She intends to address the anomalies within the hospital and has already spent a considerable sum hiring a master. If you choose not to speak, others will inevitably speak for you. But are you certain that you want your obscure past to be conveyed through another's words? The impact of a story is entirely different when conveyed by oneself versus by another. I merely remind you of this. Zhang Xinyue, wishing to assert that she was not so noble and that Yu Yong was not so expensive, opened her mouth and closed it again, glancing at the two imposing figures before her, ultimately swallowing her words. Guju's words placed immense pressure on Wu Yaya, whose complexion turned pale as she stood there, swaying on the brink of collapse. Yet she remained silent. Guju waited patiently for a moment, then sighed and beckoned the corner-bound Lu Ku to join them. The black cat approached gracefully, its golden eyes sweeping over Wu Yaya with an air of cold nobility. Wu Yaya suddenly exclaimed, "This cat was one I raised previously." Her tone was resolute. Guju was taken aback by Wu Yaya's familiarity with Lu Ku, yet maintained an indifferent expression. "Cuckoo has been under my care from the outset." She later ran away. Guju's gaze fixed upon Wu Yaya's face. "You must have taken her in for a while, but did you not subsequently abandon her?" Wu Yaya, nearly losing her footing, awkwardly replied, "She is unlike ordinary cats. She is far too intelligent, to the extent that I believe she possesses a human soul. Are you not afraid? Such an uncanny cat." Guju remained unfazed. "Has she not saved you on numerous occasions?" Wu Yaya fell silent. During the time Lu Ku was by her side, She indeed experienced a long-lost sense of peace. Her senses were acutely attuned. Although she could not see, her tactile, auditory, and instinctual perceptions all informed her that her life was surrounded by unspeakable presences. At times, Wu Yaya could even feel a breath brushing against her skin, cold and chilling, as if it were penetrating her very marrow. Yet when she turned to look, there was nothing to be found. "But I'm somewhat afraid," Wu Yaya murmured softly. Perhaps due to her guilt, at this moment, Wu Yaya appeared considerably softer, her gaze resting upon Lu Ku, who could sense the complexity of her emotions. Wu Yaya could perceive the stability that Lu Ku provided, yet she was also fearful of the unknown that Lu Ku represented. "However, you all speak of abandonment, as if my lack of care renders me unworthy." The black cat suddenly spoke, prompting Zhang Xinyue to widen her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming something utterly nonsensical. Indeed, a powerful person's cat is no ordinary creature. Lu Ku, having contemplated her complex feelings for a while, shot a glance at Zhang Xinyue, and then turned to regard the intricately complicated girl before her. "If you do not wish to speak to others, then confide in me, as a reward for my protection over you all this time." Although it is not much different from directly informing Guju, Lu Ku casually stepped forward, while Wu Yaya instinctively retreated 2 steps, as if facing a formidable adversary. Chapter 62. Meaninglessness. This was a most peculiar scene, with the black cat and the woman locked in a silent exchange. After a moment, Wu Yaya curved her lips into a slight smile and asked, "On what grounds do you believe I would tell you? Who do you think you are? I cared for you for a few days. Why do you act as if I owe you something?" Wu Yaya was as sharp as a defenseless hedgehog. Lu Ku looked up at her, her golden eyes indifferent. "Do as you wish." Not receiving the anticipated entanglement, Wu Yaya opened her mouth slightly. "You seem a bit overly confident. Do you realize that your story holds no significance to us?" The black cat nimbly leapt into Guju's embrace, its demeanor one of complete dependence, as it nuzzled against him, creating a harmonious image of the pair. "You do not wish to know? It is meaningless." Lukiskiviko replied uletli. Having spent ample time with Guju, she appeared to have matured, shedding the curiosity that was unwarranted. Zhang Xinyue, indeed curious, blinked her eyes, surveying the group of individuals and the cat present, ultimately deciding to maintain a low profile. Although wealthy, it did not mean she relished instigating trouble. The phrase meaningless seemed to strike Wu Yaya profoundly, as she lowered her head and remained motionless for a lengthy while. Zhang Xinyue, feeling somewhat at a loss, noticed that Guju had already turned away. Ignored by the sole observer present, Zhang Xinyue pouted and hurriedly followed behind Guju. Once seated in the car, Zhang Xinyue could not resist asking, "Are you truly not going to inquire further?" Lu Ku shot her a glance. Did Wu Yaya not say that this is her privacy? Furthermore, does her willingness to speak or not alter the current situation? It is not. Lu Ku concluded decisively. Thus, we have no need to humbly plead for a story that bears no relation to us. Zhang Xinyue's curiosity had reached a certain threshold. Hearing the words, she slumped in the passenger seat, cradling Lu Ku in her arms, absent-mindedly stroking her. For felines, the top of the head and back are zones of comfort, and Lu Ku tilted her head back in sheer enjoyment. Guju pressed down on the accelerator. Zheng Tanxiang is in Yu Yang's hands. Both Zheng Tanxiang and Wu Yaya were involved in a medical malpractice incident 16 years ago. Xinhua Hospital was renowned at that time, although it was not large. It boasted the finest medical team and equipment in the city, making it the best choice for local patients. The old director, Zhang Xinyue's grandfather, was highly esteemed and considered a leading figure in the industry. 16 years ago, Zhang Xinyue was just a child, but she faintly remembered that her grandfather's health had deteriorated following the medical incident at Xinhua Hospital. The incident involving Zheng Tanxiang was not particularly severe. It was quite sensational. This was primarily due to the fact that Zheng Tanxiang, who was merely experiencing some pregnancy-related tension, inexplicably died in her hospital room under bizarre circumstances. The woman was found curled up, clutching her belly, with a deep, half-inch gash on her wrist, an artery severed, blood spilling everywhere, resembling a suicide. However, prior to the incident, Zhang Tanxiang's family was harmonious, and her marriage was affectionate, with no signs of despair or depression. The public was baffled by such an outcome, and Zhang Tanxiang's family was inconsolable. The tragedy of one death resulting in 2 lives lost is always poignant, and various rumors circulated incessantly. No one knew what truly transpired, but shortly thereafter, Zhang Tanxiang's entire family perished. This was undoubtedly a suicide. It seemed as if the family had conducted some sort of ritual, all seated together in the living room, similarly slashing their wrists, their expressions filled with pain and terror. The rumors grew in number, particularly surrounding the old director. This benevolent and skilled elder had never encountered such malice and slander, leading to the hospital being investigated and shut down. Everything seemed like a deliberate conspiracy against Xinyue Hospital. With the closure of the hospital, Zhang Xinyue began to suffer from persistent high fevers. There appeared to be a mysterious correlation, resulting in a cacophony of defamation. In truth, Zhang Xinyue's memories of her grandfather had become hazy, yet one scene remained vividly etched in her mind. In a delirious state from her fever, she saw her grandfather in a white coat, warm and kind yet filled with sorrow, gently patting her head before turning to leave. Upon awakening, her fever subsided, and she became remarkably healthy and lively. However, this was juxtaposed with the news of the old director's death. The elderly director, already advanced in age, passed away without causing a ripple of reaction. Seated in the waiting room, Zhang Xinyue picked up a cup of tea, her vision blurred by steam. After a moment of distraction, she looked up to find Yu Yong smiling at her. "Boss, is there something you need?" "Indeed. What is it?" "I wish to know what truly happened to Zhang Tanxiang." Zhang Xinyue's gaze was intense. "Can you assist me?" Yu Yong blinked. "Hasn't the little boss informed you?" Zhang Xinyue was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized. He knows? How much does he know? Yu Yong, with a squinting smile, remained silent. After a pause, Zhang Xinyue stood up and strode outside. At that moment, Lu Ku and Gu Ju had already arrived at the wooden cabin in the eastern suburbs and obtained the 3rd note. The note contained only 4 characters. Lingning Dahui. "What is this?" Lu Ku scrutinized the note repeatedly. Gu Ju patiently stroked Lu Ku's head to soothe her, and after a while, her taut muscles finally relaxed. "Is this the conclusion?" Lu Ku's golden eyes revealed the weariness she had concealed over the past few days. This fatigue did not stem from her body. It seemed the mysterious individual had, like a puppeteer, finally provided Lu Ku with a rather hasty answer. "Do not rush." Gu Ju's expression remained calm, as if nothing could disrupt his composure. Suddenly, a high-pitched female voice rang out. "Gu Ju." Zhang Xinyue rushed over. "You need to explain this to me. What exactly is going on with Zhang Tanxiang?" Yu Yong said he told you everything. Gu Ju, tall in stature, stood alongside Zhang Xinyue, who was also tall, creating an oddly fitting pair. Lu Ku glanced over, finding it glaring, and turned her head away. Gu Ju replied, "He can reiterate it for you." Zhang Xinyue, exasperated, exclaimed, "I came all this way, and besides, I don't want to impersonate a parent to sign for Yu Yong again. His homeroom teacher is incredibly bothersome." Gu Ju paused, then carried Lu Ku out of the cabin. "Perhaps you've heard of borrowing luck?" "Borrowing luck?" "The luck of fate," Gu Ju replied succinctly. Wu Yaya was previously an invisible person. She borrowed Zhang Tanxiang's luck, which altered her own constitution. Zhang Xinyue stood dazed. "So what?" "Hence, Zhang Tanxiang died." Zhang Xinyue was momentarily speechless. "Gu Ju, I feel as if you are merely brushing me off." Lu Ku, nestled in Gu Ju's arms, raised a paw in agreement. Chapter 63. Lingning Dahui. Zhang Xinyue stared at Gu Ju for a long while. "You really won't say? Why not ask Yu Yong?" Gu Ju pondered seriously. "Or perhaps you could inquire with Wu Yaya." Zhang Xinyue sighed. "But why are you going so far off course?" "I have my reasons," Gu Ju replied, appearing unwilling to elaborate, prompting Zhang Xinyue to fall silent. "Then, let us return to the city. I'll treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for connecting me with Yu Yong." Gu Ju's eyes flickered. That one tea be necessary. Carrying the cat, Gu Ju walked ahead, then suddenly paused to turn back and ask, "Have you ever heard of the Lingning Dahui?" Gu Ju asked tentatively, not expecting Zhang Xinyue to nod. "It's about to air. You watch this?" "Air?" It's a live-streaming variety show that has aired 3 episodes already. This is the 4th. I glanced at it previously. It seems rather dull. Zhang Xinyue pouted, summarizing her impression as a collection of mystical nonsense. After all, it was a low-budget online production, lacking in quality editing, with only the novelty of live streaming. Guju appeared thoughtful. Perhaps not all of it is nonsense. Zhang Xinyue was uninterested in delving deeper, but was genuinely surprised that Guju's desire to eat Japanese cuisine was solely to feed the little cat sushi. The fish was tender and naturally sweet, and Lu Ku enjoyed it immensely, her eyes slitted in delight. After their meal, the trio returned home. Days later, while Lu Ku was blissfully lost in a deep slumber, Guju abruptly scooped her up, her face a mask of confusion as he packed her into the car and headed to Anqing. Meow? What's going on? We're attending a program. Meow, meow, meow. You never mentioned this. Lingning da Hui? Guju replied tersely. After parking the car, they arrived at the hotel where a young man in a black tracksuit was already waiting. Hello, are you Buju Xiao? Guju nodded, and the young man produced a badge from his clothing and eagerly took Guju's suitcase, leading the way. Seemingly unperturbed by Guju's act of carrying a cat. We're just waiting for you to settle in. Other contestants have already arrived days ago. The young man, cheerful in demeanor, continued to explain the situation. Our shooting location is separate from the hotel where you'll be staying, so rest assured. You can take a day or two to adjust and settle in. Filming will officially begin the day after tomorrow. Since we have a live format, a miniature camera will be installed at your collar, and an account will be activated in your name. Once you enter the filming area, the camera will be on throughout the day. After filming, it's up to you whether to retain or deactivate the account. The young man rambled on until they reached the door, then smiled shyly. By the way, I'm a fan of your writing. I never expected an author would participate in such a show. Here's your room card. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. The back of the room card had his phone number. The hotel's decor was modern and minimalist, exactly to Guju's taste. Lu Ku emerged from the bag, flicked her tail, and turned back to gaze at Guju. Meow. When did you start mingling with the production team? Lu Ku found it peculiar, given that the two of them were inseparable. Guju poked the cat's head. There are many things you do not know. Let us discuss it tonight. You should continue to sleep. As he spoke, the young man gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire city. The scenery was splendid, with the sun setting in the west. Guju, however, was not particularly poetic. Glancing at the time, he drew the sheer curtain and opened his laptop to commence his work. Lu Ku leaped onto the desk to observe, only to be met with a sea of numbers. Lines, foreign text, and symbols, clearly delving into Lu Ku's knowledge blind spots. Thus, she curled up beside Guju, her front paws casually resting on his wrist. Guju indulged her. The black cat's presence did not hinder his efficiency. When Lu Ku awoke, the sky had turned pitch black. Turning her head, she found Guju still seated upright at the desk, the cool light from the screen casting a strikingly handsome glow on his face. Lu Ku paused slightly and looked at the screen again. This time, she comprehended it was the script sent by the production team. Despite its brevity, Guju frowned. What's wrong? Guju seemed lost in thought, startled by Lu Ku's voice, and glanced down at the unfamiliar name highlighted by the cursor. Chao Shoulin. Who is this? Guju replied. Do you remember the master who turned against you and wanted to kill you? The one in the black robe, always followed by 2 young men. I thought there wouldn't be much overlap, so I never mentioned his name to you. Lu Ku's spirits lifted, her eyes widening as she looked at Guju. Does that mean we are in great danger? Guju leaned back, rubbing his temples, his expression calm. After the last incident, he wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. Turning against his employer and causing harm is highly frowned upon in this industry. Because of that incident, his clientele has dwindled significantly. Otherwise, with his pride, he wouldn't have fallen to participating in a trivial online variety show. Lu Ku inquired, what about you? Lu Ku felt she had missed many critical points of information. Despite spending all day together, she realized she knew too little. I was contemplating that mysterious person. Guju absent-mindedly stroked Lu Ku's back. Whether that person is friend or foe remains uncertain, given the mysterious individual's style. Everything we've experienced is likely within their grasp. They wouldn't overlook the matter of Chao Shoulin. And then, Guju inexplicably chuckled, lightly tapping the black cat's forehead with his finger. Are you perhaps being a tad too lazy? Eating and sleeping all day without even pondering matters? As he spoke, Guju lifted Lu Ku and presented her before the mirror, teasingly remarking, perhaps I should be grateful you're not an orange cat. As a feline, Lu Ku rarely had the habit of gazing into mirrors. At first glance, the coal-black figure reflected back left her momentarily dazed. The black cat lowered her head to examine her sizable belly pouch, then earnestly looked up at Guju. I feel like I haven't eaten much at all. Guju stifled a laugh. Yet you don't seem to have the daily parkour habits of an ordinary cat. Luca hung her head in silence for quite some time. Just as Guju contemplated whether to comfort her fragile self-esteem, Luca lifted her head, her expression drooping, and sighed. I've never been this heavy in my life. Guju recalled the scene during his visit to Lu's home, his smile fading slightly. Are your parents good to you? The modest girl's bedroom seemed like a relic from the last century, despite Lu's family not being financially strained. Luca paused. Why do you ask that? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. Not all. Lu kiskiviko delinketh. Acknowledging that she was an unexpected occurrence. The preference for sons over daughters remains quite prevalent even today. Luca had no desire to elaborate further. Returning to the main topic, will Chao Sholin continue to act against us, trying to ingratiate himself with the Lu family? After all, the Lu family is a large clan with many capable individuals across various industries, though their reputation may not be prominent. As Luca pondered the Lu family's influence in the realm of spiritual energy, she added, perhaps the Lu family is even more formidable than I imagined. That is indeed the case. Luca was suddenly taken aback, her eyes widening as she stared at Guju in the mirror. Guju continued, it is not difficult for me to connect with such circles. I simply lacked interest before. Luca felt a moment of guilt for her fleeting darkness, silently reflecting for a moment. While it may be said so, Chao Sholin has become accustomed to being revered over the years, rarely experiencing losses. It's hard to say whether he might seek revenge. After all, it's not uncommon for anger to cloud judgment, leading to illogical actions. I've consulted with Yu Yong and several others. Although the Spiritual Energy Conference may not be well known, many masters who traverse both realms will indeed participate. And numerous lesser-known newcomers can leverage it to make a name for themselves. Guju stated, the larger the business, the more dirty dealings one encounters. What seems absurd to outsiders often has its rationale within the community. This is the true reason the Spiritual Energy Conference can continue to be held. Business people come for profit. The big bosses require ways to meet and understand spiritual masters to avoid being deceived. Luca listened to his extensive explanation. Guju finally patted Lu Ku's head. There should be powerful spiritual masters maintaining order behind the scenes. The fact that the production team dares to use a live broadcast for promotion suggests something significant. Early the next morning, Guju received a phone call, notifying him to wait downstairs for a special vehicle alongside other spiritual masters to head to the renowned spiritual hotel, Baoqin Manor. With its Western-style decor and a Chinese name, it was quite peculiar. The manor, over 100 years old, was said to have been founded by a man who, in his youth, fell in love with a singer named Baoqin, never able to forget her. This was a large, upscale hotel, with a grand entrance adorned with a vast flower garden and exquisite, creamy white sculptures. While the production team catered to the wealthy as entertainment workers, they remained acutely aware of the ratings. Thus, the illustrious young author, Bu Xiao, became a golden asset in the eyes of the director. Good-looking and influential, his presence was nearly equivalent to inviting a small celebrity. Upon arrival at Baoqin Manor, Chao Sholin immediately spotted Guju. Guju, holding the black cat, dressed in white, tall and strikingly handsome, stood out amidst the bizarre assembly. Onomi Nuoha, under the camera's gaze, Chao Sholin refrained from acknowledging Guju, casting a menacing glance at Lu Ku instead. A young woman beside Guju retorted, "That's not accurate at all. It's clearly a spirit-repelling beast. As a spiritual master, how could you be as ignorant as some superstitious crowd?" Chao Sholin was quite renowned among his peers, and immediately, someone scoffed. It seems the old man is getting senile. After all, he once killed an employer thinking they were a malevolent spirit. What else might he do? Chao Shoulin replied coldly. The current generation is getting more audacious. Your elders would respectfully address me as Mr. Chao. And who are you to speak? The old man's reputation is already tarnished. He doesn't mind if it worsens. We all know our capabilities. Discreetly eliminating someone is no more challenging than squashing an ant. How could this be anything but arrogance? Unfortunately, some wealthy patrons are fond of Chao Shoulin's demeanor. His visit wasn't for fame. He was already well known. He sought to redeem himself. Previously, Yu Yong had shattered his puppet, causing significant harm that had yet to fully heal, leading many patrons to doubt Chao Shoulin's abilities. Cao Sulin Bo Unspon Rivan. Knowing that Yu Yong was a uniquely exceptional figure among spiritual masters, yet everyone was aware of this, and no one would come to his defense. The downside of making enemies everywhere was evident. The director, with a grim expression, instructed the cameraman to cut that segment, needing to negotiate politely with those present. In our contemporary society, governed by the rule of law, this variety show is destined to air, so let us all exercise caution. Surely, you have all watched other shows before? It is best to avoid any overt confrontations, as we are all adults here. And there are many truths that I need not reiterate. The director, with a patient demeanor, finally approached the crux of the matter. Let us commence from the entry into the manor. I would like to share some precautions in advance, which we will reiterate once filming officially begins, to prevent any unpleasantness later on. This manor is a private treasure of a wealthy individual and has been around for quite some time. So please refrain from damaging any items. Once inside, we shall take up residence. Should you feel uncomfortable, do not hesitate to request an early exit. Safety first. With a chorus of whispers, the director continued, I understand that you are all capable individuals and may not be concerned about these matters. But the owner has instructed that while the spirits within may be fierce for the sake of the program, I ask that you endure a little and strive to present yourselves splendidly. After much elaboration, twilight descended, and the official filming finally commenced. Despite the promise of post-production, a narrator was indispensable, a strikingly beautiful young woman who introduced herself as Dongqing, in her early 20s with captivating features. Her hair styled in voluminous curls tied into a lively ponytail. The legends surrounding Baoqin Manor are numerous, the most renowned being that after the manor's master discovered Baoqin, she became a canary. The master constructed Baoqin Manor and imprisoned her within its confines. Due to Baoqin's disdain for him, he subjected her to relentless torment, and upon her demise, sought out numerous girls resembling her. Perhaps due to the multitude of vengeful spirits, upon the master's death, supernatural occurrences began to plague Baoqin Manor. Given the passage of time, the specifics of these events have become obscure, leading to the manor's eventual abandonment. Dongqing remarked with a smile. However, the manor still has an owner, and as most of the items here are antiquities, I kindly ask that you exercise caution while showcasing your prowess. Our production team is notoriously impoverished, and we cannot afford to incur losses. In an effort to maintain an air of aloofness, the participants exchanged names and then retreated to their respective rooms. Chapter 65. The Black Room. Guju chose a modest suite adorned with dark pattern wallpaper that meandered like the veins of the room, enveloping the entirety of the space from the head of the bed. The carpet was a deep brown, mirroring the dark patterns. The room was shrouded in somber hues, with heavy silk curtains cascading to the floor, blocking the windows. Guju stood at the doorway, motionless, while Lu Ke dashed inside, utilizing her excellent night vision to pull back the curtains in one leap. As the twilight deepened, a dim light filtered through upon opening the curtains. Guju then entered, retrieving a high-wattage camping lantern from her backpack, instantly illuminating the room, nearly blinding Lu Ke with its brilliance. Shaking her head, she glanced up to see a massive wolf's head mounted above the bed. Lu Ke remarked, very impressive, quite stylish. The aesthetic of this manor's master is indeed unique. The room appeared surprisingly clean, yet Guju chose to replace the bedding she brought. Once everything was in order, the night had fully enveloped the manor, which lay in profound silence, with the participants' rooms situated far apart. Guju discreetly switched off the miniature camera sewn into her collar, while Luca nestled in the center of the bed, drifting into a light slumber. Did you notice anything unusual? Luca forced herself to remain alert, surprisingly clean. For now, I see nothing. Would you like to rest? Guju replied affirmatively, dimming the lantern before reclining on the bed and closing her eyes. Luca remained vigilant of the wolf's head above, resting her head on Guju's chest, pretending to sleep. Time passed, and Luca was awakened by the dropping temperature in the room, her eyes meeting Guju's as she sensed movement. Guju's gaze was fixed on the ceiling, and upon feeling Luca's stir, she gently placed her hand on Luca's shoulder. Luca turned to gaze at the ceiling, where a woman clad in antiquated attire was nailed to the ceiling, writhing in agony. Are you still awake? Guju asked. How long has this phenomenon been occurring? It was already deep into the night, yet the manor was unusually lively. Luca could distinctly hear distant sounds of chanting and scuffles. With a buzz, Guju connected her Bluetooth headset, receiving a call from the production team. Guju, turn on the camera. The director's tone was discontented. Guju had entered the room and turned off the camera. Given that this was a competition among psychics, how could the show continue under such circumstances? Without changing her attire, Guju activated the camera, which now faced the woman's visage on the ceiling. The spirit above was still weeping. Luca commented, "It is merely the lingering sorrow of the deceased. She died in such a manner. Thus her painful memories remain etched deeply." Luca scrutinized the spirit, sensing no profound resentment nor malice, merely a part of the daily ritual. Guju emitted a non-committal sound and inquired, "Do you wish to explore? I am uncertain if there are more formidable entities. If so, it could pose a challenge." Guju, cradling the cat, sat up. "It is fine. There are other masters. If I recall correctly, everyone should be considered a competitor. The benevolent image of a psychic should better satisfy the benefactor. After all, nurturing a venomous snake necessitates concern over potential bites, whereas a loyal and calm dog presents no such worries." Guju's analogy may not have been entirely apt, yet Luca nodded in agreement. The internal structure of the manor appeared far grander and more intricate than its exterior suggested. The master's preferred decor style seemed consistently dark, with most items illuminated by the flashlight appearing shadowy. Thank goodness the exterior sculptures were not black. Luca rolled her eyes and remarked, "I am reminded of a phrase, gold and jade on the outside." From the outside, the dreamlike and romantic Bauchin manor belied the dark and eerie interior. A disapproving female voice interjected, "That is not a fair assessment. This is the master's domain, and how it is arranged is their prerogative. How can you so readily defame another?" Guju directed her flashlight toward the source of the voice, revealing Dongqing, the guide, who had seemingly just opened the door upon hearing the commotion. Guju nodded in acknowledgement. Dongqing frowned, expressing her disapproval. "Where do you think you're going?" "Just exploring a bit. The dead of night is when malevolent spirits tend to roam freely, and each room's supernatural happenings test your abilities. How can you wander aimlessly?" Guju replied calmly, "Is there such a regulation?" "There is not, but that is the common practice. The hallway is a public area." Guju maintained an indifferent demeanor, leaving Dongqing momentarily speechless. Dongqing scrutinized Guju from head to toe, ultimately fixing her gaze on Lu Ke. "Are you truly relying on this cat to rampage through the manor? Have you not noticed that the other participants are dutifully remaining in their rooms?" Dongqing frowned. "The malevolent spirits within this manor are not as simple as you presume. I am unsure whether to commend your audacity or chastise your recklessness." Guju's gaze was assessing. "Aren't you merely a guide? Why do you reside in the manor? Not everyone can take on this role without a modicum of skill." Dongqing pouted, seemingly perturbed by Guju's noncompliance. "I've said all that needs saying. Why are you so obstinate?" Guju nodded and turned to continue toward her original destination. "Then you may continue to rest." Dongqing watched as Guju faded into a distant light before closing the door. Her room stood in stark contrast to Guju's, with soft lighting and a warm, romantic European decor. She approached a round table adorned with a vase and picked up her phone, dialing the production team. Luku observed Guju retreating deeper into the darkness and could not help but call out, "Guju, Guju paused, lowering her gaze to look at her. Lu Ku inquired, "Aren't you afraid of getting lost?" Guju raised an eyebrow lightly. "I have a decent sense of direction. What about you? Why did you come out?" Guju resumed her walk, "Because I wish to verify certain matters." "Verify what?" "For instance, where you took my cat." Guju halted, gently placing the black cat she held on the ground. The black cat, puzzled, asked, "What are you talking about?" Guju knelt down to meet her gaze. Her expression calm. "She is very important to me, so please return my cat." As she spoke, Guju rolled up her sleeves, revealing the prayer beads on her wrist. In that fleeting moment, the dull beads shone brightly like incandescent lights, almost blinding. The black cat recoiled as if scorched, retreating several steps, yet remained crouched on the ground. A delicate voice belonging to Lu Ku cried out, "It hurts." "Guju, do you not like me anymore?" Chapter 66. Eugene Lu Ku was not a malevolent spirit, so she could not be harmed by the light of the prayer beads. Guju crouched down to look at her, sensing that there were more than one malevolent spirits in this manner. "Can you tell me what has transpired here?" The black cat curled into a ball, moaning, "It hurts, I hurt so much." The black mist surged, and the figure of the black cat gradually faded. For a brief moment, Guju saw on the cat's face a shadow of a struggling remnant on the ceiling. With her eyes open, Lu Ku lay on Guju's chest, entirely unaware of the strange occurrences Guju had encountered. After a long exhale, she observed that there was nothing on the ceiling. Pulling down her inexplicably rolled-up sleeves, Guju sat up from the bed and gently placed the sleeping black cat back on the bed, turning her gaze toward the distant, faint light of dawn. The world was silent. Glancing at the time, it was a little past 5 in the morning. The water supply in the manor was normal. And soon after, there was a knock at the door. Dongqing stood at the entrance with a smile. "Good morning. How did you sleep last night?" Guju paused slightly. "What is it? You seem to have sleepwalked last night." Guju chuckled softly. "Perhaps your eyes were deceiving you." "Is that so?" "Perhaps." Dongqing's smile faded as she fixed her gaze on Guju. "Some matters do not concern you. You need not involve yourself. Some people, however, are quite important." The two stood together, engaged in a cryptic exchange, while Lu Ku, upon waking, merely felt that the handsome young man and the beautiful girl standing together appeared exceptionally well matched. Lu Ku had slept soundly, a fact beyond expectation. In this unfamiliar environment, she felt that only she could protect Guju. Thus, with a hint of guilt, Lu Ku perked up her ears, sitting at the edge of the bed, waiting for Guju to finish speaking. Dongqing's remarks largely echoed what the director had emphasized the previous day. "You are a renowned writer, and you already draw significant attention. Participating earnestly in the program will benefit you. Do not turn off the cameras again." Guju remained non-committal, embodying a stubbornness, merely inquiring whether the production team had other arrangements for the day. The night carried a heavier aura, making supernatural occurrences more likely. So the team planned to film only some segments during the day as a transition. "If you wish to go out, you may, but do remember to return before dinner," Dongqing said with a beaming smile, peeking at Lu Ku. "The little kitty is awake as well. It may be inconvenient for you to carry her, if necessary. I can take care of her for you." "No need, Cuckoo is very well behaved." Dongqing did not insist, standing still as Guju closed the door. Guju turned back to see the little kitty in a daze, gently patting her head and murmuring, "It seems I have not seen that person." Lu Ku understood he was referring to Lu Wenxiu and turned to look at him. The youth seldom displayed much emotion, maintaining an air of tranquility. Lu Ku mewed softly in response, prompting Guju to continue. "I had a dream last night." "Mew? What did you dream about?" "In the dream, the malevolent spirit of this room pretended to take your form and accompanied me to the corridor, where we encountered Dongqing." Guju glanced toward the door. "We can check the corridor tonight." "Dongqing, I feel she isn't that simple." Lu Ku nodded, absent-mindedly considering that Guju had become somewhat talkative due to her influence. Lu Ku was unable to speak, and many of her intentions could only be conveyed through Guju's guesses, confirmed by her nods and shakes of the head. Time was fleeting at night, and Guju maintained a regular routine of rising early and sleeping late. Perhaps Guju was not even aware of her own changes. Lu Ku wagged her tail, filled with playful speculation, her mood uplifted. Guju slightly furrowed her brow, her expression turning solemn. I have an unsettling suspicion regarding this mysterious individual. The specifics of her suspicion remained unspoken. Luca disliked seeing Guju troubled, so she circled her tail around the young man's wrist, expressing affection and comfort through her actions. As a cat, even if she could dispel spirits, there was little she could do. The matter, which rightfully belonged to her, had shifted onto Guju's shoulders. With this thought, Luca's mood darkened. Having owed Guju so much, even if she returned to her body, what could she offer in recompense? Luca, with a bright yet sorrowful heart, nestled into Guju's embrace. In that moment of being petted, the lingering melancholy within her vanished without a trace. The joy of being a little kitty lay in the affection and care she received, without worries of sustenance or clothing. If not for the inconveniences of being a cat, Luca would have gradually lost herself in bliss. Guju was truly an accepting, tolerant, kind, and generous master. This time, Guju did not turn off the cameras. Luca instinctively followed at Guju's feet as they both stepped into the dark corridor. The carpet muffled their footsteps, and the sound was merely a soft rustle. Luca did not shy away from the cameras. Guju had also donned a Bluetooth headset, her clear voice resonating in the corridor. The night was heavy with an ominous aura, yet strangely, I had not encountered any malevolent spirits throughout. This seemed somewhat at odds with the reputation of Baoqin Manor. Guju was surprised to hear that Luca had knowledge of this place. You have been here before? The little cat rolled her eyes. I have heard of this place. I read about it on a forum. It is not open to the public, but there are many speculations. Ultimately, it aligns closely with what the production team has said, but standing here now, I find myself questioning whether the rumored events truly occurred. Guju remarked, "You previously mentioned that spiritual entities exist everywhere in the human realm, and whether they are malevolent or not, they are all aimless wanderers. By your reasoning, this place is excessively clean." Luke has suddenly realized, could it be that this has always been the domain of spiritual practitioners? Hence the production team specifically emphasized not to harm the malevolent spirits. Just as she finished speaking, they saw a girl in a cheap house skirt kicking against the wall, pulling out a malevolent spirit dressed in traditional Han attire from her own temple. The girl's name was as antiquated as her appearance, Eugene, the one who had helped Luke speak earlier. Eugene, while tugging at the malevolent spirit, scolded, "This is too much. How can you do this? It's frightening enough, but to invade someone's mind and make them suffer nightmares is simply inhumane." Ignoring Yu Yin's fierce demeanor, her words were filled with grievance. Upon locking eyes, Eugene suddenly fell silent, momentarily forgetting the half of the ancient spirit still embedded in her mind, hastily attempting to salvage her image. The scene was too beautiful to behold. The little kitty turned her face away. Eugene quickly regained her composure, her embarrassment fueling her strength as she yanked the malevolent spirit free, delivering a couple of punches. After confirming the spirit was subdued, she awkwardly smiled at Guju. This was an accident, really. Seemingly feeling a lack of credibility, she enthusiastically offered, "How about I help you pull out the malevolent spirit in your mind as well? Perhaps it suffered too much when it was alive. The spirits here are somewhat unique." Guju stood gracefully in place, seemingly unfazed by Yu Yin's actions. Unique? Chapter 67. Lu family Dong Qing. Regardless, this is the first time I have seen such a malevolent spirit. Eugene shrugged. "All right, I understand." Guju bid farewell to Eugene and continued onward, soon arriving at a corridor reminiscent of his dreams. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, the flashlight's beam began to dim, replaced by the increasingly melodious strains of a song. Guju paused, realizing that he and Luke had seemingly ascended to the second floor of a tea house. Gazing down, he beheld a woman clad in an emerald green qipao, cradling a pipa while singing, her voice enchanting and her figure graceful. Was this an illusion? Luke esquivico marvelet. How extraordinary! I believe Yong would greatly enjoy this place. Reflecting on Yu Yong's collection of peculiar artifacts, Guju nodded in agreement. Ultimately, illusions are but fabrications. To err on the side of caution, Guju remained motionless. After the pipa player finished her melody, she rose and looked upward. The tea house was devoid of patrons. and the people player wore a tranquil expression. Their gazes met, 6 eyes in total, and the people player sighed softly. I am called Bao Qin, of the Bao Qin Manor. Gu Ju inquired. Were you the one who entered my dream last night? We prefer not to be disturbed here. Bao Qin replied coolly, though we are dead. It seems we are also alive. In truth, this is rather pleasant. We need not worry about making a living, nor do we face interruptions from unrelated individuals. Bao Qin was not a benevolent spirit, yet she harbored little animosity. I did not intend to intrude upon you, but seeing you trapped like fish in a barrel evoked some pity. As she spoke, more women in kipeos appeared behind her, resembling Bao Qin to varying degrees, each holding different instruments. Luca looked down from above, experiencing a fleeting illusion of a traditional music ensemble. Only Bao Qin spoke. You must flee. Her gaze fell upon Lu Ku, filled with sympathy. The manor's mistress has arrived. She intends to take action against you. The mistress? It had indeed been mentioned that Bao Qin Manor had an owner. Yet, Lu Wenxiu had yet to reveal herself. What transpired? A sense of foreboding crept into Lu Ku's heart as she glanced up at Gu Ju, whose expression seemed unchanged. It appeared that this enigmatic figure had become an adversary. Gu Ju murmured, For him, this may be a game, watching us flounder at his whim, toiling for his utterance only to be stifled before hope dawns. The spirits around them seemed to exhale a collective sigh. As Gu Ju's words lingered, the surroundings crystallized into focus. The Buddhist beads on Gu Ju's wrist formed a golden aura, enveloping him and Lu Ku. Lu Ku gasped in trepidation. Outside the golden barrier, countless grotesque spirits pressed against it, their malevolent visages nearly obscuring the light, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking. Gu Ju's protective beads had shattered by more than half. The youth remained silent as he swiftly lifted Lu Ku and drew forth a jade talisman from his chest. The talisman's glow was warm, yet it suddenly emitted a forceful energy, carving a path through the malevolent spirits. With long strides, Gu Ju began to run. The sound of their escape was muffled by the carpet, every door tightly shut, leaving the two, one human and one cat, seemingly trapped. Luca's tail bristled with anxiety. Suddenly, a door in the corridor swung open, revealing Dong Qing, her expression indifferent, her voice clear. Release that black cat. It is their target. Lu Kiskiviko Sheveret, Claritu Dovning. It was the Lu family. Lu Dongqing? Lu Ku murmured, and Dongqing nodded with a restrained smile. Indeed, it is I. You are from the branch family and likely have never seen me, nor do you deserve to know my name. Lu Dongqing stated. You are not truly one of the Lu family, merely a vessel. As if explaining, she maintained her gaze on Gu Ju while speaking. In truth, the Lu family does not engage in infighting and treats the descendants of branch families with particular care. Torstai Lu Kiskiviko. This sounded like a jest. Was it not Lu Zhong who sent me away, demonstrating his loyalty? He even attempted to kill me, yet failed, leading to intervention from the esteemed main family? Lu Dongqing regarded Lu Ku's expression with curiosity. In reality, your obedience would have been best. What of becoming an animal? Is your current state not satisfactory? With that, she turned her attention back to Gu Ju. I shall say this one last time. This is your final opportunity. No one will come to your aid. This was always meant to be Lu Ku's cage, and I have anticipated this day for a long time. Gu Ju halted, standing firm, relying on the multitude of talismans adorning him, remaining unperturbed. Perhaps due to Lu Dongqing's presence, the malevolent spirits hesitated, their movements noticeably slowed. Gu Ju questioned, Was Wu Yaya's situation orchestrated by you? She will inevitably return. However, she was fortunate. Were it not for your interference, she would have been slain by the spirits in the hospital. You understand my meaning. Gu Ju replied coldly. Wu Yaya is also a spirit medium. My private investigator has several useful channels, allowing me to uncover intriguing information. This is your family's experiment, is it not? How pitiful that Wu Yaya's family believed in your supposed goodwill. While spirit mediums possess innate yin-yang eyes, their fortune remains unaffected, and their unique constitution renders them more resilient against malevolent spirits than ordinary individuals. However, Wu Yaya's family was unaware of this. As their child grew older, articulating her peculiar experiences more clearly, The frantic parents resorted to desperate measures. Lu Dongqing maintained her smile. We have had successful cases. One could only say Wu Yai's family was exceptionally unfortunate. All of this serves as a prelude to the trials Lu Ke faces. As ordinary individuals may be sacrificed at will, yet the distinguished ancestors of the Lu family are few in number. Should missteps lead to the obliteration of an ancestor's spirit, it would be a grievous loss. Lu Dongqing continued to smile. None of this is a secret. It is not difficult to inquire. Many are aware. Do you not wonder why no one intervenes? How do you know there are no other forces at play? Is this the reason for your family's arrogance and disregard for life? The Lu family has always upheld the law. We are not the ones who strike first. Lu Dongqing's smile was cold and bloodless. It is regrettable. I do not wish to implicate innocence. Guju, though your family is wealthy, you have always shunned the supernatural. Your eager involvement will yield no assistance from them. Alas, I have extended an opportunity to you, sacrificing a cat. Does that not seem a fair bargain? Lu Dongqing decisively closed the door, and the surging malevolent spirits recoiled as if confronted by some terrifying entity. They scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Lu Ke inexplicably leaped onto Guju's shoulder, her pupils dilating in alarm. Chapter 68. The Revenge of Chao Shoulin. A doll of human size stood behind Guju, its arms raised high, accompanied by Chao Shoulin's excited laughter. This time, no one can save you. Such madness. Lu Ke barely had time to leap up, taking the blow meant for Guju. The slender black cat was flung aside, and Guju turned, taking a punch to the chest that sent him staggering back several steps, his gaze fixated on Lu Ke's direction. The doll was tangible, unlike the ethereal malevolent spirits. And Guju's jade talisman shattered under the force of the blow. Chao Shoulin emerged from the shadows. The moonlight filtering through the window cast an ambiguous glow over the corridor, rendering the figure of the elderly man in black robes ominous. After years of wandering the world, the greatest loss I have suffered was at the hands of an ordinary person. Chao Shoulin scoffed coldly, but what of it? You are now in my grasp. Guju's expression darkened. You are quite adept at this sort of thing. Chao Shoulin remained silent, directing the doll to press closer to Guju. While Lu Dongqing's target was Lu Ke, Chao Shoulin's focus remained on Guju. Lu Ke lunged at the doll, attempting to claw and bite. But the doll size was overwhelming for a cat, easily seizing Lu Ke by her tail and hurling her aside. Guju, quick-witted and agile, caught Lu Ke and then extended his forearm to deflect the descending arm of the puppet. A sharp pain shot through him, causing his brows to furrow. Having acquired some combat skills, he found that his movements were far more coordinated than those of the erratic puppet. Finally, leveraging the wall, he propelled himself off the ground, delivering a kick to the puppet's chest. As the puppet fell backward, he swiftly scooped up Lu Ke and ran. The black cat nestled in Guju's embrace quivered with pain, and Lu Ke felt a long-lost fear creeping in. Guju, what should we do? If it comes to the worst, you should flee. They primarily want to kill me. If I let you go, Chao Shoulin will not spare me either. You are so formidable. As long as we escape from Baoqin Manor, we will surely be fine. Lu Ke, Guju's resolve was unwavering. And Lu Ke surmised he was harboring some anger, for she had never seen such a grim expression on his face before. Do you know what Wu Yai's greatest emotional burden is? Lu Ke was momentarily taken aback, and Guju continued, regret is far more painful than injury. Do you wish for me to endure this forever? A heavy weight bore down on Lu Ke, leaving her at a loss for words, and after much contemplation, she could not formulate a response. However, we have not known each other for long. Honestly, it is unnecessary. Guju shot her a cold glance and fell silent. Shaking off Chao Shoulin, a swarm of other malevolent spirits rushed in. Despite Eugene having wandered the corridor moments before, it now seemed that only Guju and the predatory Chao Shoulin remained in Baoqin Manor. A sound akin to the scratching of a spider echoed from behind. Lu Ke peeked back and saw countless small puppets, varying in size, scuttling down the walls, floor, and ceiling towards Guju. Suddenly, Guju's footing gave way, and he fell, still clutching Lu Ke. The corridor was too dim, and neither Guju nor Lu Ke was familiar with their surroundings. Lu Ke heard Guju let out a muffled groan, and the cat's night vision abilities proved to be of great significance at that moment. With his pale face and half-closed eyes, Lu Ku witnessed blood seeping from beneath him. Gu Ju was injured. Never before had Lu Ku felt such terror. In her panic, she looked up. The small puppets did not leap down, and the deep pit before them resembled a trap, with Lu Ku and Gu Ju merely prey, ensnared within it. Chao Shoulin approached the front, encircled by the puppets, wielding a spotlight to illuminate the scene, and upon seeing Gu Ju lying unconscious on the ground, he broke into a triumphant smile. Look, what does wealth matter? What does youth matter? At this moment, he is as good as dead, a mere puddle of mud. With a beaming grin, Chao Shoulin remarked, "The old man will not soil his hands, but you will not escape." He enunciated each word clearly. "You will die." After speaking, Chao Shoulin's wrinkled hand reached into his sleeve, retrieving a box of matches. He resembled a child who had just received a cherished toy. Wait a moment. This little brat will awaken in pain. He will surely regret sacrificing his bright future and life for a mere cat. Chao Shoulin struck a match, igniting it, and tossed it down. In the flickering light, Lu Ku finally noticed that the entire room was surrounded by puppets. The puppets were clad in fitted kipayos, their various postures filling the room to the brim. Unlike Chao Shoulin's wooden puppets, those in the room were stitched from silk. As the flames ignited, Lu Ku glimpsed the shadows of Bao Qin and the others reflected in the puppets' delicate faces. However, this time, Bao Qin and the other spirits did not manifest. What should we do? Lu Ku could only desperately attempt to extinguish the unlit match, covering it with her paw and body, willing to suffer burns if necessary. Yet despite her efforts, the fire within the room blazed uncontrollably, a fierce inferno eager to consume a life. Convinced that Gu Ju and Lu Ku were doomed, Chao Shoulin turned away in satisfaction, leaving behind the sound of his walkie-talkie. The filming is complete. Let us retreat. The duration is sufficient, leaving a cliffhanger. Everyone, let us board the bus for barbecue. It's on me. This is a conspiracy. Lu Ku's golden eyes welled with tears. I can die, but why must I drag Gu Ju down with me? It is my fault. I should not have returned. I was selfish. This is a life at stake. Why can they be so heartless? Because these people never had hearts to begin with. Lu Ku looked up in astonishment, unexpectedly spotting a familiar figure. The newcomer, clad in a tailored suit, exuded an air of elitism, his hands tucked into his pockets as he gazed down. It was a mysterious man who had previously advised Wu Yaya to abandon Lu Ku. When one possesses power, it is inevitable to disdain the mundane. For these individuals, life holds no value. Consider that even the souls of the deceased can be utilized as tools. What then is worthy of reverence? Lu Ku was uninterested in his words. She was solely focused on one thing. Can you save Gu Ju? And then what? Continue to let him aid you in your perilous ventures? Ordinary people are far too fragile before spiritualists. To take a life is merely a matter of pointing a finger. If that is the case, what significance does saving this man hold? No, I will no longer burden him. Lu Ku declared firmly. I was too naive before. Thinking a mere ant could shake a tree, I was overestimating my own capabilities. Please save Gu Ju. He is innocent. He is just a good-hearted person. If you say that, I must admit I am somewhat disappointed. The man in the suit stroked his chin. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lu, and my name is Lu Xinshu. Chapter 69. A new body. Lu Ku awoke once more in a hospital room, before losing consciousness. It seemed she had seen a shadow rushing towards her. Lu Xinshu stood by the window, gazing outward, casually turning his head at the sound, his expression appearing somewhat complex. Where's this? Lu Ku was momentarily stunned, her surroundings gradually coming into focus through the cat's eyes. She looked down at her slender hands in disbelief. Have I returned? Lu Xinshu remained silent, but the door to the hospital room swung open as a nurse entered, her face lighting up in surprise as she turned and ran out. Doctor! Doctor! Yi Shiwen has awakened. Ye Yizhen. Lu Ku stared at Lu Xinshu. What was she talking about? Lu Xinshu grimaced, but did not respond. Soon, other medical personnel flocked in, along with unfamiliar faces that surrounded Lu Ku, leading her away for various examinations. After a series of tests, Lu Ku felt somewhat dazed. Upon returning to her hospital room, Lu Xinshu had vanished, and she was consumed with anxiety for Gu Ju, nearly in tears. What had happened? She was entirely in the dark. A man in a white coat gently patted Lu Ku's back. Xiaowen, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Wu Kiskiviko. Lost in thought, replied, Where's Lu Xinshu? The man seemed to misunderstand. He left earlier. You just woke up and need to rest well. Don't think too much. I just want to ask him what happened. And what about Gu Ju? Luca bit her lip. Do you have Lu Xinshu's contact information? I need to speak with him. Who is Gu Ju? The man supported Lu Ku, intending to escort her back to her room. Whatever it is, we can discuss it once you recover. Luca looked down and saw the name Yishiru on the badge pinned to the man's chest. Who are you? Yishiru thought Luca was joking. Who else could I be? I'm your brother. Now let us go. Luca suppressed the turmoil within her. Can you really help me get in touch with Lu Xinshu? Do not worry. Yishiru wore a warm smile as he guided Luca back to her room. Only then did Luca realize the room was a single occupancy ward, complete with a private bathroom and a pleasant environment. Entering the bathroom and facing the mirror, her suspicions were confirmed. Staring back at her was a completely unfamiliar face, small and delicate, with willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and thin lips, exquisite and dainty. It was a beautiful face, yet it did not belong to Lu Ku. Ye Yizhen. Having had prior experience of inhabiting another's body, Lu Ku did not panic excessively. Her first instinct was to search for the original owner's phone on the bedside table. In this day and age, a person's phone and social media could reveal the trajectory of their life, personality, family, and various other information. Lu Ku searched for considerable time, only to meet with failure. Yishiwen's constitution appeared to be rather frail. Before long, Lu Ku found herself panting, half squatting on the ground, unable to utter a word. Lu Xinshu unexpectedly pushed open the door, stating, You need not search any longer. Even if he were here, he would not be found. Lu Xinshu entered with an air of indifference and continued, Xiaowen was previously cursed, rendering her mentally unstable and often in a frenzy. To prevent her from harming herself and to avoid any connection to her relatives, her family, being soft-hearted, had long since confiscated all means of communication. Luca rushed forward, gripping Lu Xinshu's forearm tightly, her gaze fixed on the man's cold eyes. What about Gu Ju? What has become of him? The man who was with me. Lu Xinshu chuckled lightly, closed the door, and assertively pulled Lu Ku by the wrist to the bedside, compelling her to sit. Xiaowen, you are unwell again. After a brief pause, and under Lu Ku's perplexed gaze, he added, Gu Ju has already been rescued. The Gu family has only this one son. Despite the estrangement, they would still act when necessary. In terms of wealth, the Lu family cannot compare to the Gu family. Lu Ku sighed in relief, but then regarded Lu Xinshu with a wary expression. Your surname is Lu. Indeed, I am of the Lu family, Lu Xinshu replied, his expression devoid of emotion, merely a defector of the Lu clan. Defector? Do you know Lu Dongqing? I do. You have been observing us in secret. To be precise, it is you. What do you intend to do? Nothing much, Lu Xinshu replied, just causing a disturbance. As long as I can make the family members uncomfortable, I find satisfaction in that. You speak too lightly. Luca did not trust him. What the original owner? Is she dead? Almost, Lu Xinshu remarked, observing Lu Ku's stubborn expression with a hint of fascination. Just as his fingers were about to brush against Lu Ku's face, she halted him. Do you know Yishiwen? What do you mean by almost? I believe there are many matters you need to clarify. Then you will continue to search for Gu Ju once you understand? Do not forget what you said while in the pit. Lu Xinshu scoffed. Although the Lu family lacks the wealth of the Gu family, it is far more complicated than you imagine. Lu Xinshu stood straight. Let me share some good news. Lu Yao has been chosen as the second vessel. Luca did not hesitate to respond. My parents would never agree to that. Of course not. Otherwise, do you think you would even exist? Luca's expression turned icy. What are you implying? In truth, you are not originally a member of the Lu family. Lu Zhong and his wife swapped their own daughter for you. They were aware of the Lu family's plans long ago and knew they would inevitably lose their child. Thus, they opted for the exchange. Both Lu Yao and I are Yin people. Indeed, otherwise how could you use me as a scapegoat? Lu Xinshu's expression remained impassive, as if recounting an utterly trivial event, sending a daughter of ordinary people to truly live an ordinary life. while taking away the daughter of Yin person to assist the son in substituting for the ancestral vessel. Lu Ke's heart was tumultuous, unsure how to discern the truth in Lu Xinshu's words. How could they know? My parents are ordinary people. They certainly knew. Did you genuinely believe that all the information they instilled in you about Yin people was entirely accurate? If the differences among Yin people were so trivial, why would they resort to such measures against you? Why must the ancestral descent utilize the body of a Yin person? Why should I trust you? Whether you trust me or not is of no consequence. Do you think I am watching you for no reason? Lu Xinshu waved his hand, and Lu Ke beheld black threads enveloping him, resembling a colossal cocoon, with only his eyes visible through a slit. Those eyes, bloodshot and obscured by a facade, revealed weariness, despair, and madness. What is your relationship with Yi Shiwen? What has transpired with her? Lu Xinshu did not answer directly. You have encountered Lu Dongqing. What kind of person do you perceive her to be? Lu Ke retorted. Is Lu Dongqing the mysterious figure? Evidently. She is shrewd and manipulative. Lu Kesquiviko remarqueth. Guju has always been suspicious of whether this mysterious figure is friend or foe. Her demeanor is ambiguous, seemingly wishing to assist us. Yet each time, she leads us in a greater peril. Chapter 70. Connection and Cooperation. First was Zhu Meichun, who had met with an accidental death yet sought revenge on her ex-boyfriend. Then there was Zheng Tanxiang, who harmed lives within Xinyue Hospital. And finally, the elusive individuals of Baoqing Manor, each step leading one further into a trap. Lu Ke paused in her narration and inquired, is Lu Wenxiu truly at Baoqing Manor? Lu Xinshu did not answer, but countered, what difference does it make whether she is there or not? Lu Ke responded, I merely wish to know, after all this turmoil, was it a success or not? If she is indeed there, it would validate our efforts, though I am simply too weak. You are indeed too weak. Lu Xinshu smiled. Yin people are born spiritualists, traversing the realms of Yin and Yang without hesitation. Have you and your brother never considered that since your parents are well-versed in these matters, why not allow you and Lu Yao to further study and comprehend them? Lu Xinshu paused. In truth, you are quite fortunate. This statement from Lu Xinshu seemed absurd to Lu Ke, who found him amusing. If this is considered fortunate, then the standard for luck is exceedingly low. How could it not be? Do you genuinely believe Lu Yao would be as fortunate as you? Lu Ke's face paled suddenly. What do you mean? Do you truly believe that your soul departure was merely an accident? That was the family conducting experiments on you. If they did not anticipate it would allow you to escape a calamity. Lu Xinshu's expression remained cold. In other words, Lu Yao is already dead, his soul scattered. The one utilizing his body now is another ancestral spirit. As if sensing that Lu Ke had not yet endured enough shock, Lu Xinshu added, moreover, here is another piece of news. You know Lu Wenxiu, who is wise and benevolent. She is unaware of the family's plans and does not cooperate with the ambitions of the Lu clan. Lu Xinshu grinned, and at that moment, even clad in a fitted suit, he appeared like a beast, exuding a menacing aura. You are aware that the family is merciless towards that which holds no value. In their eyes, the ancestors are revered, yet conversely, the summoned ancestors are merely pawns in the family's hands. For this moment, the family has schemed for a long time, and they cannot tolerate rebellious pawns, even if they were once the ancestors who brought glory to the clan. Lu Ke felt a sense of numbness from the barrage of revelations. What are you trying to convey? Lu Ke, you cannot return. Your physical body is dead, and you will spend your life confined within Xiao Wen's body. Lu Xinshu continued, I share all this to reveal the depth of hatred that exists between you and the Lu family. Those who leave the Lu family will not be spared, no matter who they may be. Lu Ke, with a hint of skepticism, asked, are you suggesting an alliance with me? I despise the Lu family. Do you not feel the same? Lu Xinshu replied, as far as I know, Lu Zhong and his wife were stingy towards you since childhood, while Lu Yao was the best person you encountered over the past 20 years. The suffering you have faced these days, the fears endured since childhood, are all due to the Lu family. Do you not desire revenge? Lu Ke's lips moved, and she suddenly recognized that Yi Shiwen's voice was entirely different from her own. Yi Shiwen was beautiful and her voice soft, unlike Lu Ke's, which was clear and resembled golden beans falling upon a stone slab. Do you wish to help Yi Shiwen exact vengeance? Luca recalled Lu Xinshu's earlier emotional outburst. Yes, Lu Xinshu spoke with calmness. You have no idea what Xiaowen has endured. To the eyes of ordinary people, she appears to have gone mad from trauma. Yet I know that it is the Lu family's curse that has left her soul perpetually tormented, gradually eroding away her spirit and sanity. I witnessed Xiaowen's soul dissipating before my very eyes. In that moment, Lu Xinshu finally appeared human, imbued with flesh and blood. You do not comprehend my feelings, nor do you understand my despair. The essence of humanity lies in emotions, in thought, in sorrow, he stated coldly. I yearn to destroy the Lu family, and I believe you hold a similar desire. Luke abruptly asked, what of Gu Ju? Will the Lu family continue to target him? I refuse to believe that Xiao Shoulin's appearance was mere coincidence. It was a warning. Lo Xinshu remarked with a hint of sarcasm that, as one knows, the Gu family is quite affluent, and those of considerable wealth are often acquainted with influential figures. As long as Gu Jue does not provoke the Lo family, the Lo clan will not seek unnecessary conflict. Lo Xinshu continued. After all, money is the most indispensable aspect of life. Although the Lo family is formidable, their political and financial influence is notably limited. Should a direct confrontation with the Gu family occur, it would undoubtedly be a painful endeavor. Gu Jue possesses a certain charm. As long as he refrains from instigating the Lo family and disrupting his own aura, I believe he will remain unscathed. This, too, is the reason I wish for your departure. Lo Ke, only partially understanding the situation, had not encountered anyone else from the Gu family, yet felt a sense of relief upon hearing that the young man was safe. Why me? Lo Ke's question was rather abrupt, and Lo Xinshu was uncertain whether he had not heard or simply did not comprehend. Why me? Because, as far as I know, you're the only one capable. You can inhabit a deceased body and continue to live, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Although Shiwen is no longer with us, her family remains unaware. In fact, they would be overjoyed to know you have awakened and are no longer in a frenzy. Lo Xinshu offered a wry smile, though it may be a falsehood. We can regard it as a benevolent lie for the time being. This is beneficial for both you and Shiwen's family. While Shiwen's soul has departed, her body lives on, and you can embark on a new chapter of life, unburdened by the stigma of physical death. Lo Ke gazed at him quietly. Do you wish for me to become your Shiwen? Lo Xinshu replied, to be precise, I desire for you to join me in seeking vengeance, while also treating Shiwen's family with kindness. The F family is quite amiable. You can rest assured of that. The F family would never consent to this. It is deceitful. I have stated it is a benevolent lie. Lo Ke fell silent for a moment. I feel so weak. Have you not noticed how remarkably you have progressed within the Black Cat's body? Lo Xinshu turned and walked to the window, while Lo Ke, half-seated on the bed, turned to watch him. The sun shone brightly, warming her skin. Now, Lo Ke was entirely a healthy, ordinary person, breathing in deeply under the sunlight. Her heart unexpectedly felt lighter. Lo Xinshu stood by the window, a rare smile gracing his face. Did I not mention that those of the Yin clan are born spiritual practitioners? Previously, under the deliberate guidance of Lo Zhong and his wife, you overlooked your own inner feelings. Now, as you gaze at the sunlight, can you not sense its breath? If you are willing, you shall grow rapidly. Lo Ke stated, I thought that was merely the instinct of the Black Cat. Each bears a part, yet you are now different. Lo Xinshu smiled, extending his hand, clutching something within. Lo Ke, puzzled, accepted it. It was a student ID. You can return to school for now. Chapter 71. Classmates. Lo Ke never anticipated returning to school in such a manner. Ye Shiwen, her senior by 2 years, was a third-year student. Prior to this, Lo Ke had never met Ye Shiwen, merely marveling at how small the world is. But after encountering Wu Yaya and Lo Dongqing consecutively, she felt somewhat numb. Due to her severe illness, Ye Shiwen had already taken a half-year leave from school. As the semester approached its end, the counselor recommended that Ye Shiwen take a year off to avoid affecting her academic performance, but this was rejected by Lo Xinshu. The Ye family placed great trust in Lo Xinshu, and from Ye Shiru, Lo Ke learned that Ye Shiwen and Lo Xinshu had been in a relationship during high school. Now spanning 5 years, Lo Xinshu excelled academically. Although he was the same age as Ye Shiwen, he had graduated early and was nearing the completion of his graduate studies. This made Lo Ke, who was struggling to enter university, exceedingly envious. In the realm of academic elites, Lo Ke felt somewhat out of place. Y University is a prestigious institution, while Lo Ke pursued a second-tier program. Ye Shiwen, on the other hand, studied law, entering the law school with top marks. A veritable prodigy before her mental decline. With her beauty, affluent background, loving parents, friendly siblings, and devoted partner, her life starkly contrasted with Lo Ke's. Although Ye Shiru believed Lo Ke's decision to return to school was hasty, considering Lo Xinshu's insistence and Lo Ke's agreement, Ye Shiwen's parents, busy with business elsewhere, were unable to intervene. Lo Ke was further astonished by Lo Dongqing's attitude. Unlike the enigmatic tour guide at Baoqin Manor, the present Lo Dongqing radiated youthful exuberance. A dazzling university student. Shiwen, it's been so long since we last met. How have you been? Lo Dongqing seemed genuinely concerned for Lo Ke. I heard about the counselor's suggestion. With so many courses this year, are you truly not considering taking a year off? No. Lo Ke could not discern Lo Dongqing's thoughts. But based on Lo Xinshu's information, Lo Dongqing seemed suspicious. Her family would assist in finding a tutor, ensuring she would not fall behind. In truth, Lo Ke was still uncertain about Lo Xinshu's true intentions, as he had not explicitly communicated them, merely urging her to resume her studies. Lo Ke felt at ease. Ye Shiwen's family were genuinely kind individuals, showering care upon this younger sister. Yet Lo Ke found it challenging to adapt. All this concern was directed at Ye Shiwen, not at Lo Ke. Lo Xinshu and the Ye family were quite familiar with one another, and Lo Ke could somewhat understand why Lo Xinshu insisted she resume her normal life as Ye Shiwen. It was the quickest way to reassure the Ye family. Lo Ke's moment of distraction prompted Lo Dongqing to inquire, "What are you thinking? Has being home for half a year made our relationship so distant?" Lo Dongqing's challenge drew curious glances from those nearby, and Lo Ke fell silent for a moment. Lo Dongqing's tactics were so crude that it made Lo Ke question whether she was truly the same person from Baoqin Manor. Unable to confirm, Lo Ke softly admitted, "I've just recovered from illness, and I can't remember many things. You didn't even come to see me." Lo Dongqing's expression changed, and with a feigned look of grievance, she sat beside Lo Ke. "You were so ill. The hospital wouldn't allow visits. Is that so?" Lo Ke ceased to engage in conversation, leaving Lo Dongqing hanging. At a loss, Lo Dongqing bit her lip and promptly left. Observing Lo Dongqing's departure, Lo Ke maintained a stoic expression, brushing off a small red spider from her collar. The crimson mark on her palm resembled a cinnabar mole spreading along her lifelines. Was it an accident or intentional? Lo Ke could not ascertain whether this insect was the cursed insect Lo Xinshu spoke of, but killing it could not be a mistake. Soon, class would commence, and Lo Ke seized the opportunity to search for news regarding Gu Jue on the classroom computer. Unbeknownst to her, the news of her injury had stirred considerable buzz within her small circle. A renowned author injured while participating in an online variety show had inadvertently heightened interest in a previously obscure spirit energy conference. Lo Ke hurriedly sought to watch the already aired episodes of the Spirit Energy Conference. Perhaps influenced by Gu Jue's injury, the originally scheduled fourth episode had been delayed significantly, releasing only a special edition with limited footage of Gu Jue. Many viewers became intrigued by Lo Ke's black cat, believing it to possess an extraordinary understanding of all that Gu Jue articulated. In the public perception, cats were considered less intelligent than dogs, and such imagery challenged conventional beliefs. The black cat named Kaka had unexpectedly become an internet sensation. However, alongside Kaka's rise to fame, Gu Jue's search for his cat became increasingly conspicuous. Lo Ke was captivated, entirely unaware of someone approaching from behind. Ye Shiwen? The substitute teacher stood behind her, wearing a somewhat exasperated expression. "I can understand that after recovering from serious illness, you might find the coursework tedious, but there is no need to watch variety shows during class. If that is the case, you should consider taking a year off. After all, graduating from our school is no easy feat, I'm sorry." Caught off guard, Lo Ke felt embarrassed as her gaze fell upon Lo Dongqing's ambiguous smile. leaving her feeling even more flustered. The world of Yishiwen felt somewhat alien to her. While Lo Xinshu appeared to form an alliance with her, Loka found herself in an undeniably passive position. She found herself devoid of any trustworthy individuals and lacked the means to confront Lu Xinshu. Perhaps it was due to her status as an outsider in Yishiwen's world that Lu Ke could easily discern the hidden thoughts of others. Was Lu Dongqing truly as formidable as rumored? Not necessarily. It was merely that Lu Dongqing operated in the shadows while Lu Ke and Gu Ju stood in the light. Lu Dongqing toyed with her prey like a cat with a mouse. Yet when Lu Ke sprang forth, everything became starkly apparent. Lu Ke's desire to reclaim her body was intense, and Gu Ju's eagerness to assist her was equally fervent. Thus, when a glimmer of hope presented itself before them, they rushed toward it without hesitation. In truth, both had been harboring suspicions regarding Lu Dongqing's motives, yet they lacked evidence and approached the situation with a gamble in mind. Fortunately, their efforts inadvertently aided Zhu Meichun and Wu Yaya. This thought lightened Lu Ke's spirit somewhat. After class, during the lunch break, Lu Ke did not return home or to the dormitory, but instead boarded a bus to visit Lu's parents in a neighboring city. As anticipated, when Yishiwen's phone remained unanswered for over an hour, a call came through. Lu Ke did not evade it. The voice on the other end belonged to Yishiru, filled with urgency. Xiaowen, why haven't you come home after school? Xinshu has been waiting for you at the school gate for quite some time. He said he couldn't find you and asked your classmates, who stated you had already left. Lu Ke replied softly, I have something I wish to confirm, and Lu Xinshu is aware of it. The call was passed to Lu Xinshu, who calmly inquired, when will you return? I will be back shortly, Lu Ke assured him, glancing at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. Lu Xinshu chuckled lightly, I understand. He then returned the phone to Yishiru, lowering his voice due to the distance. It's fine. Xiaowen has been in the hospital for too long and just wants to clear her mind. There's no need to worry. She promised to return soon. Yishiru's trust in Lu Xinshu astonished Lu Ke. That's good. Please keep an eye on Xiaowen. She has just come out of the hospital. Although Dr. Li assessed that she has no significant issues, caution is still necessary to prevent any relapses. Lu Xinshu assured her that won't happen again. After hanging up, Lu Ke observed the familiar surroundings as the bus continued its journey. Yishiwen was far wealthier than Lu Ke, and her family was generous. Yet Lu Ke inexplicably refrained from excessive spending. Much like when she was beside Gu Ju, she constantly reminded herself not to take such kindness for granted. Lu Ke was simply herself, not Hei Mao Kiki, nor the exceptional Yishiwen. White flowers adorned the windows of the Lu household, a stark contrast to the summer season, with fallen leaves carpeting the small courtyard, giving it a desolate and tragic air, discordant with the vitality of neighboring homes. Lu Ke gazed vacantly, entranced by the scene. Her striking appearance had transformed her into someone else's spectacle. A young man approached, perceiving her interest in the Lu household, and gossipingly remarked, Beauty, are you finding that house rather strange? Lu Ke turned. In what way? Their daughter suddenly died, and the elderly couple is crying inconsolably. Isn't that quite normal? She replied, her expression unchanged. The couple is notoriously biased towards sons. It seems they are lamenting for their daughter, while their son disappeared one day and never returned. The young man spoke with an air of intrigue, but Lu Ke remained impassive. That doesn't seem particularly unusual. The young man felt somewhat awkward. It does seem a bit dull. How about you share your contact information? Lu Ke walked past him without a sidelong glance as she entered the building. The curtains in the room were not drawn. According to the habits of Lu Zhong and his wife, they should still be home. Having endured the trauma of parental scrutiny, Lu Ke doubted they would have organized a funeral after all this time. She approached the door with familiarity, knocking gently. Lu Zhong answered, while Lu Mu stayed inside and did not emerge. I am Lu Yao's girlfriend. I haven't been able to reach him. He mentioned this address. Lu Ke found this pretext amusing, as it was the same one Gu Ju had used to deceive Lu Yao, now repurposed by her to mislead the Lu family. Lu Zhong hesitated, but Lu Mu hurriedly appeared upon hearing the commotion. She was somewhat agitated, her eyes wide as she grasped Lu Ke's arm and scrutinized her closely. What is your name? Yao Yao never mentioned you. Realizing her rudeness, Lu Mu smiled and urged, come in and sit. This warmth was an experience Lu Ku had never enjoyed before. Her emotions were conflicted, and her face could not conceal them. Fortunately, in such circumstances, this expression seemed entirely appropriate. Lu Ku did not refuse. Do you know where Lu Yao has gone? I cannot find him. Lu Zhong managed a forced smile, while Lu Mu was unable to contain her tears. You were such a good child. I felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing you. I like you very much. It's a pity Yao Yao is unworthy of you. Lu Zhong could not find his voice. I will go cut some fruit. Lu Mu quickly followed. I'll help. You sit first. The couple had always doted on Lu Yao, so Lu Ku was not surprised by their reactions. On the TV cabinet in the living room lay a black and white portrait of Lu Ku, her face small and devoid of smiles, with straight bangs and large, cold eyes. Lu Ku gazed at it, feeling a certain strangeness. How long had it been since she had seen this face, to the extent that it hardly resembled her own? Had her gaze always been so frigid? No wonder it failed to endear her to others. Lu Ku picked up the frame and, unsurprisingly, she found Lu Yao's black and white portrait behind it. While the mourning for Lu Ku was feigned, the sorrow of Lu Zhong and his wife for Lu Yao was genuine. As Lu Ku beheld Lu Yao's likeness, she felt surprisingly little sorrow. So much had transpired in recent days that she struggled to know how to confront Lu Yao, feeling a sense of unreality. Clearly, she had endured numerous tribulations yet remained alive. How could Lu Yao, under the tender care of Lu Zhong and his wife, have perished so easily? Who had invaded Lu Yao's body? Suddenly, Lu Ku turned, somewhat dazed, as Lu Mu snatched the photograph from her grasp. Lu Zhong maintained his composure. Forcing a smile, "Dear girl, please do not panic. Yao Yao is fine." Lu Ku felt a wave of emptiness wash over her. Then why is his photo placed behind? Isn't that an auspicious? We consulted a master and sought advice. This is for Keek's sake. After all, Kiki is still young, and all the children depicted here met untimely deaths. If it were not for this, we would not use Yao Yao's photo. It does indeed appear inauspicious. Such nonsensical chatter flowed freely once it began. Lu Zhong gradually suppressed his sorrow, engaging Lu Ku in conversation with a calm demeanor. How about this? Provide your contact information, and when Yao Yao returns, I will have him reach out to you. Lu Ku pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Lu Mu seized Lu Ke's hand tightly, her eyes reddening. How much do you like Lu Yao? Do you truly care for him? Lu Ku pulled away, since Lu Yao is not here. I will not impose any further. Her instincts warned her that the irrational Lu Mu might act beyond reason. Behind her, Lu Zhong admonished, do not behave foolishly. Who do you think you are? The emperor? She loves Yao Yao. She could go be with Yao Yao. Lu Mu nearly shouted, and Lu Ku heard her clearly as she reached the stairwell. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ku hailed a taxi and departed. After a moment of panic, she glanced back to see Lu Mu had followed her out, her frenzied demeanor drawing the attention of many residents. Lu Zhong caught up, embracing her as if scolding. Crazy woman, Lu Ku cursed, unable to restrain her tears as she generously instructed the driver to head straight to the neighboring city, handing over several bills. Upon alighting, Lu Ku spotted Lu Xinshu, hands tucked into his pockets, waiting in the pavilion at the community entrance. It was rare for him to dress so finely in daily life. Sensing Lu Ku's arrival, he turned and regarded her with a neutral expression. Have you finished? How are you feeling? The coat was removed and laid over the stone pedestal. Lu Xinshu softly said, please sit down. We can have a chat. Chat about what? Let us discuss your feelings. It would also allow me to gauge your stance. Chapter 73. Still resentful, there is nothing to talk about. You should already be aware of that. Lu Xinshu smiled slightly. With such a face and expression directed at me, do you not find it somewhat cruel? Lu Ku simply inquired, is it true that Lu Yao is really dead? You do not believe me. Surely your own parents would. If such an incident had not occurred, the Lu Zhong couple would never have thought to mourn you. Lu Xinshu paused, seemingly astonished. I had thought you would be very saddened. I too believed that. Had these events not transpired, I would have wept bitterly. But now, my feelings towards the Lu family are too complex, and I cannot even ascertain what I truly think. Lu Ku remarked, I realize I may appear somewhat cold-blooded, but perhaps I am unaware that I have been resentful of the unfair treatment towards two individuals since childhood. This cannot be compensated for merely by Lu Yao being kinder to me. In fact, had it not been for Lu Yao, my body would not have easily fallen into the hands of the Lu family. Every 3 days, I would naturally return. Afterward, I made such efforts to return, and he was fully aware of my experiences. He knew what I had endured. He has always been so exceptional and intelligent. I did not believe he harbored any doubts towards Lu Zhong, yet he still betrayed me. Lu Ke coldly stated, "Do you know how I felt when my parents attacked me in the ancestral home? Had I not been fortunate, had another cat not helped me avert a disaster, I would have long been dead, perhaps before you even discovered me. You are aware that my existence was revealed to Lu Zhong only after he failed to hunt me down and sought help from the main family, correct?" Lu Xinshu remained silent for a long while before slowly responding. "You have indeed surprised me." Lu Ke retorted, "Am I not as harmless as you imagined?" "No. This allows me to feel reassured in letting you venture forth." Lu Xinshu looked down at Lu Ke. "Being a spiritual energy master is not as easy as you might think. There are rules to follow, what actions are appropriate, what are not, and how to elevate one's abilities swiftly. All of this requires knowledge." "Rules?" Lu Ke laughed softly. "Does the Lu family even have rules? That is why I left." Lu Xinshu replied nonchalantly, "In truth, the Lu family also wishes to eliminate me, but they chose the wrong person." Lu Ke scrutinized him. "Lu Dongqing?" Lu Xinshu did not deny it. "She is also responsible for my assassination." "I know." Lu Xinshu was quite familiar with Lu Dongqing. She had always been this way, highly talented, favored by elders, and with her parents having power within the family. She had been spoiled since childhood, cultivating an arrogant disposition. Thus, she chose to toy with me. You should be grateful that she did not wish to confront Guju directly and instead used a little ghost to monitor you. She seldom employs such tactics, and feeling quite pleased with herself, she inadvertently prolonged the entire process. Lu Xinshu stated emphatically, "Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago." Lu Ke still found it difficult to connect the naive and willful Lu Dongqing from school with the woman from the Baoqing Manor. Is she really that formidable? How does she compare to you? Her innate talent surpasses mine. Otherwise, the family would not have sent her to deal with me. Lu Ke fell silent. "So, how many individuals like her exist within the Lu family?" "More than you might imagine." Lu Ke remained mute. "Are you afraid?" "No. I do not even know how terrifying the Lu family appears in your eyes." Lu Ke's expression was complex. "Aren't you afraid? Moreover, as a member of the main family, why do you come out? Is it simply because you claim the Lu family is overbearing and disregards rules?" Lu Xinshu evaded the question. "Do you know why the Lu family does not adhere to rules, while other various spiritual energy clans and individual practitioners choose to ignore it? Even Yu Yong confidently claims that no one will assist you." Lu Ke quietly regarded him, awaiting his continuation. "Because the Lu family has done what everyone else wishes to do, but dares not. Attempting to summon the ancestors to enhance the family's strength was merely the first step." Lu Xinshu paused. "All humans fear death, especially spiritual energy masters, who, while alive, are inevitably entangled in too many causes and effects. Their prospects in the afterlife are often bleak." Lu Xinshu stopped there. "So do you understand?" Lu Ke nodded, a semblance of a smile playing on her lips. "You speak of others' matters quite straightforwardly while avoiding your own." Lu Xinshu showed no sign of embarrassment from being exposed. "Everyone has their unspoken burdens." Lu Ke stated, "I am the weapon you have summoned to aim at the Lu family." Lu Ke stood up, noting that time was running late. With the loss of the cat's body, her anticipation for the night had vanished. The night signified the emergence of more malevolent spirits. Lu Ke was acutely aware that she was still inferior to her abilities as a black cat. Even her sensitivity towards spiritual entities had diminished significantly due to Yi Zaiwen's body. Her current state resembled that of Wu Yaya, existing between a ghost and an ordinary person, making her an unmistakable soft target for evil spirits. It was precisely because she was near Lu Xinshu that many spiritual entities dared not act recklessly. The Yi family seemed to have taken precautions due to Yi Zaiwen's previous madness, placing numerous protective charms in their home to ward off evil spirits. With a professional like Lu Xinshu around and the Yi family not lacking in resources, it was a place as secure as the Gu Ju family that Lu Ke had ever encountered. All right, let us return. Your elder brother and sister are quite worried. Lu Xinshu picked up the coat, now crumpled from Lu Ke's sitting on it. After shaking it out, he casually draped it over his arm, extending his right hand in an inviting gesture. Lu Ke walked directly past him. Strangely, even in this manner, Lu Ke still could not muster a shred of reliance or trust towards Lu Xinshu, which starkly contrasted with her feelings towards Guju. A fleeting moment of confusion passed through her eyes. Upon returning home, Lu Ke had yet to react before being tackled by a white figure. Xiaowen, you have finally awakened. Your brother called me, and I thought I was dreaming. It is mother's fault. I should have stayed by your side. You woke up and did not see father and mother immediately. Your brother and sister have always been careless and surely did not take good care of you. If Yi Shiru and Yi Xining's meticulousness was considered careless, Lu Ke truly did not know what could be deemed attentive. She opened her mouth, intending to explain, but Yi Ma continued to chatter away, providing no opportunity for Lu Ke to interject. Xiaoru mentioned that you have forgotten many things. It does not matter. Do not be afraid. Father, mother, and your brother and sister are all your support. We can take things slowly. Yi Ma's words were largely comforting, and after a considerable while, she finally released Lu Ke, allowing her to see the face of her concerned mother. Chapter 74. I am Lu Ke. She was an intelligent and graceful middle-aged woman, her short hair appearing sharp and her demeanor slightly aloof. To Lu Ke's surprise, she could see a trace of herself in Yi Ma. Both had large eyes, slender figures, and while not tall, they exuded a striking presence. Only Yi Ma's gaze was gentle. Yi Ba, more taciturn, stood a short distance away, smiling as he watched the mother and daughter embrace. Upon seeing Lu Ke look up at him, he smiled and waved his hand. Xiaowen, welcome back. Both their eyes glistened with unshed tears, clearly struggling to contain their excitement. After returning to school, due to Lu Ke's departure, everyone had become much more cautious in their interactions with her. Lu Dongxing attempted to approach again, but was held back by the girl beside her. The two whispered for quite some time, and by the time Lu Dongxing persuaded her companion to break free, Lu Ke had already walked away. In truth, the counselor was correct. There were many professional courses in the third year, and even Yi Zaiwens might find it challenging to keep up, let alone Lu Ke, who was essentially a newcomer in her first year. Lu Ke would live on as Yi Zaiwens, and elevating her grades would become paramount. Lo Xinshu had been waiting at the library long before, and although the gentleman in his tailored suit may not have been conventionally handsome, his graceful demeanor far surpassed that of many of his contemporaries. As he opened a book, Lo Xinshu explained with meticulous attention to detail. He resembled a finely tuned instrument, unwavering in his professionalism, leaving Lo Ke awestruck by his scholarly aura, resembling a timid kitten. Unbeknownst to them, night had already fallen, and as the malevolent spirits in the library began to multiply, Lo Ke grew increasingly anxious. Lo Xinshu, without lifting his gaze from the book, reassured her. What are you afraid of? You've encountered these spirits since childhood and have faced many challenges as a cat. But I had an invisibility buff back then. It's different now. Lo Ke retorted, feeling exasperated. Just look at how these malevolent spirits gaze at me, as if I were a fresh-baked cookie. An apt description. Lo Xinshu sighed, stretching his arms as if yawning, and at that moment Lo Ke felt as though an angel had descended. Unlike Yong's threads, or Cao Shoulin's puppet strings, his spiritual energy manifested as delicate, drifting feathers shooting from his back like arrows, swiftly filling the library in a dense swarm. Among the students obliviously perusing books, Lo Ke raised her head, almost in a stupor. The feathers effortlessly penetrated the bodies of the malevolent spirits, as if piercing through plastic wrap. Silently, and with a near-cruel gentleness, Lo Ke couldn't even perceive the spirits' cries of pain. They simply maintained their original forms, visibly dissolving into particles, fading into the air. Had she not witnessed the monstrosities just moments before, she might have thought this a mere illusion. You say Lo Dongxing is far superior to you? Indeed. Lo Xinshu adjusted his attire. You should discern that the malevolent spirits in the library are remarkably weak. I rarely do this, but today I made an exception for you. You ought to reconsider your perspective. Not all malevolent spirits are irredeemable, yet they will still harm out of instinct. Lo Xinshu frowned slightly, seemingly unconvinced by Loka's viewpoint. But he did not voice his opinion immediately. He lowered his head slightly, casually flicking a curled page of the book. All right, that will be all for today. Loka felt perplexed as Lo Xinshu stared intently at her face, and after a moment, he rubbed his brow. Your face resembles Shiwen's. His voice held a chill. Shiwen was a kind-hearted girl, always tender-hearted. Loka finally grasped the implication behind his words, understanding his unusual behavior towards her for so long. I am Loka. Lo Xinshu, I am Loka. In the subdued atmosphere of the library, Loka spoke in a hushed tone. Lo Xinshu, don't you find this absurd? You know better than anyone that Shiwen is dead. You presumptuously place me in her body, expecting me to live her life, thinking it would be best for everyone. Yet, you start to nitpick at me, feeling I am not enough like Shiwen, lacking her intelligence and gentleness. Try to find even the faintest trace of her within me. Lo Xinshu, is it truly enjoyable to deceive oneself? Do you believe I want to be Shiwen? Perhaps I, Loka, may not be as outstanding as Shiwen, but that does not mean I desire to be her. Loka stood up and delivered a resounding slap across Lo Xinshu's face, the force of which left her palm tingling, causing Lo Xinshu's face to turn to the side as his eyes widened in shock, staring at her. You should think about it. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, and only after confirming that Lo Xinshu bore no sign of anger did Loka feel at ease to leave. Exiting the library, the university town was desolate, many students having returned to their dormitories, leaving only a few couples nestled in corners, displaying affection. Loka walked with determination, her gaze unwavering, dispatching any spirits that attempted to harass her with a single blow. Her emotions erupted, and rationality ebbed away, and by the time she regained her composure, a vacuum of space had formed around her. In the academic setting, where students were mostly innocent, malevolent spirits were scarce compared to urban areas. Loka suddenly realized that her inability to combat the spirits was due to her own constraints, which prevented her from fully utilizing her potential. In the face of darkness, Loka found a semblance of calm, yet she could not suppress her longing for Gujue. It seemed that in this world, only Gujue treated her with unconditional kindness. Sometimes, Loka wondered if Gujue harbored some peculiar obsession, leading him to be so selfless. To Lo Xinshu, she was a vessel, a tool. To the Lo family, she too was a mere instrument, now deemed a defective one in need of disposal. The affection the family held for Shiwen was not meant for Loka. Taking a deep breath, Loka retrieved her phone and began searching online for information about Gujue. Her familiarity with him allowed her access to his private group, and even to a small group within the mysterious association. Through such means, Loka felt as if she could draw a little closer to Gujue. However, Lo Xinshu maintained a meticulous control over her, permitting her only to travel to a neighboring city to confirm Lo Yao's demise, which essentially reflected Lo Xinshu's tacit approval. Too weak. Still too weak. Loka dared not recklessly seek out Gujue. Everything before her felt like a precarious tightrope, requiring careful navigation, while someone behind her prodded her forward with a bamboo pole. Loka hardly even considered retaliation against the Lo family. Simply surviving felt sufficient. But Lo Xinshu would not permit that, even if he appeared accommodating at that moment. A deeper fear loomed, one that Loka had been avoiding. In Chapter 75, following learning, Loka was uncertain, afraid to ascertain whether Gujue would accept her, no longer as a black cat, but as a person. The black cat had been Gujue's pet. Loka was now human. A sense of disarray washed over her, and she almost envied the simplicity of being a cat, far preferable to the anxiety of her current existence. Lost in thought, she was unaware of how long she had been sitting when another beam of light fell upon her head. Shiwen? A bright voice broke through the darkness, and Loka struggled to see Lo Dongxing's face illuminated by the light. What are you doing here? Lo Dongxing, surprised, asked, Aren't you going home this late? Accompanying Lo Dongxing were friends holding hands, appearing utterly normal. Yet Loka recalled Lo Xinshu's words, a cold sweat forming on her back. What should she do? Loka felt as if she were frozen in place, instinctively swatting Lo Dongqing's outstretched hand away. One of her companions grew irritated. She has been acting strangely since returning. She looks off. Why do you care? If anything happens, it'll be your fault. Lo Dongqing stared at Lo Ka in silence, her expression cold, while her friend tugged at her, but Lo Dongqing stood resolutely firm. I am sorry, Lu Ka whispered. In the darkness, their expressions were not clearly discernible, and the inexplicable standoff rendered the atmosphere awkward. Dongqing, it's been a while. Lo Xinshu emerged from the shadows, clad in a dark suit. Without speaking, it would have been hard to notice him. Lo Dongqing nodded in greeting before departing with her friend. Lo Xinshu extended a hand towards Lo Ka. Cool, me. Have you calmed down? Lo Ka widened her eyes at him. How long have you been here? Lo Xinshu did not respond, leaving Lo Ka with no choice but to follow him back to the household, where a harmonious dinner suggested that all was well. After dinner, upon returning to her bedroom, Lo Ka received a text from Lo Xinshu, which essentially conveyed, to prevent a recurrence of today's incident, starting tomorrow, you will accompany me to handle some supernatural occurrences to enhance your abilities. Furthermore, you must not recklessly stray from my sight to avoid uncontrollable situations that could lead to regret. Lo Ka had no right to refuse. The next day, after class, the destination was no longer the library, but the school gate, where Lo Xinshu had been waiting, ready to embark on their journey to the outskirts of the city. The destination is a courtyard residence located on the outskirts of the city, adorned by an extraordinarily stout white tree at the entrance, its lush canopy nearly obscuring half of the courtyard. Lu Xinshu did not knock on the door. Instead, he leaned against his vehicle and dialed a number. Shortly after, an agile old man emerged, peering around before making another call upon spotting Lu Xinshu, appearing somewhat uncertain. The phone rang in Lu Xinshu's hand, prompting the old man to reluctantly approach. May I ask, are you the master introduced by Wang Popo? Lu Xinshu merely nodded, exuding an air of aloofness, which seemed to assuage the old man's apprehension. I don't yet know how to address you. My surname is Lu, replied Lu Xinshu, his tone dismissive. The old man, clearly lacking in education, pondered for a considerable time before finally addressing Lu Xinshu as Mr. Lu when a middle-aged woman emerged from the house. Lu Kiskiviko, appearing even younger and more attractive than Lu Xinshu, was discreetly overlooked by the old man as he led Lu Xinshu inside, all the while explaining his circumstances. I am Zhou Onghua. Currently, it is just my wife and me at home. My spouse passed away several years ago, and my son works away from home. It is inconvenient to bring the two children along, so my wife stays behind to keep me company, while my son regularly sends money back. Lu Xinshu nodded, inquiring. What has transpired? My little grandson has been possessed, spouting nonsense. Everyone in the countryside knows that small children are delicate and must be treated with extra care. Our relatives live far away, and my grandson is 5 years old, yet he has not been formally recognized by any godparents. Zhou Onghua appeared quite distressed. I should not have been afraid of trouble. Lu Xinshu raised an eyebrow. What about the other child? The other is a girl, and she is fine, eating and sleeping well, like a little piglet. She shows no concern for her brother. I suspect she was the one leading him around to play, inadvertently provoking something. Lu Ku, overhearing this, discreetly smirked, only to be caught red-handed by Lu Xinshu, whose expression remained inscrutable but bore a hint of menace in his gaze. Zhou Onghua, oblivious to their silent exchange, continued, Would you like to see my grandson? He is lying on the bed in the main house, suffering from a fever for several days now. It is truly heartbreaking to see such a small child in distress. Lu Xinshu inquired, What did the doctor say? Zhou Onghua replied, The doctor claims it is the flu, but this is not flu season. The medicine does not seem to work, and he is so small that I dare not allow him to receive an injection. Zhou Onghua's concern for his grandson was palpable. Had Lu Xinshu not been dressed in a suit, appearing as if from an entirely different world, he would have reached out in a gesture of camaraderie. His gnarled, calloused hands fidgeted, struggling to restrain himself. Let's first take a look around. Zhou Onghua appeared somewhat disappointed. Lu Xinshu turned to Lu Ku and said, You may explore as well. Upon entering the house, Zhou Onghua finally sported a smile. Wu Kiskiviko. Having worked hard to maintain her distance from Lu Xinshu, refrained from entering the house and instead exited through the door, circling the outer wall of the courtyard. Behind the house, she spotted a petite girl clad in a floral shirt, sneakily hiding behind the huai tree. The girl was small and slender, and had it not been for Lu Ku's timely arrival, the tree would have concealed her entirely. "What are you watching?" The girl was startled and turned around, her cat-like face betraying her anxiety. "Are you the master who just went inside?" Lu Ku was taken aback. "Are you the granddaughter of this household?" The girl, frail and diminutive, stood in stark contrast to Zhou Ongwa's description of a robust piglet. The state of a residence can often reflect a family's living conditions. Upon observation, while Zhou Ongwa's family may not be affluent, they certainly did not belong to the impoverished class. The girl timidly nodded and asked, "How's my brother? Is he all right?" Lu Ku, sensing something amiss, took the girl's hand, and the two crouched side by side behind the house, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor. This atmosphere allowed the girl to relax somewhat, and she continued to inquire, "Sister, you still haven't told me how my brother is doing." "My master is inside examining him. But your home does not seem to harbor any malevolent energy, so he should be fine." Upon hearing this, the girl's tension eased, her taut face relaxing considerably. "That is good. Otherwise, Grandpa and Mama would surely be furious with me." Luke, who sensed deeper issues at play, and gently patted the girl's head. What exactly happened? Chapter 76. The twin dragons and Phoenix's. The girl, feeling wronged, seized the opportunity to express herself, wiping away her tears. "Honestly, we did not do anything wrong. My brother and I followed the neighbor's older brother to play in the fields, and we were having so much fun. But then it started to rain. We were enjoying ourselves so much that we continued to play in the rain for a bit longer, only to return and find my brother had a fever. The adults all claimed it was because we disturbed the elder in the fields, and now a spirit has latched onto my brother." "The elder in the fields?" The girl sobbed as she explained, "Graves are expensive. Everyone in the village has land. When someone dies, they are simply buried in a pit without taking up much space, which saves money." Luke could gently caress the girl's back. "If you disturb something, it can be resolved by sending someone to appease it. You need not worry." The girl exhibited a maturity beyond her years. "I am very upset that my brother is ill, but I do not understand why Grandpa says my brother's sickness is my fault, claiming it is because I am fine that he is not. We are the same age. Why must I always yield to him? Why is it that when he is unwell, I am blamed?" "The same age? We are twins." Luke Iskivik opposite. Grasping Zhou Ongwa's perspective, some individuals hold such beliefs, thinking that twins are interconnected and often share a unique bond. Superstitious notions suggest that if one twin thrives, the other must inevitably falter. If one excels, the other must languish in mediocrity. Zhou Ongwa evidently adhered to such beliefs. Adults often underestimate children's understanding, failing to realize that their thoughts are often more straightforward than those of adults. They are not oblivious. Rather, their diminutive stature and limited comprehension place them in a position of absolute vulnerability. Luca gazed at the girl's small face, feeling a profound sense of empathy. "And what about you? Do you believe this too?" "No," the girl replied stubbornly, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes reddening. "When one catches a chill, one becomes ill. I do not fall ill because I enjoy exercising, while my brother gets sick because he is stubborn and did not avoid the rain, and he is lazy in general." The girl began to cry. "It is not my fault." Luke, who offered a faint smile, grateful that Yishiwen possessed a friendly demeanor. "Indeed, you are not at fault, so you need not feel guilty. Rest assured, my master will take good care of him. There will be no issues." The girl softly murmured her agreement. Luca led the girl into the courtyard, where Zhou Ongwa's wife noticed the girl's long face and shot an accusatory glare at Lu Ku, as if she had committed a grave offense. "You've caused your brother's troubles and then disappeared. What a misfortune. How could I have given birth to you?" The girl, possessing a stubborn nature, retorted in a muffled voice, "It is not as if I asked to be born. Had I known you would treat me this way after giving birth, I would have certainly preferred not to be born." Zhou Ongwa's wife was incensed by this response and shouted, "Where in this world are there parents who do not wish for their children? You little girl, you are still young, and yet your wings are already hardening." As she spoke, upon noticing Lu Ku, she abruptly attempted to strike her. Lu Ku swiftly pushed her aside, shielding the girl behind her, and coldly demanded, "What do you intend to do?" "Huh, You, who are usually so obedient, where do you find such audacity? I saw you two whispering behind the house. You must have said something. Well, we paid for your services to exorcise evil spirits. And yet you have the audacity to teach this girl to be unfilial to her parents. In just a few minutes, she has learned to retort. If you provoke her further, she might just overturn the entire house. The girl, frightened by her words, clutched Luca's clothing and began to cry timidly. The commotion in the courtyard was quite substantial as Lu Xinshu emerged from the main house, closely followed by Zhou Onghua. Observing the standoff in the yard, Lu Xinshu discreetly raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Zhou Onghua. Zhou Onghua felt humiliated. What are you doing? Can you extend your hand towards guests? Is it that my son is absent and you have lost your senses? The Zhou family's daughter-in-law also felt wronged. Father, you do not understand. Let us not mention that this person was invited after much pleading. Even if they were an ordinary guest, your behavior is unacceptable. Zhou Onghua interrupted her coldly, saying, Maintain your composure. Do not throw tantrums in front of the old man. Luca found it ridiculous. The disdain for women exhibited by Zhou's daughter-in-law was glaringly obvious. As she faced her daughter and Lu Ke like adversaries, yet was exceedingly submissive towards her unyielding father-in-law. Indeed, Zhou's daughter-in-law immediately reigned in her demeanor, even taking the time to inquire about her son. How is Bao? Is he all right? Zhou Onghua shot her a glance. He is awake. The master introduced by Wang Popo could not possibly be mistaken. Zhou's daughter-in-law's gaze fell upon Lu Xinshu, and in an instant, she was filled with reverence. Shrinking against the wall, as if she were merely a decorative item, Lu Xinshu remarked lightly, there was indeed some offense. Noticing Zhou's daughter-in-law glaring at the young girl with hostility, he frowned slightly and continued. It has nothing to do with the young girl. In the future, ensure the child engages in more physical activity. She is too frail. All the other children are fine, and only she has issues, which speaks volumes. Zhou Onghua hurriedly agreed. No sooner had he spoken than a chubby little boy darted out, and upon seeing the young girl, he excitedly rushed over, sweetly calling her sister. Luca was momentarily taken aback. The little boy was plump and fair, resembling the piglet Zhou Onghua had described. The two children together showed no trace of being twins. This family was deliberately suppressing the girl. Luca suddenly realized this and lifted her head. Lu Xinshu subtly shook his head at her. The oranges grown in the south are sweet, while those grown in the north are bitter. This household was keen on suppressing the girl to ensure the smooth and steady progress of the boy. Observing the boy's innocent expression, oblivious to the world, and the girl's thin, silent visage, Luca fell into an unusual silence. Lu Xinshu did not afford her much opportunity to struggle, decisively taking her away amidst Zhou Onghua's profuse thanks. On the way back, Lu Xinshu noticed Lu Ke's excessive silence and slowly inquired, Can you read physiognomy? Luca looked up. Although the young girl had faced hardships in her early life, she would achieve modest success in her later years, making her career a commendable one. There is no need for such worry. Need not? Luca felt a peculiar unease, yet this could not negate the harm one has endured. What Lu Ke did not express was that, while she could not read faces, she could perceive the aura surrounding each individual. The young girl radiated a vitality far surpassing anyone else in her household, which was precisely why she had chosen to leave. Luca glanced at Lu Xinshu. How could one who has not experienced such trials comprehend that these experiences are irreplaceable by anything else in adulthood? However, you cannot just drag me around handling supernatural events. What about my studies? Luca was somewhat astonished. You haven't forgotten, have you? Chapter 77. Encountering Guju again, Lu Xinshu's expression grew grave. Let us leave it at that for now. After a prolonged silence, he slowly added, I did not anticipate your academic progress to be so slow. Luca responded with an impassive expression. Please respect the reality of my freshman year. Lu Xinshu cast her a glance. We are of the same age. Luca was at a loss for words. Wanting to attribute her situation to Yi Shiwen's favorable educational environment and various excellent tutors, but after some thought, she swallowed her words. Speaking too much would seem like making excuses. Luca disliked evading responsibility. Upon returning home, The remaining 4 members of the Yi family continued their attentive care. After a late-night snack, Luca returned to her bedroom and began to inquire about Guju's recent circumstances in the Mysterious Associations chat group. After finishing his tasks, Guju, as usual, opened the chat group of the Mysterious Association, unfazed to find a familiar ID discreetly inquiring about his well-being. Guju was still in the hospital. The fall at Baoqin Manor had resulted in fractures, bruising, and skin damage from a ground-level doll. His injuries were significant. The ID known as Iwu Suayu was overly active in the Mysterious Association's small group, raising suspicions. Some members had even reported this concern to Guju, and even the older members who reviewed applications were uneasy and re-examined the submission details. The nature of the Mysterious Association was too unique and conspicuous. Everyone cherished this place of warmth and camaraderie. Dialing the phone, a middle-aged man's gravelly voice came through as usual. "Oh, what brings the great author to contact me?" Guju replied coolly. "Spare me the small talk. How is the situation?" "Nothing suspicious. A patient who has been in a coma for a long time, with a clear family background, previously went inexplicably mad, and after waking, has inexplicably recovered, fitting your Mysterious Association's criteria. Anything else?" Guju frowned slightly, sensing an inexplicable familiarity in Iwu Suayu's discourse. The sound of a cat meowing nearby became bothersome. He looked up to see several black cats lounging in a multi-layered cat villa in the corner, either stretching lazily or meowing incessantly. All had been brought in after seeing Guju's lost cat announcement, but none were his original cat. His original cat was an ordinary domestic breed, clever and lively, but had since become intertwined with the soul of another girl. Perhaps it was a matter of habit. He had never considered that upon waking, that familiar voice would vanish. Habits could be a terrifying thing. After learning of Lu Ku's disappearance, Guju had gone days without sleep, leveraging the Gu family's connections to search for her. Ultimately, the cat was not found, and he encountered numerous scams. Guju himself was fond of cats. Seeing so many unfamiliar black cats being brought to him, he accepted them silently, as he was financially secure and unbothered by a few extra mouths to feed, even designating a villa for the cats to reside in. The hospital room door swung open, and Gu Si entered with a thermos. Upon seeing the cage full of cats, she expressed her bewilderment. "How did you end up with so many again? If someone were unaware, they might think you have ulterior motives." Gu Si could not comprehend Guju's insistence. "They are merely ordinary domestic cats. If not, remove the lost cat announcement. Mother says many people have been gossiping about you lately. It's all just idle talk about being unproductive and so forth." Guju did not lift his eyes, turned to gaze out the window, his expression contemplative. "This cat is very important to me. The fire at Baoqin Manor left nothing behind. It is possible that it perished in the flames." Gu Si sighed. "You have no idea how frightened we were. Father contacted local experts overnight, inviting renowned individuals. It was never a significant matter." Gu Si noticed Guju's indifferent expression and swallowed her words. Guju had never been close to his family. He and Gu Si shared the same father but were not raised together, and their interactions had been minimal throughout their lives. "Very well. After all, father indulges you. I've left the food here. Make sure to eat something. My mother prepared it herself." "Thank you, Annie." Guju remained unmoved, and Gu Si had no desire to continue the conversation. Once Gu Si departed, Guju resumed his phone call, this time to the gravelly voice, requesting the exact address of Iwu Suayu. The upscale community where the Yi family resided was easy to navigate. As he approached the recorded address, he quickly spotted a man and a woman in the pavilion of the garden below. The gravelly voice had sent him a photo of Iwu Suayu, who was indeed the beautiful girl in the pavilion. Luca did not expect to encounter Guju. The young man appeared pale and had visibly lost weight. He had always been slender, but now he seemed so gaunt that even a gust of wind could whisk him away. Lu Xinshu followed her gaze and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Hello, is there something I can assist you with?" Luku stood up involuntarily as Guju walked into the pavilion. Guju noticed Iwu Suayu's nervousness upon seeing him. "Do you know me?" "I am aware of you. I am your fan," Loka calmly stated, I am also a member of the Shenmi Shehui. Perhaps you have inadvertently encountered my ID. Gu Jue's gaze fell upon Loka's face. I am Gu Jue. May I inquire your name? Loka maintained her smile. Yes, Shiwen. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to speak. Nothing much, just came to visit a friend, and I haven't been around this area before. How do I get to building 23? Lo Xinshu pointed in a direction, watching Gu Jue depart. Loka felt a tangle of emotions. Lo Xinshu cast her a glance. What's the matter? Nothing. He has been investigating you for several days. Be cautious. Lo Xinshu stated, his expression calm, seemingly unperturbed. A chill ran down Loka's spine, indicating that Lo Xinshu was not as relaxed about her as he appeared. There were many matters he quietly observed, of which Loka remained completely unaware. After a moment of silence, she asked, do you have any plans for the afternoon? There is another commission from an acquaintance. It would be impolite to decline. You should accompany me. Loka chuckled lightly, tinged with sarcasm. Your tone sounds as if I am your subordinate. Lo Xinshu shot her a glance, but remained silent. Loka paused. What exactly do you want me to do? Why do you say that? Loka smiled faintly. I think you are a bit greedy. Wanting everything can easily lead to neglecting something else. I am just an ordinary person, not a genius. How can you know it's impossible if you don't try? Lo Xinshu stood up, straightening his clothes and adjusting his suit. I have spoken with Uncle Ye and Aunt Ye regarding your studies. They will arrange live classes for you one-on-one. You should study before bed at night. Young people. A little hard work is not a burden. Loka remained silent. Loka and Yeshiwen possessed entirely different temperaments. And as more symbols belonging to Loka accumulated on Yeshiwen, she increasingly noticed less of Lo Xinshu's absent-mindedness. Where to? Fujing Jiyuan. Chapter 78. Hundreds of infant spirits. Fujing Jiyuan is a renowned villa district in the city, and following Lo Xinshu, Loka felt she had broadened her horizons. Upon confirming the information via voice, a woman in a pink apron and sleeve protectors appeared at the door, resembling a housemaid. Lo Xinshu nodded, leading them inside. The male and female hosts sat in the first-floor hall, merely nodding in acknowledgement, instructing the maid to seat the two. The attitude of this household was quite haughty. Loka's gaze fell upon a corner of the second floor, where a heavy aura lingered. The female host chuckled lightly. Has the little sister ever been to a villa district before? Her expression suggested she viewed it merely as a tourist attraction. Loka was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Lo Xinshu, but seeing no reaction, she withdrew her gaze. The male host's surname was Guan, and they referred to the couple as Mr. Guan and Mrs. Guan. Mrs. Guan indeed exuded the demeanor of a high-ranking official's wife. After exchanging names, the male host gradually disclosed the situation at home. Their only daughter, Guan Shuisu, was 28 years old. When it came to discussing their daughter, Mr. Guan displayed a hint of difficulty. This child, I must say, has been spoiled by us. The couple exchanged glances, with Mrs. Guan interjecting. Let me explain. It may be a bit challenging for a father to articulate. Shuisu was genuinely a kind-hearted and innocent child. Yet due to our overly protective nature, she often found herself entangled with unsuitable acquaintances. We have a rough idea of what has transpired with Shuisu, but the individuals we previously engaged lacked the necessary skills, and there were instances of deception, which led us to seek Mr. Lo's assistance. Mrs. Guan maintained a polite smile. However, I heard Mr. Lo prefers to work alone. Why did you bring a companion this time? A companion. I'm merely bringing her along, Lo Xinshu replied succinctly. Let us discuss the matter at hand, for we have other commitments shortly. Lo Xinshu's brusqueness rendered Mrs. Guan's smile somewhat stiff, and after a glance at Mr. Guan, she slowly began to elaborate. As I mentioned, Shuisu is too innocent and has fallen victim to deception and undergone multiple abortions. We consulted other masters and learned that she is heavily burdened by the resentment of infant spirits. Initially, we did not consider it a significant issue, as such matters are common in the community, but Shuisu's symptoms have worsened. Mrs. Guan pondered, seemingly organizing her words. I wonder if you have encountered similar cases. I feel that Shuisu's senses are diminishing. First, it was her hearing, then her vision, and now her taste and touch are gradually fading. Lo Xinshu maintained a calm demeanor. Where is she now? Upstairs. She is unable to do anything conveniently, and often injures herself accidentally. As Mrs. Guan spoke, she suddenly halted, looking at Lo Ka in astonishment. You were just looking in the direction of Shuisu's room. Realizing that the person before her was not a charlatan, the attitudes of Mr. and Mrs. Guan became considerably more respectful. Mrs. Guan stood up to lead the way. Shuisu's room was predominantly adorned in beige and light yellow, exuding a warm ambience. However, as she lay on the bed, the sight was rather alarming. Onlookers could not help but gasp. Even Lo Xinshu involuntarily furrowed his brow. How could it be like this? Without her senses, she has grown anxious and began to self-harm as a means of testing herself. Guan Shuisu's limbs were bound to the bedposts, with various wounds etched upon her, some deep, some shallow, her face obscured by a satin ribbon 4 fingers wide. A fragile beauty radiated from her pallor. Lo Ka's astonishment stemmed from the multitude of infant spirits, great and small, almost entirely covering every inch of Guan Shuisu's skin, greedily sucking the vitality from her wounds. In Lo Ka's perspective, it was nearly impossible to discern Guan Shuisu's true appearance. Turning to glance at Lo Xinshu, she noted his brow deeply knit, unable to ascertain if he had witnessed the dense array of infant spirits. How long has this condition persisted? Lo Xinshu inquired. For a month, Mrs. Guan could not hold back her tears, striving to maintain a dignified composure. Lo Ka's gaze remained cold. How many abortions has she had? 4? 5? Mrs. Guan's face was etched with sorrow. I do not know. She does not always inform me. Often, I only discover her surgical records in her room. Lo Xinshu glanced at Lo Ka before continuing. Have the masters you consulted been of no help? Mrs. Guan shook her head. If they had been effective, we wouldn't have needed to seek your assistance. Mr. Guan approached from behind. They all said the evil spirit afflicting Shuisu is too formidable, advising us to seek someone more capable. Lo Ka's gaze fell upon Guan Shuisu. If not for the slight rise and fall of her chest, she might have appeared lifeless. Unable to hear, see, taste, or feel pain. How is this any different from being dead? Lo Ka pondered, feeling a chill in her heart. Even if they managed to resolve the current predicament, would Guan Shuisu truly be able to return to a normal life? Lo Ka's emotions were unmistakably apparent, prompting Lo Xinshu to tug at her. Lo Ka lifted her head, only to find Lo Xinshu glaring at her, signaling her to follow. In the corridor, around a corner, Lo Xinshu leaned against the wall, looking down at Lo Ka. What did you see? Lo Ka hesitated, uncertain whether to respond. The way you acted earlier, they all noticed. Lo Ka turned back, finding Mr. and Mrs. Guan peering toward them from the doorway. Did you not see that? Lo Xinshu laughed in frustration. Do you think everyone possesses yin-yang eyes? Both members of my family do. Lo Ka replied with conviction, leaving Lo Xinshu momentarily speechless. So, you're coveted by the Lo family. This time, Lo Ka was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Lo Ka finally stated, I do not believe that. Those infant spirits are too numerous, stemming from Guan Shuisu's multiple abortions. How many? Dozens? Or perhaps hundreds? Lo Ka felt a sense of confusion. Those infant spirits vary in size. There are so many that I can hardly see Guan Shuisu. She is merely in her 20s. How could she possibly have undergone so many abortions? Lo Xinshu turned around, his expression contemplative. If the matter concerning Guan Shuisu transcended mere issues of life and death, then it must delve into the realm of causality. Lo Xinshu's demeanor grew grave. If what you suggest is true, Guan Shuisu may not endure much longer. Indeed, those infant spirits are siphoning her vital essence. Lo Ka could not suppress a sigh as she made her way back to Guan Shuisu's room, approaching the bedside. The girl lay there with pale lips, her beauty still discernible despite her condition. Lo Ka had always considered her own plight tragic, but in comparison to Guan Shuisu, her woes seemed trivial. Chapter 79. Dinner. Guan Shuisu lay there, seemingly unaware, her lips moving faintly. Lo Ka leaned in with curiosity, straining to hear her murmurs. It was barely a breath, almost inaudible, yet after much effort, Lo Ka discerned Guan Shuisu's whispered plea. Let me die. Lo Ka was hardly surprised. The agony of existence had become unbearable for Guan Shuisu, who now lacked even the will to seek release from her suffering. Upon exiting the room, Lo Xinshu was engaged in polite conversation with Mr. Guan, both of them wearing faint smiles, courteous yet distant. You two have journeyed a long way. Allow me to treat you to a meal. My aunt is here to care for Shuisu, so will not be a hindrance. Mr. Guan rose, gesturing to Mrs. Guan. Please, change into something more suitable. We shall be leaving shortly. Very well. Please wait a moment, she replied, leaving no room for Lo Xinshu to decline. Before stepping outside, Loka glanced back toward the corner of the second floor. Lo Xinshu addressed Mr. Guan. We drove ourselves. You may proceed ahead, and I will follow. The chosen dining venue was a Western restaurant, one Loka had never visited. For the sake of both her appetite and appearance, she ordered pasta and dessert. Lo Xinshu cast a glance her way and ordered a salad on her behalf. The portions were modest, and Loka found the experience no different from her usual meals of stir-fried dishes and noodles. Mr. Guan, however, was quite enthusiastic, regaling Lo Xinshu with tales of the restaurant's history, the chef's credentials, and the origins of each dish. Loka discreetly rolled her eyes when she suddenly noticed Mr. Guan exchanging flirtatious glances with a beautiful waitress. Mrs. Guan seemed to have caught on, but feigned ignorance. This awkwardness made Loka uncomfortable, and she glanced at Lo Xinshu, who appeared oblivious. It seemed the Guan family was not as harmonious as it appeared. Loka felt a surge of pity for Guan Shuisu, despite her dire state. Her parents were still concerned with maintaining appearances. Reflecting on her own circumstances, she realized she was not much better off. After all, 50 paces laughing at 100. Yeshiwen seemed to have achieved a semblance of completeness, yet her beauty was short-lived. Contemplating this, Loka perceived a myriad of tragedies in life, devoid of any semblance of fulfillment. The subtle superiority exuded by Mr. and Mrs. Guan made Loka feel physically unwell. She silently finished her meal, bowing her head to fiddle with her phone. Yeshiru messaged her, inquiring when she would return home. After responding, Loka endured a few more of Yeshiru's musings as the dinner drew to a close. Mr. Guan stood up with a smile. I have matters to attend to at my company. If you have any inquiries, you may consult my wife. She is capable of making decisions. Mrs. Guan rose alongside him. Do you two have a place to stay tonight? Any other plans? We are staying in the city. We should first check on your daughter, Lo Xinshu replied, his expression shifting as he voiced his concerns. Miss Guan may not last much longer. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Guan lost her composure, exclaiming, How can that be? I have hired the most professional team to provide her with regular nutritional support. She will not harm herself again. She fell silent, seemingly regretful. Let us discuss this further when we return. Upon leaving the restaurant, they discovered Mr. Guan had driven away their car. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Guan turned to Lo Xinshu with a smile. It seems we can have a good conversation in the car. The Western restaurant chosen by the Guan couple was situated near the city center, and it took Lo Xinshu a considerable time to drive back. Have none of the doctors you consulted shared anything with you? Mrs. Guan asked impatiently. Why do you say Shuisu cannot hold on much longer? What is truly happening? Lo Xinshu replied. How many times do you think Miss Guan can undergo an abortion? At most, 4 or 5 times, and she is not a courtesan. Mrs. Guan seemed reluctant to engage in this topic. Please tell me clearly what has transpired. Miss Guan's will to survive is alarmingly low. Loka interjected weakly, causing Mrs. Guan to fall silent. It was apparent to anyone that she found life devoid of meaning. Mrs. Guan pulled out a handkerchief from her purse, dabbing at her eyes. What I seek are valuable insights. After parting from Mr. Guan, Mrs. Guan's demeanor became considerably more assertive. Lo Xinshu observed her reflection in the rearview mirror. Xiwen mentioned she saw no fewer than 100 infant spirits surrounding Miss Guan. This indicates that your previous assumptions about her situation were mistaken. Mrs. Guan clenched her teeth. Surely you can find a way to drive those things away? Madam, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes addressing both symptoms and root causes. This situation is no different. If the source remains unclear, even if I were to expel these entities, more malevolent ones would simply return. You and Mr. Guan are both respectable individuals, well aware of the value of reputation. In truth, Miss Guan has committed no wrongdoing. You do not wish for her to suffer further. do you? Mrs. Guan appeared to be lost in thought, and after a prolonged silence, she sighed, I do not know. Shuisu is a good child. Aside from unfortunate encounters and a lack of fortune in romance, she has always been kind-hearted. She did not wish to keep those children. They were merely embryos, unwanted. Shuisu should not bear the burden of these mistakes. Cutting losses is the best course of action. Was it you who took Miss Guan for the abortion? Loka inquired directly. Taken aback, Mrs. Guan trembled, her lips quivering for a moment before she hesitated. Yes. But I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Was the hospital at fault? Or was it simply Shuisu's misfortune? Mrs. Guan covered her face, concealing her expression from Loka and Lo Xinshu. Once Shuisu recovers, I will take her to a temple to fast and pray. We will engage in charitable acts. I will not allow anyone to harm her again. Her fragile shoulders shook slightly as she buried her head deep within her arms, her hands tightly clasped together. Upon arriving, Lo Xinshu exited the vehicle and opened the door for Mrs. Guan. Loka stepped out from the other side. The car was parked in the Guan family's garage, and Loka stood aside, waiting for Mrs. Guan to regain her composure. Suddenly, she noticed a dark, purplish infant spirit slithering through the Guan family's front door. Her pupils constricted. Disregarding everything else, she chased after it. Mrs. Guan, puzzled, looked up to see Loka frantically knocking on her own door. Moments later, the housekeeper opened the door in confusion, and Loka pushed her way inside. Loka followed the infant spirit upstairs, watching as it entered Guan Shusu's room. She pushed the door open, only to be met with the chilling laughter of the infant spirits, which cast an eerie shadow over the room. Guan Shuisu let out a wail from deep within her throat. She had lost all sensitivity to the outside world. Yet the searing pain of the spirit's intrusion could not be masked by the surrounding darkness. Chapter 80. Reparation. Lo Xinshu and Mrs. Guan quickly followed, and upon witnessing their daughter's condition, Mrs. Guan was horrified. What has happened? Lo Xinshu observed Mrs. Guan's helplessness with a cold gaze, sighed softly, and snapped his fingers. Like a signal, Loka beheld countless arrows extending from Lo Xinshu's back, curving sharply to pierce Guan Shusu's body. A net of divine protection, ensnaring every malevolent spirit. Each evil entity was pinned down as two small chubby hands clutched at the arrows embedded in her abdomen, her crimson eyes blinking before dissipating into particles. Loka thought to herself that although the spirits were swiftly dealt with, the sight of Guan Shusu, transformed into a hedgehog, was difficult to bear. Fortunately, the arrows soon vanished, and, as Guan Shusu relaxed, she began to thrash violently, screaming, "It hurts! Mama, it hurts!" Has Shuisu regained her sense of pain? Mrs. Guan exclaimed. A mixture of shock and joy. Madame Guan was oblivious to the unfolding events, yet she seemed to possess an inkling of what was transpiring. The instincts of a mother compelled her to glance at Lu Xinshu, whose sudden snap of the fingers had been rather jarring, and an inexplicable breeze seemed to waft through the room. In a rush, Madame Guan tore away the satin ribbon covering Guan Shuisu's eyes, revealing a girl whose eyes were brimming with tears, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. "Mama, it hurts so much," Guan Shuisu cried, feeling a sense of helplessness as she instinctively curled up, only to find her hands and feet bound by ropes tied to the bedposts. "It hurts, Aunt Zhang. Please help me." Aunt Zhang, who had been waiting just outside the door, hurried in, hastily grabbing scissors from a nearby drawer without bothering to untie the knots. Once released, Guan Shuisu immediately nestled into her mother's embrace. Madame Guan wished to comfort her daughter, but upon seeing the numerous unhealed wounds, her words faltered. "Aunt Zhang, please escort the two gentlemen to the living room for some fruit." Madame Guan, evidently adept at managing her emotions, soon descended the stairs. She did not question Lu Xinshu about his initial inaction, but smiled graciously, offering her thanks before inquiring about the next steps. "As I mentioned before, my intervention merely alleviates the symptoms, not the root cause." Madame Guan nodded in understanding. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Lu Ku and asked, "What did Missy witness just now?" "I saw a spirit of an infant crawling into your home," Lu Ku replied, pursing her lips. Madame Guan's expression shifted. "Is someone attempting to harm Shuisu?" "That is a question best directed at you," Lu Xinshu said leisurely as he sipped his tea. Miss Guan must bear the consequences, yet it is likely that the misdeeds lie with another party. Mr. Lu, if you have something to say, please speak plainly, Madame Guan urged. It appears to be a case of the sins of the father being visited upon the son, Lu Xinshu remarked with a slight smile. I'm still unaware of what business Mr. Guan is engaged in. We operate a cosmetics company, and we have a popular anti-aging cream that Miss Yi has likely heard of. Lu Ku interjected, I apologize, but she hasn't, as Yi Ma has taken care of everything. All she does is use the products. Madame Guan stated, we are all business people, generally inclined towards kindness. Although I may not be the most amiable individual, I would never resort to unlawful acts. Lu Xinshu replied, Mr. Guan appears to be quite a charming middle-aged man. Intended implications lingered in the air. Yet Madame Guan feigned ignorance, presenting a bank card before thanking him and bidding farewell. As Lu Ku turned a glance back while exiting, Lu Xinshu firmly pulled her into the car. What about Guan Shui Su? People often harbor a sense of invincibility, failing to feel the depth of their pain, and thus choose to muddle through life. Luca paused. Does she know who did this? Who can say? Lu Xinshu replied, pride cannot be consumed as sustenance. I have encountered many like her, swallowing their broken teeth to avoid ridicule. But people do not dwell solely on their tongues, and most are preoccupied with their own struggles. Who has the time to scrutinize another's private affairs? Such sentiments seemed uncharacteristic of Lu Xinshu, prompting Lu Ku to gaze at him in surprise. What do you think the Lu family is like? In truth, they're merely a group of individuals pretending to be dignified. Such people are more concerned with their ephemeral facade. Lu Xinshu remarked with a cold smile, that facade will inevitably be pierced one day. Luke has silently absorbed his words as Lu Xinshu watched her return home. That night, Luca found herself unusually preoccupied not with Guju, but with Guan Shui Su. As Lu Xinshu had indicated, mere superficial remedies would not suffice. The spirits would inevitably return. How many would there be? 1, 2, or perhaps 10 or 20? Lu Ku's expression was complex as she received a phone call from Lu Xinshu the next morning. After school today, you will study on your own. Guan Shui Su has committed suicide and is currently in hospital. I will manage the situation myself. Luca was taken aback. How could this happen? The Guan family is in turmoil, and many from the Lu family are present. It would not be prudent for you to come. After a moment of silence, Luca nodded in agreement. Lu Xinshu did not allow Lu Ku to follow up on the matter, and several days passed before she encountered him again. The youth stood in his usual spot by the school gate, waiting for Lu Ku to emerge. Having not seen him for an extended period, Luca felt a disconcerting sense of disorientation, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. What has become of Guan Shui Su? Madame Guan had compelled Miss Guan and Mr. Guan to sever their ties before pursuing a divorce with Mr. Guan. They were currently deliberating on the division of marital assets. Luca had not anticipated this turn of events. You must have observed the ambiguous interactions between Mr. Guan and the waiter at the Western restaurant. Coincidentally, this was not an isolated incident. Madame Guan does not strike me as someone who would initiate such a course of action. Severance is imperative. Miss Guan's life is at stake, and if she perishes, Madame Guan will be next. Luca widened her eyes in shock. Mr. Guan has an illegitimate child whom he has never brought home because of this. There is a traditional Chinese medicine ingredient known as ziche, derived from human embryos. Mr. Guan's company produces a custom cream that prominently features this ingredient. Its efficacy is remarkable, and demand far exceeds supply. Procuring it from across the country should not pose a challenge. Lu Xinshu glanced at her. It must be fresh, no older than 72 hours. The implications regarding the origins of the ingredients were all too apparent. Luca felt a bitterness in her mouth. Miss Guan should be innocent. The sins of the father are visited upon the son. Lu Xinshu stated matter-of-factly. Moreover, they tend to target the vulnerable. The Guan family proved to be quite formidable. And after several arduous days, Lu Xinshu, clearly in low spirits, did not mention any new assignments, simply escorting Luca back to the Yi residence. With one-on-one tutoring still a while away, Luca found herself with an unusual amount of free time and decided to tidy her room. As she opened the first drawer on the right side of her desk, she stumbled upon Yi Zaiwen's diary. The notebook was a black hardcover, filled with a haphazard collection of drafts from the previous year, including random musings and sketches. Flipping through more than half of it, Luca finally reached the diary entries. The handwriting was hasty, and the characters were minuscule. Had she not noticed an emotional line stating "I can't take it anymore," she might not have paused to examine it closely. The diary entries did not specify dates, yet Luca sensed a significant temporal gap between each piece. The initial entry was filled with youthful sentiments, akin to a stream of consciousness. "Today, I encountered a rather peculiar man. He is not handsome, yet possesses a certain elegance that inexplicably capture my attention. In this day and age, aside from a few specific professions, it is rare to see someone donning a suit as daily wear. Strangely, however, he is always impeccably dressed. I inquire among my classmates and learn that he is Lu Dongqing's cousin and a senior at our school, an exceptionally accomplished individual, with his teachers singing his praises. He is not particularly vivacious. I seldom see him smile. It is hard to believe that I am so proactively trying to learn about a man. When friends asked if I had a crush on him, I remained silent for a long time. Perhaps there is a small flicker of affection, as my curiosity has led me to pay increasing attention to him. He seems to have noticed me as well, which brings a mix of joy and nervousness. Naturally, my family adores him, given his remarkable qualities. I have come to realize that he may not regard me with the same fondness that I hold for him. I am not a mere doll. I possess my own thoughts, interests, social life, and aspirations. His desire for control is stifling, and I find it uncomfortable. Yet alarmingly, even my family believes he is in the right. What should I do? The emotional turmoil reflected within Yi Zaiwen's diary caused Lu Ku to frown. The entries primarily chronicled feelings, rarely elaborating on events. Yet such a transformation could not have occurred without reason. Flipping to the next page, the tone of Yi Zaiwen's writing grew increasingly anguished. I erred. I should not have provoked him. He is a demon clad in human skin. However, I find myself trapped, unable to escape. Lu Ku could hardly believe that Yi Shiwen would describe her beloved in such a manner. After all, Lu Xinshu always appeared deeply affectionate, and Lu Ku felt certain that he must genuinely care for Yi Shiwen. As she continued reading, Yi Shiwen's diary finally began to unfold. On this overcast day, my mood mirrors the gloom. Lu Dongqing and Lu Xinshu are relatives. I wish for Lu Dongqing to counsel Lu Xinshu, but instead, I witnessed them in an embrace. What was Lu Dongqing saying? Does she harbor feelings for Lu Xinshu? This is an absurd turn of events. Why does Lu Xinshu not push her away? I sense my energy waning. Both my studies and daily life leave me feeling fatigued, which is unlike me. My memory, too, is fading. Many events are beginning to blur, instilling a sense of dread within me. All these changes commenced with my relationship, and I refuse to allow a romance to ruin my life. Yet Lu Xinshu is unwilling to break up, and I feel my rationality slipping away. My intuition warns me that something unknown has transpired. How could this be? My sister weeps over my predicament, while my brother remains silent. After I once again proposed a breakup, I was diagnosed with a mental illness, and Lu Xinshu stayed by my side, leaving me feeling nothing but fear. What does he truly desire? Does he wish to destroy me? I can barely endure this. If it were possible, I would prefer death. Lu Xinshu is engaged in a love affair that only he finds moving, and thus he will not permit my exit from this narrative. I am aware that I am nearing my end. The final sentence was penned with great intensity. Luca was uncertain how to respond. She had never seen Lu Xinshu exhibit such a countenance. Perusing the diary's contents did not astonish her. Yi Shiwen claimed that Lu Xinshu had swayed everyone to his side. Was she truly perishing in such isolation and despair? What could possibly be amiss? Lu bit her lip. The words within the notebook sent chills down her spine. All these sentiments were concealed in the very center of the diary, densely written, making them difficult to detect. Perhaps Yi Shiwen still harbored hope that her family might read these words. In truth, they did not. Yi Shiwen asserted that Lu Xinshu was untrustworthy, confirming Lu Ku's instincts were not misguided. This man, who inexplicably appeared to manipulate Lu Ku, harbored too many doubts. All descriptions stemmed from Lu Xinshu's one-sided narrative, which is itself the greatest issue. Only Guju remains trustworthy. Before long, the room was shrouded in darkness, and the sound of one-on-one tutoring echoed, sending a shiver through Lu Ku. She listened to the lesson with a lack of focus. Whom could she still trust? From whom can she truly understand the world? That night, Lu Ku lay in bed for a long time, contemplating by Ma Si. The venerable monk present on the first day of the lunar month is esteemed, and Guju is an acquaintance of his. Even if he does not disclose what transpired that day, he would not intentionally harm her. The next day, Lu Ku skipped class entirely. Bai Ma Si was particularly bustling with activity that day, and Lu Ku squatted within the temple, waiting like a stray dog for a long while, but the monk did not make an appearance. Guju possesses financial means which Lu Ku lacks. His extensive network of connections was beyond her reach. Thus, she could only wait. As afternoon approached and the temple was about to close, the little monk, unable to bear Lu Ku's persistent presence, finally fetched the monk. The monk, clad in a white robe, approached with an air of purity, his eyes sparkling with a gentle smile, truly a handsome figure. "Long time no see," he said. "Do you still recognize me?" Though his appearance had changed, the wisdom bestowed upon this humble monk by the Buddha allows him to see beyond mere appearances. "I have a question for you. Can you answer me?" "Benefactor." The monk smiled. "Money is a fine thing, but you lack it. Monastics harbor compassion, yet even they require sustenance. It is no easy task to care for so many children." The monk gracefully declined Lu Ku's moral coercion, suggesting she have Guju inquire on her behalf. In this modern age, even monks are pragmatic and forthright. Lu Ku remained silent. "In my current state, he cannot recognize me." The monk replied, "How will you know unless you try?" "I know, for we have already met." Guju's gaze upon her was akin to that of a stranger. Although she could not fathom why Guju was there, she was certain he failed to recognize her. Had he known her, he would not have left her there. Lu Ku held this confidence. "I can relay your message," the monk offered. Lu Ku frowned at him. "I am currently not in control of my own situation. When the heart is unfree, the body cannot be free either," the monk replied with a smile. "Would you like to request a talisman?" Lu Ku inquired, "How much?" "A gift of friendship." Lu Ku naturally accepted. The talisman was a small triangle of bright yellow paper, folded and meant to be kept close. After securing the talisman to her undergarments in the inner room, Lu Ku emerged to find the monk had vanished, leaving a chubby little monk at the door awaiting her, his round eyes resembling black grapes. "Benefactor, your phone has been ringing for quite some time." Lu Ku picked it up to see numerous missed calls, both from the Yi family and Lu Xinshu. "Where's Master?" "The Master has gone to check on the duties of his fellow monks," the little monk chirped. "He asked me to tell you that you have already benefited. There are too many children here, and we cannot afford to offend the Lu family. Many matters cannot be discussed with you. If you truly wish to know, you might as well inquire with Yu Yong. Yu Yong, a solitary figure, is untroubled by anything." The little monk tilted his head, mimicking the tone. "But to find Yu Yong, you must have Guju contact him. On Guju's end, he will assist you with a notification. You need not worry. That's all. Benefactor, you may leave." The little monk waved his hands impatiently. "I need to return to my lessons." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xinshu's call came through, his deep voice resonating with magnetism. Yet Lu Ku discerned his displeasure. "Where are you now? The school says you skip class all day." "This is my own matter," Lu Ku replied. "I thought you would be obedient." Lu Xinshu sighed. "Come back. Uncle and Aunt are quite worried. I will return tomorrow. It is very late today." "Come back," Lu Xinshu insisted. "Tonight, return home. Do not make me repeat myself." Just then, an incoming call interrupted, allowing Lu Ku to hang up. The call was from an unfamiliar number, but upon answering, she heard a familiar voice. "Are you Lu Ku?" It was Guju. Lu Ku instantly felt her body freeze, standing in the courtyard of Bai Ma Si, unsure of how to proceed. The little monk tugged at her sleeve, urging her to hurry, clearly anxious. Lu Ku could only follow his lead, remaining silent throughout. Guju did not hang up, patiently awaiting her response. As she glanced back at the closed gates of Bai Ma Si, Lu Ku pursed her lips. "It was the first-day monk who told me." The first-day monk said that an old acquaintance has come here. Lu Ku faltered for a moment, but realized she could not return. She had matters yet to attend to. Guju spoke softly. I will help you. No, I have been a burden to you, Lu Ku objected. Gu Ju remained silent for a moment. Then let us meet. I need to see you safe to feel at ease. Reflecting on Gu Ju's significantly thinner figure, Lu Ku took a while to muster 2 words from between her teeth. Where? Do you have time tomorrow? Let us meet at the entrance of the city center mall. I will treat you to a meal. It is rare for you to finally return to normal. Lu Ku did not expect Gu Ju to misunderstand her intentions, and her feelings grew increasingly complicated. Noon will be fine. Lu Ku considered the limited moments she had without Lu Xinshu's oversight, feeling somewhat powerless. At least for now, being near Lu Xinshu felt safe. She could only comfort herself in this manner. Luo Ku, hesitant to confront Lu Xinshu directly, quickly sought a vehicle to return home. Upon arriving at the Yi household, she found the interior shrouded in darkness. A glance at her phone revealed that while it was neither too late nor too early, it was illogical for the Yi family to retire so soon. Given their profound concern for Yi Shiwen, it was unlikely they would rest easy until her return. A sense of unease began to permeate her thoughts as Luo Ku turned on the living room lights, illuminating a space that seemed devoid of life, save for herself. Nevertheless, she treaded cautiously back to her own room. The moment she switched on the light, she was startled to find Lu Xinshu seated at the edge of her bed. His expression inscrutable as he observed her, a diary belonging to Yi Shiwen resting beside him, the very same one Luo Ku had previously perused. Her heart raced with an involuntary flutter, and she feigned irritation, inquiring, "What are you doing here? Where are my parents?" "There is a gathering, quite significant," he replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I assured them I would wait for you," allowing them to depart without worry. Luo Ku met his gaze, a smile gracing her lips as she approached the table, her tone laced with jest. "It seems Yi Shiwen does not harbor such affection for you. Perhaps you are merely indulging in your own delusions." "No, I merely startled her," Lu Xinshu responded, his fingers lightly tracing the pages of the diary, as if caressing Yi Shiwen's cheek. His tone, though steady, held an undercurrent of authority. "Our matters are beyond your comprehension. Refrain from voicing opinions so casually." "Oh," Luo Ku replied non-committally, "now that I have returned, you may take your leave." "Yes?" The dismissal had been issued, yet Lu Xinshu remained seated, his eyes glinting with a feigned smile. "I find myself contemplating something," he continued. "I wonder if my leniency has emboldened you to challenge me repeatedly." Luo Ku regarded him warily, aware that the sight of Yi Shiwen's diary had stirred something deeper within Lu Xinshu than his outward calm suggested. "What are you insinuating?" "I have been quite obedient," she retorted. "Do you believe me to be a mere puppet, like those marionettes held by Chao Shoulin? They appear to possess souls, yet their every action is manipulated." Lu Xinshu regarded her intently. "Today you have reminded me of something." "What is it?" "The Luo family seeks your demise. Yet you seem undeterred in provoking them. I had hoped you would quietly endure in your guise as Shao One. It would be beneficial for you, for me, and for everyone. I initially thought you might comply, but if you cannot continue as Yi Shiwen, I shall create a new Yi Shiwen myself." Chapter 83. The Forgotten Yi Shiwen. What Lu Xinshu desired was merely a soul to inhabit Yi Shiwen's body. Luo could grit her teeth, glaring at him as she struggled against his grip, but he easily subdued her. The talisman pressed against her skin began to sear, as if intent on burning her. While Lu Xinshu's smile appeared menacing, his grip tightening until she felt suffocated and darkness enveloped her vision. "Yi Shiwen is a good girl, obedient and sensible," Yima expressed with concern. "Shaowen, tell me what you wish to eat, and I will prepare it for you. You need to rest well. The school has already facilitated your leave, so do not worry." Yi Shiwen stared blankly at Yima, feeling despondent and unwilling to speak. Lu Xinshu stood behind Yima, his expression apologetic. "Auntie, I failed to care for Shao when adequately. You are the one who least desires for anything to happen to her. There is no need for such humility. It was Shao Wen's stubbornness that led to her situation. Had you not intervened in time, we cannot fathom what might have transpired." Lu Xinshu nodded, and Yi Shirue approached him, patting his shoulder as they shared a knowing glance. Yi Shiwen remained silent. When the doctor made rounds, he informed them that Yi Shiwen was well, though she had sustained a head injury that could result in some concussion symptoms such as nausea and dizziness, which were normal and not a cause for alarm. He then inquired about her condition. Ye ijen bilinkit, ame on khalid ye ijen. I heard you say so. The room erupted in chaos as several attending physicians surrounded her, scrutinizing her for an extended period, posing numerous questions, ultimately concluding that home observation was warranted. At present, the patient exhibited no significant discomfort aside from memory loss. Given her previous medical history, our recommendation is to have family members observe her closely. The doctor adjusted his glasses, suggesting that family members accompany her to see if they could jog her memory. As the focus of attention, Yi Shiwen sat quietly on the bed, her petite, pale face devoid of expression, yet her lips bore a natural curve, as if perpetually smiling. She bore no resemblance to Luo Kuo. Lu Xinshu stood outside the Yi family, feeling a measure of peace wash over him. The doctor's assessment did not alarm the Yi family, as Yi Shiwen had already struggled with memory issues prior. In truth, this might be for the best. The memories of her madness would fade, allowing the Yi family to perceive it as if it had never occurred. Yi Ba and Yi Ma gazed at their daughter with palpable affection, even finding comfort in her current state. Yi Ba turned to Lu Xinshu, suggesting clearly, Shaowen is now far behind in her studies. I shall contact the school to have her restart from her first year. Xinshu, do you have any objections? None. Lu Xinshu replied, his demeanor calm and courteous. I had initially worried that Shaowen's excellence would lead to her feeling embarrassed if she were to repeat a year. However, witnessing her struggles with her coursework, I now regret my previous insistence. He paused, then reassured, Uncle, rest assured, I will never abandon Shaowen. My love for her surpasses even my love for myself. Seated upon the bed, Yi Shiwen observed as the group fervently discussed her future, feeling no emotional stir within her, even finding it somewhat amusing. Was there no one interested in her desires? Yi Shiwen coldly surveyed the scene, perceiving herself as an utter outsider. The faces of her father, mother, brothers, sisters, and a so-called lover appeared foreign to her. Her expression remained stoic as she instinctively focused on Lu Xinshu, feeling a twinge of fear toward this man. It was perplexing. Was Lu Xinshu not Yi Shiwen's romantic partner? Had the Yi family placed too much trust in him, bordering on dependence? Why was it that her academic journey was dictated internally by her family, yet they sought Lu Xinshu's opinion? Yi Shiwen found everything peculiar, imbued with an unsettling dissonance. Perhaps her pallor revealed her discomfort, prompting Yi Shining to step out from the crowd, sitting beside her and leaning in to whisper, Are you feeling unwell? Yi Shiwen quietly replied, No, it's just that everything before me feels so unfamiliar. Her voice was faint, and she continued, Sister, I have a question. Go ahead. Shouldn't such matters be discussed with me? Though the outcome remains unchanged, as I recall nothing now, this is my life and my decision should be mine alone. Yi Shining gazed at the silent girl, whose face radiated obedience and understanding, feeling an unusual sense of helplessness. Yi Shiwen had previously experienced an extended period of madness, so much so that her family had grown accustomed to making decisions on her behalf, forgetting that the pre-madness Yi Shiwen was always a girl with her own opinions. Despite her obedient and considerate nature, which never caused her family undue worry, this did not imply that she lacked thoughts of her own, rendering her a mere puppet at their disposal. In truth, the matters Yi Shiwen was adamant about were seldom swayed by the Yi family. Yi Shining momentarily pondered much, staring into those tranquil eyes, feeling a twinge of panic. I'm sorry, Shaowen, we didn't mean to. Yi Shining organized her words. When we return, I will speak to Mom and Dad. I apologize. You are already back to normal, and we should not treat you with such an attitude. Yi Shining's sincerity was evident, while Yi Shiwen merely offered a faint, distant smile. It's fine. We are family, aren't we? Family should be forgiving of one another. Yi Shining's heart sank further. Indeed, Shaowen no longer recognized these people. To her, they were merely a baffling group making decisions for her, showing no respect for her opinions. Yet, Yi Shiwen added with a smile, Next time, you could just ask me directly. Yi Shiwen gazed through the crowd at Lu Xinshu, and Yi Shining followed her gaze, instantly understanding. I see now. I will be more mindful in the future. I will inform Dad, Mom, and my brother. Yi Xining looked at Lu Xinshu with a hint of regret. He was a good man, but she had just realized that to Yi Shiwen, he was merely a stranger. The pressing concern was to help Xiao Wen remember her dependence and affection for her family, rather than pushing her towards an outsider. Yi Xining's expression hardened, and Yi Shiwen sensed her understanding, feeling slightly reassured. Turning away to avoid the raucous family, she instead focused on the birds flying outside. She seemed to have developed a fondness for watching the little birds flit about, finding it quite amusing. Is it amusing? Yi Shiwen pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Chapter 84. Let us return first. Unlike Yi Shiwen, Lu Xinshu had already stepped into society. After escorting the Yi family home, he departed swiftly. Upon entering, while the rest of the Yi family felt a sense of relief, Yi Shiwen suddenly curled up in a corner, her eyes wide with fear as she surveyed her surroundings. Yi Shiru was momentarily taken aback. Everything felt so familiar. Xiao Wen, what is wrong? Yi Shiwen's pupils dilated in fear as she scanned the room. There are so many strange things. She instinctively felt that these things were ominous. The Yi family exchanged glances, and Yi Xining gently embraced Yi Shiwen's shoulders, whispering, "There's nothing here. Only us." Xiao Wen, it's okay. Those are just illusions. Illusions? Yi Shiwen regarded the bizarre, indistinct creatures in the room, doubting Yi Xining's assertion. How could illusions feel so real? There's only us at home. Yi Shiru added softly. Pressing her lips together, Yi Shiwen cast uncertain glances at everyone present, all of whom met her gaze with affirmations. The majority rules. Yi Ba was the first to step through the doorway, and Yi Shiwen hesitantly watched a shadow pass through Yi Ba's form, unaware of it. Could it truly be an illusion? Yi Shiwen began to doubt herself. If so, why hadn't she experienced this earlier? Each member of the Yi family began to observe Yi Shiwen's every movement with a blend of scrutiny and fear, which she could feel. Without offering further comments, Yi Xining led Yi Shiwen back to her own room. The room was neatly arranged, with warm decorations that Yi Shiwen would naturally favor. Her gaze fell upon a bulge at the foot of the bed, and she inexplicably felt a twinge of pain at the back of her head. She relied heavily on instinct in her actions now. Yet curiously, this home felt even more alien than the hospital. Was it a misconception? Or had she simply been too focused on her studies for so long that she hadn't returned home often enough to feel familiar? Yi Shiwen lowered her head, acknowledging that her reasoning felt somewhat forced. Forcing herself to ignore those peculiar creatures, Yi Shiwen laid down on the bed. The bedding was freshly changed, a soft pink that bore the scent of sunlight, undeniably soft and comfortable. Yet Yi Shiwen felt something was missing. What was missing? She pondered for quite some time, arriving at no conclusion. Fortunately, these things seemed to exist solely within Yi Shiwen's perception. Even when they brushed against her, there was no overwhelming sensation. Merely an instinctual chill on that patch of skin. It could merely be a psychological effect. Yi Shiwen mentally calculated the passing time as she gradually slipped into slumber. In her dreams, she encountered Lu Xinshu's face, coldly smiling down at her, towering and imposing. What is happening? Dreaming Yi Shiwen felt averse to this. No, that isn't Yi Shiwen. The girl in her dream was thinner, with long, pitch-black hair that obscured her eyes, making her features indistinct. Who is this? The sound of a cat meowing from the window abruptly silenced Yi Shiwen's dream. Lu Xinshu's intimidating visage turned away as he strode off, while the unknown girl reached out toward her. The unfamiliar girl's image appeared even more frightening. Yi Shiwen woke with a start. Someone was knocking at the door rhythmically. Xiao Wen, are you awake? Yi Shiwen blinked, standing silently at the door. Xinshu is here too. Everyone is having breakfast. Would you like to join us? Yuma said warmly. The school has already been informed. You can take a year to recuperate, and we'll return next year when things are more stable, allowing for a more effective learning experience. Yi Shiwen noticed the offer. After some contemplation, she nodded. The Yi family was complete, and after her incident, each member was doing their utmost to spend more time with her. The visiting Lu Xinshu was delighted to see Yi Shiwen, rising to pull out a nearby chair for her, then skillfully bringing over a bowl of white porridge from the kitchen. Yi Shiwen observed that today, there were no strange creatures in the living room. Could yesterday's occurrences truly have been an illusion? That thought flickered momentarily, and Yishiwen looked down at the bowl of white porridge with distaste, feeling a deep-seated aversion. Yishiwen was acutely aware that she disliked white porridge. Raising her head, Lu Xinshu's smile was perfectly measured, the curve of his lips just right. Xiaowan, a light diet is good for your health. Good? I confirm that I detest Lu Xinshu. With that thought, Yishiwen bluntly stated, I find you very annoying. I truly dislike you. Lu Xinshu froze in place, taken aback by Yishiwen's reaction, his gaze scrutinizing her face as if trying to discern something. I don't know you. Even if everyone says you're my boyfriend, Yishiwen spoke directly. I only see you disregarding my wishes and forcing me to do what you deem correct. You're nothing like my family. Can I not be your girlfriend now? Lu Xinshu's expression darkened uncontrollably. Yishiwen, who had forgotten everything, or rather, Lu Ku, was far more challenging than before. Lu Ku would have hesitated over many matters, but the current Yishiwen was unafraid, ignorant and fearless. Lu Xinshu suddenly sensed this clarity. Such words were those that neither the Yishiwen who had discovered the truth nor the Lu Ku under Lu Xinshu's control would dare to utter. Yet they were words that the true Yishiwen and the present Yishiwen could express with ease. Xiaowan, Lu Xinshu forced a smile. I understand you don't remember, but that is all right. We can start anew. But I really dislike you now. Yishiwen interrupted, could you please leave my house? All 8 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Lu Xinshu's face, and he couldn't allow his expression to betray his discomfort. After a prolonged stalemate, Lu Xinshu let out a sigh and turned to address the others from the Ye family, saying, since Xiwen does not wish to see me, uncle, aunt, and Ningjie, Aru, I shall take my leave for now and return to visit Xiwen tomorrow. Yaba glanced at Yeshiwen, opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent. Ordinarily, he would have scolded Yeshiwen, yet Yeshining had convened a serious family meeting the previous night, attended by everyone except Yeshiwen, to discuss how to approach her. This was indeed the right course. Even among blood relatives, they were merely attempting to re-establish familiarity with Xiwen. What reason was there for her to accept a man she no longer cared for? Lu Xinshu cast an expectant gaze towards Yaba, hoping that the head of the family might propose a different approach. After a moment's hesitation, Yaba stood up apologetically, saying, since Xiwen has spoken, Xinshu, I'm truly sorry for wasting your good intentions. Aru, please escort Xinshu home. Yaba spoke earnestly, Xinshu, please be understanding. It will take time for Xiwen to accept you, as she remembers nothing. Chapter 85. The head Lu Xinshu left with a stiffened expression, nodding in acquiescence. As he departed, Yeshiwen couldn't help but exhale in relief. She was uncertain why she instinctively felt such apprehension towards this man. Yet maintaining a respectful distance from unfamiliar males brought her a sense of comfort. However, with Lu Xinshu's exit, Yeshiwen noticed the peculiar entities re-emerging, seemingly unleashed, baring their teeth and claws at her. After a moment's pause, she chose to ignore them. Compared to Lu Xinshu, who genuinely sought to influence her life, these ephemeral monsters seemed trivial. Yeshiwen refrained from confiding her experiences to anyone in the Ye family, surprised by her own audacity. It felt almost commonplace, as though these phantoms were far more endearing than her own relatives. Gazing at the concerned faces before her, Yeshiwen felt a warmth. Yet an overwhelming sense of discomfort prevailed. Reflecting on the words of those around her, she began to wonder if she truly was mad, merely expressing her mental state in a different manner. Having withdrawn from school, Yeshiwen found herself, in essence, the most idle member of the household. During the day, the others busied themselves, while the hired housekeeper adhered to her own schedule. With nothing to occupy her time, Yeshiwen decided to take a stroll in the pleasant sunlight. She discovered that basking in the sun diminished the presence of those strange apparitions, allowing her to reconnect with a long-lost, normal world. This was indeed a positive development. Yeshiwen lived her life akin to a retired elder, occasionally catching glimpses of Lu Xinshu in the distance, his expression complex as he gazed in her direction. Yet, being a man of pride, he found it difficult to advance any further, especially after Yeba had made a definitive statement. Amused by the irony, Yeshiwen observed how this evidently strong-willed man adhered to rules, enveloping himself in self-imposed constraints. She chose to feign ignorance, knowing that Lo Xinshu would soon lose interest and depart. In this world, everyone had their own matters to attend to, leaving her with solitude. It was during this time that Yeshiwen first encountered a stray cat that had wandered into the community. A sleek black feline with golden eyes. It appeared both mysterious and enchanting. She felt an inexplicable affinity for this beautiful creature, sensing familiarity. Perhaps she had once owned a cat just like it, with black fur and golden eyes. Lacking memories of her past, Yeshiwen welcomed any semblance of familiarity. After playing with the black cat for a while, she dreamt of it that night. In her dreams, she transformed into a black cat, identical to the one she had seen during the day. In her dreams, she possessed extraordinary powers, defeating countless spirit entities with ease. The dream was so delightful that Yeshiwen continued to have it for several days. Until one fateful day, she encountered a formidable opponent, and in the moment of peril, she awoke to meet a pair of golden feline eyes. The four eyes blinked in mutual surprise, and Yeshiwen took a moment to gather her thoughts. Meow, meow, the cat's soft calls roused her. Sitting up, Yeshiwen watched as the black cat gracefully leapt from the headboard to the floor, its tail held high, swaying gently as it turned back to look at her. Was she still dreaming? She wondered. A change of form was welcome, as battling demons every night proved exhausting, albeit fulfilling. Yet, each awakening left her questioning her own identity. Was she human or feline? Noticing Yeshiwen's immobility, the black cat meowed again, prompting her to follow it into the living room. All the bedroom doors were tightly shut. Yeshiwen slipped on her sneakers and donned a jacket, following the cat outside. This dream felt too vivid, she mused. She followed the black cat all the way to the outskirts of the city, turning back to gaze at the urban horizon. Feeling somewhat disoriented, it seemed they had not traveled far, though a gentle weariness began to settle in. The black cat led her to a small wooden cabin, standing on its hind legs to nudge open the ajar door. Indeed, it was a dream, albeit an incredibly lifelike one. Yeshiwen silently followed the cat inside. The cabin was modest, furnished with a bed and a table, its walls made of rough-hewn timber. On one wall, there was a photograph of a girl with bangs, almost completely covering the surface, featuring a mix of posed and candid shots from various angles. Yeshiwen observed coldly as the black cat began to paw at the bed. She approached to assist, noticing the sheets covering the bed slats. There was no mattress, and with a slight push, she easily lifted the slats to reveal a series of wooden boxes, each measuring about a meter square, neatly arranged beneath the bed. The bed was a makeshift construction. The black cat resumed scratching at one of the boxes, which prompted Yeshiwen to open it. She randomly selected one, finding it rather heavy, and used a tool from the corner to pry it open. In her haste, the box tumbled to the floor, spilling forth a white object. Suddenly, clarity struck her. Splinters pierced her skin, embedding themselves into her soft palms, causing sharp, stinging pain akin to tiny hooks tugging at her nerves. What rolled out was a severed head, still attached to a slender forearm, its skin pale and delicate. Yeshiwen's fingertips trembled. Was this not a dream? The black cat continued to meow, and with the full moon shining through, the cool light illuminated her skin. Regret washed over her, stirring a sense of fear. The scene before her appeared surreal. Was this a murder scene? Who had inhabited this space? Why were there so many photographs on the walls? Yeshiwen turned to examine the pictures, her heart racing as the face of the girl with bangs began to feel hauntingly familiar. She had seen this delicate visage before, and she was certain of it. Curiosity piqued. Yeshiwen felt an unusual attachment to this girl, a sentiment that surfaced for the first time after waking. She glanced back at the wooden box beneath her feet, gritting her teeth as she prepared to open a second box. When it fell open, a head tumbled out, bangs framing thin lips, the soft tissue of the face appearing fragile, belonging to a very young girl. Yeshiwen felt her complexion pale drastically. She realized she ought to call the police, but had left her phone behind. Who would remember to take their phone when entering a dream? Was this a concealed body location or a murder site? Cautiously, she cradled the head in her hands. Its eyes were tightly shut, seemingly treated in some manner. Devoid of any foul odor, its expression resembling that of a peaceful slumber. Strangely, Yeshiwen felt no fear. Instead, she gazed at the severed head with profound sadness, an overwhelming urge to weep washing over her. She longed to collapse to the ground, disregarding everything, and cry out her inexplicable sorrow and anger. Yeshiwen believed she should know whose head this was, yet the memory eluded her. Kneeling on the floor, a damp, rough sensation brushed against her, and she snapped back to reality as the black cat licked away her tears. Chapter 86. The cabin. The eyes of the person and the cat were uncomfortably close, the golden pupils reflecting Yeshiwen's somewhat anxious face. Startled, Yeshiwen lost her balance and fell onto the ground, her head rolling about like a balloon. Her long black hair obscured her face, leaving only a narrow gap through which a pair of eyes could be glimpsed. Initially closed, those eyes now opened. The black cat, walking with an elegant gait, stood beside her head, staring intently at Yeshiwen, neither vocalizing nor moving. A sense of absurdity washed over her, as if the black cat had deliberately brought her to this scene. As Yeshiwen attempted to scramble to her feet and rush through the wooden door, the cat leaped to block her path. Resigned, she retreated to the wall and began to observe the photographs adorning it. In the photos were two distinctly different girls. Yeshiwen stared blankly at a few of them before suddenly realizing that the girl in the box was strikingly similar to the one in the photographs. Black hair, a youthful face. What could this possibly mean for her? A sharp pain throbbed at her temples as she scrutinized the girl's face, and she absurdly noted a resemblance between the girl's features and those of Imama. She then looked back at her own photograph and found it similarly familiar. What connection could there be between the two images? Yeshiwen felt that everything was tied to her lost memories, yet she could not recall anything. Turning once more to look for the black cat, she found the doorway empty. Had it vanished? In a hurry, Yeshiwen dashed out of the cabin, glancing back to see a pair of dark eyes fixed on her from atop the head. Goosebumps prickled her skin as she couldn't help but stare at those familiar eyes. Overwhelmed, Yeshiwen wandered aimlessly toward the city, still clad in her pajamas and sporting sneakers, utterly disoriented. She had slept late, yet dawn was already breaking. It was a mystery how she had managed to walk such a distance on foot, as even driving would have taken a considerable amount of time. Without a watch, her heart raced in confusion until she encountered some elderly folks exercising in a park on the outskirts of the city. "Girl, what's wrong?" The disheveled state of her hair and her vacant expression painted a picture of distress. "Do you need us to help you contact someone to pick you up?" Yeshiwen stared blankly at the unfamiliar yet kind faces. An elderly woman, impatient, urged her, "Girl, what is the matter? Speak up. Do you know your family has phone number?" "Guju," Yeshiwen blurted out, momentarily stunned. Who is Guju? While still puzzled, her mouth had swiftly recited a string of numbers. As soon as she finished, the call connected. A cool male voice resonated from the receiver, eliciting a sense of unwarranted grievance in Yeshiwen. "Hello, who is this?" The elderly woman handed the phone to Yeshiwen, but she found herself momentarily speechless. The elderly folks surrounded her, and seeing her silence, they began to relay the situation to Guju in a flurry of voices. Guju paused. What is her name? 10 pairs of eyes turned to Yeshiwen. "Ye-Zhen. I'll be there shortly. Please keep an eye on her," Guju instructed. Yeshiwen stood there, dazed. Feeling increasingly uneasy, almost as if held captive, she waited for what felt like an eternity until a black SUV pulled into the parking lot. Guju emerged in casual, light-colored attire, instantly catching the attention of the gathered elderly. "Young man, go check on your girlfriend," one elder expressed concern. "Why is such a beautiful girl wandering in her pajamas so early in the morning? She seems a bit dazed. I hope nothing has happened." "Thank you, sir." Guju did not forget to retrieve a prepared jacket from the car, draping it over Yeshiwen's shoulders as he joined the crowd. "You are Guju?" Yeshiwen asked, her expression blank. "Ye-Zhen." Guju hesitated for a moment. "Lu Kiskivito. Ye-Zhen pour cette her lips in silence." Her gaze fixated on Guju's face. The concerned elders queried Yeshiwen, "Girl, do you know him? Don't worry if you don't recognize him. We want to let him take you." After a long moment of scrutinizing Guju, she eventually nodded, expressed her gratitude, and followed him. She felt an odd familiarity with Guju's face. She couldn't help but gaze at him, finding every aspect appealing. Do you know me? Ye Izhen Ingwidit. Would you prefer I call you Yi Shiwen or Lu Ke? Gu Ju replied, focused on driving without turning his head. Who is Lu Ke? A sudden break left Yi Shiwen momentarily dizzy as Gu Ju pulled to the roadside, his brow furrowed as he regarded her. What's wrong? Yi Shiwen felt flustered under his gaze. Gu Ju asked, do you remember the monk from the first year? Who is that? Gu Ju's eyes scanned her face like a radar, unwilling to miss any detail. Yi Shiwen's heart raced, and she glanced toward the front of the car before lowering her head. Can you please call the police? Someone is dead over there. Where? Gu Ju's voice remained devoid of emotion. In a cabin on the outskirts. To Yi Shiwen's surprise, Gu Ju turned without hesitation, driving toward the outskirts. He seemed familiar with the area, expertly navigating the roads. The daylight revealed slight differences from her memories, yet Gu Ju adeptly found the right path at every fork. Upon catching sight of the cabin from afar, Yi Shiwen felt a surge of hope. It's over there. After exiting the car, she clutched Gu Ju's sleeve tightly, pulling him forward, and he complied, quickening his pace. The cabin door stood ajar, yet it was entirely different from what Yi Shiwen remembered. In her mind, the cabin had been a modest dwelling, but now it appeared more like a storage shed, filled with various unknown logs occupying most of the space. This isn't right, Yi Shiwen murmured. When I left, someone had been dismembered, and there were many photos on the wall, including mine, and another girl with bangs and a youthful face. She stared at Gu Ju, attempting to bolster her credibility. Gu Ju remained silent, only lowering his gaze to her. How did you get here? A black cat led me. Yi Shiwen confessed, feeling lost. I was asleep at home, and I thought I was dreaming. How could I possibly have walked all this way from the city to the outskirts on foot? It's absurd. Gu Ju's eyes deepened with thought. What have you encountered? What do you mean by that? How much do you remember? Yi Shiwen froze, looking up into Gu Ju's eyes. Why do you ask? Gu Ju replied, do you trust me? Yi Shiwen studied his face closely. I don't know. My family says I've had an incident and a history of mental illness. I don't remember anything. Chapter 87. Matters of Oneself. Gu Ju lowered his gaze upon her. All that you know is what others have told you. What about you? Yi Shiwen fell silent. I don't know. My mind feels like a blank slate, devoid of any recollection. Gu Ju gently touched Yi Shiwen's head, his gesture feeling natural. She cannot summon any resistance, merely gazing back at him. Gu Ju inquired, then how do you remember my name and phone number? I don't remember. Ye Izhen replied. I also don't recall my family's contact information. Gu Ju regarded her, his expression softening with affection. Where do you plan to go? Home. Do you even remember where that is? I don't remember, Yi Shiwen replied, uncertainty evident in her voice. More concerned with who this man was, she asked, do you know where my home is? I do, but I would prefer to take you to my home first as a guest. Yi Shiwen had no objections. She remembered nothing, and going anywhere felt the same. She held no particular emotional reliance or trust toward her family. Gu Ju continued driving, and upon arriving at his home, Yi Shiwen instinctively entered the master bedroom, claiming she was tired and wished to rest, then unceremoniously laid down on Gu Ju's bed. The pure white sheets were immaculate, and Yi Shiwen found comfort in their sight. Gu Ju adjusted the temperature of the room for her, inquiring with utmost care about her preferred food and drink, as well as any discomfort she might be experiencing. After waiting at the doorway for a moment without hearing a response, Gu Ju craned his neck to take a look, only to find Yi Shiwen fast asleep with her eyes tightly shut. Pausing for a moment, Gu Ju glanced at his phone, which displayed contact information for several members of the Yi family, and decisively exited, opting to stand on the balcony to call Bai Ma Si. Bai Ma Si utilized a landline. The monk Chu likely possessed a personal mobile phone, though he had never disclosed it to anyone. Gu Ju, holding a landline himself, was greeted by a young novice monk who responded in a sweet, childish voice. After 5 minutes of waiting, the monk Chu finally arrived. Did you come to express your gratitude to the poor monk? He teased. Gu Ju dismissed his banter, stating, Lu Ke has lost her memory. The monk replied with a note of understanding. No wonder I sensed that a talisman had been burned. It appears someone has taken action against the female benefactor Lu Ke. Gu Ju remained silent, and sensing his discomfort, Chu-yi chuckled lightly, but refrained from speaking further, patiently awaiting Guju to initiate the conversation. Guju turned to gaze in the direction of the bedroom, pondering what has transpired with her. It was likely that some secretive technique had sealed her memories, or perhaps some nefarious means had erased parts of her spiritual essence that held her memories. The question remained as to which method had been employed. The Liu family, while domineering, were still practitioners of the righteous path. Thus, the use of malevolent techniques, which typically lead to destruction, was unlikely. Chu-yi chuckled at the thought, finding humor in the recent upheavals within the Liu family. Luca's condition might not be entirely unfavorable. Guju remarked, "You only mentioned that you saw Lu Ku, but did not disclose what she sought from you. That is a private matter for the female benefactor. If I were to carelessly divulge it to others, it would be a breach of my vows." Chu-yi replied, aware of the many concerns that weighed on his mind, prompting Guju to refrain from further questioning. In his youth, the monk had been straightforward, but after encountering trouble, he had learned to temper his approach. Yet currently, he appeared excessively cautious. Bai Ma Si, with its significant reputation, had far more interactions with others than most spiritual practitioners, making it an excellent source of information. Unfortunately, having been bitten by a snake once, he was now wary of ropes for 10 years, unless necessary. He would not involve himself in unrelated matters. After hanging up, Guju stared at the phone screen for a prolonged moment before heading to the study to attend to some affairs. The study, seldom used, greeted him with the chill of a space long uninhabited. Upon opening the computer, he found the necessary files archived on the account terminal. More than an hour later, Guju heard movement in the living room and went to investigate, discovering Yi Shiwen running barefoot across the floor. "I was just wondering where you had gone," she said, blinking innocently. Guju nodded. "I was handling some matters." "Are you hungry? What would you like to return?" Yi Shiwen inquired. "Do you know where my home is?" Guju affirmed with a sound and entered the kitchen to skillfully prepare a light noodle soup, which Yi Shiwen inexplicably enjoyed. It was quite strange, despite being a stranger. She had displayed irritation towards Lu Xinshu, her face clearly expressing her displeasure. The double standards were evident. Yi Shiwen shrugged, and after finishing her meal, she felt warm all over. Satiation is a fundamental human desire, and her stomach echoed her satisfaction. Guju consciously tidied the table, the open kitchen allowing him to observe the contented expression on Yi Shiwen's face. "I have contacted your parents. They should arrive in about half an hour." Yi Shiwen's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated his efficiency. "I haven't responded yet. It is better for someone to look after you. I must step out shortly," Guju explained. "You cannot remain alone in your current state." Yi Shiwen glared at him. Guju spoke softly. "You have my contact information. I will come to find you later." "You know me?" "I know the original you," Guju replied. "Rest assured, I will find a way." "What kind of way?" Yi Shiwen was silent, her memory eluding her. It wasn't merely a hat that had gone missing, but far too many abnormal occurrences had transpired in such a short span. "By the way," Guju looked at her, "you can continue to be cold towards Lu Xinshu. He is not simple. Are you surveilling me?" Yi Shiwen felt the situation growing more complex. Guju clarified. "I merely wish to have a more comprehensive understanding of the situation." Yi Shiwen glared at him. "Then tell me, what exactly has happened to me?" "I do not know. I'm still investigating," Guju replied. "At that time, it should have only been you and Lu Xinshu present. I suspect he had a hand in it. Currently, the only member of the Lu family near you is him. He is quite suspicious." "What nonsense is this?" Yi Shiwen looked at Guju's face, nearly laughing in frustration. Articulating each word clearly, "I do not know you, nor do I have any connection to you. You are overstepping your bounds." Yi Shiwen appeared genuinely angry, and Guju paused. "Are you upset?" He realized for the first time his own offense, having previously been met with Luca's tolerance. "Yes, this is my own matter. I do not know the nature of my previous relationship with you, but your current attitude is infuriating." Yi Shiwen attempted to maintain a serious demeanor, asserting, "This is my own matter. You know it is mine. I alone. You have not obtained my consent to investigate my privacy. That is an invasion, even if I believe your intentions are good. However, not all good intentions should be blindly accepted." Guju stood in stunned silence. Realizing that he had grown accustomed to handling matters concerning Lu Ku in this manner, often disregarding the wishes of the involved party. Had it not been for Lu Ke's amnesia, he might have never recognized how inappropriate his actions were. Guju fell silent, pondering for a long time. Yi Shiwen watched him, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Hey, why aren't you speaking? Don't make it seem like I'm bullying you," she said, somewhat flustered. Undeniably, she instinctively trusted the man before her. Guju looked at her quietly. "I am sorry." Yi Shiwen nearly jumped up, exclaiming, "That is so random. One should apologize when wronged." Guju smiled slightly, his smile strikingly handsome. Yi Shiwen stared at him in astonishment. "You have a lovely smile," she remarked. Guju chuckled softly. "Your family is on their way." The term family felt foreign to Yi Shiwen, even somewhat repugnant. She grappled with this inner calling, urging herself to ignore it. Ignoring often resolves many seemingly insignificant yet important conflicts. As long as one treats them as non-existent, they might just cease to exist. And with the passage of time, all would be well. Yi Shiwen, in a daze, replied with a disinterested "oh," devoid of any excitement, as if it were as ordinary as breathing or drinking water. Guju observed quietly, saying nothing. Arriving to pick her up were Yi Ba and Yi Shiru. Both men entered with wary gazes fixed upon Guju, as if assessing a class enemy. Guju explained the circumstances surrounding Yi Shiwen's situation. She had forgotten her home phone number, and the random number she had dialed was Guju's. "Why not call the police?" "It was inconvenient," Guju replied nonchalantly. "I have a certain level of notoriety, and this situation does not reflect well on me. I conducted an investigation through my connections and discovered it was your family." Investigations take time. Iba scrutinized Guju's face, as if recognizing a familiar shadow. "I feel as if I have seen you before." Yishiru apologized first, then took a photo of Guju to search online. It was not difficult to find images of Buju Xiao. Though the photo was not a frontal shot and featured him wearing a mask, taken from a distance and slightly blurred, it was unmistakably Guju himself. Yishiru was somewhat speechless. "Your excuse is rather exaggerated." Guju smiled lightly. "Very well. I knew Yishiwen before. When she regains her memory, she will understand everything." The father and son regarded Guju with suspicion, yet none could guarantee that Yishiwen truly did not recognize him. Yishiwen stood in place, unconsciously gazing at Guju with a look of reliance and trust. Yishiru, who was in the throes of romance, was quite familiar with such expressions, and upon seeing it, felt a chill run through him. Could there truly be a pure friendship between young men and women? After all, Yishiru's closest female colleague had already ascended to the status of his official girlfriend. Undeniably, from a worldly perspective, Guju was an exceptionally outstanding young man in every regard. Yishiru's gaze turned stern as he quickly joined forces with Yi Ba to bring Yishiwen back home. Guju stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the group disappear and retrieve his phone to dial a familiar number. "Hello, little boss." A clear, youthful voice greeted him on the other end. After Yi Shiwen returned home, Yi Xining and Yi Ma felt a significant sense of relief. Heaven knows how frantic the remaining 4 family members were upon discovering Yi Shiwen's disappearance that morning. Yi Shiwen excused herself to rest alone in her room. Casting a glance at the bed, she still found Guju's pristine white sheets more pleasing to the eye. After locking the door, Yi Shiwen began to rummage through her room. She had yet to truly familiarize herself with her own bedroom. The wardrobe, the desk, beneath the mattress. Yi Shiwen patiently searched every nook until she finally found a thin notebook behind the wardrobe, revealing her own handwriting. It was her current handwriting, not the one from before. After her amnesia, the most notable change everyone observed was the drastic transformation of her handwriting, from elegant cursive to rigid block letters. This was somewhat unreasonable, as many skills belong to muscle memory. Yet, faced with Yi Shiwen's bewildered expression, everyone could only choose silence. Yi Shiwen flipped through the notebook repeatedly. Its contents were scant, with the first line mentioning Guju. "I cannot return and burden Guju any longer." Yi Shiwen was momentarily taken aback by the opening statement. Lu Xinshu was not a good person, and whether Lu Dongqing was good or not remained uncertain. One should not take Lu Xinshu's words at face value. Whether finding the monk from the first year would yield the desired answers was still unknown, but one could trust that Lu Xinshu would not remain indifferent. Although this individual prided himself on being a gentleman, his desire for control obscured his inherent dominance. I do not wish to take risks. Yet this presents a valuable opportunity, a chance to alter the current stalemate. He could transform me into Yi Shiwen today and someone else into Yi Shiwen tomorrow. I must steadfastly recognize that I am who I am. I am Lu Ke. I do not possess Yi Shiwen's blissful family, nor do I boast impressive personal achievements. And I am not particularly attractive, yet I remain true to myself. Whether Lu Yao is truly dead, and whether the body occupied by Lu Wenxiu is genuinely lifeless, remains to be seen until I meet him face to face. I'm still far too weak. Will the next person to discover this diary be the next Yi Shiwen? Or perhaps the surviving version of myself? Yi Shiwen's heart raced. Hello, I do not know who the current Yi Shiwen is, but if you are willing, please remain vigilant against Lu Xinshu. Yi Shiwen stared at the thin booklet, motionless for a while. So, was her amnesia the result of Lu Xinshu's interference? And was Gu Ju truly the most trustworthy person? I cannot return and burden Gu Ju any longer. Yi Shiwen fixated on this sentence, selfishly thinking that it implied Gu Ju would unconditionally assist her. She was uncertain whether she was indeed the Lu Ke Gu Ju referred to, but at the very least, Gu Ju seemed to believe so. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood why her family's anxious concern had not affected her too greatly. It was merely the mystery of her own identity that lingered. Yi Izhen requested Yi Jiru's phone. The phone that belonged to Yi Shiwen, the previous one, was currently in Yi Shiru's possession, and now it was returned to its rightful owner. Yi Shiwen feigned a smile and playfully expressed her gratitude, feeling that the current situation was quite satisfactory. In an unexpected turn of events, she had sent Lu Xinshu away. Lu Xinshu must have been secretly vexed, yet he had to leave obediently to maintain his flawless image, perhaps planning to return and embellish his perfect boyfriend persona. Chapter 89. I am sorry. What should I do next? Yi Shiwen reflected on the clues she had gathered, feeling a significant sense of agency. Everyone assumed she was the weaker party, inadvertently pushing her into the shadows and tacitly dismissing her as an adversary. In truth, was she really as harmless as they believed? Not necessarily. The contacts in her phone were limited. Aside from the Yi family, only Lu Xinshu remained. Yi Shiwen quickly saved Gu Ju's contact information to avoid forgetting it, then stared blankly at the two characters of his name. Now, it remained to be seen what surprises Gu Ju would bring next. If this truly allowed her to recover her memories, it would undoubtedly be a monumental blessing for Yi Shiwen. No one wishes to live in a haze, devoid of knowledge about their identity or desires. Yi Shiwen now placed her faith solely in herself. I hope you will not disappoint me. She gazed at Gu Ju's name, uncertain whether anticipation stirred within her. Fortunately, Gu Ju did not keep Yi Shiwen waiting too long. Within just 2 days, he contacted her to arrange a meeting. Having recently declined Lu Xinshu's invitation, Yi Shiwen readily agreed to meet Gu Ju. The meeting venue was unexpectedly a modest milk tea shop, not large in size. Located outside the university town and not affiliated with Yi Shiwen's school, situated at the city's opposite end, requiring some travel on her part. Upon entering, Yi Shiwen received a call from Gu Ju instructing her to go upstairs. She looked up and, as expected, spotted Gu Ju near the railing on the second floor. Accompanying Gu Ju was a young man, whose handsome face was adorned with tattered jeans and a distressed tank top, his disheveled hair exuding a rebellious and carefree spirit. "Hey, long time no see, sister," he exclaimed, clearly an old acquaintance. Yi Shiwen glanced at Gu Ju before slowly taking a seat. "How has the new body been treating you?" The young man asked playfully. "Not bad. This body is quite similar to your previous one," he continued, likening a person's body to clothing. "I don't remember you. I think you should introduce yourself first," Yi Shiwen replied honestly. The young man shrugged nonchalantly. "My name is Yu Yong. I'm not significant to you. We weren't familiar, so don't feel burdened. Besides, I was specifically hired by the little boss to assist you. So what is there to worry about? My capabilities are well recognized." Yi Shiwen fell silent, turning her gaze to Gu Ju. "When do we begin?" "Hiss," Yu Yong grinned at Yi Shiwen. "You are nowhere near as charming as before. At least show a little gratitude for my help, won't you?" Yi Shiwen paused, realizing that her strong demeanor was quite inappropriate, and lowered her head in embarrassment. A warm cup of milk tea was placed in front of her, and when she looked up, she met Gu Ju's gentle expression. Gu Ju's demeanor leaned towards the cool and distant. At first glance, one might perceive him as difficult to approach. However, he always seemed accommodating and unconditionally accepted all of Yishuan's requests. Yishuan's lips moved as if she wanted to ask something but swallowed her words. If only her memories could be restored, the truth would be revealed. Whether she was Yishuan or Lu Ku would finally have an answer. After finishing the milk tea, the group set off to a nearby Changhuang temple, which was nearly empty. Although close to the city, it appeared oddly out of place. Here? Yes, Yu Yong replied. Don't tell me you don't believe in ghosts. The Changhuang Lord communicates between realms. Isn't this the perfect place for soul summoning? Ye Izhen hesitated. But I came to recover my memories. Yu Yong paused, indeed. In this secluded place, I acted swiftly. Let us resolve this matter quickly, as I have classes to attend in the afternoon. After speaking, I cast a glance at Gu Ju, who promptly grasped Yi Shiwen's hands firmly, securing her in a manner akin to an embrace from behind. Yi Shiwen's heart raced, and before she could react, Yu Yong's hand pressed against her brow. Her pupils dilated as she beheld a colossal golden spirit emerging from within Yu Yong, exuding an aura of authority, reminiscent of a deity in a temple. The golden spirit? Yi Shiwen had no time for further contemplation. It felt as though a hand had invaded her mind, stirring it recklessly, causing her unbearable pain that made her cry out and curl up. Gu Ju remained steadfast, observing as Yi Shiwen struggled to resist the urge to huddle on the ground. He then shifted to embrace her tightly, and though the pressure caused her flesh and bones to ache, it paled in comparison to the agony in her mind. Gazing dazedly at Yu Yong's face, she noticed the boy's usually carefree expression had turned grave. Countless golden threads enveloped the entire Changhuang temple, and Yu Yong's pupils appeared to have turned golden, a sight both awe-inspiring and solemn. Strangely, the term majestic crossed Yi Shiwen's mind. When human suffering reaches a certain threshold, a defense mechanism triggers, leading to unconsciousness. Yi Shiwen's body softened, collapsing into Gu Ju's arms, her teeth chattering and her body trembling. Was there pain like this during her memory loss? She could not recall. In her hazy state, a memory surfaced of Lu Xinshu mercilessly tugging her hair, dragging her into a room with a cold, murderous expression. That face, those eyes. Fear gripped her heart, but it was overshadowed by anger. She felt she had anticipated this. It was also unexpected. After all, it is difficult for a sane person to comprehend the thoughts of a madman. Luca felt as though she had been ensnared in a lengthy dream, a dream in which she battled Lu Xinshu with wits and bravery, only to fail. In the face of absolute strength, all scheming proved futile. It was utterly useless. If he so desired, he could easily take her life. Luca curled helplessly in Gu Ju's embrace, unable to move, only able to emit a pained wail from her throat. Through her blurred vision, she caught sight of Gu Ju's handsome jawline, his sharp chin. Suddenly, tears trickled from the corners of Lu Ku's eyes, and she softly murmured Gu Ju's name. He looked down at her, tightening his grip on her arm in a comforting manner, softly reassuring her, "Do not be afraid." Lu Ku's eyes widened, though her pupils were unfocused, revealing a semblance of confusion. "I am sorry. How could I think such things? How could I wish to treat you in such a way?" Lu Ku's attitude spoke volumes, and Gu Ju let out a long sigh of relief upon observing her. Chapter 90. Reflection. The ritual Yu Yong was conducting was not yet complete. As he had stated, he merely sought a quiet place, devoid of people, entirely unrelated to the Changhuang temple. Gu Ju could not perceive the world through Lu Ku's eyes, yet Yu Yong's expression was grave, and Lu Ku's state was one of suffering, all telling of their extraordinary circumstances. This process did not last long, yet those present felt as if they had endured an eternity, akin to experiencing a mysterious cycle that brought the lost Lu Ku back. "What do you think?" Gu Ju inquired, observing Lu Ku, who was crouched on the ground, before lifting his gaze to Yu Yong. The youth had yet to retract the earlier intensity. A casual glance from him held an imposing presence, reminiscent of a deity overlooking the mortal realm, indifferent and unblemished. Yu Yong blinked, quickly reverting to his previous nonchalance. shaking his head and cheerfully greeting Gu Ju. Task accomplished. Don't forget to pay me, little boss. He then asked, what time is it? Don't let me skip class. I will be reprimanded. Yu Yong's face bore a grimace, as if he could already envision the reprimand awaiting him. Neither Gu Ju nor Lu Ke reacted. After a while, Gu Ju checked the time and asked Lu Ke if she could walk on her own, together. They escorted Yu Yong back. As they watched Yu Yong disappear through the school gates, Lu Ke remarked, Yu Yong seems to be even more formidable than I imagined. She recalled how, during their initial encounter, Chao Shoulin had hesitated upon meeting Yu Yong's malevolent spirit, but Yu Yong's spirit had been too fierce, preventing Chao Shoulin from escaping, resulting in lingering injuries even after a long interval at Baiqin Manor. Chao Shoulin feared the strong and did not dare confront Yu Yong. Yet he held a grudge against Gu Ju and Lu Ke. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Ke was roused by Gu Ju's voice as he drove her along, asking, how will you return? I will go back by myself, Lu Ke replied, asserting that Lu Xinshu was certainly not as innocent as he claimed. He is unaware of my regained memories, which is fortunate for me. I wish to learn more about the Lu family from Yu Yong. Lu Ke continued, I sought out the monk on the first day of the month, but he refused me. Despite everything I have experienced, my understanding of the Lu family remains too limited. Gu Ju gazed at her intently. What are your thoughts on this? What do you mean? She asked. Are you considering revenge? Or perhaps seizing the opportunity to change your identity and start anew? Lu Ke paused, scrutinizing Gu Ju. I realize that you still understand me well. Gu Ju remained silent, merely observing her with a placid expression. Sometimes I wonder why you help me so much. Don't you want anything for yourself? You are evading the issue. Gu Ju pointed out. The focus is now on you. How do you intend to confront the Lu family? In a situation where they seek to eliminate you entirely, do you wish to survive or exact vengeance? Lu Ke remained silent for a long while. The sky was still bright, and she felt no urgency. As Gu Ju parked the car by the roadside, she contemplated for some time before speaking. I am uncertain. I have always felt chaotic. The Lu family desires my body, yet my life is threatened by my parents, and it is my brother who has betrayed me. Viewed from this perspective, it seems all problems could be easily resolved. Legally, I am now Yi Shiwen, and the Yi family is my family. As long as I wish, the Lu family has no bearing on me. I can boldly speculate that Lu Xinshu's methods are unknown to the main branch of the Lu family. They may consider me a dead person. As for Lu Yao and the couple Lu Zhong, their future matters little to me. Yet, she felt a lingering resentment. Why should this be my fate? Simply because I am a girl? I even doubt the truth of Lu Xinshu's words. Perhaps I have no blood ties to the Lu family. Merely a scapegoat chosen for Lu Yao. But if viewed in this light, I seem even more pitiable. Who am I? Where's my home? You're in the Yi family. Gu Ju interjected suddenly. Lu Ke was taken aback. What do you mean? You are in the Yi family. I have confirmed this with several spiritual practitioners. It is not a secret, merely unknown to the Yi family. I do not understand what you mean, Lu Ke replied, sounding like a parrot. You and Yi Shiwen are of the same age. Lu Xinshu was able to easily transfer your spirit into Yi Shiwen's body because you are, in essence, halves of one another. You share identical bloodlines, making it as natural for you to inhabit Yi Shiwen's body as it would be for your own. We do not resemble each other at all. What about you and Madame Yi? Gu Ju replied nonchalantly. An orange grown in Huainan is an orange, while one grown in Huabei becomes a bitter orange. Your respective living environments have been drastically different from childhood. I have learned that Lu Zhong and his wife purposely restricted your upbringing, not because you are a girl or because you are not their biological child, but because they feared someone would uncover the truth. This is impossible, Lu Ke refuted. I am a person, but Yi Shiwen is not. How do you know that? Lu Ke was left speechless. You merely assume that there cannot be so many people in the world, believing Yi Shiwen to be an ordinary person. But if Yi Shiwen were so ordinary, how did she end up with Lu Xinshu? Lu Ke regarded him. How do you know so much? Gu Ju let out a soft sigh and remarked, You know too little, Lu Ke. Your thoughts are overly simplistic. And what about you? I, Gu Ju, gazed at her quietly and suddenly smiled. Lu Ke, you cannot cheat. If everything relies on what I tell you, no matter how many methods I devise, you will never attain true growth. Lu Ke felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement from the world around her. Initially, Gu Ju seemed transparent, but now she appeared inscrutable. "Do you trust me?" Gu Ju inquired as she started the engine, pausing for a moment to ask again, "Do you truly trust me?" Luca parted her lips, her voice failing her, and after a considerable pause, she replied, "Let me think. I am a bit confused." "Where to?" Gu Ju asked. "Just ahead." "I will take the bus back," Luca mumbled, her head downcast, her face scrunched in dismay. But she still remembered to remind her, "Please help me contact Yong. Or, do you have his contact information? I will assist you. Yong's situation is rather special," Gu Ju advised. "Consider it carefully." Off, Luke iskivikoritlead. Disheartened as she exited the vehicle, not mentioning the matter of repayment again. With an abundance of worries, she felt as though her anxieties had dissipated. Heaven knows how much Gu Ju had spent on investigating these matters. Luke squatted on the ground, feeling a bit of a headache. Upon returning home, as anticipated, Lu Xinshu was still at the Yi residence. Although Yi Shiwen had previously shown aversion, it was undeniable that the Yi family held a fondness for this devoted and upright young man. As an observer, Lu Ku, despite her ignorance, also perceived Lu Xinshu as a commendable individual. He remained steadfast during his girlfriend's coma and was always available for her family. Even now, when Yi Shiwen exhibited clear resistance, he still diligently clocked in. Luca couldn't discern whether Lu Xinshu genuinely liked Yi Shiwen or if he was merely moved by his own sentiments. The Yi family and Lu Xinshu were gathered in the living room, exchanging laughter and enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Upon seeing Lu Ku, they fell silent, resembling a duck caught by the throat, unsure of how to proceed. "Don't worry, Lu Ku," Yima hastily explained. "Lu Xinshu came to see you. And since you were not here, I'll let him in a wait." Lu Xinshu then interjected, "Xiaowen, I have missed you." Lu Ku stood at the door with an impassive expression, making it difficult to discern her feelings. The others held their breath, awaiting her response. After a moment, Yi Shiwen hesitantly asked, "With my behavior towards you, do you not despise me?" Lu Xinshu immediately expressed his loyalty. "How could I? If I were in your shoes, I would surely be flustered and would not casually accept a stranger claiming to be your boyfriend. I understand, but I genuinely wish to treat you well. This is from the bottom of my heart. I am willing to wait, whether it be a month, 2 months, a year, or 2 years. We have already shared so many years. How could I easily abandon it over such trivial matters? I even believe your reminders are quite beneficial, indicating that my actions have many shortcomings." Xiaowen, Lu Xinshu said earnestly, "I do not seek you to continue liking me, but I ask for a chance to be by your side now. Please do not cast me away." The other 4 members of the Yi family could not help but be moved by his sincerity. Lu Ku, however, did not expect Lu Xinshu to be so humble, leading her to feel a genuine yet unsettling illusion. Yet he knew better than anyone that the person before him was not Yi Shiwen, but Lu Ku. This realization sent a chill through her, stirring a sense of nausea. This profound affection was meant for someone else. If we are to act, let's all play our parts. Luca refrained from displaying too much emotion, fearing exposure, and merely lowered her head in contemplation. Yishiru, familiar with Lu Xinshu, appeared excited by Lu Ku's shifting stance. "Xiaowen, we have all witnessed how Lu Xinshu has been over the years. Ye ijen biterlip, furuing herburais." And hesitated, "I do not remember you. If I were so easily swayed by your words, it would be irresponsible of me." Luca's words were directed at Lu Xinshu. "We can start anew," Lu Xinshu eagerly proposed. "As long as you are willing to give me a chance, we can begin again, creating beautiful memories together." Yi Shiwen stared at him, momentarily taken aback, before softly stating, "Then please keep your distance. I'm only willing to get to know you again. I do not currently like you. I hope you understand this clearly. If you wish to leave, it makes no difference to me. You may go at any time." "I will not," Lu Xinshu declared resolutely. Lu Ku scrutinized Lu Xinshu, striving to soften her gaze, but when his eyes met hers, she quickly averted her gaze. It seemed everyone assumed Yi Shiwen was merely shy, as she chose to retreat. Lu Xinshu bore a satisfied smile and inquired with concern, "By the way, Xiaowen, where did you go just now?" All eyes were now on Lu Ku. She lifted her head, allowing her gaze to sweep across each person present. It felt as if no one recognized this as a form of psychological bullying. Though Luca had orchestrated this scene deliberately, it still sent a chill down her spine. That inexplicable anticipation vanished without a trace. Matters of twin births and blood ties seemed insignificant. Yi Shiwen had suffered painfully beneath their very noses. Yet the knife had not pierced their own flesh. Aside from the parties involved, no one truly empathized. The Yi family was aware of Yi Shiwen's torment, but had they ever doubted Lu Xinshu? Or did they believe that such a Yi Shiwen, having Lu Xinshu as her partner, was a fortunate outcome? Lu Ku recognized the darkness in her thoughts, but could not help but ponder what Yi Shiwen might have been thinking before her demise. Or rather, did Yi Shiwen truly perish? Could Lu Xinshu be the final executioner? Lu Ku remained silent, and Lu Xinshu felt a hint of awkwardness. Yi Xining attempted to smooth things over. Xiaowen, it is perfectly fine to go outside for a stroll and bask in the sun. Staying at home all day can be quite dull. Yes, it is indeed rather dull, Lu Ku nodded. Lu Xinshu suggested, tomorrow, I will take you to buy some books. I remember you enjoy reading. Lu Xinshu smiled at her, his face alight with anticipation. The focus of all gazes shifted back to Yi Shiwen, and Lu Ku felt a wave of irritation wash over her. This pattern continued. As soon as Lu Xinshu made a request, everyone awaited Yi Shiwen's approval. Lu Ku's tone turned cold. Fine, I shall return to rest now. I am feeling a bit weary today. It was evident to all that Yi Shiwen was displeased. Yet Yi Ba and Yi Ma appeared quite pleased, as if the awakened Yi Shiwen had finally come to her senses. Lu Ku's discontent was unmistakable, prompting Yi Xining to follow her. As two young women, they shared a common understanding. Xiaowen, may I come in? Lu Ku lifted her head. Y Xining wore a tentative smile. Nodding, Yi Xining entered and gently closed the door behind her, sitting by the bed and softly asking, Xiaowen, are you unhappy? Yi Xining quickly grasped the reason for Yi Shiwen's displeasure and gently embraced her. I am sorry, but everyone wishes for your well-being. Xiaowen, I understand your grievances. Yi Xining looked at Lu Ku, hesitating before advising, perhaps if you spend more time with Lu Xinshu, you will come to see he is actually a good person and might gradually develop feelings for him. Lu Ku met Yi Xining's gaze directly. Have you ever said something similar to me before? Yi Xining paused. What do you mean by that? I do not remember. I wanted to ask, Lu Ku replied. Yi Xining scrutinized her. Xiaowen, why do I feel that you are different today? Lu Ku's heart raced, struggling to suppress the urge to look away, and addressed Yi Xining with a more assertive tone. I wish to ask, why must your happiness be fulfilled at the expense of my tolerance? Is this all reasonable? Yi Xining displayed a wounded expression, lowering her voice. Xiaowen, you know that is not what I meant. I understand, yet I feel a sense of discomfort within. Loka can adopt a self-destructive demeanor, for in your eyes, I am merely a madwoman. Even if I appear normal now, who can predict when I might lose my sanity again? It is fortuitous that Lu Xinshu is willing to take over. Otherwise, you would still be at a loss for whom to entrust this mess. Yi Xining appears somewhat startled. Is this truly how you perceive your family? If they wish to abandon you, why would they have vigilantly stayed by your side throughout your entire year of unconsciousness? With reddened eyes, Yi Xining feels deeply wounded. Xiaowen, you have every right to be unhappy, but you must not voice such thoughts. How could you say that? These individuals are the ones who cherish you the most. Of course, Loka is aware that such words would unsettle Yi Xining. This sister is the most perceptive of the family's emotions and the most attentive. Loka once relied on her, yet now she approaches with caution. A person's memories may fade, yet the essence and instincts remain largely unchanged. Loka is acutely aware that she and Yi Shiwen are no longer the same person. Indeed, Loka deliberately exhibits this emotional display after regaining her memories. Yi Xining gazes at Loka's expressionless face for a prolonged moment before covering her face and exiting the room. Soon after, Loka receives a text from Lu Xinshu. How are you? What do you mean by how? Ning Jia seems very distressed. Is it not due to your actions? You need not hurt those who love you the most. They are your family. If you are unwilling to continue with me, there is no need to force it. No need to force it? Yet all of you are pressuring me to accept. Lu Xinshu remains silent for a considerable time. Loka stands by the door, eavesdropping on the commotion outside. The soundproofing of the room is excessively effective, but with her ear pressed against the wall, she can catch faint clues. Suddenly, She hears breathing. Loka's heart races. Her palm rests against her chest as she attempts to calm herself, knowing Lo Xinshu is merely a doorway. Is he observing her? Loka is uncertain whether the persona she has constructed today is stable. After a moment, she hears faint footsteps. Yashining exits the room without uttering a word. But her red-rimmed eyes speak volumes, plunging the household into silence. Lo Xinshu stares at the door to Yashiwen's room for quite some time. He understands all too well the reason for such a shift. The current soul is Loka, who instinctively harbors a lack of trust and intimacy towards her relatives due to her estranged familial bonds. So, are you going to the bookstore tomorrow? If so, I shall pick you up. It is indeed quite dull to remain at home. Loka holds her phone, deliberately waiting until the footsteps fade away before replying. All right. This indicates a softening of Yashiwen's stance. After all, a person is not made of stone. With so many urging her, how could she remain unmoved? Moreover, Yashiwen has lost all her memories. Perhaps it is precisely because of this amnesia that Xiao Wen has become particularly sensitive. She remembers nothing, and thus is bound to feel fear. Loka leans against the door, faintly overhearing a remark, followed by what seems to be Lo Xinshu showing the message to the Ye family, accompanied by muffled laughter. It appears they are relieved that Yashiwen has finally begun to comprehend. Early the next morning, Lo Xinshu arrives to pick up Yashiwen. Loka dons a light-colored dress, appearing fresh and well-coordinated, indicative of someone ready for a date. As she steps out, Loka wears a stiff expression, seemingly reluctant, prompting the Ye family to share knowing smiles. Yashining, harboring no grudges, fetches 2 pearl hairpins from the room to adorn Yashiwen. They look lovely, very beautiful. Lo Xinshu, as always, is quite popular, dressed in a light-colored casual suit that pairs well with Loka's outfit. Loka casts a brief glance before maintaining her aloof demeanor and departing with Lo Xinshu. Their first destination is not the bookstore, but rather the lakeside. The morning breeze is somewhat chilly, laden with moisture, causing Loka's exposed skin to develop goosebumps. It is quite cold. Loka deliberately slows her pace, observing Lo Xinshu's back, her lips twitching momentarily. It seems he is earnestly attempting to create a romantic atmosphere, yet it is evident that he is not particularly adept at it. The two appear out of place at the lakeside, occasionally yielding to morning joggers. Do we not agree to go to the bookstore? Loka remarks coldly. Lo Xinshu reveals a vulnerable expression, merely wish to spend more time with you. Such a look would undoubtedly be endearing on Gu Jue's face. Unfortunately, Lo Xinshu, with his average appearance, typically relies on his meticulously tailored suits to project an air of sophistication. However, when he deliberately sheds his imposing presence to appear more approachable, it comes off as somewhat awkward. His expression is overly ingratiating. Loka regards him with a cold gaze, her face betraying no emotion. Lo Xinshu pauses momentarily, then exhales deeply. If you dislike this place, we shall leave. Loka seems to have her cold demeanor frozen in place. She finds it somewhat amusing. How the tides have turned, as Lo Xinshu, once oppressed her, now seeks to appease her in such a humble manner. One wonders if he will come to regret this foolish move he has made. I truly doubt what our parents say is genuine. Loka scoffs. What? Lo Xinshu is momentarily taken aback. Is this the same person who, from high school, engaged in romantic relationships? Loka strides towards the parking lot, suggesting they head into the city. I suspect you are seeking revenge. I'm freezing to death. Only then does Lo Xinshu realize that Yashiwen is shivering uncontrollably and hastily catches up, draping his coat over her shoulders. Why did you not say anything? Lo Xinshu is rarely flustered. Can you not see with your own eyes? Loka glares at him. In Lo Xinshu's perspective, her past is a blank slate. He is indifferent to who Yashiwen is. He merely desires to blend into the Ye family and have a partner who loves and cares for him. This piques Loka's curiosity regarding what kind of place Lo family is. Lo Xinshu helplessly follows behind her. Where to next? The bookstore. Do we not say to buy books? Loka hesitates. Can I purchase manga? Lo Xinshu looks surprised. Manga? Romance novels are fine too. You cannot be serious about wanting me to read classics? Or perhaps a mystery detective story would suffice. upon realizing that the person beside her has suddenly vanished. Loka stops and turns around to see Lo Xinshu's somewhat dazed expression. Chapter 93. Entangled in Water. You. Lo Xinshu hesitates. You never used to read these. I do not know what I was like before. Loka's gaze is steady, but I know what I like now. Lo Xinshu is rendered speechless. Perhaps in a deliberate effort to foster their connection, Lo Xinshu does not take Loka directly home after purchasing the books. Instead, he leads her through the streets and alleys, and the day passes swiftly. When she awakens, it is already dusk. Dusk, a time of transition. Loka glances at Lo Xinshu, who appears to be enjoying himself, her mood unremarkably low. When do you intend to take me back? I apologize. It has been a long time since I've spent time with you, and I find myself reminiscing. Lo Xinshu displays a somewhat bashful smile. I see it as you who is enjoying yourself. Loka feels a strong urge to mock him, rolling her eyes discreetly as her gaze settles on the water's surface at the park's riverside. Lo Xinshu is truly a rather old-fashioned, rigid, and uninspired man. The only dating activities he can conceive seem to revolve around a few options: shopping, watching movies, or dining. Loka ponders how he and Yishiwen managed to maintain a relationship for so many years, even taking her to the park twice in one day, once in the morning and once at dusk. Translucent, tentacle-like tendrils extend from the water's surface, provoking thoughts of the remaining creatures lurking beneath. Lo Xinshu notices Loka's momentary distraction, following her gaze before observing her expression. I have discovered that as long as you are present, those entities seem to vanish into thin air. Lo Xinshu understood what she meant. Are you not afraid? Those entities appear to be a common sight. This statement was, of course, a fabrication. Even a most accustomed to peculiar, illogical existences would inevitably feel a pang of terror. Before encountering Guju, Luca had always kept her distance from such entities. Regrettably, she mused, after leaving the body of the black cat. The abilities that once belonged to it seemed to have faded away. The formidable black cat, Kiki, was indeed a nostalgic memory. This fleeting thought did not distract Lu Ku from her purpose of enduring the day with Lu Xinshu. She intended to seize control of the situation. Indeed, you can see those entities. Luca's expression turned cold. They fear you. Her statement was definitive, while Lu Xinshu merely inquired, Are you afraid? You do not fear? They fear me. Lu Xinshu's response indirectly addressed Lu Ku's query, her gaze resting on Lu Ku, tinged with a gentle melancholy. Memories are undeniably significant. Lu Xinshu remarked, You have changed greatly from before, so much so that I find it somewhat disconcerting. Lu Xinshu's words seemed to have a double meaning. On one hand, she lamented the memory loss of Yishiwen, who had become far more unruly than before and was no longer as easily controlled. On the other hand, she regretted that the true memories of Yishiwen could not be extracted and transferred into Lu Ku's mind. Memories exist or dissipate alongside a person's soul. Lu Xinshu was merely a capable spiritual master, not deity. Lu Ku asked, already knowing the answer, Why do they fear you, but not me? Lu Xinshu smiled slightly. Because I am a spiritual master. A spiritual master? A mentor, a sir, one endowed with special abilities. Upon death, individuals may transform into various spiritual entities for different reasons, which can disrupt the order of the mortal realm. Thus, the role of the spiritual master emerged. Yishiwen asked plainly, Can I learn? Lu Xinshu, accustomed to not answering directly, inquired with a calm demeanor. You wish to learn? Of course. Why else would I ask you? Lu Xinshu cast a quick glance at her face before suddenly pushing her away. Lu Ku turned back to see an octopus-like malevolent spirit lurking on the river's surface, seemingly the very entity she had glimpsed moments ago. Yet for some reason, it chose to make its move. After all, from Lu Ku's perspective, the malevolent spirit's resentment and malice were not particularly intense. What should we do? Lu Ku asked. Lu Xinshu gazed at the malevolent spirit, her right hand's index and middle fingers pressed together, a faint yellow starlight condensing at her fingertips, as if she wielded a sword. Kill. Lu Xinshu fell silent, her face devoid of expression, appearing cold and detached, much like a scene from a martial arts drama. Lu Xinshu leapt down, landing gracefully on the water's surface, charging towards the malevolent spirit with agility. This was Lu Ke's first encounter with a spiritual master in combat. The one she had previously met, such as the monk from the first year, Yu Yong and Chao Shoulin, primarily relied on their peculiar abilities, albeit in varying forms. Yet all adhered to the same fundamental principles. In contrast, Lu Xinshu resembled a sword cultivator from a fantasy narrative, advancing personally. The wind tousled her hair. And Lu Ku suddenly understood the source of Lu Xinshu's aloof and upright demeanor. Apart from the starlight at her fingertips, there was no discernible change in Lu Xinshu's appearance. Yet Lu Ku observed with a tightening heart. Lu Xinshu's approach seemed different from what she had imagined. Lu Ku, with a grave expression, watched as Lu Xinshu concluded the encounter and returned. The first words out of her mouth were, "Do you also have to learn martial arts alongside this?" Lu Xinshu paused, her expression subtly shifting, before shaking her head. "My talent is not high, so I compensate for my shortcomings through other means." Lu Xinshu's demeanor remained indifferent. "You just stated that you wish to learn?" Lu Xinshu's gaze scrutinized her, while Lu Ku, mustering her courage, feigned ignorance, maintaining unwavering eye contact to bolster her persuasiveness. "Yes," Lu Ku replied, "but merely being able to see these entities without the ability to act seems rather passive. Does it not? I believe it would be better to hold the initiative in my hands. Are you willing to teach me? Or where did you learn?" Lu Xinshu habitually did not provide a direct answer. It is not a particularly favorable occupation. Once you possess the ability, you are burdened with corresponding responsibilities. "I want to learn." Lu Xinshu asserted somewhat stubbornly. Lu Xinshu seemed reluctant to respond, turning to leave, but Lu Ku frowned, her gaze turning icy as she rushed forward to push Lu Xinshu, who deftly evaded her. Lu Ku fell into the river, eyes wide open, observing numerous smoky, spiritual entities converging around her, including a few malevolent spirits. Regardless of the river, there always lies claimed each year. As the spiritual entities follow the water's flow downstream, Lu Ku relaxed, allowing the malevolent spirits to tear at her body, watching as a figure hesitated before approaching her from the riverbank. Lu Ku knew her methods were clumsy, yet she needed such tactics to confront Lu Xinshu with her questions. Chapter 94. Give a clear answer. Lu Xinshu was well aware of this, which is why she hesitated. Emerging from the water, Lu Ku curled into a ball. Shivering in the cold wind, Lu Xinshu glared at her, mostly in exasperation. "I did not realize you were this reckless. Have you not considered that if I had not saved you, you might have been dragged down by the malevolent spirits and drowned? You cannot afford to." Lu Ku provocatively smiled. "If I were to die, my parents and siblings would not spare you. They treat you well because you treat me well. But if something were to happen after I left with you, you would be the first target of their wrath." Lu Xinshu's expression remained impassive, yet the emotions in her eyes were undeniably turbulent. This was Lu Ku's first bold confrontation with Lu Xinshu, and it was thanks to her recent leisure that she had easily discerned Lu Xinshu's unusual feelings towards the Yi family. Lu Ku was unaware of what Lu Xinshu sought from Yi family, but she perceived the harmony and completeness of Lu Xinshu's familial ties. He did not even care who was playing Yi Shiwen. What he desired was the Yi family, not Yi Shiwen. Lu Ku found this individual perplexing. Yet all signs pointed to this conclusion. "I want to learn to acquire your skills." Lu Ku fixed her gaze on Lu Xinshu, reiterating her demands. Such a demeanor must be quite unseemly. Lu Ku scrutinized Lu Xinshu's pupils, attempting to glimpse her own reflection within. Thanks to Yi Shiwen's appealing appearance, the slender and fair girl appeared pitiable, while the expressionless Lu Xinshu resembled a villain. "What do you think?" Lu Xinshu inquired. "These matters are not as simple as you imagine," Lu Xinshu replied. "Becoming a spiritual master involves many considerations and requires adherence to one's sect. I cannot teach you those doctrines without my family's consent. My family is quite a complex lineage. Can you imagine it? An ancient family that adheres to the law of the jungle, where all talented children are sent to the main family for training from a young age. Their registrations also transferred. I am not the same as Lu Dongqing. If I take you with me, I cannot guarantee your safety." Lu Xinshu seemed reluctant to divulge much about her circumstances, yet she was confident regarding Lu Ke's amnesia. Perhaps it was due to the previous outburst of Yi Shiwen that her tolerance for Lu Shiwen's unruliness had significantly increased. She was seriously contemplating the feasibility of this situation. Lu Ke seized a glimmer of hope. Do you not wish for me to continue associating with you? I cannot remain completely uninformed about you. Can I? Two individuals from different worlds. Do you believe this can last? The more I understand your world, the more I might come to like you. Lu Xinshu fell silent, acknowledging that Yi Shiwen's transformation was indeed related to the vast disparity in their worldviews. The youth did not remain ensnared by Lu Ke's words for long. With a half-smile, he glanced at her and stated, I am not a child. I do not need grand illusions. I understand, Lu Ke replied, which is why I am engaging in this dialogue with you. The truth is, I hold no affection for you at all. My presence here is merely a concession to my family's fondness for you. She expressed a keen interest in your unique abilities, adding that witnessing those peculiar entities was, in fact, a source of distress for her. My request to learn about these phenomena is not for amusement. Rather, if they can impact people, I wish to wield control over them. Lu Ke's words were clear and devoid of any warmth. Her gaze shifted to Lu Xinshu, where she noticed the octopus spirit, previously repelled by him, stealthily creeping up behind. The spirit's form appeared even fainter than before, nearly translucent, with only a subtle distortion in the air at its edges. Lu Ke observed this closely, scrutinizing Lu Xinshu, who seemed unfazed, exemplifying the advantage of possessing the yin-yang eye. This was the exceptional edge of the Yin people, which made the Lu family reluctant to nurture their potential. They preferred to keep the vessel well hidden, preserving it for ancestral use. Nurturing them would be unwise. Once a lamb develops the will to resist, it can no longer be easily preyed upon. Lu Kiskiviko smirket inwardly, her expression unchanged as Lu Xinshu appeared deep in thought. She watched as the octopus spirit inched closer. This spirit was peculiar, its malice weak. Lu Ke even thought it resembled a prankster. Thus, when the octopus spirit intended to strike Lu Xinshu, Lu Ke forcefully yanked the youth, allowing one of its tentacles to pierce her shoulder blade. The nature of the attack was different from the usual state. Lu Ke was flung backward as if pushed with great force. Lu Xinshu, momentarily stunned, found nothing but emptiness before him, even when he closed his eyes to ponder. He reached no conclusion. Lu Ke lay half on the ground, motionless for quite some time. The octopus spirit seemed to retaliate, swiftly retreating back to the river, its nearly transparent form vanishing completely within the water, rendering Lu Ke's yin-yang eye ineffective. Lu Xinshu stood still for a moment before approaching to help Lu Ke up. She bore visible scrapes from the fall, stark against her fair skin. Lu Xinshu merely cast a glance before silently observing her. You did that on purpose, he remarked. This will not benefit you. No, I am resolutely reinforcing my determination. If one remains ignorant, the outcome is as we witnessed today, Lu Ke replied with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by her earlier actions. In truth, the abilities of the octopus spirit exceeded Lu Xinshu's expectations. He gazed at Yi Shiwen's smiling face. You have changed significantly. If I did not know better, I would think I was conversing with a different person. The cautious and reverent Lu Ke contrasted sharply with the uninhibited and wild Yi Shiwen. Lu Kiskiviko smirket internal. Her face still smiling. I am unsure what you deem an appropriate version of me. However, I await your answer. If you are a man, provide a definitive response. Lu Xinshu suddenly closed the distance, looking down at her. His gaze had often lingered on Yi Shiwen's face lately, as if attempting to glean insight into the psyche of this newly transformed girl through observation. Yet he always arrived at no conclusion. Her demeanor exhibited just how rebellious and self-assertive Lu Ke had become, free from the shadows of her original family. Lu Xinshu felt a twinge of regret. Yet he soon realized he had no alternative paths to choose from. It was never a matter of him selecting Lu Ke, but rather that he had no choice but to select her. Had he not stumbled upon the secrets of a Yi family, he would have continued to faithfully guard the comatose body of Yi Shiwen, pretending to be deeply affectionate, fully aware that this vessel was merely a shell. Chapter 95. Meeting Lu Dongxing ultimately, Lu Xian Shu chose to concede, a development Lu Ke had anticipated. After all, it was he who bore the weaknesses, not her. The more ties one has in this world, the greater the constraints. Lu Ke happened to be the one with the fewest attachments. Though she was an interloper in the Yi family, she seemed to have no true home within the Lu family either. Lu Xian Shu remained silent for the remainder of the journey, and it was Lu Ku who broke the silence. "Speak," she said, glancing at Lu Xian Shu's sullen face in the rearview mirror. "About what? Talk about your world." Lu Kiskivi kosmeslit playful. As if deliberately flaunting her scheme's success before Lu Xian Shu. He too looked at her through the rearview mirror, glancing once then twice before responding, "There is nothing to discuss." After contemplating, fearing that Lu Ke might spiral into madness again, he added, "I will take you back to apprentice. You possess the yin-yang eye, and even if you do not share the Lu surname, the family will not refuse your apprenticeship." "Under what pretense?" Lu Ke was not ignorant. "As my fiancé." Lu Ke scoffed. Lu Xian Shu hesitated. "How do you explain the wounds on your body?" The Yi family had been particularly protective lately. Even though they were close to Lu Xian Shu, they had begun to establish some distance. Someone was walking a dog without a leash. Lu Xian Shu turned to glance at her, then rubbed his nose. That world is not as simple as you imagine. Lu Ku was well aware of this. Otherwise, she would not have taken such a convoluted route. "This is my own affair." Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Xian Shu called out to Lu Ku once more, "Yishuan." Lu Ku turned back. He called her name again, as if to confirm her identity. As she looked back, Lu Xian Shu's elite facade had cracked, appearing somewhat disheveled in the darkness. Numerous malevolent spirits lurked in the shadows, creating a striking visual impression. Lu Xian Shu repeatedly called out Yishuan, and Lu Ku stood still, allowing him to do so. She felt she had already gained enough advantage today. Indulging him did not seem too intolerable. "Are you done shouting?" Lu Xian Shu pressed his lips together, hands in his pockets, his gaze distant. "I hope you do not regret today's decision." "I will not." She simply recalled the ridiculousness of her previous experiences, believing Lu Xian Shu was genuinely trying to help her improve. Clearly, maintaining control should remain firmly in her hands for stability. "I am not as formidable as you think. In the Lu family, I am merely the most ordinary one. I even had to resort to means to remain comfortably within the family and not be cast out with you." Lu Xian Shu remarked, "Yishuan, actually, a mundane life is quite agreeable. You are a Yin person, and malevolent spirits typically do not attack you unless provoked. As long as you learn to ignore them, your life can be quite easy. I can almost predict that shortly after we ascend the mountain, you will regret it. That place is not pleasant. You will not find happiness there." Lu Xian Shu paused, adding, "Most importantly, when faced with personal gain, your conscience will be cast aside. That is a deeply painful experience. Many believe it is easy to discard morality, but it is not so. Moral sense merely recedes temporarily when the night is deep and still. You will hear the stirrings of your inner self." For a moment, Lu Ke felt as though Lu Xian Shu could see through her transformation, but upon closer inspection, his expression did not seem to reflect that. Remaining in the Yi family as Yishuan appeared to be a challenging prospect for Lu Xian Shu. Undeniably, as it stood, Lu Xian Shu had never contemplated harming Yishuan. Lu Ku quietly regarded him, then chuckled softly. "Have you finished speaking?" "Lu Xin Su not det absenti," prompting Lu Ku to continue. "I will not regret my decisions." A momentary look of confusion crossed Lu Xian Shu's face. Lu Ke recalled that this phrase had also been penned in Yishuan's diary. Without lingering too long, Lu Ku turned and returned home. Upon her arrival, she was unsurprisingly met with the warm concern of the other 4 members of the Yi family, which she had grown accustomed to. After deflecting their inquiries with previously prepared excuses, she retreated to her room to begin packing, for as Lu Xian Shu had said, once they ascended the mountain, there would be no descending for a considerable time. The decision to suspend her studies presented a rare opportunity for Lu Ke, allowing her ample free time without jeopardizing her academic pursuits or future prospects. Before departing, Lu Ke sent a message to Geju, to which the young man on the other end offered no substantial response, merely sending a few simple words wishing her a safe journey. Luca felt a tinge of disappointment, yet Lu Xinshu was already waiting outside. The reason for her prolonged absence from home was Lu Xinshu's presence. And the Yi family had placed considerable trust in him, repeatedly urging him to take good care of Yi Shiwen. Upon entering the vehicle, Luca realized that Lu Dongqing was also present. The girl had her hair tied in a ponytail, with her long, curled hair cascading down her back. Radiating youthful exuberance, she was a strikingly vibrant young woman, exuding vitality. Xiaowen, it's been a while, Lu Xinshu remarked. I was surprised to hear you were coming up the mountain. You look lively. Lu Dongqing responded animatedly. How is your health now? I was honestly worried about whether you could keep up with your studies, considering your condition. I didn't expect you to suspend your studies so soon. In a way, this is better. It's pointless to linger in poor health, Lu Dongqing sighed. Throughout the conversation, the girl appeared consistently amiable, as if conflicts had never arisen. Luca glanced at Lu Xinshu, recalling his descriptions of Lu Dongqing as somewhat formidable. Given her amnesia, Luca chose not to engage. Simply gesturing apologetically towards her head. I'm sorry. I'm unwell and can't remember much. It's all right, Lu Dongqing replied, displaying a concerned expression. But you? Why are you coming up the mountain when you're still not fully recovered? Cousin, this isn't how you should treat your girlfriend. A true model boyfriend should be considerate, don't you think? She affectionately linked her arm with Lu Ku's. If Lu Xinshu bullies you, just tell me. I can handle him. I'm quite formidable. Then, as if recalling something, she added, but what are you doing up the mountain? The family doesn't allow outsiders in. Luca felt somewhat overwhelmed by Lu Dongqing's rapid-fire questions. After a moment's pause, she pretended to struggle before responding. I can see many strange things. Xinshu said he has a way, and I've noticed those peculiar things seem to fear him. I believe this could be useful, so I insisted he help me. Lu Dongqing's gaze flickered between Lu Ku and Lu Xinshu. Such talent is rare. It appears we'll be working together in the future. But, Xiaowen, do you truly remember nothing at all? No, Lu Ku replied, perceiving a fragile girl reflected in Lu Dongqing's eyes. Herself. I wish to be of some use. I'm still too timid. You and T feel this way if you remembered everything. Just relax. Lu Xinshu is quite capable, Lu Dongqing cheerfully assured. Turning to the driver, Lu Xinshu, for confirmation. Isn't that right? Lu Xinshu smirked slightly. Such words from you sound rather sarcastic. Not at all. You always enjoy portraying me as the schemer, Lu Dongqing sighed in mock despair, leaning closer to Lu Ku. Luca felt uncomfortable with the attention, especially given Lu Xinshu's earlier portrayals of Lu Dongqing as intimidating. Even now, she had yet to witness Lu Dongqing's true capabilities. Yishuan merely stared wide-eyed at her, while Lu Dongqing found the situation dull and resumed her banter with Lu Xinshu, showing no signs of embarrassment. Lu Xinshu navigated the vehicle swiftly and steadily, and as they disembarked, an involuntary sigh of relief washed over them. You two are such closed books, Lu Dongqing remarked, rolling her eyes. Lu Ku remained silent, following Lu Xinshu and Lu Dongqing as they climbed to the mountain's summit. I usually don't come here. They don't allow cars. Coming here is purely self-inflicted hardship. Today is an exception, Lu Dongqing laughed. Xiaowen, this is all for your sake. Lu Ku remained silent as Lu Xinshu led her into the ancestral hall, while Lu Dongqing waited outside. The ancient and elegant structure posed a significant challenge to Lu Ku's sense of direction. After about 5 or 6 minutes of walking, they finally entered the hall. The ancestral tablets densely adorned the main hall, arranged from high to low, creating a striking visual impact. The tablets were positioned in the formation of the 5 elements and bagua, with elderly figures seated before each tablet, men and women clad in simple, dark robes, their hairstyles traditional, evoking a sense of stepping back in time. Esteemed ancestors, Lu Xinshu addressed as he led Lu Ku to the lowest part of the hall, bowing respectfully. The hall seemed meticulously designed, making it appear as if he was bowing to all present. It seemed he had prepared in advance, as the elder at the forefront, with a white beard, partially opened his eyes, his voice muffled. You have arrived? Yes, Lu Xinshu replied courteously. This is she. Lu Xin Su stipet asai, revealing Lu Ku, who kept her head lowered, only glancing at the elder's feet. The elder squinted, his gaze scanning Lu Ku, before extending his hand and ambiguously inquiring, "Can you see what this is?" Lu Ku immediately entered a state of alert, cautiously observing the elder's hand, where an eye was situated in the center of his palm. It was a beautiful eye, with elegantly shaped double eyelids and bright, clear pupils. However, when such an eye appeared on the pale palm of an elderly man, it was far from a pleasing sight. Luca found herself rooted to the spot. The elder scrutinized her with the eye, producing a rising sound from his throat. "What is it?" Luca glanced back at Lu Xianshu, receiving a nod of encouragement before softly responding, "It's an eye." The elder's tone remained indifferent. "And what else?" "What else?" Luca hesitated, intently studying the eye. At first glance, it seemed merely beautiful, but upon closer inspection, she perceived a vast ocean within it, with dark spirits surging amid the currents, their resentment palpable. Luca had never encountered such a hellish sight, her complexion paling instantly. "Are you frightened?" The elder chuckled, seemingly pleased. He then turned to Lu Xianshu. "Your judgment is commendable. This girl possesses remarkable potential." Lu Xianshu bowed respectfully. "Thank you, elder." Each movement appeared as if they were long-time acquaintances. This was a family steeped in tradition and strict customs. Luca bit her lip, remaining still. While she was aware of the Lu family, Yixuan was not. And Luca reminded herself that maintaining her facade was essential. Gaining tacit approval, Lu Xianshu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Taking Lu Ku's hand and leading her to the center of the hall. Though referred to as the main hall, it resembled more of an altar. Luca had to suppress the impulse to free her hand, obediently standing in the very center. An inadvertent glance upward sent a chill down her spine. High above the hall's dome, a colossal, twisted black spirit loomed ominously in the center, unlike anything Luca had ever witnessed. Noticing her gaze, it brazenly grinned, revealing rows of teeth resembling bricks, drool trickling down its chin, only to vanish into the air. Each elder on the Bagua raised their eyes, intently observing Lu Ku, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Follow me," Lu Xianshu remarked, glancing at Lu Ku, his eyes momentarily drifting to their tightly clasped hands, as if lost in thought. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lu Xianshu quickly regained focus, guiding Lu Ku through every corner of the ancestral hall. This experience was starkly different from the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations she had imagined. Yet Lu Xianshu approached each step with solemnity, his expression grave, as if partaking in a profoundly serious ritual. Luca found her gaze drawn to the ceiling, as no one could easily overlook such a terrifying presence. She sensed the immense power radiating from the spirit. Suddenly recalling the Lu family's background, Luca felt a sense of absurdity wash over her. Lo Xinshu squeezed her hand firmly and turned his head slightly, noticing her leaning close, her voice barely audible. Had they not been nearly pressed together, Luca would have struggled to hear her. "Do not look around aimlessly." All expressions on Lo Xinshu's face seemed to vanish the moment he entered the ancestral hall. Luca, feeling an unfamiliar gravity from this solemnity, pursed her lips and cautiously retracted her curious gaze. "Is this it?" she inquired as they neared the exit of the hall. "Yes, we must not disturb our ancestors," Lo Xinshu replied, becoming unusually taciturn, his black suit stark against the surroundings. Upon exiting the hall, both sighed involuntarily. Lo Dongxing waited outside, idly kicking at the small stones beneath her feet. She glanced up at Loka's head and expressed her dissatisfaction. "You are so slow." Loka tilted her head back, nearly falling into Lo Xinshu's embrace. The massive black malevolent spirit followed them out, hovering above Loka's head. "Do not be afraid." Lo Xinshu held her hand tightly. "Having high talent is advantageous. This one is nearly akin to the one I had back then." Lo Dongxing pouted, wearing a look of disdain. "This is a mark of becoming part of the Lo family, a gift. This spirit will belong to you. It was retrieved from the Sea of Calamity by the Grand Elder." She added, "Otherwise, with your current abilities, taming a malevolent spirit for your own use would be quite challenging." Chapter 97. An odd atmosphere sea of calamity? Is that the vastness in the Grand Elder's palm? Loka pondered, committing the information to memory, remaining largely silent as she leaned against Lo Xinshu, exuding an air of trust and reliance. Lo Dongqing seemed unwelcoming of her presence. Adopting a lively demeanor as a facade, Loka was not adept in social interactions. Had it not been for Lo Dongqing's unusually strange state, she might have found it difficult to discern the displeasure hidden beneath her mask. In that case, Loka feigned ignorance. I will cherish it well. As they stood in a standoff, Loka's gaze swept over a familiar figure. From outside the courtyard, a young man was surrounded by a group of middle-aged individuals as he made his entrance. The youth was handsome and tall. Had this face not been so familiar to Loka, she might have remained more composed. Lo Yao, Loka's expression turned complex. Indeed, he had changed. In just one glance, she understood that, at least regarding Lo Yao, Lo Xinshu had not lied. Lo Yao was a young man of good temperament. Yet the person before her bore a cold expression, with those behind him following timidly. Lo Xinshu and Lo Dongqing reacted more swiftly than Loka, stepping aside respectfully, lowering their heads as the crowd passed, only raising them afterward. Who is that? Loka inquired, watching the retreating figure. A flicker of tension crossed Lo Xinshu's face. He is the newly invited ancestor. Ancestor? Loka remarked. That young man appears quite youthful. Lo Dongqing scoffed. You aren't developing a crush on the ancestor just because he is good-looking, are you? Ha. Lo Xinshu, I always said you should pay attention to your image. Look, now you are being scorned. Even though Lo Ka had said nothing, an unwarranted accusation was thrust upon her. Fortunately, Lo Xinshu was not swayed by such nonsense, and Loka's relationship with him was not one that would provoke jealousy. Lo Xinshu merely cast a glance at Lo Dongqing. We are still in the ancestral hall. Are you sure the elders and the ancestor cannot hear your words? Lo Dongqing's face paled, her fear of the elders mingling with her irritation at Lo Xinshu's resistance. Coldly, she said, You always hurt me like this. Do you think I won't be hurt? Do you believe I am truly angry and that you will be fine? Indifferent. Lo Xinshu responded, unperturbed, then turned to Lo Ka. Let me show you where you will stay. The transport on the mountain is inconvenient. Since you are to study with the Lo family, you should cherish this opportunity. He glanced at the massive, malevolent spirit hovering above her head. Though this entity is not particularly pleasant, as Lo Dongqing mentioned, it is the best spirit you can currently encounter. Cherish it. As a transitional presence, it is quite commendable, and it indicates the elders have great faith in your talent. I have not seen any malevolent spirits with you, Loka remarked. I am different from them. Lo Xinshu replied with a detached expression, as if discussing someone else's affairs. My innate ability is lacking. I mostly rely on my physical prowess to excel. The phrase physical prowess seemed light, yet Loka recalled his impressive demeanor on the river and did not find it particularly easy. He resembled an extraordinary master from a martial arts novel, moving with grace as if walking on air. Then you have one, Lo Dongqing interjected. I dislike when you belittle yourself, yet you insist on doing so. Your girlfriend is here. You should focus on cultivating your image. You never know when Xiaowen might leave. Leave? Where would she go? Loka chuckled internally, recalling how she had strayed before only to return. I am merely stating the facts. Lo Xinshu maintained his focus on Loka. This is not the place for such discussions. Let me first show you to your residence, and then I will help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings. How will we train? Loka inquired. Mostly, you will accumulate experience by following the clan's masters. Lo Xinshu paused, recalling Loka's amnesia, then patiently added, We will proceed step by step, teaching according to one's aptitude. Will everyone receive this? Loka pointed to the drooling giant spirit above her. Lo Xinshu could not see malevolent spirits clearly, but based on Lo Dongqing and Loka's reactions, he could roughly discern that this spirit was likely not very pleasant to behold. Unable to contain a smile, he reached out to pat Loka's head before grasping her wrist and leading her southward. You will stay with me. It offers some protection. Loka frowned at his hand, feeling it was somewhat overstepping, and caught a glimpse of Lo Dongqing watching them with a predatory gaze, forcing herself to endure. The Lo family's ancestral home occupied nearly all the land across several nearby hills. Following Lo Xinshu for some time, Loka began to recognize her surroundings. They were quite close to where Lo Zhong and his wife lived. This indicated that Lo Xinshu and Lo Zhong and his wife were not far removed in kinship. Loka noticed a small courtyard housing a calico cat. The couple had never favored returning to the ancestral home, yet many others did. People sat in twos and threes along the alley, taking refuge from the heat. Loka, wary of Lo Xinshu's suspicion, stole only a quick glance. Lo Dongqing followed, her signature smile plastered on her face. The alley, formed by the flow of people, exuded an atmosphere akin to a marketplace. Loka entered the house without a sideways glance, as Lo Xinshu guided her to view the guest room. Upon opening the door, she found the decor strikingly similar to Yeshiwen's bedroom. Pausing briefly, Loka said nothing, simply expressing her gratitude. Lo Dongqing, however, intrusively leaned in to observe, exclaiming in wonder, "Not bad. I didn't expect iron-faced deity to have such a meticulous side." Loka felt an inexplicable tension between Lo Dongqing and Lo Xinshu. Sensing their relationship was not ordinary, though it was evident that Lo Xinshu was deliberately maintaining distance. She began to ponder the veracity of Lo Xinshu's earlier words, questioning how much was true and how much was fabricated. Lo Xinshu and Lo Ka remained silent, while Lo Dongqing waited a moment before asserting herself. "I am exhausted. Xiaowen, could you fetch my shawl from the car? I feel a bit chilly." As she spoke, she kept her gaze fixed on Lo Xinshu, clearly harboring something to say. Lo Ka, perceptive enough to recognize the cue, quietly exited without lingering. Lo Dongqing's shawl had indeed not been seen on her that day, and Lo Ka wondered when she had discarded it in the car. Upon returning to Lo Xinshu's courtyard, Lo Ka glanced at the guest room window, driven by an inexplicable intuition to tread lightly, approaching the door quietly. The door was not fully closed, and through the gap, she heard Lo Dongqing's voice, short and filled with grievance. "Lo Xinshu, I find myself in a state of discontent." Chapter 98, What I Owe You. Lo Ka was uncertain whether the two individuals inside had noticed her arrival, for the methods of spirit manipulators are numerous and beyond her comprehension. Nonetheless, the conversation within continued unabated. Lo Dongqing remarked, "Why are you silent? Do you truly wish to avoid speaking with me? Are you aware of the extent of my anger upon learning that you intend to bring Yeshiwen to the main family? Why couldn't she simply succumb? It was perilous before, after all." She fell silent once more, as was her habit. "You are so fond of her. Why can you not extend a modicum of that affection towards me?" Lo Ka listened expressionlessly for a while before turning to leave. Unintentionally, she glanced up at the malevolent spirit swirling dark clouds above her, feeling a sense of discomfort. Exiting the door, she walked around the house, feigning idleness while familiarizing herself with the layout. Reflecting on her route, she followed the perimeter wall and caught sight of Lo Zhong's grand entrance in the distance, momentarily pausing. Logically, this area should not be entirely foreign to her, but emerging from Lo Xinshu's doorstep, everything appeared different from a fresh perspective. Lost in thought, she wandered into an unfamiliar courtyard and observed a tree in the corner for a while, only to suddenly notice a small patch of dried blood beneath her feet. It had darkened with time, and no one would likely clean such a trivial trace. Yet Lo Ka experienced an epiphany. This was the resting place of that white cat. Standing beneath the tree, she fell into a trance. Meow. Looking up, she saw a black cat perched on the wall, its golden eyes fixed upon her, flicking its tail. The features of the black cat were unremarkable, yet it seemed familiar. Recently, she had encountered numerous black cats. The feline meowed twice more before leaping down to her feet, playfully scratching her shoe. "Do you wish for me to follow you?" Naturally, cats do not converse. Yet Lo Ka scrutinized it for a moment before rising and proceeding towards her intended destination. She yearned to revisit that peculiar ancestral hall. The architecture of the hall was distinctive and towering. Lo Ka needed only to gaze at the protruding roof to discern her direction. Her phone vibrated, revealing a call from Lo Xinshu, undoubtedly inquiring about her whereabouts. With a flick of her finger, she ended the call, standing afar and staring at the structure, so lost in thought that she failed to notice the encroaching darkness around her. When she finally became aware, the world around her had dimmed to near obscurity, making it difficult to see her own feet. What is happening? Loka blinked in confusion and instinctively looked up, only to find the colossal, malevolent spirit grinning wickedly. Such a being was beyond her capacity to suppress. Without Lo Xinshu, the spirit ran rampant. Frozen in place, she heard another cat's cry, the sound drawing nearer, and the oppressive black mist enveloping her began to ease considerably. I have never encountered anyone as reckless as you. The black cat spoke in impeccable Mandarin, its enunciation crisp and clear. Loka glanced down and noticed a small scar on the cat's forehead, one she found oddly familiar. An absurd hypothesis surged within her heart. Are you Hei Mao Kiki? Let us go, the black cat replied, glancing back at her as it trotted ahead. The cat's articulate speech seemed somewhat incongruous in everyday life, yet it was evident that it was making a genuine effort to communicate. Loka followed, albeit somewhat numbly, into a room she had never visited before. The black cat looked around, its gaze tinged with nostalgia. This was my former residence. I have long sought an opportunity to converse with you, yet it has proven difficult, for that young man keeps a close watch on you. Loka remained silent, fixated on the cat's scar. Allow me to introduce myself, the black cat said, flicking its tail, revealing a hint of anxiety. You may have heard of me. Here, I shall reintroduce myself. My name is Lo Wenxiu. Additionally, I owe you an apology, for I previously occupied your body. Lo Wenxiu? Loka was taken aback. Are you implying that after seizing my form, you displaced me from the body of a cat? If I am not mistaken, this cat must belong to Guj US Kiki. Loka pressed her lips together. Do you have no explanations for this? Furthermore, why should I believe you? You have returned home, to Lo Zhong, Lo Wenxiu replied gently. I sensed your presence, but initially thought you were merely an ordinary cat, perhaps one abandoned by Lo Zhong. I never anticipated I would come back to life or occupy the body of an innocent girl. Loka smirked. Do you truly believe I would accept that? You possess no reason to doubt me, just as I have no motive to deceive you, Lo Wenxiu continued calmly. I had observed your life gradually returning to normal, wishing not to intrude, yet I did not foresee your plunge into this world once more. What world? A brutal and unyielding realm. In this world, strength reigns supreme. If one is powerful enough, they may disregard most rules. I wonder if you comprehend what I mean. Child, I must convey that your arrival was ill-considered. It was astonishing that Lo Ka could detect a gaze of compassion emanating from the eyes of a black cat. Perhaps it was instinct or intuition, but she could not help but softly inquire, what choice would be favorable for you? What options do I possess? Reflecting on her own experiences, Loka felt a surge of anger. I have never had a choice, have I? Who has granted me the right to choose? You could have distanced yourself from all of this, but I harbor a sense of resentment. All those who have harmed me remain unscathed. Why must I be the one to flee? Lo Wenxiu, ever patient, replied, Is that truly wise? You cannot truly know what is good or bad. You have witnessed the state of affairs in Lo Zhong's household. To drink poison to quench thirst is to reap the consequences of one's actions, Loka retorted coldly. Child, your heart should not be consumed by hatred. If you cling to such sentiments, you will inevitably be devoured in this place. Do you believe you are so virtuous? Loka scoffed. You have seized my body twice. I cannot help but wonder what drew you to me, what made you choose me. Loka had never appreciated the notion of inhabiting another's body. Yet given the current circumstances, she considered the possibility that Lo Xinshu's words might indeed hold truth. Explaining Lo Wenxiu's presence here. Contemplating this, she inquired, Are you colluding with Lo Xinshu? Not at all, Lo Wenxiu sighed softly. I wish for you to remain calm and listen to what I have to say. I can teach you the skills you desire, but I implore you to distance yourself from this place. Everything here is far more complex than you can fathom. My sincere wish is for your safety. For this is what I owe you. Chapter 99, Beneath the Nest. Your words are both false and hollow. Perhaps because she was certain that the other would not harm her, Loka found herself drifting into thought, scrutinizing the form of the black cat. From an observer's perspective, this cat did not possess the beauty or grace of many purebred felines. With a pointed jaw and a slender physique, it appeared agile and cunning. Yet, it was undeniable that this was a striking black cat, its physique balanced, with pupils narrowed to mere slits. and golden irises that seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. You seem distracted, the black cat reminded her, showing no sign of irritation. Well, it appears you do not regard these matters as seriously as I imagined. What method do you intend to employ in teaching me these extraordinary abilities? Loka suddenly asked. It must be difficult, yes? Yet your lineage boasts a glorious history. Times have changed. In my era, no one would have sought to exploit such loopholes. Lo Wenshio remarked disapprovingly. The deceased have found peace, yet for the selfish desires of the living, they are awakened. What has become of this era? Do not so many noble families intervene? Lo Wenshio expressed dissatisfaction, offering no room for debate. Desire is inherently insatiable, Loka stated plainly. Who resides within the body of Lo Yao? Is Lo Fei Bai. Have you ever heard this name? This name is quite ancient, belonging to a revered ancestor of a higher generation than Lo Wenshio. His reputation is indeed formidable, yet not of a commendable nature. He was powerful, ruthless, and cold-hearted. During his reign, the family's influence flourished, yet the population dwindled to its lowest in nearly a century, akin to an exceptionally capable tyrant. One cannot deny his contributions, yet his destructive force cannot be overlooked. The choice made by the Lo family in selecting this individual appears unsurprising when considering the motivation behind such an act. It remains unclear how the elders managed to appease him. What has transpired within you? Loka inquired. If you're present, then where has my body gone? This is also a matter for which I owe you an apology. Lo Wenshio is undoubtedly a paragon of virtue. We have encountered each other previously. I am uncertain if you recall. Loka gazed at her. The scene in the wooden cabin was what I wished for you to witness. Lo Wenshio expressed with a tinge of regret. Your body has perished. This is the reason they seek a new vessel. You have already encountered this new vessel, Lo Yao. Loka supplemented her response. Lo Wenshio had interacted face-to-face with Lo Yao during her time with the Lo family, and the exchange between these two individuals required little elaboration. Loka maintained a stoic expression, yet Lo Wenshio displayed a look of heartfelt concern, evidently wishing to convey something. What is it you wish to express? This cannot continue, truly cannot. The current generation's thoughts elude my understanding. How can they think this way? Lo Wenshio lamented, her feline ears drooping. Loka observed her with an impassive demeanor. Human desires are insatiable. Akin to the ancient emperors, when everything comes easily, they begin to pursue immortality. The same holds true for the Lo family. With the foundation laid by our ancestors, most members of the Lo family can achieve nearly anything they desire. Though they may not reach the pinnacle, they fare better than the majority. Yet humans are ever greedy. You should comprehend this better than I. If the methods to summon and control the spirits of the deceased truly work, what might these individuals do? Indeed, Loka articulated, referring to the act of control. Just as one would manipulate mindless malevolent spirits, these individuals yearn to summon the souls of their illustrious ancestors. Due to the multitude of uncertainties, this endeavor is approached with caution. Lo Wenshio herself stands as a stark example, a sacrificial victim in this celestial game. The decision to initially experiment with a temperate and benevolent ancestor was made to avoid backlash, lest the ancestors respond unfavorably. Thus, what I witnessed in the wooden cabin was not mere illusion. I employed certain subtle tactics. In truth, I have been wrestling with whether to involve you in this matter. Presently, the timing seems propitious. I understand, Loka replied, yet I also recognize that my current identity is not truly mine. Having met Lo Zhong and seen the Lo family, Lo Wenshio, as a lofty observer, witnessed the tribulations Loka has endured in recent times. The respect she initially received starkly contrasts with her current plight. After all, she is an ancestor who dedicated her life to scholarly pursuits. Loka sighed while gazing at the black cat. Even if one is passive, what of it? Lo Wenshio still managed to escape unnoticed. Your ancestors will always be your ancestors, my child, the black cat sighed. You must learn to embrace a broader perspective. Loka could discern that this ancestor genuinely embodied the kindness rumored about her, sincerely concerned for others. Is Lo Fei Bai unscathed? Loka inquired, recalling from her childhood glimpses into the family tree that this figure had slain many. As the second ancestor summoned back, This choice is fraught with peril. I intend to control those within the ancestral hall, Lo and Shio stated. They are no match for me and must seek someone more formidable. The spiritual practitioner of the Lo Fei by ancestor wielded his powers with unparalleled mastery. I was rendered to pieces by his blade. Lo and Shio sighed, adding, yet, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. I perceive that these current children rely on deception to keep Lo Fei by somewhat subdued. The term deception is aptly chosen. Loka harbored no illusions about Lo when Shio's intentions and simply asked, "What do you wish for me to do?" Collaboration. Lo and Shio replied, "I shall teach you my skills to safeguard your growth. However, in return, you must assume responsibility for suppressing the various ancestral halls." Lo and Shio could not help but glance at the massive black spirit looming above Loka, a member of the Lo family, driven by insatiable desire. Filled with greed, even after death, Loka is incapable of containing such an entity. The elders of the ancestral halls harbor similar thoughts. Even a tiger does not consume its young, yet the Lo family repeatedly directs the sharpest blades toward their kin. Do you wish to restore order? It must be done. It is my obligation. Loka cautioned her. You are no longer the head of the Lo clan. Over a century has elapsed since your era, and many things have changed. However, the pursuit of justice remains. A practitioner of the arts who resorts to extraordinary abilities for personal gain merely cheats. Lo and Shio shook her head, asserting with conviction, if this continues, the Lo family is destined for annihilation. Beneath a collapsed nest, there are no intact eggs. This is both a public and private concern. Loka's expression was complex. Do you think the members of the Lo family are unaware? However, too many things become insignificant in the face of temptation. Loka paused before continuing. Moreover, you should understand our relationship. I harbor no emotional ties to this place, which has unilaterally bestowed upon me countless hardships. Are you not afraid of nurturing a tiger? Loka maintained her impassive gaze. Because of these individuals' selfish desires, I have lost my future and a peaceful family, living in constant peril. No one may loathe the Lo family more than I. Given the chance, I would eagerly set this place ablaze. Loka concluded, silently observing Lo and Shio, who after a considerable pause inquired, Are you not angry? Why should I be angry? What you say is undeniably correct. This place has indeed wronged you. That is beyond debate. Lo and Shio responded, I do not necessarily need to preserve every member of the Lo family to safeguard it. As you stated, there are too many children with unrealistic desires. Even if I can find them, managing them would be arduous. I merely need to preserve a spark. A single spark can ignite a prairie. As long as I leave seeds of hope, one day they will take root and flourish, and the Lo family will endure. Loka had not anticipated that Lo and Shio would be far more ruthless than herself. The Lo family has many branches, and the sheer number of individuals may be beyond even the clan leader's comprehension. In such a vast family, there are both sinners and innocents. Most individuals are, after all, merely ordinary people. Though Loka despises the decay of the Lo family, she had never contemplated the complete annihilation of the entire clan. This is partly due to her own lack of formidable power and, partly, because there exists a principle of retribution. Most are innocent, and many remain oblivious to the true nature of the Lo family. All are instinctively drawn to return and pay homage to their roots, recognizing where their home lies. The family of Lo Zhong was once similar, had it not been for unforeseen circumstances. Observing Loka's silence, Lo and Shio tilted her head, exuding a sort of cruel innocence. What troubles you? Nothing. Loka lowered her gaze, suddenly contemplating how Lo and Shio, a woman, could preserve the entire Lo family amid tumultuous times. Perhaps it was not mere chance. She seemed to have underestimated this ancestor, misled by her virtuous reputation. It remains uncertain if the elders of the main family are aware of this aspect of their ancestor. Loka felt a mix of apprehension and inevitability. How could a rabbit emerge from a wolf's den? Yet, this wolf is an exceedingly rare snow wolf, its beautiful fur and striking eyes deceiving many adversaries. Since you put it that way, it appears I have little to be conflicted about. This matter is ultimately beneficial to me, and besides, The family genealogy states that our ancestor Lo Wenxiu possessed extraordinary abilities. Hence, I am merely taking advantage of the situation. There is no shame in this. After all, you are also a member of the Lo family. The peculiar sense of division surrounding Lo Wenxiu has become even more pronounced, so I shall follow you. Do remember to feed me. Loka glanced at the black cat with a complex expression before bending down to pick it up. I understand now. So what shall we do next? Please instruct me. With that, Loka cradled the black cat and headed towards Lo Xinshu. Will Lo Xinshu recognize you? No, he won't. The black cat replied with an air of confidence. If I do not wish for him to remember, then he simply won't. Loka felt a shiver down her spine, involuntarily pondering the extent of Lo Wenxiu's powers. As they were nearing home, she heard a commotion nearby. How can you do this? That is a person. My son is not dead yet. Lo Zhong shouted frantically. Is there no one here who can speak on my behalf? Have you not considered that today it is me, but tomorrow it could be you? We are like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. A middle-aged man nearby appeared apprehensive. You should speak less. What benefit do you think the family will gain from hearing you? You are afraid, but I am not. Our family is on the brink of collapse, with our son gone and our daughter lost. How can you treat me this way without feeling guilty? That is your misfortune, interjected a middle-aged woman, somewhat irritated. You can only blame your own bad luck. No one else has such misfortune of losing both a son and a daughter. Did you not feel any sorrow when you shamelessly sent your daughter away? Now that your son is suffering, you suddenly realize your fear and sadness. Bah! I despise those who favor sons over daughters. Lo Zhong, let me tell you, our stability and the protection of the family are reliant on our connections. We have received so many benefits. Surely we must pay some price in return. What do you know? You understand nothing, until the knife is at your throat. You can afford to speak lightly. Lo Mu, appearing from an unknown corner, had evidently overheard for quite some time and, in a fit of desperation, attempted to push someone aside, only to be shoved to the ground in retaliation. You all stand by and watch, for this matter does not concern you, Lo Mu wept. Just watch. I will see how long this Lo family can endure. Loka had always remembered Lo Zhong as steady and Lo Mu as composed. In her 20 years of memories, she had never seen this couple lose their composure in such a manner. Lo Mu's tearful countenance resembled that of a helpless lost child. The surrounding people gazed coldly, and Loka remained rooted to the spot. Do you not want to go and see? Lo Wenxiu inquired, recognizing the two. Loka glanced around. There were indeed many spectators, but it seemed none had heard Lo Wenxiu speak. The brazen demeanor of Lo Wenxiu sharply contrasted with Loka's behavior as a cat. Perhaps this is the distinction between a powerful figure and an inconspicuous minnow. I shall not go. There is nothing to see. The commotion escalated, and soon Lo Xinshu and Lo Dongqing emerged from the courtyard, peering towards the source of the noise. Lo Xinshu immediately caught sight of Lo Ke, and upon realizing the cause of the uproar was Lo Zhong, his gaze towards Lo Ke held a hint of curiosity. This child is also from a branch family. It is commendable that he can squeeze into the main family. Lo Wenxiu remarked suddenly. Lo Xinshu, being from a branch family, was something Lo Ke had not anticipated. Her gaze swept over Lo Xinshu, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Lo Dongqing, both appearing as spectators, seemingly oblivious to their blood ties. Lo Ke pressed her lips together, continuing to observe Lo Zhong and the others. Her expression was devoid of emotion, merely assessing their faces. It was difficult to discern that the two disheveled individuals before her were her parents. Such events had likely occurred before, as the onlookers seemed unfazed, with only a few brazen individuals vehemently cursing at Lo Zhong and his wife, hurling insults at heaven and earth alike. Chapter 101. Unmanageable, I cannot believe that there is no justice left in this world. Lo Mu lamented, seated on the ground, wailing incessantly. My son, I have watched him grow from a tiny infant to an adult. You have taken both of our children. What are we to do now? What meaning does our life hold? Among the crowd, there may have been sympathetic souls, yet few expressed their compassion openly. A middle-aged woman pointed at Lo Mu, saying, What good does your wailing do? If you are so capable, go cry at the ancestral hall, or cause a ruckus before the clan leader. What does this daily spectacle accomplish? It only disturbs the peace. You speak so easily, You are simply cowardly, the middle-aged woman retorted incisively. You dare not offend the clan leader. Yet what is the point of making a scene here? Do you expect these people to come to your aid? As you said, the trouble is yours, not ours. Lo Xinshu showed no interest in this farce. Seeing Lo Ke's lack of emotional response seemed to relieve him, whereas Lo Dongqing's face displayed a hint of discontent. The arrival of an ancestor is a momentous occasion. To cry and moan without any understanding is lamentable. Lo Dongqing frowned as she approached Lo Xinshu, unable to resist glancing toward the crowd. Lo Ke nearly blurted out, "Would you accept this fortune if it were bestowed upon you?" She held her tongue, her face contorted in a struggle for restraint. As Lo Xinshu drew nearer, he noticed that Lo Ke was cradling a black cat. The cat lifted its head as he approached, its golden eyes meeting his gaze, causing Lo Xinshu's heart to skip a beat. Where did this cat come from? It bore a striking resemblance to the black cat Lo Ke had previously sheltered. However, they were of the same breed, pitch black, indistinguishable from one another. It appears to be a stray cat. I find it quite adorable and affectionate, Lo Ke stated. I wish to keep it. The black cat wagged its tail in agreement, gently nudging Lo Ke's hand with its head, indicating its fondness. Lo Ke was taken aback by the ancestor's endearing gesture, while the black cat sweetly meowed, seemingly unfazed by Lo Ke's astonished expression. It is indeed affectionate. Lo Xinshu cast a glance at the black cat before turning away, frowning. Several young individuals clad in hempen robes pushed their way into the center of the crowd, causing those around them to part in apprehension. Who are these people? The guards, Lo Dongqing replied with a smile, as if she had already foreseen the outcome. They were direct descendants of the clan's elders and future candidates for elder positions. Upon witnessing the guards' arrival, Lo Mu quickly fell silent. A few individuals seemed to engage in hushed discussions, and the leading young man raised his hand, casually gesturing. In an instant, Lo Mu was hurled away as if by some great beast, while the others scattered like frightened birds. From Lo Ke's perspective, it indeed appeared as if a monstrous entity had cast Lo Mu aside, glaring menacingly at Lo Zhong. This is not a place for noise, the leading young man stated, his voice neither loud nor soft, as he descended to witness the unfolding drama. Have you forgotten the clan's rules? Despite his youthful visage, the others around him trembled, as if they were beholding a harbinger of death. Perhaps due to the consideration that Lo Fei Bai was utilizing Lo Yao's body. The young man's demeanor towards Lo Zhong was relatively mild, seemingly unaffected by his treatment of the disruptive Lo Mu. The ancestor has blessed you, and you should treat the two with kindness. Do not make it difficult for us. The young man echoed words nearly identical to those of Lo Dongqing, reminding them that Lo Yao's fortune in becoming a vessel for the ancestor was a blessing for the entire clan. You must possess awareness and not be so petty. Lo Zhong's muscles twitched as reason and emotion waged a fierce battle within him. But that does not mean we should allow our family to be bullied like this. The young man frowned. What is the situation with your daughter? The Lo family is well aware. Lo Yao was always a candidate for a vessel. You should have known this over 20 years ago. Do not continue to make a fuss. You know the temperaments of the elders. If it were not for Lo Yao still having some consciousness and the blessing of Fei Bai, do you think the family would tolerate your disruptions so many times? Lo Mu struggled to crawl to Lo Zhong's side, biting her lip and sobbing quietly. Lo Ke felt an urge to inquire whether her circumstances were common knowledge among the Lo family. But after a moment's hesitation, she swallowed her words. Lo Dongqing appeared to be acquainted with the young man, greeting him with exuberance, while the young man, seemingly indifferent to Lo Zhong, approached with the group. You have returned. He addressed Lo Dongqing, seemingly ignoring Lo Xinshu. The elder continued to lament, mentioning how long it had been since they last met, asserting that few younger generations were as endearing as himself. Lo Dongqing chuckled, feeling that such ungrateful individuals ought to be dealt with, akin to parasites clinging to the Lo family, draining its vitality without offering anything in return. Her words suggested a desire to rid themselves of burdensome trash. Lo Ke glanced sideways, sensing a palpable tension beneath the casual banter. You heard what was said, so do not feign ignorance. If possible, do not allow them to behave as they please. The young man, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "It is easy for you to speak from a position of comfort." He then turned to Lo Xinshu, remarking, "She listens to you most. Perhaps you could persuade her to reconsider her reckless ways." Lo Xinshu remained aloof, offering no response, while the young man, undeterred, turned his attention back to Lo Ke. "And who may you be?" he inquired, admiring Lo Ke's striking features and the ominous aura she emanated. "She has visited the ancestral hall?" he mused. "Yeshiwen, my fiancée," Lo Xinshu clarified. "She appears to possess remarkable talent." The young man smiled, showing greater courtesy to Lo Ke than to Lo Xinshu. "I am Lo Huaying, the captain of the guard at the old residence." "Greetings," Lo Ke replied hesitantly. "You seem rather youthful." "I am of the same age as Lo Dongqing, but I have forsaken life outside," Lo Huaying continued. "With your aptitude, I foresee you surpassing Lo Xinshu in the future." This jest, lacking in warmth, elicited no response from Lo Ke. Lo Dongqing then inquired, "Do you believe Lo Yao's consciousness still lingers?" "Indeed, and even if he were unwilling, it would be challenging for Lo Feibai, our ancestor, to control that body." Lo Huaying reflected, recognizing the extraordinary potential Lo Xinshu possessed, had he not been deliberately neglected these past years, rendering him ignorant of the world of spiritual practitioners. Even the combined efforts of several elders would struggle to subdue him. "So what?" Lo Dongqing scoffed. "As members of the Lo family, sacrificing for our kin is a given. How dare one negotiate with the family based on this?" Lo Huaying chuckled. "Times have changed. Otherwise, it would not be my turn to lead this guard." Chapter 102. Lo Zhong and his wife Lo Dongqing cast him a glance, but did not respond, seemingly acquiescing to Lo Huaying's perspective. Lo Ke stood among them, feeling like an incongruous outsider. In their eyes, members of the Lo family were inherently superior to ordinary people, with their rights subordinate to the family's interests. "This child is quite exceptional," Lo Wenxiu suddenly remarked. Others were oblivious to her voice, and Lo Ke's desire to discard the black cat intensified. She suddenly felt that this ancestor was somewhat unhinged. Lo Wenxiu sought to dismantle the Lo family, dissatisfied with its current trajectory, believing that calamity was inevitable. She preferred to sever all ties, nurturing a family aligned with her vision instead. What a Lo Feibai! Why did he obediently comply with the Lo family's arrangements? Lo Ke pondered for merely 3 seconds before relinquishing the thought, observing Lo Huaying attempt to engage Lo Dongqing and Lo Xinshu in small talk. She seized the opportunity to excuse herself, wishing to avoid overhearing unwelcome conversations. Lo Ke headed in the same direction as Lo Zhong and his wife, feeling reassured with Lo Wenxiu providing cover. At that moment, Lo Ke suddenly realized that Lo Wenxiu could indeed be considered an extraordinary asset. The extent of the ancestors' capabilities was beyond the imagination of the younger generation. Successfully following Lo Zhong and his wife to the outskirts of the residential area, Lo Zhong assisted his wife in settling beneath a tree by the mountainside, a routine they seemed to have performed countless times. The two sat in silence, gazing at the distant city below. Lo Ke watched from afar, suddenly struck by the realization that they appeared aged. The earlier display of fervor and tumult had drained them, rendering them as wilted flowers, petals on the verge of falling, their hair disheveled and glimmering silver in the light. Lo Ke did not linger in her moment of melancholy. After observing that the couple showed no intention of conversing, she stepped away, and Lo Wenxiu discreetly lifted the protective barrier around Lo Ke. The sound of footsteps roused the two from their reverie, and they turned to Lo Ke, Lo Zhong's expression contemplative. "Why were you two arguing earlier?" Lo Ke inquired. "Did you not hear?" Lo Mu's tone was sharp, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Lo Ke's face. Lo Ke noted a moment of stiffness when they recognized Yeshiwen's face, but their aggressive demeanor softened. "After such a fierce dispute, surely you must have caught wind of it." "Our son and daughter have been consumed by this family," Lo Mu whispered. "Many say that a person's life is devoted to their children. If my children are gone, what purpose does our toil serve?" Lo Ke remained unmoved. "They say your daughter was given away willingly. That was predetermined. Among the elders, there are those skilled in divination, and they foretold that our family's children would inevitably be marked by misfortune," Lo Mu replied with a bitter smile. "From our marriage onward, We were under scrutiny. We had no choice. To put it bluntly, we are merely ordinary individuals. Lomu spoke slowly, as if each word caused her pain. Lo Huaying did not hold back in his responses. Meanwhile, Lo Zhong scrutinized Lo Ke, asking, "Young lady, what is your name? You do not seem to resemble a member of the Lo family." At Lo Zhong's inquiry, Lomu lifted her head. "Yeshiwen," she replied, adopting this legal identity. "I came with my fiancé." "Ah." Lo Zhong nodded slowly. "You look quite familiar." Lo Ke remained silent, while Lomu began to appraise Yeshiwen's features closely, suddenly exclaiming, "You bear resemblance to my daughter." The mention of daughter felt foreign to Lo Ke, who recalled how ruthless they had been during the slaughter of the white cat. "It is commendable that you still remember your daughter's likeness." Her words dripped with acidity, and Lo Ke quickly recognized her breach of decorum. Regaining her composure as she stroked Lo Wenxio's feline head. It was no wonder Gu Jue enjoyed petting cats. The soft fur was indeed addictive, imbued with a remarkable capacity to soothe the soul. Fortunately, Lo Zhong and his wife seemed unfazed, their attention fixated on Lo Ke, captivated by her presence. Lo Zhong remarked, "You do share some likeness." Lo Ke refrained from expressing her thoughts. She had seen her reflection and knew the Yeshiwen was far more beautiful than she. It was remarkable that these two could utter such insincere words. "Your demeanor is quite similar," Lo Zhong observed, maintaining his serious countenance. "You, young lady, have come here, which indicates your desire to become a member of the Lo family. Is there anything wrong with that?" "There is nothing wrong," Lo Zhong replied. "I merely find it peculiar that outsiders would eagerly seek to integrate themselves here. If you aspire to be a spiritual practitioner, there are myriad paths available to you, each easier than the one offered by the Lo family, temples, Taoist monasteries, and various other organizations." Lo Zhong seemed intent on persuading Lo Ke, believing she must have recognized the truth. No member of the Lo family was particularly amiable. "You are still young. There is no need to endanger yourself here. You are certainly luckier than your wife. At least I know what I'm soon to face," Lo Ke countered, glancing at Lomu. "I believe that when she was with you, she could never have imagined that one day she would live in fear for her life and would inevitably lose the most important person in her existence. These are my own matters." Lomu seemed to regain her composure, rising and folding her hands over her abdomen, striving to maintain her poise. "Young lady, since you are aware of the challenges that lie ahead, as those who have traveled this path before you, we must advise you. The Lo family is not a place of comfort." "I am aware," Lo Ke replied, her expression composed. "They are observing you," Lo Wenxio suddenly interjected, startling Lo Ke, who quickly lowered her gaze before raising it once more to meet the couple's eyes. Luo Ku was perplexed by the conclusions drawn by Luo Wenxio, as she perceived the couple to be rather ordinary. However, with her extensive experience in human interactions, Luo Wenxio's opinions were not to be easily dismissed by Luo Ku. Rather than observing further, Luo Ku directly inquired, "What are you watching?" Luo Mu seemed momentarily taken aback, glancing at Luo Zhong, a gesture that reflected their tacit understanding, suggesting that Luo Wenxio's assertions were indeed accurate. Although this venerable ancestor appeared somewhat naive, her years as the clan leader had not been in vain. She possessed an astute ability to read people. "If you do not speak plainly, I shall take my leave," Luo Ku declared. "I have no time to linger here arguing with you, as others await my presence, and I cannot afford to be absent for too long." No sooner had she finished speaking than her phone vibrated. In the silence of the moment, Luo Zhong and his wife also took notice. Luo Ku, maintaining her composure, silenced the call, observing the exchanged glances of the couple. Just as she turned her head, she heard Luo Zhong call out clearly, "Luo Ku." Chapter 103. Save Brother Luo Ku remained in her position, yet her heart raced unexpectedly. Why had he suddenly called her name? Did he perceive something? However, she had scrutinized Yishiwen's appearance and demeanor thoroughly, finding them utterly unrelated to her own. With little time for contemplation, Luo Ku pondered how best to respond. "They have recognized you," Luo Wenxio remarked. Luo Ku glanced down at the black cat, its golden eyes reflecting a cold indifference. Unsure of how to reply, she heard Luo Zhong continue, "You are Luo Ku, aren't you? You have returned. We should have anticipated this. If you managed to escape once, you could certainly do so again." Unlike Luo Yao, the clan has attempted to reclaim you multiple times without success. As long as your body remains unoccupied by another soul, you will always return. The elders have remarked that they have never encountered a soul as stable as yours. Initially, they believe it was due to your being an Yin person, yet subsequent trials with others revealed otherwise. Luo Zhong continued, "This may relate to your lineage. Shuangxing Yin individuals are inherently rare." Luo Ku responded coldly, "I do not comprehend your words. If you were not, you would have departed by now." Luo Mu softly interjected, "Have you uncovered the truth of your origins? Your current body is quite suitable. Resembling you closely, you should be adapting well." Luo Mu's words hinted at a sense of resignation. Many matters are dictated by fate. We do not believe in fate. Thus we sought alternative methods, only to find ourselves back at square one. The self-pity infused in Luo Mu's words stirred a tumult within Luo Ku's heart, as a surge of heat coursed through her veins, leaving her chest aching. "You both are quite absurd. Just a moment ago, you mourned your lost daughter, and now you speak of these nonsensical matters," Luo Ku retorted, a smirk forming on her lips. "I believe the psychiatric hospital down the hill would suit you both perfectly. No, even a psychiatric hospital might disdain your filth. I understand now. You do not regret sacrificing your daughter to shield yourselves, but rather lament her inadequacy in protecting her brother. Your tears have always been for your son. Luo Yao has been so good to you, always shielding you and providing you with everything delightful since childhood. Have you forgotten?" Luo Mu suddenly rushed forward, grasping Luo's legs. "Please save your brother. You grew up together. He is the kindest person to you in this world. Can you bear to see him suffer? Luo Yao is not dead. He remains within that body. Please relinquish your current form. Be obedient and let your brother live." Luo Zhong stood silently beside them, his gaze fixed on her. "Luo Yao has not betrayed you. He brought you home out of concern that he could not care for you. Your body was secretly sent up the mountain by your mother and me. The clan elders are pleased with your body, believing it to be a suitable vessel for nurturing our ancestor's soul, and the ancestral arrival proceeded smoothly. Everything was initially favorable. Are you implying that Luo Ku has ruined everything?" Luo Ku gazed down at Luo Mu, straining to break free, yet to no avail. The middle-aged woman's grip was strong, and Yi Shiwen's body was merely a recently revived patient. Luo Ku found it laughable. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you both insane?" Luo Mu raised her head, glaring at her. "Do you truly believe that changing your appearance will render you unrecognizable? You're being naive. Luo Ku, you cannot leave. We raised you for 20 years, and you owe us. You owe us your life. You must exchange your existence for Luo Yao's return. If you possess even a shred of conscience, you should understand the torment your brother is enduring. He still has hope, yet you selfishly wish for his demise." Wokiskyviko, exasperated, laughed bitterly. "You two are utterly ridiculous. Are you attempting to kidnap me? I have stated it clearly. I do not recognize you. If you have issues, resolve them on your own, rather than demanding I trade my life for another's." Luo Ku was confounded by their unwavering certainty that the unfamiliar girl before them was indeed Luo Ku. Yet, at this moment, she remained Yi Shiwen, a fact that underpinned her confidence in her collaboration with Luo Xinshu. "Ah, Luo Wongxu Sigid Wiridi. I detest such entanglements." As her words faded, a sudden gust of wind swept through, not strong yet disorienting those present. Luo Zhong crouched beside the tree, fearing he might tumble over the cliff, while Luo Mu, without hesitation, plopped down onto the ground. The dust obscured her vision, and Luo Ku heard the soft cry of the black cat, seizing the opportunity to flee. "You two are truly mad. If you wish to perish, do so yourselves. I do not know you, so why should I accompany you in death? What do you mean you do not know us? Do not believe that you have become invincible. We can still recognize you. How do you think we identified you?" Luo Mu rose, asserting, "We have raised you for 20 years, a full 2 decades. People develop unique habits. I can easily recognize my son, and I can recognize you just as swiftly." Luo Mu employed both coercion and persuasion, her tone shifting. "Isn't it better for our family to be safe and sound? Your presence here signifies that you have acquired some skills, and I believe you will grow even more capable. We are family, bound together by blood. How can you disregard the kindness your brother has shown you? Would you not open your eyes to see? You cannot be so cold-hearted. Luokiskivi costut expressionless. Maintaining her distance from the two, her gaze resting on Luo Zhong. This family, after all, adhered to traditional values, with the male figure wielding authority and the primary decision-making power resting with the father. At this moment, Luo Zhong was the one in control, not Luo Mu. This hysterical woman was merely a puppet, her strings firmly held by the man behind her, tightly bound for life. Luo Zhong finally spoke. I understand that you harbor resentment towards this family, for it was this family that first abandoned you. Luo Ku remained impassive, but as your mother stated, your brother genuinely cares for you. Do you not wish to return home? Is the experience of wandering outside so pleasant? I know you have returned home. As your father, I speak on behalf of the family to apologize. However, if you possess the ability, I implore you to save your brother. Luo Yao is a good boy. He has never betrayed you. Luo Zhong's gaze was heavy with concern, yet Luo Ku felt powerless. Once again, they were resolute in their belief that the person before them was indeed Luo Ku, rendering her words futile. These two seemed to have lost their minds. Chapter 104. Confrontation. Luo Ku gazed silently at the couple, feeling a sense of weariness. I find it impossible to continue this conversation. I have my own matters to attend to. Luo Zhong fixed his gaze upon her, suddenly kneeling on one knee. I know you resent this family, but I ask you to recall your experiences from childhood. Honestly, we have not wronged you. Luo Ku felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Turning to leave, your words are meaningless. Luo Ku replied coolly, I am well aware of my origins. You two thieves. Luo Ku did not wish to dwell excessively on the issue of being wronged. She had matured and was no longer a child. Such matters, once of great concern, no longer held the power to harm her. Moreover, in the face of life and death, everything else appeared trivial. The intentions of the Luo Zhong couple were crystal clear. They wanted Luo Ku to risk her life to retrieve Luo Yao. Luo Ku found this rather amusing, for the couple had persistently overlooked her autonomy, perceiving her merely as a tool. Perhaps their perception stemmed from her obedient nature since childhood, leading them to believe that she would not express grievances over their demands. However, Luo Ku was not a saint. She harbored her own emotions and thoughts, having concealed years of resentment. Suddenly, she realized that she had developed considerable animosity towards her brother, whom she had spent so much time with, to the extent of thinking, perhaps it would be better if he were dead. Luo Wenxiu raised her head to examine Luo Ku's expression. They were merely two selfish individuals, unworthy of such emotional investment. I understand, Luo Ku replied, but knowing and acting are two different matters. It's akin to how everyone knows that hard work leads to success. Yet how many can truly persevere? Luo Wenxiu demonstrated an extraordinary moment of realization. I cannot comprehend. That's all right. Luo Ku retrieved her phone, which displayed numerous missed calls. She dialed back, and the man's tone was somewhat brusque. Where have you been? Why didn't you answer your phone? I'm nearby. This isn't a place for you to wander aimlessly. I understand. I'll return shortly. Luo Xinshu instinctively paused, perceptive enough to ask, what happened? Luo Ke, driven by inexplicable emotions, responded, I encountered two strange individuals who detained me and spoke of many odd things. Although they were not directly related to me, they still affected my mood. With a gentle sigh, Luo Ku added, I'm coming back now. I'm sorry to have worried you. Luo Xinshu seemed somewhat taken aback, taking a while to respond. Be careful on your way back. Do not talk to strangers. We can discuss things when you return. Luo Ku found herself inexplicably amused. I'm no longer a child. Upon seeing Luo Xinshu's face, she felt an odd sense of familiarity. Glancing around, she noticed that Luo Dongqing had already left. Sensing Luo Ku's curiosity, Luo Xinshu explained, there was a matter at the main family. Luo Dongqing is favored and went with Luo Huaying. Aren't you going? You should have noticed, I have no status or identity in the Luo family. Luo Xinshu self-deprecatingly remarked. Now, do you look down on me a little? I appear to be someone of importance, yet I am nothing. That would indeed be somewhat awkward if you wallow in self-pity. With Luo Wenxiu as her support, Luo Ku spoke more confidently. gazing directly into Luo Xinshu's eyes as she quietly inquired. Do you already know? Know what? I have recalled everything, Luo Ku emphasized. Everything, all of it. Luo Xinshu paused. I had my suspicions but could not be certain. However, I did not expect you to be so forthright. Who did you encounter earlier? Luo Xinshu glanced down at the cat, momentarily locking eyes with Luo Wenxiu before quickly averting his gaze. It seems some things have transpired that I am unaware of. Luo Xinshu contemplated. Did you just meet with the Luo Zhong couple? They must have mentioned Luo Yao. They want me to exchange my life for Luo Yao or find a way to rescue him. What absurdity are they concocting? Luo Xinshu scoffed. Luo Feibai and Luo Yao are intertwined, sharing a dual existence. They are life and death together. Furthermore, Luo Xinshu's gaze sharpened. This body belongs to Yi Shiweng, not yours. Luo Ku, I hope you remember this. The veil of secrecy was lifted unexpectedly, a revelation neither of the two present anticipated. Luo Ku had initially expected this process to be filled with suspense, perhaps leading to a heated argument or even a physical confrontation, but it unfolded with an unexpected tranquility. As if they were allies, Luo Xinshu explained, I anticipated that this arrangement would not last long. He forced a smile. My capabilities are limited to this. If it were Luo Dongqing, perhaps it could endure longer. That is rather disappointing, as I had thought you were formidable, Luo Ku stated candidly. Without the enhancement of martial arts, I could not even enter the main family. You should have noticed that I cannot perceive certain matters clearly, which is quite lethal for a spiritual energy master. This is the exact opposite of dealing with people. Luo Xinshu exhaled deeply. What do you plan to do next? Pretend you know nothing and continue your studies here? Or attempt to uncover the depths of the Luo family and seek revenge? Luo Ku remained silent. Then you have made a decision. You need not worry about my spilling secrets. There are too many dissatisfied individuals within the main family, especially in this area. Luo Wenxiu interjected at an opportune moment. I never imagined the Luo family would fall to such a state. Disunity among family members is the greatest taboo for any clan. The current patriarch is lacking. Luo Wenxiu sighed. How can one turn a weapon against their own kin? It is sheer folly. Luo Ku observed Luo Xinshu's expression, noting that he still had not heard any sound. I wish to take revenge on the Luo family, she declared, addressing both Luo Xinshu and Luo Wenxiu. But before that, I wish to see Luo Yao. Luo Xinshu disagreed. You want to rescue him? I don't know, which is why I want to see. I want to ascertain whether you are trustworthy. Luo Ku stroked the black cat nestled in her arms, and Luo Xinshu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the creature. Do as you wish, but you must not harm Yishiweng's body, he said, pursing his lips. Luo Ku, Yishiweng has already suffered greatly. Allow her to retain something in this world. Moreover, her body is the only one you can use permanently, as you share the same blood. Chapter 105, Adapting to the Environment Very Well. Luo Wenxiu smiled slightly. I shall also meet with my venerable ancestor. Luo Ku nodded silently, taking it as an agreement. Observing this, Luo Xinshu relaxed slightly and turned to look at his dwelling. The entrance was modest, somewhat dilapidated, resembling those of other families. Here, the main family had been particularly lenient, allowing the branches to occupy this small portion of land on the mountain. In his youth, Luo Xinshu had felt a sense of pride in this, for ascending the mountain was a mark of honor for the Luo family, a privilege granted to only a select few. However, as he grew older, it became a source of shame, signifying that these individuals were better suited to serve the main family, akin to ancient servants. Times had changed. Had not so many ventured out to forge their own lives, there might not be a burgeoning sense of discontent among so many. Luo Xinshu was not an isolated case. He merely happened to encounter Luo Ku. He regarded her retreating figure with a complex expression, pondering whether this girl would truly bring about a transformation within the Luo family. Luo Xinshu was uncertain, but he was willing to take a gamble. There was no cat food on the mountain. Luo Xinshu had no habit of raising cats, while Luo Wenxiu, the venerable ancestor, had a strong sense of being a cat, insisting that Luo could take proper care of her, ensuring that nothing essential was lacking, while provisions such as cat litter, Scratching posts and treats were of secondary importance. Luo Ku reluctantly asked Luo Xinshu to take her down the mountain. They did not venture far, employing a courier service to ensure a timely exchange of goods. Upon their return to the mountain, Luo Wenxiu, as expected, was quite pleased. Animal taste buds differ from those of humans. The venerable ancestor, having come from a time of turmoil, received cat food quite well, even playfully likening it to sweet little cookies, finding the cat food delightful. Loka had also tasted cat food. It is undeniable that cat food caters more to the palate of animals. However, her human spirit prevented her from relinquishing that small persistence. Observing Lo Wenxiu's acceptance, she could only console herself that an ancestor remains an ancestor. Her prowess was not solely manifested in strength. Her qualities in various aspects were astonishing, particularly her adaptability to the environment, which was truly remarkable. Or should she seek out Lo Yao? Loka paused momentarily and added, Lo Feibai, our ancestor. I heard you. Go ahead. With me protecting you, what is there to fear? Lo Wenxiu pondered for a moment, seemingly concerned about Loka misunderstanding her, and remarked, I left your body because I knew you were still alive. It is not righteous to occupy a body that belongs to another. I was not expelled. Concerning the younger generation, they would find it somewhat challenging to deal with her. However, she was astonished that, even without a soul, the body was not returned to its rightful owner, but was rather destroyed. Loka was stunned. In truth, she had been away from her body for so long that she no longer had any tangible feelings about it. Was that scene in the illusion real? It would not be so extreme. After all, dismemberment is quite troublesome. I can take you to find it when I have time. This is what I owe you. Lo Wenxiu said. Oh me? Loka silently pondered, realizing that the Lo family owed her much more than this. Ultimately, the actions of Lo Zhong and his wife were all motivated by the Lo family. Loka looked down at her feet, contemplating that perhaps she could have had a complete family, as the Ye family members were genuinely good people who cared for and cherished their children. Complaining about what had already transpired was of no practical use. Loka reined in her thoughts and turned her attention back to Lo Wenxiu's words. When will you teach me? That depends on when you descend the mountain, Lo Wenxiu replied. Actually, the path that lad took you on was quite good. Being a spiritual energy master is essentially an industry that involves dealing with people. The more individuals you interact with, the more you can enlighten others. And your own energy stabilizes further. That lad should have had no energy initially, yet he has evidently put in considerable effort to reach his current level. Loka had not anticipated that Lo Xinshu had faced so many difficulties. On one hand, she felt embarrassed for having thought so poorly of him. After a while, she said, it may take a few more days to descend the mountain. Let's go see Lo Yao first, as such opportunities may not arise again. Lo Wenxiu had a far clearer understanding of the Lo family than Loka did, and upon hearing this, she nodded her round cat head. Perhaps because Lo Wenxiu was much more open-minded than Loka, Loka had the peculiar impression that the black cat was significantly fatter than when she last saw it. Or perhaps it was not an illusion. Loka refrained from tormenting herself, made her decision, and prepared to rest. The next morning, Lo Xinshu had disappeared somewhere, leaving Loka to wander aimlessly, trailed by the cat. When the black cat became tired, it would allow Loka to carry it. Although the branch family was separated from the main family, they were still part of the same residential area, divided only by a wooden archway. In stark contrast, the architectural style of the main family's place was evidently more exquisite. Loka was a stranger here, yet during the bright day, the roads were nearly devoid of pedestrians, except for a few young girls who hurriedly walked hand in hand. What is happening? Loka casually stopped one of them. Perhaps in their haste to leave, or perhaps due to the crowd, the girls did not notice Loka was a stranger, and hurriedly replied, We're going to Lo Feibai's lecture. We're going to be late. With that, they turned a corner, rushing to catch up with their companions. Loka picked up the black cat, which was distractedly watching the ants on the ground, and quickly followed. In a place akin to a central square, Lo Yao stood atop a makeshift platform, his demeanor calm as he spoke casually. There were too many people, and Loka was too far to hear clearly, but the surrounding young girls were all excited. She could hear remarks like so handsome and so charming. Loka couldn't help but smile, tilting her head to look through the crowd. It was undeniable that Lo Yao had quite an attractive appearance, compared to some of the rising stars in the entertainment industry. He was not lacking at all. Previously, his demeanor had been somewhat soft, but now, infused with Lo Feibai's spirit, his expression was stoic and his aura cold, making him appear even more extraordinary. I heard that Lo Feibai's character was quite tyrannical. Does he really intend to teach here? Lo Ka expressed her surprise, lowering her head to speak to Lo Wenxiu. With Lo Wenxiu by her side, Loka felt significantly more at ease. As the clan leader, she naturally hoped for the prosperity of her family. Lo Wenxiu's discerning gaze swept across every corner of the venue. Although the world was currently peaceful and most clan members did not pursue being spiritual energy masters as a career, it had ultimately been passed down. A glance revealed that there were surprisingly few children who had inherited talent and ability, which was genuinely disappointing. Given Lo Wenxiu's thoughts, it was evident that Lo Feibai shared similar sentiments. Indeed, they could see Lo Feibai on the platform frowning, evidently struggling to suppress his temper. I believe Lo Feibai may be reaching his breaking point, Loka remarked. As soon as she said this, she heard a girl beside her exclaim softly. He.S. getting impatient. We are really late today. The high-energy, handsome reborn ancestor is like a real-life version of a romantic male lead. It's too captivating. Lo Wenxiu's expression grew complex. She realized that the thoughts of these young girls were indeed beyond the understanding of someone as old as her. Loka also felt a strange sense that the majority of the girls present viewed this irritable ancestor as a large cat to be played with. Looking up casually, it seemed that Lo Feibai had glanced over, his gaze icy as he scanned through the crowd. Loka was uncertain whether Lo Feibai could clearly see her amidst the throngs of people, but to avoid any complications, she promptly chose to slip into a nearby alley and leave quickly. Upon returning to her residence, she discovered an unexpected guest had arrived. The door was opened by Lo Xinshu, and Lo Ka was puzzled by his mysterious comings and goings. Lo Xinshu signaled to her, but Lo Ka did not comprehend, blinking in confusion and remaining in place. Lo Xinshu had no choice but to step aside, revealing Lo Yao, or rather, Lo Feibai, seated in the center of the hall. Lo Yao favored light-colored casual attire, while Lo Feibai donned a dark blue tang suit, his hands clasped behind him, casually gazing from the center of the room, his eyes glinting disdainfully. This individual constantly reminded Loka that this was not Lo Yao, even if he bore an identical visage. Loka's expression remained unchanged, while Lo Xinshu grasped her wrist to pull her inside. Ancestor, this is my fiancé, Yeshiwen, he introduced. Lo Feibai's gaze settled on Loka's face, his voice certain. I have seen you before. Loka marveled at his keen eyesight, placing the black cat on the ground, and obediently greeted. I noticed everyone was heading that way, and was a bit curious, so I went to take a look. I heard it was the ancestor giving a lecture, but it was too far away to hear anything, so I left early. This served as an explanation. However, Lo Feibai's expression hardened. You said you couldn't hear anything? Too far away, and there were too many people. Loka sincerely suggested, perhaps next time some amplification equipment could be used. Isn't very expensive. Lo Xinshu, with a pained expression, discreetly tugged at the hem of Loka's clothes from behind, but Loka silently ignored him, fixating on Lo Feibai's conflicted face, attempting to discern even a hint of Lo Yao within him. The resolute belief of Lo Zhong and his wife that Lo Yao was not dead must have had its reasons. Is this permissible? Lo Feibai hesitated. I was unaware such things existed. I did not have them at that time. The design of this square is inadequate. The clan has indeed declined. In such a square, nothing can be heard clearly, making it difficult to issue commands. Although there are more people now, what use is that? The weak will always be oppressed. As Lo Feibai spoke, he seemed somewhat angered, his eyes wide. There is money to construct the ancestral hall, but none for building a square to convey orders. It's truly. Lo Ka recalled the structure of the ancestral hall, which indeed resembled a tiered classroom, with a nearly fan-shaped layout that sloped downwards in the center and rose higher on the sides, allowing for a clear view of every action in the central position. Very suitable for imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. To Lu Ke's astonishment, the character of the esteemed Lo Feibai, in stark contrast to his fearsome reputation, appeared excessively candid. Luku initially presumed that this ancestor would be rather morose. However, it was not as dire as she had imagined. She cast a sidelong glance at Lu and Xiao. Perhaps it was merely a case of preconceived notions, but Luku found these ancient souls, with their disparate renown, to be rather straightforward and endearing. Of course, this observation was contingent upon the fact that none of them had yet revealed their claws. Lu Xianshu, being a member of the Lu family, feared that this irate ancestor might seek out the elders for retribution, ultimately tracing any grievances back to him. He hastily clarified, "Indeed, the current society is relatively stable, bolstered by the wise words of great leaders during the founding of the nation. It is far removed from the past. Thus, most clan members have sought alternate livelihoods, with the family focusing on nurturing gifted children as the next generation of spiritual energy practitioners." Lu Feibai cast a discontented glance at him. "And what of you? With your mediocre talents, how do you expect to ascend to such heights?" "It is my passion for this field for a young age that has garnered the understanding of the clan elders," Lu Xianshu respectfully replied. "Most of the young individuals attending your lectures share similar limitations in talent. Unlike me, they cannot divert their paths into martial arts and must find solace in venerating our ancestors to alleviate their regrets." Lu Feibai's expression softened slightly. "By your account, that does hold some merit. Time has shifted. After all, we're no longer in that era. I have been exploring and have communicated with the child within me, who describes a wonderful world." A hint of melancholy touched Lu Feibai's features. "The tides of change have indeed transformed much. I have a desire to venture out and see for myself, but the current elders deem it inappropriate for one who is deceased to return to the living world." Luku was somewhat surprised by his mention of Lu Yao and glanced at Lu Xianshu, who kept his head bowed, exhibiting profound respect and unwillingness to meet anyone's gaze. The palpable rumors had proven more ferocious than anticipated. Lu Feibai appeared almost pitiable and forlorn. Luku hesitated to speak further, simply inquiring, "Is there something on your mind? I noticed you left early. I wondered if my lecture was lacking. If there are issues, I would appreciate the opportunity to rectify them." Lu Feibai replied, his expression neutral, but his demeanor as earnest as that of a primary school student. Luku was at a loss for words, pausing for quite some time before responding. "No, it was merely that I could not hear you." "Understood. I shall address it with them," Lu Feibai stated with seriousness. "Education is of paramount importance and cannot be taken lightly. I am aware that they often indulge me to keep me content, yet I still wish to contribute to the clan in whatever capacity I can." Lu Feibai then turned his gaze to Lu Xianshu. "Young man, you are commendable. To reach this point with your talents is already an achievement in itself. While you may lack in spiritual energy, one cannot expect perfection from every individual. You have surpassed the majority." Lu Feibai offered a brief smile, as if unaccustomed to displaying emotions. "The young lady by your side possesses considerable talent in spiritual energy. You both could complement each other well. Such instances have occurred before." Lu Xianshu naturally responded with deference, yet he knew better than anyone that since Luku had regained her memories, his chances had vanished. Moreover, his affections lay not with Luku but with Yi Shiwen. With Yi Shiwen deceased, Luku became a mere reflection of what he could no longer attain. A way to maintain peace and happiness within the Yi family, albeit with a hint of selfishness. After bidding farewell to Lu Feibai, the remaining individuals involuntarily exhaled in relief. "This ancestor is quite different from my expectations," Luku remarked. Lu Xianshu glanced at her. "Do not be deceived by appearances. He severely injured several elders upon awakening, some of whom remain unconscious to this day." Lu Feibai's era was rife with turmoil, with the populace in disarray and malevolent spirits rampant. His thunderous methods continue to astonish even in contemporary accounts of our ancestors. "I am aware, yet a narrow view cannot suffice," Luku replied, casting a meaningful glance at Lu and Xiao, who, oblivious, was engrossed in his meal. Momentarily distracted by a ladybug crawling on the window, perfectly embodying his feline persona. The ancestor, in his feline form, diligently embraced his cat-like duties. Luku observed for a while, contemplating that ultimately, The ancestors' intentions were rooted in the prosperity and flourishing of the family, a notion beyond the comprehension of those of their current generation. Indeed, Liu Xianshu affirmed, "We have shifted our focus to the individual family unit, and interpersonal relationships have become less sincere and pure than in times past. Clan members often seem like distant acquaintances, lacking genuine connections when there is no common interest. Families like the Liu, striving to uphold tradition, are a rarity in today's world. It is uncertain whether this is a self-imposed constraint," Liu Ku remarked coldly. Mindful that Liu Wenxiu was present, making it inappropriate to express overly critical views. A male and female exchanged glances. Many words remained unspoken. After parting ways with Liu Xianshu, Liu Ku finally reclined on her bed, while Liu Wenxiu continued to meander around the room. She retrieved her phone, finding greetings from the Yi family, and the first message she noticed was a text from Guju. "Have you arrived? How is it?" Glancing at the time, she realized she had spent the entire day in a flurry of activity. She first responded to Guju's message before dialing Yi Xining. At this hour, Yi Xining was already home, and Liu Ku could distinctly hear the soft, rustling sounds in the background, soon followed by the voices of Yi Ba and Yi Ma. Yi Ba seemed a bit jealous. "Why is Xiaowen only calling Ning Ning?" "Because it's convenient," Liu Ku silently replied to herself. As young women, Liu Ku and Yi Xining share more common ground. Liu Ku was uncertain whether this perceptive sister had sensed her unease, but Yi Xining's understanding always provided her comfort. "When did you arrive? Is it far? Have you settled in? How long do you plan to stay?" Liu Ku patiently answered each query. "I arrive around noon. Thankfully, Liu Xinshu arranged for me to stay here, and the room is quite spacious. I may stay a few more days." "It sounds like a work report," Yishiru muttered softly. "That's wonderful," Yi Xining replied. "The mountain is quite cold at night. Make sure to keep warm. If you need anything, just let us know, and we will bring it to you." "It's fine. Aren't you all quite at ease with Liu Xinshu? Why the sudden concern?" After all, Liu Xinshu is a boy. They continued chatting for some time, and Liu Ku watched in dismay as Guju's incoming call was pushed out by the line being busy. After a lengthy wait, Yi Xining reluctantly ended the call. Liu Ku quickly returned Guju's call. Guju was not surprised. "Finished your call?" "Yes. The Yi family is quite pleasant." Liu Ku fell into an unexpected silence, letting out a soft sigh. "After all, I am not a member of the Yi family. I am not Yi Shiwen." "You are, you know," Guju replied firmly, but Liu Ku remained reflective. "It is still different." Liu Ku felt a wave of emotion, not waiting for Guju's response before recounting the happenings on the mountain. Although Liu Ku had visited the mountain before, it was ironic that as a member of the Liu family, she had seen less than she did now as Yi Shiwen. Liu Ku was acutely aware that this was a fear of harboring unwarranted thoughts as the vessel of Liu Ku. Yet she could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. That said, I realize I previously envisioned the Liu family as far more terrifying. When confronted directly, it seems rather unremarkable. Such is the nature of worldly affairs. Indeed, I should have been more courageous long ago. Recalling how the white cat had terrified her, causing her to evade confronting the Liu family. I should have been brave long ago, regardless of my avoidance. What is meant to come will still arrive. Guju discerned the underlying meaning in her words. "What have you decided?" I wish to give myself an explanation, and also to Yi Shiwen, for both are due an explanation. Perhaps it would be more tranquil for me to feign ignorance, to fully embody the essence of Yi Shiwen. Yet, this would be unfair to both myself and Yi Shiwen. The current circumstances may seem stable and peaceful, but this does not equate to righteousness. There's been a pent-up breath within me for 2 decades, and it must be released. Guju remarked. Then follow your own instincts. I had anticipated your objections, but such resistance is akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Not necessarily, he replied. At least, you do not appear to feel fear or a desire to escape at this moment. Guju continued. Throughout our acquaintance, I have never hindered any of your decisions, and that remains unchanged now. However, you must be mindful of your safety. This is a responsibility to both yourself and the Liu family. After all, you are no longer the inconspicuous little cabbage you once were. Guju chuckled softly. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly help in any way possible. Lu Ke's heart raced momentarily. She nodded and excused herself to rest, ending the call. The young man's voice was melodious and clear, and Luca had never pondered why she trusted him so completely. Was it due to his unwavering protection during her most helpless moments, or perhaps his unconditional acceptance? Luca was acutely aware that she had never been a particularly docile or agreeable person. After a lengthy period of calm reflection, she reminded herself that emotions can be perilous. Once one plunges into the depths of passion, many matters become uncontrollable. A glance at Lu Xinshu reveals how he gradually lost his proactive stance. Initially, Luca appeared before him as a fragile rabbit. Yet now she seemed to have him nearly ensnared. Could Lu Xinshu be trusted? A question mark lingered in her mind. However, there seemed to be no doubt regarding Gu Ju's reliability. This faith even stirred a sense of unease within her. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated once more. Upon opening it, she found a message from Gu Ju. I am someone you can trust. With an impassive expression, Lu Ku turned her phone face down, suspecting that Gu Ju might have installed surveillance on her. Chapter 108. The dungeon of the Lu family the following day dawned bright and clear, with a radiant blue sky. Upon waking, Lu Ku gazed out the window, observing a few wispy clouds drifting by, the sky appearing soft and expansive. After tidying up, she stepped outside, only to find her room empty. Lu Xinshu had likely engaged in some task. Unlike Yishiwen, who was leisurely, Lu Xinshu evidently bore other responsibilities within the Lu family, requiring him to attend to matters regularly. Lu Ke paid it no mind. She knew Lu Xinshu to be meticulous and reliable, having arranged everything such that she needed not step outside, as all necessities were available within. The black cat belonging to Lu Wenxiu was also absent, its whereabouts unknown. The ancestor's temperament was carefree, familiar with the mountain as if it were her own backyard. Lu Ke proceeded to have her meal, wash the dishes, and return to her room to read. Although she had already become a disciple, Lu Xinshu showed no inclination for her to learn alongside the younger members of the Lu family. Lu Ke understood his avoidance. He was a man torn between desire and reluctance, caught in a web of contradictions that contrasted sharply with the competent demeanor he had once displayed. Fortunately, with Lu Wenxiu present, Lu Ke felt a sense of stability, diminishing her yearning for the various skills of the Lu family. The reputation of this ancestor was indeed remarkable. Even with a touch of innocent cruelty, it could not alter the fact that she was principled and inherently kind. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Ke began to sense something amiss, prompting her to reach for her phone to contact Lu Xinshu. The line was busy and unanswered. Feeling anxious, she glanced out the window, then returned to her tasks. After approximately half an hour, Lu Dongqing burst in. Seizing Lu Ke's hand, her eyes reddened and her expression slightly angry. You have brought about Lu Xinshu's demise. What do you mean by that? Lu Ke remained seated, unmoving. Yishiwen was not Lu Ke. Her stature was significantly taller and fuller. Lu Dongqing seemed to exert effort, pulling but failing to budge Lu Ke. Ultimately choosing to release her grip, her rabbit-like red eyes glaring at Lu Ke as she reiterated, You are responsible for Lu Xinshu's fate. Lu Ke, feeling somewhat impatient, replied, Please clarify the cause, the process, and the outcome. I am neither Zhuge Kongming nor a parasite in your belly. There is no need for me to listen to your ramblings. You are nothing but a calamity, Lu Dongqing exclaimed, releasing Lu Ke's hand and placing her hands on her hips. Lu Xinshu has been confined and will face punishment. Why? Lu Ke asked, her demeanor calm, revealing no trace of concern for Lu Xinshu's safety. Lu Dongqing's expression twisted for a moment. Because of you. If it weren't for you, Lu Xinshu, the most rule-abiding person, would not have repeatedly erred. Do you know how much he has shielded you from? Now, who knows if he can return, and you remain indifferent. Are you truly this cold-hearted? Lu Ke found it amusing. Just yesterday, Lu Mu had clung to her leg, urging her not to be so heartless, and today, another person stood before her, accusing her. So what has he done? Lu Kiskiviko inkuret. Lu Dongqing glared at her. The Lu family does not welcome outsiders. You went to eavesdrop on the lecture of our ancestor, Lu Feibai, yesterday, without permission. Do you understand what your actions imply? Those teachings are not for someone like you to hear. Luca narrowed her eyes. Yesterday, Lu Feibai had shown no intention of pursuing the matter. Yet today, Lu Dongqing was coming to hold her accountable. I did not hear anything. Ancestor Lu Feibai can attest to that. Who knows if your words are truthful? Lu Dongqing spat through gritted teeth. Now, you, an outsider, cannot be dealt with by the clan, but Lu Xinshu is suffering because of you. Do you know how much he has sacrificed to reach this point? At this, Luca's expression finally shifted. Through a narrow lens, it was clear that Lu Xinshu had never openly stated it, but she could sense the considerable effort he had invested. A commitment that likely entailed sacrifices unimaginable to an ordinary person. Luca asked, "What is his current situation?" "He has been confined. You are bearing the title of his fiancée. I cannot go myself, so I have come to seek you out. Come with me to see him and assess his condition. If he requires anything, we can bring it to him." Luca's gaze flitted over Lu Dongqing's face. There was evidently more to the story involving Lu Dongqing, Lu Xinshu, and Yi Shiwen, and Luca could not discern the true nature of their relationships. "Very well," she replied, standing up. The Lu family's ancestral home was vast. Luca had previously only accompanied Lu Zhong and his wife around the outskirts. Lu Dongqing led her deeper into the residence, where the architectural style grew increasingly austere and cold, the colors shifting to harsh shades of gray, white, and black. "Where's this place?" "Lu Kiskiviko Inkurit. Do you not remember?" Lu Dongqing turned to look at her, her gaze a mix of amusement and mockery. The intentions of the visitors are not benevolent. Luca glanced back, noticing a dark aura swirling above the ancestral home, resembling the mythical Xuanwu perched atop the mountain. Lu Wenxiu was nowhere to be found, and an ominous premonition stirred within Lu Ku, though her expression remained neutral. A lack of expression can also convey a message, signifying a stoic demeanor that betrays no emotion. It is difficult for one to smile amidst a tumult of feelings, yet maintaining a blank facade is not. "I do not recall," Luca replied coolly, casting a penetrating glance at Lu Dongqing, which made the latter's face contort. "I know, but I did not expect you to forget so completely," Lu Dongqing stated. "In truth, I have always envied you. Look at you, so fortunate, with family and loved ones treating you well, excelling in studies and appearance. There is nothing about you that is lacking." "You are straying from the topic," Luca interjected, regarding her with a perplexed expression. "You said we were here to find Lu Xinshu. Where exactly are we? Have you heard of dungeons?" "The Lu family possesses one as well. The history here is quite ancient, qualifying it as a historical relic. However, with the passage of time, it has long been rendered obsolete." Lu Dongqing's voice carried an air of inscrutability. Was Lu Xinshu's mistake truly so grave? Luca glanced around. The so-called dungeon was carved into the mountainside, a tunnel excavated from the rock, its construction rather crude. The moment she stepped inside, a chill enveloped her. Luca could not help but admire her foresight in wearing a coat before leaving. It seemed she had anticipated Lu Dongqing's intentions. This individual indeed resembled Lu Xinshu's description, quite capricious. Until the iron door clanged shut, Lu Dongqing hurriedly turned and fled, while Luca maintained a composed demeanor. She retrieved her phone, her expression shifting to one of complexity. Chapter 109. A society governed by low rationality informed Luca that Lu Dongqing was not so naive. Regaining her composure, Luca found a patch of open ground to sit down and began to call Lu Xinshu. Once again, she was met with the anticipated busy signal. After a moment's contemplation, she realized this must have been Lu Dongqing's premeditated scheme. Lu Xinshu's disappearance was no mere coincidence. Pressing her lips together, Luca began to survey the dungeon. The walls were solid stone, iron bars separating each chamber into relatively independent cells. Luca craned her neck, feeling the cool breeze ushered in by the air circulation and the unique dampness of the underground. At a glance, the dark recesses obscured the depths, her vision confined to the prison cells. The upper sections of the cells featured narrow gaps for ventilation, scarcely 3 fingers wide, through which faint light illuminated the sparse furnishings within. Much like a set from a film, rough-hewn stone beds lined the walls, draped haphazardly with tattered blankets. While the wooden table and chairs in the center had nearly succumbed to decay, their surfaces swollen and hollow from moisture. As Lu Dongqing had mentioned, this place had been abandoned for an extensive period. After analyzing her surroundings, Lu Ku quietly settled into the chair. She was neither finicky nor repulsed by the chair's filth, lost in thought while gazing at the beams of light filtering through the crevice. Before long, a sweet, plaintive meow echoed from outside the gap. It was Lu Wenxiu. A pair of golden eyes squeezed through the opening, their owner seemingly amused. I can't believe this place still exists. I thought after all these years, an earthquake might have rendered it unrecognizable. The cat, possessing excellent night vision, stretched her neck to peer inside. I used to frequent this place. Can you let me out? I wonder how long Lu Dongqing intends to keep me here. Lu Wenxiu pragmatically remarked, if I let you out, you won't be able to explain yourself. She cast a glance at Lu Ku's phone, noting that it had signal. Why not call the police? In this legal society, why do these children still believe they are above the law? Lu Wenxiu sighed softly, a disappointment palpable. You really haven't matured. I never expected you would be the first to occupy this place. Then who do you want to reside here? Lu Ku involuntarily envisioned the elderly members of the Lu family, their gray beards and wise expressions, and wisely chose to remain silent. Well, I shall indeed report this. This constitutes illegal detention in a society governed by law. This place is also unlawful and should be sealed off. Lu Wenxiu blinked her golden eyes. Lu Ku could not shake the feeling that this ancestor was relishing the drama, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. With the protective talismans on either side, Lu Ku felt little concern for herself. A glance at the padlock on the iron door revealed that Lu Dongqing had left considerable traces behind. In just a few minutes of dialing, Lu Ku's mood swung like a pendulum. The elders at the ancestral home would surely be infuriated. Moreover, Lu Dongqing, Lu Ku suspected Lu Xinshu was likely under her control. Otherwise, it was out of character for him to vanish without reason. The ancestral home was situated atop a mountain, and while the police would respond swiftly, it would still take time. As Lu Ku sat in boredom, her phone buzzed on the stone platform. Upon checking, she found a message from Lu Xinshu. However, it was evident that the sender was not the individual himself. Lu Xinshu's message read, "Don't waste your efforts. Just stay put. If I feel inclined, I might consider releasing you." Another message followed. "You need not worry. I have no intention of taking your life. This is merely a small lesson to demonstrate whose domain this truly is." Lu Kiskiviko delinket, contemplating her response, but ultimately refraining from replying. Instead, she called Yi Shiru and Yi Xining, fearing that their parents might not withstand the shock. She succinctly outlined the current predicament, and the siblings quickly adopted a serious demeanor, their anger palpable. "What is Lu Xinshu thinking? You have only just recovered, and your health is still fragile. We all opposed your going to the mountain. We only relented because you seemed pleased. It was utter nonsense, complete folly. Did they believe this was some bygone era? Did they think the Lu family held the status of nobility?" Lu Ku listened as the two began to file a report over the phone, their fury completely overturning her previous perceptions of the Yi family's temperament. Perhaps their good nature had always been reserved for their own kin. Lu Xinshu's attitude made that abundantly clear, and the Yi family's goodwill was not easily earned. Thus it was cherished. Once the call ended, Lu Ku found herself meeting Lu Wenxiu's expectant gaze, the cat seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. How amusing. This generation of descendants truly left much to be desired. Lu Dongqing continued to send messages, and Lu Ku picked her phone back up to read. The girl was venting her childish frustrations. "Why aren't you replying? Are you hiding in a corner and crying? Yishiwen, if you have any sense, keep your distance from Lu Xinshu. Otherwise, this won't be the last time such a thing happens. This time I can confine you. Next time, I might just take your life." The extent of the Lu family's influence and power is something you are well aware of. Of course, she was aware. Every message Lu Dongqing sent became evidence for her future accusations. Lu Ku curled her lips into a smirk, surveying her surroundings. The blanket on the stone bed was damp, exuding an uncomfortable stickiness. Nevertheless, it seemed she would not be leaving anytime soon. Lu Wenxiu had already settled down, resting her chin on her paws, watching Lu Ku with a detached amusement. "What are you afraid of? You want to die. I find this quite entertaining. It has been ages since I've encountered a child so foolish while committing misdeeds. It's quite enlightening. Lu Wenxiu appeared genuinely amused, her eyes narrowed, resembling a cat high on catnip. Not necessarily. Lu Ke recalled Lu Xinshu's words. Such a person, when ruthless, would possess fewer scruples than an ordinary individual, rendering them extraordinarily dangerous. Yi Shiwen was likely to meet such a fate. The various peculiar methods of a spiritual practitioner would be excessively useful and conspicuous against an ordinary person. The light within the cavern was dim, and Lu Ke feared her phone would die, so she refrained from further movement. Regardless of how many more boastful messages Lu Dongqing sent, she chose to ignore them. And amidst the rhythmic notifications, fatigue began to wash over her. Leaning against the wall, Lu Ke listened as Lu Wenxiu, basking in the sunlight, emitted soft, contented purrs. Lu Wenxiu seemed to find joy in her feline existence, a stark contrast to Lu Ke's current predicament. The cat's head nestled against the crevice, her purring resonating through the dungeon, echoing and amplifying down the long tunnel. With each sound, Lu Ke found herself gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Her gaze drifted to the pair of golden eyes in the light. The world seemed to drift further away. Chapter 110. The resentful spirit. In the goo worm, the underground chamber was exceptionally quiet, so quiet that one could almost hear the heartbeat. Lu Ke felt as though she were gazing at the vaulted ceiling, or perhaps floating away, becoming a mere observer, standing in a corner and watching Yi Shiwen rise. Yi Shiwen stood in the center of the dungeon, seemingly lost in thought, and soon moved to inspect the light-filtering gaps before tugging at the rusted iron bars. She appeared to be in a state of anxiety, incessantly gazing outward, a stark contrast to Lu Ke's demeanor. It seemed as if she were awaiting someone. Her hair cascading loosely, and her entire being exuded a sense of weariness and fragility. Lu Ke stood in the corner, momentarily frozen, until she recalled that this was the true Yi Shiwen. Had Yi Shiwen also been confined here? Lu Ke pondered, finding it somewhat unremarkable. This must be a memory embedded within Yi Shiwen's being, a memory so obscured that, in Lu Ke's eyes, the world appeared far more terrifying than what she could perceive. In the distance, in corners unseen, it felt as if wild beasts were lurking in the shadows. Yi Shiwen was afraid. Lu Ke recognized this. The Yi Shiwen before her did not succumb to hysteria despite her fear. Yet the unease and anxiety bestowed upon her by the darkness did not wane due to her composure. Lu Ke could visibly see Yi Shiwen pacing back and forth in the confined space, her steps quickening, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting, precariously inflated. The world seemed to have accelerated, and Lu Ke could do nothing but watch as Yi Shiwen struggled helplessly in place. Fortunately, this state did not persist for long. Lu Ke could only infer from the slivers of light that Yi Shiwen had been trapped here for several days, with no food or water delivered to her during that time. Yi Shiwen's lips were cracked, and her mental state visibly waned. "Well, you're still alive," spoke Lu Dongqing, a girl adorned in splendid attire, gazing at Yi Shiwen with a smile that lacked any semblance of kindness. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Shiwen pressed her lips together, feeling feeble. "We are classmates. Must it be handled this way? Release me now, and I shall not betray you. I will simply claim I got lost." "Do you truly believe anyone would buy that?" Lu Dongqing scoffed. "You are following Lu Xinshu up the mountain. So many people know where you are. Then what is your motive for targeting me?" Yi Shiwen found herself lacking the energy to debate with Lu Dongqing. Each word she uttered felt like a depletion of her scarce vitality. Speaking became a torment, with each utterance splitting her already cracked lips, drawing blood. She did not even feel the pain, her gaze fixed intensely upon Lu Dongqing. She did not wish to perish. Her life held countless possibilities. "Speak. How can you let me go?" "Stay away from Lu Xinshu." At Yi Shiwen's astonished expression, Lu Dongqing coldly laughed. "What are you looking at me for? You have no idea how much I loathe you, how long I've endured you. Yet I never expected you to be so foolish as to follow Lu Xinshu up the mountain. Once there, who will he protect? Up the mountain, he becomes the most insignificant being of the Lu family, stripped of the splendid history and glory he possesses down below. His origins confine him. Ye ijen furuit herburoth. What nonsense are you spouting? It's not nonsense. It's a world you have yet to witness, Lu Dongqing replied, a malicious smile gracing her lips. Do you wish to know what our world is like? Lu Dongqing languidly approached the stone prison, casting a rusty iron lock to the ground with a jarring clatter. Yi Shiwen instinctively recoiled, sensing the threat, yet Lu Dongqing pressed forward. Having gone days without sustenance, Yi Shiwen was as feeble as a quail, her strength insufficient to rival even one of Lu Dongqing's hands. Yi Shiwen felt as if Lu Dongqing's hands were akin to the iron claws of a crab, leaving her powerless to resist. Soon after, several almost corporeal malevolent spirits emerged behind Lu Dongqing, their wrath palpable, a ferocity Lu Ku had not witnessed in years. What troubled Lu Ku was the striking resemblance these malevolent spirits bore to Lu Dongqing. The spirits ensnared Yi Shiwen's limbs, rendering her immobile. Though she could not see, she could feel the constraints binding her, helplessly widening her eyes, fixated on Lu Dongqing's malevolent visage. Contrary to her expectations, Lu Dongqing did not strike. In the unseen realm, Lu Ku observed vengeful insects being forced into Yi Shiwen's mouth, swiftly reaching her internal organs and beginning to devour her spirit. In the blink of an eye, Lu Dongqing established a parasitic relationship within Yi Shiwen's body. The vengeful spirits were invisible to ordinary eyes, yet to Lu Ku, they were as clear as if illuminated by X-ray. Yi Shiwen writhed in agony on the ground, her eyes bulging. She could not comprehend the unfolding events. Merely glaring at Lu Dongqing, a mixture of accusation and curse reflected in her gaze. Perhaps her intense stare provoked Lu Dongqing, who seemed eager to inflict wounds upon Yi Shiwen, but was halted by a large hand. Yi Shiwen beheld a silhouette emerging from the darkness, tall and slender. Clad in a black suit, not particularly striking in appearance, but exuding a chilling aura, embodying the essence of an elite. Such a presence felt incongruous within the dungeon. Yet what filled Yi Shiwen with despair was the familiarity of this face. Having been confined for several days without tears, even when force-fed the vengeful spirits, she found herself unable to hold back the tears now as she stared at the familiar visage. The pain rendered her speechless, only able to fix her gaze on the figure before her. That should suffice, Lu Xinshe remarked, the dim light of the dungeon obscuring his expression, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. You have accomplished what you intended. It is time to cease. Though the elders may indulge you, it does not grant you the freedom to act without restraint. Lu Dongqing smiled, evidently pleased, and what of it? I have found her irksome for far too long. How can one remain so joyous? Wouldn't you agree she is excessive? I detest her presence, and yet she continually flaunts herself before me. If it weren't for your deceit in luring her to meet your parents, this opportunity would not have arisen. Lu Dongqing sighed, lamenting, the mountain is one realm, and the valley another. They are two entirely disparate worlds. Chapter 111. The Annihilation of Affection. Lu Dongqing raised her hand, her slender fingers seemingly grasping something intangible. And as she clenched her fist, Yi Shiwen convulsed violently on the ground. Do you still find her beautiful? Is she not rather unappealing now, like a dying insect? What a pity one cannot take a life. Lu Dongqing mused with a soft sigh. Yi Shiwen lay on the ground, her gaze fiercely fixed on Lu Xinshe. What could inflict more pain than betrayal? This, perhaps, was the reason Yi Shiwen would spiral into madness and despair. Lu Ku, observing, felt a surge of indignation. Yet all that unfolded before her was but an illusion. Witnessing Yi Shiwen's plight, Lu Dongqing finally turned to leave, satisfied. Lu Xinshe waited until the sound of her footsteps faded completely before he turned to help Yi Shiwen to her feet. Yi Shiwen looked at him with derision. Are you so afraid of her? It is not fear, Lu Xinshe replied, pausing momentarily. Many troubles are unnecessary. Such as this predicament? Lu Ku sensed that at this moment. Yi Shiwen must harbor intense hatred for Lu Xinshe, but more prominently, a sense of disappointment. The emotions in Yi Shiwen's eyes extinguished rapidly, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Release me. I wish to go home. I can choose to disregard the events of this period, but we shall have no further connection. It will pass. Lu Xinshe observed quietly, one hand resting at the back of Yi Shiwen's head. Lu Ku perceived a faint energy emanating from his palm, rippling outward in layers. Yixuan's consciousness began to blur as she murmured, "Lu Xinshi, I regret it." Lu Xinshi hesitated briefly before embracing the unconscious Yixuan. Lu Ku observed, her mind reconstructing Yixuan's vitality. Memories may be erased, but many instincts cannot be lost. Lu Xinshi likely did not anticipate Lu Dongqing's ruthless nature. Ye Yizhen, after her memories were erased by Lu Xinshi, gradually descended into madness and ultimately perished, oblivious to her fate. The manner of Yixuan's demise could be described as a disintegration of her soul, with every fragment consumed by vengeful spirits. Her madness was a cry for help. Yet the loss of her memories rendered her unaware of the events transpiring around her. The Yi family, unfamiliar with such matters, could not fathom the depth of her plight. Lu Ku felt an icy chill. Lu Xinshu's arrogance extinguished the last flicker of hope within Yixuan, leaving him convinced that her body was merely an empty shell. Lu Ku felt a wave of nausea as she coldly observed Lu Xinshu, who, in his self-importance, cradled Yixuan's form. As the final tear fell from Yixuan's eye, her phantom dissipated. When Lu Ku opened her eyes, she felt momentarily disoriented. Truth be told, she felt slightly nauseous. It was astonishing that Lu Xinshu could so heartlessly apply the same tactics to Lu Ku a second time without a shred of guilt. What was he hoping for? That sharing the same body would somehow equate to sharing the same soul. As Lu Ku regained her senses, she suddenly understood why Lu Xinshu had altered his previously domineering demeanor to one of gentleness upon realizing that Lu Ku and Yixuan were entirely distinct entities. It was not a change born of kindness, but rather a recognition that Yixuan was gone. Rather than remain at odds with Lu Ku, it was more advantageous for him to assist her in becoming a weapon against the Lu family, thereby altering the entrenched system that had long displeased him. Lu Dongqing harbored feelings for Lu Xinshu, yet it was undeniable that in her presence, he could never hold his head high. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to it. But the faint hope that lingered between them had long since dissipated due to their disparate standings. This was the essence of Lu Xinshu. Lu Ku's unfocused gaze finally sharpened, revealing Lu Yao's slightly anxious visage. Undeniably, Lu Yao was a handsome young man. It took Lu Ku a moment to process that the youth before her was Lu Yao, not the exalted ancestor Lu Feibai. "You have finally awakened," Lu Yao remarked, his brow knitted in concern. "This is truly outrageous. How can such things still occur?" This was already a consequence of Lu Dongqing's restraint. The preferential treatment Lu Ku received this time was undoubtedly linked to Lu Xinshu's indifferent stance. A woman's intuition can be a formidable force. Though it may not always be accurate, it often reaches a high degree of correctness. Lu Ku shifted her gaze, her voice slightly strained. "Thank you, ancestor Lu Feibai." Lu Yao offered a wry smile. "Kiki, must you address me in such a manner?" Lu Kiskiviko froze momentarily. She realized that those around her could effortlessly distinguish her true identity as Lu Ku. This was illogical, given that the body in motion belonged to Yixuan. Lu Ku remained silent, rooted in place, while Lu Yao gently pulled her up, his expression warm. "The police have arrived. Lu Dongqing is outside assisting with the investigation. However, your sudden call to the police caught the Lu family off guard. You may not be so fortunate next time." Lu could turn to see that the black cat had vanished through the light gap. Lu Wenxiu likely still feared Lu Feibai. "You're Lu Yao?" Lu Yao smiled at her, as if observing a mischievous child. "Kiki, I am relieved to see you well." It was unexpected that what Lu Zhong and his wife had said was indeed true. Two souls within one body. Lu Kiskiviko scrutinized Lu Yao, noticing her aloof demeanor. His gentle smile dimmed slightly. "Yes, ancestor Lu Feibai is not as capricious and unruly as the rumors suggest. Rather, he has shown considerable care for me, his descendant. Otherwise, with his capabilities, it would be a trivial matter for him to obliterate my spirit. That is reassuring. However, I am not a member of the Lu family. I shall part ways with Lu Xinshu upon my return. Your words hold no significance. Then consider me a mere idle companion indulging in soliloquy. After all, There are few who can engage me in conversation, and we both share a sense of loneliness, particularly me. Lu Yao's expression turned somewhat forlorn. Lu Yao indeed possessed a cheerful and lively disposition, with many friends. It was hard to imagine him one day imprisoned upon the mountain, deprived of freedom. Given the current circumstances, it was truly a stroke of luck that Lu Yao had managed to survive. With a flicker in her eyes, Lu Ku inquired, "What of Lu Xinshu?" "He is in the front hall with Lu Dongxing, undergoing questioning." Lu Ku mused that perhaps Lu Dongxing was Lu Xinshu's true love. Their bloodlines were closely intertwined, rendering any possibility of separation impossible. As if sensing Lu Ku's thoughts, Lu Yao casually remarked, "Lu Dongxing has distanced herself from her parents since childhood, voluntarily growing up in the ancestral hall, raised by the elders as if she were their own granddaughter. Over time, she has naturally developed a sense of superiority and has often been headstrong. Kiki, despite any denial on your part, I must say that the affairs upon the mountain are quite complex. Since you have managed to escape, I hope you pursue a new life." Chapter 112. Assimilation and New Life? Lu Ku found the notion distant, fixing her gaze upon Lu Yao's face, striving to maintain her composure. "Then why do you not distance yourself from the Lu family?" Lu Yao paused before responding candidly. "I can no longer leave, or rather, I never had the right to depart." Lu Yao helped Lu Ku rise from the stone bed, and she felt a slight sting at her temples. The underground passage was, after all, frigid, and Lu Ku was uncertain how long she had slumbered. It was evident she had grown cold. Perhaps she was catching a cold, she thought. "Let's go." Lu Yao, noticing her furrowed brow, retrieved a windbreaker from a nearby table. He was dressed neatly, clearly having prepared it for Lu Ku. Having just awakened, she immediately felt the biting cold and accepted the garment, draping it over her shoulders as she followed Lu Yao. As they exited the dungeon, she could not help but glance back, her mind racing. The resurgence of Yi Shiwen's memories was too fortuitous, leading Lu Ku to suspect it was the handiwork of Lu Wenxiu. The black cat had vanished without a trace, and Lu Ku no longer dwelled on it. As long as Lu Wenxiu wished, she had countless methods to locate Lu Ku. However, her attitude towards Lu Xinshu would likely never revert to its former state. Previously, Lu Ku had harbored a subtle apprehension toward Lu Xinshu. Now, it had transformed into outright disdain and aversion. Accompanying Lu Dongxing, Lu Ku remained silent throughout the journey. Walking behind Lu Yao, unable to suppress the urge to speak and ask many questions, yet unsure where to begin. "Do the Lu family know you are here?" "This is my own affair, a special privilege granted by Ancestor Fei Bai," Lu Yao replied with a smile, his face brightening. "Will you continue to be Lu Yao, or will you become Lu Fei Bai?" He did not answer the question, but instead cautioned Lu Ku. "In the future, keep your distance from Lu Dongxing. She has always exhibited a hint of madness, causing considerable trouble throughout her life, yet the elders regard her as their beloved granddaughter. However, even with her as a cautionary tale, many parents would hesitate to allow their children to remain in the ancestral hall, growing up among a cadre of old men. Those old men are not good mentors, as you can see from Lu Dongxing." Lu Ku was taken aback. "You know Lu Dongxing?" Lu Yao seemed to recall something, halted to look down at Lu Ku. "Kiki, do you harbor resentment toward your parents?" Lu Ku was caught off guard by the question. "Given how Lu Dongxing treats you, you must despise her. In truth, most members of the Lu family are aware of what has transpired with you. And then? I cannot fathom what compels you to choose to return to the Lu family." The two of them ultimately came to a halt. They had yet to exit the remote dungeon area, surrounded by a pallid grayness, which reminded Lu Ku of the chilling hearts of the two siblings present. As their gazes met, Lu Ku discerned a scrutinizing glint in Lu Yao's eyes, and she suddenly became acutely aware that this peculiar period of experiences had not only transformed her, but also rendered Lu Yao less reticent than before. In her memories, perceives Luo Yao as an innocent and naive soul, perpetually gazing upon the world with benevolent eyes. However, reflecting on Luo Yao's profound understanding of the Luo family, she begins to feel a sense of uncertainty. Perhaps her previous world was too confined, rendering everything seemingly simple. Luo does not avert her gaze, staring intently into his eyes. Will we become adversaries? Luo Yao appears taken aback by her direct inquiry, momentarily flustered before awkwardly looking away. Kiki, I believe you're doing quite well at present, truly. You possess a harmonious family and a healthy body. As long as you desire, the complexities of the Luo family can remain distant from you, allowing you to embark on a new chapter of your life. I wish to know how you all recognize me at a glance. Luo Ku inquires. Did you meet my parents? Luo Yao murmurs. They are nearly beside themselves. Luo Yao offers a wry smile. This was a matter long settled. I had assumed they were prepared for it. Family proves to be Luo Yao's vulnerability. Luo Ku scrutinizes his expression, meticulously observing every subtle nuance, determined not to overlook any critical information. You did not visit them? No. It would be exceedingly difficult to part from them once I did. Luo Yao averts his gaze. Allow me to escort you down. You should gather your belongings and descend the mountain. You need not concern yourself with Luo Xinshu. Do you know him? Kiki, you ought to be aware of your lineage. Luo Yao replies, a hint of disdain evident in his tone when mentioning Luo Xinshu. Perhaps it is fate's design. Such coincidences abound. Luo Xinshu's girlfriend is Yi Shiwen, and Yi Shiwen is your counterpart. By unfortunate alignment, Luo Dongqing's methods have rendered Yi Shiwen a living corpse. While you have lost your corporeal form, I am aware of Luo Xinshu's little schemes. I merely thought it might be better if you forgot, which is why I chose to remain silent. Luo Yao furrows his brow, realizing his own inadequacy, astonished that such a situation could befall him twice. His expression is stern, yet Luo Ku finds it unfamiliar. You mean to say that everyone is aware of what Luo Dongqing has done to Yi Shiwen, yet they all choose to stand idly by, watching her life be extinguished? Luo Ku finds this incomprehensible. Luo Dongqing's methods have consistently been inept over the years. Luo Yao states calmly, Kiki, do not return to the Luo family. I will handle matters here. It is for the best for both you and the Luo family. I remember when we were children, you cried for several days over a lost neighbor's puppy. Luo Yao pauses, seemingly bewildered, but does not linger on it for long. Simply stating, that was many years ago. Luo Ku, testing the waters, remarks, indeed, we have both grown up now. I initially thought the Luo family was still pursuing me. And now Luo Dongqing is also keeping a close watch on me. Is it truly all right for me to leave like this? I will manage it, Luo Yao assures her. His demeanor is considerably more austere now, yet his gaze softens slightly when it rests upon Luo Ku, infused with a touch of warmth. The pair resumes their journey, with Luo Yao guiding Luo Ku toward the residence, urging her to prepare her belongings for the descent. As they walk, the absence of the old residence's inhabitants becomes palpable, leading Luo Ku to feel an unsettling sense of unreality, only to be grounded by the distant sight of the police car parked at Luo Xinshu's entrance, its lights flashing. Looking ahead, Luo Ku's spirits are heavy. She now understands why the Luo Zhong couple is so anxiously striving to rescue Luo Yao. Luo Ku believes that her 20 years of shared experiences with Luo Yao confirm that he has always been a kind and gentle soul. Yet he is now becoming assimilated by Luo Feibai. Chapter 113. On the descent in some respects. This gradual transformation is even more challenging to accept than Luo Yao's outright demise. The slow, harrowing process starkly reveals to his family that he is gradually vanishing. The terrifying aspect is that Luo Yao remains entirely oblivious to this reality. He even perceives this ancestor as amiable and accommodating, tolerating the coexistence of two souls within a single body. Yet is that truly the case? Luo Ku does not need to exert much effort to discern the intentions behind Luo Feibai and the Luo family's actions. The era in which Luo Feibai lived is far removed from the present. Adapting and learning is not a simple or pleasant endeavor. However, if Luo Feibai could consume Luo Yao's soul, the circumstances would drastically change. Perhaps the merged entity of Luo Feibai would not be the pure Luo Feibai anymore. But would this ancestor, known for his reckless behavior, truly care about such matters? Luo Ku ponders this in silence. As Luo Ku ascends the mountain, she had no intention of lingering long. After preparing her belongings, she steps outside, only to find Luo Yao standing at the entrance, engaging in light-hearted banter with the police. This sight fills her with trepidation. Luo Yao has never been one to relish socializing. She begins to recall countless memories of Luo Yao, contemplating his demeanor and conduct. And the more she thinks, the more unsettling it becomes. The Luo Yao before her embodies echoes of his former self, albeit with subtle differences. Wrapped in a coat that Luo Yao had provided, she tightens her grip, reassuring herself that this kindness comes from him. Have you finished packing? Luo Ku stands at the door for 2 minutes, and Luo Yao, still smiling, explains there was a minor scuffle among the young girls. Our building is old, and some parts have fallen into disuse. It would be a shame to dismantle them, as everyone understands. The police officer responds, I can understand, but it would be best to refrain from such jokes. Luo Yao readily agrees, helping Luo Ku with her backpack while advising Luo Xinshu is not a suitable companion. Once you resume your studies, you can meet someone else. If he begins to pursue you, simply inform me. Luo Yao considers for a moment. By the way, Gu Ju is quite a good match. You should continue to develop that connection. I have high hopes for it. Luo Yao presents himself as a considerate and attentive elder brother. Luo Ku purses her lips, gazing at him in silence. The police officer jestingly remarks, Are you attempting to disband their romantic ties? Having grown up together, we know his character well. Luo Yao responds with a smile. The police officer, having gathered the necessary information, turns and heads to the vehicle. I will take you home. Your parents have filed a report and are quite anxious, waiting at the foot of the mountain, insisting on seeing you in person. The circumstances here are rather unique, so we typically do not come up. This is your good fortune to explore this century-old residence. Luo Ku offers an awkward smile, and as she settles into the vehicle, a black cat leaps into her lap, its golden eyes blinking at her. Emerging alongside the cat is Luo Xinshu, clad in an olive-green jacket, appearing rather disheveled without his usual tailored suit, making him nearly unrecognizable. I will accompany you, Luo Xinshu states succinctly, otherwise I cannot explain to Uncle Yi and Auntie. The police officer glances at Luo Ku, and upon seeing no objections, remains noncommittal. The visit to the Luo family residence is fleeting, leaving Luo Ku's heart in turmoil. The memories of Yi Shiwen linger ominously, creating an unspoken tension between her and Luo Xinshu, though she refrains from expressing it. Facing the window, Luo Yao stands at a distance, waving toward her. It dawns on Luo Ku that many members of the Luo family are not absent. Heads peek cautiously from their doorways, as if prearranged. In the center, Luo Yao stands amidst an eerie silence. The scene feels surreal, causing Luo Ku to shiver involuntarily before she redirects her gaze. Luo Xinshu sits to her left, an expression of unease etched upon his face as he cautiously leans closer to whisper an apology that only she can hear. Turning her head to regard him, she notes that, attired in ordinary clothing, Luo Xinshu appears as an unremarkable man, his face betraying a suppressed timidity, which only serves to irritate her further. You should wear a suit. It suits you better. At least the assertiveness that comes with formal attire can significantly enhance your presence. Luo Xinshu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting slightly. As long as you are fine, I'm relieved. I never anticipated that Luo Dongxing would act in such a manner. However, with Luo Yao present, she wouldn't dare treat you the same way she did Yeshiwen. Luo cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent. Luo Xinshu placed his hands firmly on his knees, grasping tightly, then slightly tilted his head. There are many matters beyond my influence. I understand, so there is no need for you to explain. Luo Xinshu observed Luo's icy demeanor. His lips moved, yet no words could escape. Luo disregarded his disarray. From Luo Xinshu's words, she had surmised Yeshiwen's plight, and indeed, Luo Xinshu had not deliberately concealed it. However, the meager words paled in comparison to the horrific reality she had witnessed, rendering Luo to deem Luo Xinshu exceedingly despicable. How could he so casually articulate the suffering Yeshiwen endured? Were it not for him, Yeshiwen would not have ventured alone into the den of wolves. With a black cat nestled in her arms and a backpack resting at her feet, Luo refrained from returning her coat, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. Her back slightly arched, It was unclear whether her shivering stemmed from the cold or a chill of the heart. Despite countless visits to the Lowe family's ancestral home, she had never perceived it as a place that devoured souls. Children often harbor naive thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Loka sensed a subtle tremor within her. Perhaps a result of anxiety, though this tension was not due to any imminent danger in the ancestral home. The girl's unusual behavior was painfully evident, prompting the police officer to glance at her through the rearview mirror, assessing her complexion. Noting her silence, he proceeded to drive, for the world below was rife with everything. Lo Xinshu observed from a corner of the vehicle, silently shrinking away, even refraining from uttering a word of concern. Loka felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Deep down, she understood that all of this stemmed from a psychological shift, her gaze meeting Lo Wunshio's tranquil golden pupils. Lost in thought, Loka was abruptly jolted as the vehicle came to a sudden stop. "You cannot leave." Loka raised her head to see the Lo Zhong couple blocking the road halfway up the mountain, rushing towards the car as it halted, pounding on the window. The police officer appeared somewhat bewildered and turned to Loka, asking, "Do you know these two?" The Lo Zhong couple coordinated their efforts, one standing at the front of the vehicle and the other at the door, forcing the officer to halt the car on a mountain slope. "I know," Loka replied, coldly observing her adoptive parents' anxious expressions through the glass. "You cannot leave. If you do, what will happen to Lo Yao?" Lo Mu's words were laden with emotion. Lacking focus, Lo Zhong stepped closer to Loka, pressing his face against the glass, enabling her to see the bloodshot veins in his eyes, clearly indicating that the couple had been enduring difficult times. Lo Zhong, in stark contrast to Lo Mu, maintained a calm demeanor. "We still stand by the same words we spoke last time. I know you harbor resentment towards us, but Lo Yao is indeed innocent. Your ability to live peacefully these days is largely due to Lo Yao's efforts behind the scenes. You must have met him. He is your brother, the one who adored you most since childhood. Even now, despite his current state, he strives to protect you within his capabilities. Ask yourself, do you not harbor any feelings for this family? We cannot delay any longer regarding Lo Yao. Your mother and I have come to find you, willing to take on risks. In truth, if it weren't for Lo Yao, we wouldn't dare act so recklessly. However, Lo Yao cannot sustain this for long. We can sense it. No one knows a child better than their parents. And witnessing his current condition, I would rather he perish than continue in this manner." As he touched upon the painful truth, Lo Zhong's expression grew even graver. At this rate, what difference is there between him and a wandering soul? Lo Feibai is merely a parasite residing within him, and ironically, everyone seems to take pleasure in this. Loka, if you leave, Lo Yao will truly be lost. With the police present, Loka could not articulate many of her thoughts. She lowered the window just enough to allow her voice to escape. Staring into the bloodshot eyes beyond the gap, she softly replied, "I believe you hold me in too high regard. What can I possibly do? I am merely a piece of meat on the chopping block, of no use beyond being slaughtered. Also, my name is Yashiwen, and from now on, I shall only be known as Yashiwen." The police officer, perhaps pondering that these individuals were engaging in some form of role-playing unbeknownst to him, discerned the unease on their faces as Lo Zhong and Lo Mu fell silent. He then spoke, "If you have finished your conversation, we must be on our way. It is perilous to remain here." Instantly, the previously silent Lo Zhong and Lo Mu reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, exclaiming, "You cannot leave." Lo Xinshu observed coldly, and Loka felt as though all her vitality had been drained, leaving her in a state of indescribable despair. "Enough, officer. Please take Yashiwen down the mountain. Her family is waiting." The couple's daughter had tragically passed away. It was rather pitiable, and Lo Xinshu thought it best to check on them, considering they were all part of the same extended family. With that, Lo Xinshu exited the vehicle and stood behind the Lo Zhong couple, gently pulling the pair along, and the three of them departed together. Loka was well aware that this was Lo Xinshu's influence at work. It appeared effortless, yet in reality, the Lo Zhong couple had no means to resist. In this overt scenario, Lo Xinshu seemed far more at ease. However, the police officer remained oblivious, believing that the couple's fervor had subsided, and he sighed in relief. Swiftly departing, "Young lady, You truly possess a remarkable temperament. Through the rearview mirror, Loka caught sight of Lo Xinshu seemingly dialing a number, and after a brief exchange, the Lo Zhong couple, two middle-aged individuals, unexpectedly embraced and wept uncontrollably. It was a rather heart-rending sight, prompting a faint smile from Lo Ka. The Lo Zhong couple and the Lo family receded further into the distance behind her. The police drove Lo Ka to the local police station in the county at the base of the mountain. As she stepped inside, she immediately spotted the other four members of the Ye family rushing towards her, with Yamama exhibiting the most intense emotions. "Where's Lo Xinshu? How can we trust him if this is how he takes care of you?" "Mother," Loka replied gently, "I'm fine. Besides, Lo Xinshu is not obligated to look after me. Likewise, I owe him nothing." Yamama, detecting the implications in Loka's words, widened her eyes in surprise. "Are you suggesting that you too?" "Mother," Loka surveyed the other members of the Ye family and slowly continued, "We never really had a relationship. I cannot recall any significant events between us. I noticed you all seemed quite fond of him, so I attempted to force myself to try. However, I have realized that disinterest is disinterest." Yaba, resonating with her sentiments, remarked, "Shiwen, you should not force yourself. If you do not like him, you must express it. These people before you are your family, not Lo Xinshu's. Our kindness towards Lo Xinshu is due to his unwavering support for you. Without you, he is nothing." "I understand," Loka responded with demure obedience. "Therefore, I am formally informing you that you need not feel compelled to maintain contact with Lo Xinshu." Yashining's gaze met Loka's, and the two girls, of similar ages, shared numerous common topics, exchanging knowing smiles. "This is quite agreeable. After all, Shiwen is still young. Why seek out an older man? Besides, having started school early, taking a year off will not hinder her from dating younger boys." Yashiru cast a glance at Yashining, and along with Yaba, the two male figures tacitly refrained from voicing any opinions. Observing the harmonious atmosphere, the investigating officer felt a sense of relief. "It is good that the person has been found. Please be more cautious in the future. If you ask me, parting ways is for the best." That young man appears rather ordinary. A beautiful girl like you can find far better suitors. The individuals present were all smiling, yet after their laughter, the members of the Yi family felt a sense of foreboding. They collectively recalled Yi Shiwen's last visit, during which the family had been aware of her presence. Upon her return, Yi Shiwen exhibited a significant transformation, which they had attributed to the unfriendly demeanor of Lu Xinshu's family, believing it had undermined the young girl's self-esteem. However, recent events suggested a more complex situation. At that time, Luko had sent a unified message to Yi Shiru and Yi Ba, stating, "I have been confined by the Lu family in a dungeon. I have reported it to the police, but I am uncertain whether they will arrive soon. The Lu family's mountain is off limits to outsiders. Please help me report this." The message was brief yet chilling. The Yi family, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from inquiring further about what had transpired with Lu Ku, as her demeanor spoke volumes. The four members of the Yi family wore smiles, but only they knew the turmoil within their hearts. Upon returning home, Lu Ku took a hot shower and lay on her bed, feeling an unusual sense of comfort. It appeared she was gradually integrating into the Yi family, as she had always belonged there. Presently, she was merely returning to the familiar path of her life. Lu Ku felt a surge of joy, believing that her ties with the Lu family had been severed. Regarding Lu Wenxiu, they could negotiate their relationship amicably. As she was not unreasonable, she took out her phone and messaged Guju, "I am back. Everything could go back to normal." Through her words, one could sense a fleeting lightness in Lu Ku. However, Guju did not respond immediately. On her way home, Yishining noticed that Lu Ku had brought a cat back, having thoughtfully purchased supplies from a pet store along the way. The items were now neatly arranged against the wall in her room. During Lu Wenxiu's absence, it was unclear what she had been doing, but she seemed utterly exhausted. As Lu Ku rose, she saw the black cat sprawled comfortably in the center of the bed, its eyes closed, quiet as a doll. When a cat truly sleeps, it makes no sound. Lu Ku watched the gentle rise and fall of the cat's chest, moving quietly to organize the items before stepping out of the room. Once again, she took out her phone, but Gu Ju still had not replied. After pondering for a moment, Luku sent another message. Do you have time? Would you like to go for a walk? After sending it, she lay back on her bed, set an alarm, and drifted off to sleep alongside Lu Wenxiu. She experienced no dreams. Luku slept soundly and awoke to find daylight fading. Yishiru, seeing Luku awake, cheerfully asked if she wanted to go out for a better meal. Naturally, Luku agreed. The family enjoyed their meal together, returning home in high spirits, radiating happiness from a distance, appearing to be a picture-perfect family. Occasionally, Luku would become lost in thought, reflecting on the various hardships endured by Yishiwen. Yet ultimately, the two had never met. While Luku felt sympathy, she could not fully empathize. She would only feel a pang of guilt for the happiness of the Yi family. Upon returning home, Lu Wenxiu was still sleeping, and Luku also felt weary. Before sleeping, she confirmed that Gu Ju had still not replied, and then washed up before lying down. It was not until midday the following day that Luku began to sense something was amiss. This was not characteristic of Gu Ju. Initially, Luke had intended to attribute his silence to busyness, but she could no longer deceive herself. As she was now somewhat idle, she gathered her belongings and left the house, heading first to the community where Gu Ju lived. After confirming with the security guard and learning nothing, she had no choice but to leave empty-handed. Checking the time, it was dismissal hour, so she decided to try her luck and visit Yu Yong. The streets were bustling with people, and had it not been for Yu Yong spotting Luku, they would have missed each other entirely. Yu Yong, with disheveled hair and yawning, asked, "What do you need me for?" "Just so you know, my fee is quite high. You're not as wealthy as Gu Ju." "I didn't come for that," Luku replied, her face etched with anxiety. "I can't find Gu Ju. Do you know where he is? I'm at my wit's end, which is why I'm here," Luku admitted with a bitter smile. "I've realized I know nothing about him." Yu Yong looked somewhat perplexed. "You really are grasping at straws. Gu Ju and I are not friends. We maintain a purely professional relationship as employer and employee. However, you've actually asked the right person this time." Yu Yong continued, somewhat reluctantly. "You are indeed quite uninformed. Gu Ju's father has passed away, and he is the only son. His sister is from stepmother, and neither the family business nor their relatives accept these two. He must return to deal with matters." As he spoke, Yu Yong pulled out his phone and quickly opened the local financial news, pointing to a photograph of a middle-aged man. "This is Gu Ju's father. Otherwise, why do you think Gu Ju is so wealthy? I am willing to accept his IOUs." Of course, as a well-known writer, Gu Ju would still be quite affluent even without his family's wealth. "But this is the Gu family, after all," Yu Yong exclaimed, somewhat materialistically. "How wonderful it would be if I could inherit a fortune like that." "So, you mean Gu Ju has gone back to deal with the inheritance?" Luku was unfamiliar with these matters, but she knew the Gu group was quite renowned nationally. However, she had never connected the two Gu families. But he wouldn't completely cut off contact, right? Where could someone be without checking their phone? Yu Yong glanced at her. "You can't possibly think Gu Ju went back voluntarily, right? If he had, why would he need to struggle on his own? He could publish whatever he wanted. Publishing books doesn't compare to running a business. So you're implying Gu Ju has been confined by his family?" "Not exactly. It's more of a protective measure," Yu Yong replied vaguely, his expression revealing his discomfort with divulging more details. "Instead of worrying about this, you should check out the mysterious association Gu Ju is involved with. If you don't, he might face serious consequences." Luka was taken aback. "What? It's all over the news. You really don't pay attention to current events at all." Luka bit her lip, not denying it. Following Yu Yong's lead, she opened the local social news. The first headlines that caught her eye were a series of murder cases, with unfamiliar names and locations that seemed completely unconnected, merely reflecting the recent inadequacies in the city's public safety management. Looking up at Yu Yong, she noticed his unwavering gaze and scrolled down to the comment section. Mentally prepared, she felt no surprise at the repeated mentions of the mysterious association. Are these people killed by evil spirits? What are you thinking? Do you think the city's spiritual practitioners are all dead? Yu Yong looked offended, crossing his arms. If you keep talking like that, we won't have anything more to discuss. Saying this, Yu Yong extended a blue spiritual energy thread from his fingertips, which swiftly struck Lu Ku's head, binding a massive, sleeping evil spirit and tossing it around. The scene was gruesome, leaving Lu Ku somewhat bewildered. Is this how you vent your frustrations on the evil spirit? Due to Lu Wenxio's intervention, the massive evil spirit had been dormant for quite some time, and Lu Ke had nearly forgotten its existence. Watching the disheveled creature attempt to curl up, she chose to pretend she hadn't seen it. Fortunately, Yu Yong knew when to stop and quickly withdrew, clearing his throat. All right, I've told you everything you need to know. Is there anything else? Yu Yong's demeanor was not warm, starkly contrasting with his behavior in front of Guju. Lu Ke nodded, watching as Yu Yong stood up to leave, reminding her to settle the bill before departing. That was typical of him. Lu Ke chose not to dwell on such matters and silently contemplated the words Yu Yong had just shared. What on earth had happened? Everything had seemed perfectly fine before the ascent. On her way home, Lu Ke continued to browse various news articles. A young woman mysteriously dies at home. Bizarre and eerie locked-room murder case. What has driven him to madness? She opened the mysterious association chat group, which had numerous unread messages from both large and small groups. The large group was fervently discussing the patterns of recent events, taking a voyeuristic stance, merely curious about the series of murders. Meanwhile, the smaller group appeared to be engulfed in panic. The term viewing death as a return is held in high esteem precisely because most individuals regard life as precious. However, recently, the MO yin has been conspicuously absent. Perhaps there are matters in reality that demand attention. The MO yin was previously quite active, which raises my suspicions. The news is filled with absurdities. What has transpired in our lives is known only to us. Lu Ke furrows her brow as she scrolls through the chat records. The list of victims of the heinous crime unfolding before her. The members of the group seem to be holding a mourning ceremony, one that only they are aware of, with everyone cognizant of the cause, yet feeling powerless to act. Lu Ke strives to sift through the information that may be of use to her. The president has not shown up for quite some time. What could be the reason? Has the president encountered trouble as well? Perhaps too preoccupied to attend to us? How do you know? Among us are individuals from all walks of life. What haven't we done? That's true. It seems there is a hidden hand behind all of this. It has come too suddenly and with a strong sense of targeting. Indeed, I initially believed it was merely an accident, but it has escalated dramatically. I had just seen the Zhu Qingting, who passed away recently. I am somewhat frightened by how swiftly events have unfolded. Could the mysterious society be a thorn in someone's side? Things have felt distinctly off lately. Let us not forget the importance of the association. We understand better than anyone how crucial it is to have a place where we can gather for warmth. Precisely. Let us refrain from casting blame indiscriminately. Such circumstances feel akin to waiting for death itself. I managed to contact the president, who advised us not to panic. The fact that we have survived this long suggests we possess some skills or connections. We could hire a spiritual practitioner for protection. However, finding a competent spiritual practitioner is exceedingly difficult, and on-site protection may be unlikely. Let us give it a try. If it proves futile, we can visit the Bai Ma Si in the neighboring city. The president mentioned that the abbot there possesses genuine skills, and staying for a while could serve as a form of team building. I concur. Students cannot leave. Adding to the group are housewives and laborers. Taking time off is exceedingly difficult. If finances are tight, you may remain. It is not compulsory. Just ensure you take care of yourselves. When weighing money against life, one must consider their priorities. Lu Ke read through the messages, gaining a rough understanding before inquiring in the group. Has anything happened while I was away? A fortunate individual has been caught. Lu Ke continued typing. It seems the president has gone missing. The president has been confined by family members. It appears so. I heard from the family that someone in the president's household has taken action, and the specifics are still under investigation. Is that for real? It's said to be for protection. I can understand, but without the president, we lack a guiding force, which is somewhat alarming. In a large group, any deviation from the subject can easily lead to distraction. Fortunately, Lu Ke has obtained the information she sought, remaining calm as she patiently observes the messages from others. Suddenly, a message in bold red flooded the screen. Help me. It was sent repeatedly, prompting Lu Ke to pay closer attention amid the caring inquiries of the group. It was quite abrupt to see someone request a friend as approval. She then opened a temporary chat window to ask, receiving a quick reply. The individual. using the ID Anshin Xiaodu, had a profile picture of a small rabbit and appeared to be the same age as Lu Ku. Can you assist me? Lu Ku, could you elaborate on the events occurring in your life? Returning to the small group, it seemed that others were intrigued by Lu Ku's distinctive approach, bombarding her with questions. This young lady cannot possibly be a spiritual practitioner, can she? A response came, it's quite possible, otherwise. Why would an ordinary person seek out trouble? Anshin Xiaodu took a considerable amount of time to type, summarizing her situation as follows. Anshin Xiaodu, essentially, it mirrors what I've shared in the group. Recently, I have noticed a shadow persistently following me. Initially, I thought it was merely an illusion and paid no mind, as we in this group are inherently prone to attracting malevolent entities. Insignificant spiritual presences are hardly worth concern. In truth, as Anshin Xiaodu described, these individuals have already experienced supernatural phenomena, with psychological resilience and capacity far exceeding that of ordinary people. Anshin Xiaodu, this shadow, follows me closely yet maintains a certain distance. Its color is darker than the night itself. I dislike drawing the curtains, and at night, through the starlight and the glow of street lamps, I can see it standing beside me. During the day, it keeps its distance, but at night, it draws nearer. From her description, it is clear that Anshin Xiaodu is not a timid or overly sensitive individual. She is attentive to detail and rational, not allowing the sudden abnormality to disconcert her. In fact, this phenomenon has persisted for a week, but I have sensed something amiss in the last 2 days. Lu Ku, what seems to be the issue? Anshin Xiaodu, it appears to be trying to close the distance between us. While it does not significantly impact my life, I have noticed it inciting malevolent intentions in some unsavory individuals. I first realized this when I was returning home after a late shift. A drunken homeless man at the roadside followed me as I passed. Lu Ku, could it be a mere illusion? Anshin Xiaodu, it cannot be. I witnessed the shadow enter the body of the homeless man, after which his eyes turned red as he approached me. Anshin Xiaodu asserted with conviction, this has occurred more than once. To validate this notion, I intentionally visited various crowded locations during both day and night over the following days, and the results aligned with my expectations. Anshin Xiaodu's demeanor and expression revealed her to be a strong-willed young woman, and her needs did not seem overly urgent. You appear capable of resolving this on your own, Lu Ku remarked. No, that is not feasible, Anshin Xiaodu replied. I consulted a familiar spiritual practitioner, but they could not clarify what this entity is, which is why I sought advice in the group. Chapter 117. Drawing out the shadow. Do you know what this is? Anshin Xiaodu inquired. Lu Ku felt equally perplexed when suddenly a cat-like figure lazily stretched and interjected. I know what that is. What is it? We must investigate further. Lu Wenxiu stretched, suggesting it was certainly not something good. Lu Wenxiu seemed to be teasing, and Lu Ku refrained from pressing for details, responding to Anshin Xiaodu as per Lu Wenxiu's guidance. The two agreed to meet and discuss. Anshin Xiaodu was remarkably efficient, promptly arranging to meet Lu Ku that very afternoon, which took Lu Ku by surprise. After changing into more appropriate attire, Lu Ku departed without much delay. The location designated by Anshin Xiaodu was quite far from a neighborhood where the Yi family resided, and Lu Ku estimated that public transport would take over an hour. She purchased a black shoulder bag similar to Guju's, letting Lu Wenxiu nestle inside, just as Guju had once carried her, hurrying out the door. The agreed meeting place was a cafe in the northern part of the city. Lu Ku arrived first, ordered coffee, and continued browsing recent local news, particularly focusing on the tragic events involving the association members. After a considerable time, Lu Ku inexplicably felt that everything revolved around the mysterious association. However, she wondered if this perception was merely an illusion, as the association had amassed numerous individuals who had genuinely experienced supernatural events or were victims currently troubled by such phenomena. Nonetheless, the victims were primarily concentrated within the association's internal small group, a fact that Lu Ku could not ignore. Are you reviewing the recent incidents? A low, husky female voice came from behind Lu Ku, startling her as she turned to face a sharply defined visage. It was a strikingly attractive young woman, tall and slender in a professional suit, with long hair and a polished appearance, her face adorned with subtle makeup, save for her vividly colored lipstick. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anshin, a business manager, 28 years old. Anshin extended her hand, and after a brief handshake, Luku immediately noticed the shadow looming behind Anshin. This is the shadow of a man, slender and about the same height as Anshin, deemed somewhat diminutive among men. The edges of the shadow appear somewhat blurred, huddled at the entrance of the cafe, initially resembling a timid, clandestine figure cloaked in black. Did you see that? Luka turned around to meet Anshin's smiling face, recognizing that it was indeed that fellow. Currently, this individual does not seem to pose a significant threat to me, yet I cannot dismiss him as a suspect. After all, the number of deaths in our group has surged recently, far exceeding the average rate observed previously. In fact, since the establishment of the mysterious society, we have consolidated resources to assist one another, and it has been a long time since anyone has fallen victim. Luka felt somewhat juvenile in front of Anshin. I see you're only 20 according to your profile. I applied for the account a long time ago and never updated my information. Anshin chuckled. You're younger than I imagined. You need not feel psychological pressure. If it does not work out, it is of no concern. The spiritualist I have been in contact with is quite formidable. It was only due to his sudden impotence that I found myself in a state of desperation. If all else fails, I shall take my belongings and stay at Bema Temple for a few days. Anshin was evidently referring to the banter within the chat group. I thought you were all joking. Although it may have been jest, it is indeed a viable option. The ability of the master at Bema Temple on the first day of each lunar month is among the best within the realm, and being an ancient temple, it radiates Buddhist light, deterring most malevolent spirits from causing trouble. As Anshin spoke, she glanced back at the shadow, furrowing her brow. But this fellow does not seem to be a malevolent spirit. You even brought a cat. Luka looked down to see Lu Wenxiu peering out at the shadow, her golden eyes intensely focused. Do you recognize him? Lukiskiviko included. Upon noticing, Anshin merely pursed her lips, having encountered numerous extraordinary individuals over the years. She was not surprised, sipping the ice Americano Luka had ordered in advance, awaiting Luka's return to the conversation. Lu Wenxiu said languidly, I've seen him before, and many times at that. In fact, you should have seen him too. You just did not pay attention. What? Luka was momentarily taken aback. Aware that she appeared somewhat peculiar, she raised her head and offered Anshin an apologetic smile, then continued to seek the information she required. On the mountain, Lu Wenxiu replied coolly, Did you notice the shadow on the wall in the dungeon? It is a remnant of the deceased, driven by the desires of the living. It poses no inherent danger, yet when manipulated by those with intent, it becomes a weapon of harm. Most of the time, Lu Wenxiu exuded warmth and gentleness. But Luka sensed a hint of displeasure. The Lu family? No need to mention it if you already know. Lu Wenxiu shot Luku a glance. It's not a big deal. Once night falls, we could draw him out. All right. Anshin found it amusing. You seem to be inquiring about this black cat's opinion. Indeed. Luka replied, This is my teacher. The term teacher momentarily stunned Lu Wenxiu, her gaze directed at Luku with a hint of naivete. The title of teacher and disciple in earlier times carried a weight not easily comparable to the present. Lu Wenxiu's tone softened slightly. I merely referred to you as such. I did not imply that I take you as a disciple. Is there a difference? Lu Wenxiu fell silent. The perspectives of two generations naturally differ. In contrast to Luka's attempts to forge connections, Lu Wenxiu was presently more concerned with the shadow nearby. The cold gaze of the black cat seemed to glare at the enemy. By the time Luka became aware of this, she was already silently mourning for the person behind the shadow. So what shall we do next? Anshin inquired. Luka glanced at Lu Wenxiu. My teacher said we should wait until nightfall and draw this fellow out to sea. Anshin nodded, evidently possessing her own means of self-preservation. Appearing quite composed, Then I shall treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Time was already growing late. After the two finished their meal, night had fallen. Anshin then pulled Luku to stroll through the shopping mall. They indulged in their merriment, but upon checking the time, it was quite late, and Luku's phone displayed 2 missed calls from members of the Yi family. After returning the calls, they decided to head towards the entrance of the bar. The gathering amplified the desires within the heart, and the bar was filled with a diverse crowd, many intoxicated. Anshin deliberately chose a more secluded and chaotic bar, and the two of them standing at the entrance appeared like a white light piercing through a black cloth, distinctly out of place. Yet this soon attracted their target. Before long, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline staggered over, a lewd smile plastered across his face. "Hey, little girls, do you lack the money to get in? Let me treat you." Luca noticed the shadow darting into the middle-aged man's body. "No need. If we require anything, we can manage on our own." Anshin grasped Luku's hand, her voice cold, before dragging Luku into a swift run, her movements practiced and executed with lightning speed. Luku was momentarily dazed. "What? Run," Anshin stated decisively, her movements as swift as if she had experienced this countless times before. Anshin's height and long legs left Luku struggling to keep up. She had been able to follow initially, but within half a minute, she was entirely being dragged along by Anshin. Fortunately, despite Anshin's slender appearance, her strength was unexpectedly great, not slowing down in the slightest due to Luku lagging behind. Luku's shoulder bag swung back and forth, and she could almost see the black cat's face reflecting an expression of impatience. "Why are we running?" Luka managed to ask. "Are we supposed to wait and be victimized?" Anshin replied, her breath steady. "Your physical condition is inadequate." Luka was taken aback by Anshin's nonchalant assumption. "Is this how you evade danger repeatedly?" "Of course. Today's men are quite feeble. Their stamina does not even match mine. This also serves as a testament that my marathon training has not been in vain." Luka glanced at Anshin's slender figure, admiration swelling within her. "You are genuinely impressive." Lu Wenxiu could no longer contain her frustration. This elder had always maintained her composure, and it was rare for Luku to witness her exasperation. "Tell her to stop. We are here to investigate, not to race." Although the elder was making an effort to preserve her decorum, Luku could still detect a hint of suppressed anger. Not daring to delay any further, Luku promptly responded, "We do not need to run. There's no issue." Anshin's strength was so overwhelming that Luku felt as though she might soar into the air, akin to a kite. Cursed be the fact that she was wearing a skirt today. Anshin paused momentarily, then effortlessly lifted Luku into her embrace. "You should have said so earlier. You didn't give me the chance." "True. If you lacked the capability, you would not dare to engage in private conversations with me." Anshin, with her carefree demeanor, shrugged her shoulders and turned back to observe. The two waited for quite some time before finally spotting the middle-aged man, gasping for breath, nearly on the verge of collapse. Luka felt as though this was a reverse form of murder. Anshin had gone so long without incident, indicating that she possessed some means of protection. Yet Anshin seemed unfazed, glancing down at Luka. "What shall we do next?" The dark energy surrounding the middle-aged man appeared almost tangible, and even Anshin could vaguely see it. Luka remained silent, bending down to gently place the black cat on the ground. The black cat lazily took 2 steps forward, causing the middle-aged man to freeze in place, visibly trembling in fear. Lu Wenxiu prompted, "Do you know what to do?" Luka was taken aback, not expecting to have any part in this. "Watch him and consider what you wish to do to him." Luka gazed at the middle-aged man. She did not care what he looked like. She sought to understand what the dark mist was. As she stared intently at the man, she perceived faces emerging from the black mist, their expressions contorted in apparent agony. Luku also noticed black threads, resembling spider webs, extending from all directions, with the middle-aged man at the center of them. The dark mist swirled and transformed, gradually taking the shape of a colossal black spider. With a human head at its center, the face shifting and changing. Luka found it neither frightening nor alarming, but rather repulsive. Repulsive? Luoku remained steadfast, resolute in her determination not to allow the shadow to harm them, even as she observed threads extending towards them. After a brief moment, she suddenly recognized several familiar faces among the shadows. With curiosity piqued, she took out her phone to search for more information, urging Anshin to look up recent victims' photographs. While most images were obscured, their collaborative efforts yielded swift results, and Luo soon discerned several well-known visages. "What are you doing?" Anshin asked, puzzled as the two hesitated, not out of choice, but from fear. Luo silently replied within her mind, yet turned to softly inquire of Luo Wenxiu. Do the lingering regrets of the deceased reside within him? Although Anshin did not comprehend Luo Ku's query regarding a black cat, she was nonetheless startled by the implications of Luo Ku's words. Their souls are scattered, leaving only a thread of resentment to wreak havoc upon the living. Luo Wenxiu remarked coldly. What should I do? Luo Ku asked. Seek your own understanding. Is your circle truly so casual? Luo Ku mused, brimming with unexpressed skepticism, while Anshin, seemingly bored, began scrolling through her phone. Luo Ku fixated on the middle-aged man, feeling a sense of uncertainty until Luo Wenxiu turned back, her golden eyes glancing at Luo Ku with impatience, evoking a peculiar sensation. It was as if the web she had previously been unable to perceive now lay bare before her, revealing the man before her had changed in ways both subtle and profound. What must be done? Luo Ku reflected on the few spiritual practitioners she had encountered. Yu Yang's energy manifested as threads, each representing distinct powers capable of cutting, binding, and encasing malevolent spirits. The monk from the first day exuded a golden aura, seemingly without form, yet resembling a tangible pillar of energy. Chao Sholin wielded puppet strings to control the movements of marionettes. As for Luo Xinshu, his energy appeared scarce, compelling him to utilize martial arts, infusing his strikes with just enough energy to counter malevolent spirits. And what of her own energy? Luo Ku found herself enveloped in an enigmatic state, as if she had transcended the confines of the world. It is not uncommon for individuals to feel a sudden numbness, their minds foggy yet acutely aware. What was her energy? In truth, she had never been of a gentle disposition. Her destructive desires often eclipsed those of many. Suppressed for the most part, she frequently contemplated tearing apart the facade of this hypocritical world, exposing the deceitful countenances of those around her. In her black cat form, she struggled to adapt, yet undeniably, her detachment from human society allowed her to observe with a newfound sense of ease. She relished the innate ability of the black cat to wield energy effortlessly, which imbued her with a profound sense of security. However, upon leaving her feline form, she found herself bereft of the capacity to combat malevolent spirits, a profound sense of loss gnawing at her heart. As she pondered, Luo Ku felt as though she grasped something intangible, her fingers twitching, yet finding only emptiness. Yet within her, an impulse began to burgeon, a desire to act, to bring closure to her long-held aspirations. Suddenly, she raised her hand, a vortex of wind swirling around her, adopting a stance as if wielding a firearm, and then pulled the trigger with her index finger. Chapter 119. A trap for you. It seemed as though something was unleashed, and in a daze, Luo Ku observed the middle-aged man collapse to the ground. Anshin, startled, rushed to assess the situation, disregarding any potential danger. With remarkable strength, Anshin easily flipped the man, revealing his face. His eyes were tightly shut, devoid of any wounds or signs of pain. Anshin cast a curious glance at Luo Ku's palm, but refrained from asking further questions, choosing instead to withdraw her gaze. Luo Wenxiu approached the man, sniffing inquisitively before curling up in Anshin's bag, meowing softly to signal that it was time for them to leave. Once assured of the man's safety, Anshin dialed a phone number, and soon an ambulance from the nearby hospital, where Yishiru worked, arrived with sirens blaring. Anshin insisted on outcoming Luo Keskiviko, concerned for her well-being. On their way home, Anshin continued messaging. Thank you. I didn't expect you to possess such skills. That final move was quite impressive. The examination revealed that the man suffered only from muscle strain, with chronic ailments like alcoholism, none of which concern us. Luo Ku replied, I am aware. You mentioned that the shadow has been haunting you for some time. Could you elaborate on specifics? Anshin responded, I don't have much more information. I've shared most of it with you. However, I suspect that the source of the harm is singular, as after the shadow began pursuing me, no other victims emerged. My physical resilience seems to have thwarted their attempts for the time being. The source? Volkiskiviko inquired. I received a warning from an account, but I dismissed it as harassment due to its anonymity. Other victims have perished, making it difficult to confirm, but I was distinctly warned to avoid misfortune, as if it were a cruel jest. Anshin continued. Initially, I didn't take it seriously, only recently piecing things together, which prompted my appeal for help in the group. The target appears to be members of the mysterious society. Luokasenset an unsettling dissonance. What warning did you receive? Anshin did not relay the message, but sent a screenshot instead. The sender utilized the group's temporary chat window, clearly a newly created account, with an unchanged default avatar and terse messages, yet the tone was brazen. Withdraw from mysterious society, or you will know the consequences. Anshin replied, What do you mean by no? The stranger did not respond. The following day, the shadow began to pursue her. Anshin recounted. Luo furrowed her brow and asked Luo Wenxiao, Is Anshin currently in danger? Luo Wenxiao, still unfamiliar with modern devices, glanced at the phone and suggested, Have her appease that individual and see their response. Following the advice, Luo sent a message, and Anshin replied with a wry smile. Do you wish to set a trap? Indeed. Leave it to me. Before long, Anshin sent another screenshot, dramatically portraying a woman in distress, entangled and terrified. Surprisingly, the other party responded with a hint of smugness. I told you all along, but you refuse to believe. Your survival thus far is merely luck. Wouldn't it be better to concede sooner? Anshin asked, What must I do to be free of you? The stranger replied, I can't notify each person individually. You should inform them yourself. Anshin pressed, Will that ensure my safety? The stranger responded, Just notify them first. Meet me at Central Park tomorrow afternoon. Luo had not anticipated such smooth progress. Even Anshin commented on the unexpected ease with which the stranger took the bait, seemingly uncharacteristic of someone who could silently eliminate so many. You have overcomplicated matters, Luo Wenxiao remarked. These individuals perished at the hands of spiritual practitioners, making evidence elusive. Your understanding of spiritual practitioners is still lacking. Such techniques cannot be undone without direct confrontation. A significant number of deaths would attract immense scrutiny, which is not advantageous for her. Luo pondered Luo Wenxiao's words. You seem to be aware of the culprit's identity. You have encountered them. Luo Wenxiao replied with a hint of indifference. Luo, not inclined to pursue further inquiries, simply asked, What factions are involved? Luo Wenxiao regarded her with bemusement. Having been dead for so many years, how could I possibly know of any developments? However, you will gradually learn about them once you become a spiritual practitioner. This statement conveyed much yet revealed little. Luo felt a sense of exasperation, but suppressed it, deciding that tomorrow would bring clarity. The other party's demeanor was brazen and carefree, so Luo and Anshin agreed to arrive early, maintaining their communication throughout. Central Park is adorned with numerous sculptures and play equipment. Anshin did not disclose her location, so Luo remained outside a sculpture, finding refuge in the crevices between the figures. After confirming that she could not be seen, she curled up and waited for half an hour until the appointed time. Luo was unaware of how Anshin had been cursed from such a distance, but she sensed an invisible energy dissipating from Anshin's body. Luo Wenxiao softly urged her to look down. It was then that Luo noticed a small black dot fall to the ground, resembling a bug, which struggled for a moment before succumbing to death. The adversary had arrived. Realizing this, Luo quickly scanned her surroundings. The square was bustling with people, particularly those taking photographs. Fortunately, Luo, concealed among the sculptures, easily identified a familiar figure. Few individuals could evoke such familiarity, and even fewer had a history with Luo. Upon catching sight of Lu Dongqing, Luo felt an unexpected calm wash over her. Reflecting on the past, she recalled how Yishiwen had been forced to ingest a cursed insect by Lu Dongqing, leading to her torment and eventual demise. Luo could not help but question, why would she employ such a method? The souls harvested were sent elsewhere. Luo Wenxiao's tone was cold. This principled ancestor clearly disapproved of such tactics. The skill with which Lu Dongqing wielded these harmful methods suggested a grim tally of lives lost at her hands. Luo hesitated slightly before Luo Wenxiao continued. It seems that one Lu Feibai is not enough to satisfy them. Luo Wenxiao's tone shifted. Channel your energy and strike her. Without a moment to ponder, Luo extended her right hand. Despite it being only her second attempt, she executed the motion with instinctual precision, her fingers aligning as if gripping a firearm. reflexively aiming at Lu Dongqing. Initially, she targeted Lu Dongqing's heart, then slightly adjusted her aim to her abdomen. And with a press of her index finger, Lu Ke mentally uttered a sound resembling a gunshot. As the imaginary shot echoed in her mind, Lu Dongqing staggered and half-kneeled on the ground, her wide eyes scanning the area in terror. What transpired? Yet, Lu Dongqing found nothing amiss. Anxin remained standing in place, gazing vacantly at the sky. From a distance, Lu Ke held her invisible weapon, now aimed at Lu Dongqing's head, yet she maintained her stance, refraining from pulling the trigger and allowing Lu Dongqing to depart unscathed. You could have killed her. If I had, I would have indirectly condemned myself. If I were to emulate Lu Dongqing's disregard for life, what difference would there be between us? If I truly acted in such a manner, you would undoubtedly look down upon me, wouldn't you? Lu Wenxiu's gaze lingered on her for some time, silent, her expression complex, as if contemplating myriad thoughts. I dislike being called teacher, Lu Wenxiu finally articulated after a lengthy pause. Lu Ke remained unfazed. She was well aware of Lu Wenxiu's aversion, yet she did not strongly oppose it. In truth, the moment Lu Ke referred to her as teacher and Lu Wenxiu failed to object immediately, Lu Wenxiu had already lost the argument. Lu Ke, reflecting on this, felt a surge of pride as she answered Anxin's call. The latter, suppressing her excitement, whispered, "How did it go? That person has left. I know who she is." After stating this, Lu Ke rose from the sculpture, waved at Anxin, and gestured below. Anxin hurried over to catch her at the lowest point, and Lu Ke carefully descended. With her vision obstructed, each step was tentative and uncertain until suddenly, a pair of hands caught her foot, which had slipped. Lu Ke glanced down, catching a glimpse of Anxin's radiant smile through the gap under her arm. The girl was tall and slender, yet possessed surprising strength. Lu Ke felt a wave of relief as she stumbled into Anxin's embrace on her final step. "Wonderful. Everything is all right now." "Yes, you're safe now," Lu Ke replied with a smile. Anxin asked, "Do you still have troubles?" "Indeed, my legal matters with that individual remain unresolved. She owes me a life." Lu Ke spoke with an air of nonchalance, but Anxin, unusually quiet, scratched her short hair and then looked down at Lu Ke. "Oh dear," Anxin murmured. "You're making me worry, but I know I can't be of any help." "Isn't that quite normal?" Lu Ke dismissed her concerns. That person was injured, and now they were safe. "And what about you next?" "Next? Lu Ke posit. You let her go, but wounds will heal, and she will return." Malicious individuals can harm others whenever they wish. Anxin looked at Lu Ke intently, directing her to point out that person. Lu Ke suddenly felt alert. "What are you planning to do?" Anxin narrowed her eyes, remaining silent, but leaned in closer, her breath softly brushing against Lu Ke's face, her downward gaze reminiscent of a slender, boyish figure, exuding an air of carefree charm. "Tell me," she urged. Lu Ke fixed her gaze into Anxin's eyes, and after a moment, pointed to a conspicuous woman staggering within the crowd. "Indeed, you mentioned she was injured." Anxin's realization dawned, and she turned resolutely, striding towards the woman. Lu Ke, filled with apprehension, hurried after her. Uncertain of Anxin's intentions, she feared Lu Dongqing might harm her, despite their brief acquaintance. Lu Ke had developed a fondness for the candid and kind-hearted girl. Previously standing at a distance, Lu Ke now followed closely, her eyes fixated on Lu Dongqing's abdomen. Involuntarily gasping, that was a wound invisible to Anxin. From Lu Ke's perspective, tendrils as thick as her wrist were extending from the gaping wound, dark purple in hue. Foreboding to behold. Anxin's concerns were justified. A shiver ran through Lu Ke as she observed the tendrils visibly healing the injury. Upon closer inspection, the tips of those appendages were adorned with fine hairs and serrated mouths, resembling a swarm of insects. This was Lu Dongqing's ability. She had always favored employing cursed insects steeped in malice. Lu Ke bit her lip and followed closely. Anxin seized Lu Dongqing by the shoulder, and upon recognizing Anxin's face, Lu Dongqing's pupils dilated, a flicker of panic crossing her features as she spotted Lu Ke. That face was all too familiar. Lu Dongqing's complexion paled, and she coughed softly, asking, "What, do you wish to kill me?" Lu Dongxing cast a cold glance towards them, her expression disdainful, as if regarding the most inconsequential of ants. We are law-abiding citizens. Anshin smiled at Lu Ku, her expression hardening as she faced Lu Dongxing. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to harm so many people? Lu Dongxing maintained her icy smirk while Lu Ku stood by, resembling an observer in class. Anshin pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and stated, "We VE captured the perpetrator." After exchanging a few words, she turned to Lu Ku and asked, "Will you come?" "What?" Anshin replied, "Even if you don't come, we must find a way to apprehend this murderer. She has taken so many lives and intends to claim more. We cannot tolerate her actions any longer." The two had arrived by taxi, yet now, Anshin was leading them toward a white van. The van's doors swung open, revealing another girl, her face slightly bowed, peeking out. It was Wu Yaya. "I deceived you," Anshin confessed. "I am actually a police officer." This twist of fate was somewhat amusing. Lu Ke remained stationary behind the two, while Lu Wenxiu feigned deafness, burying her head in her bag. Anshin flashed a wide smile, displaying her pearly whites, and then skillfully pushed Lu Dongxing into the van, pinning her butterfly bone and twisting her arms behind her back, producing a pair of silver bracelets from her pocket to secure Lu Dongxing's wrists. Lu Dongxing winced in pain, gasping audibly, only to be met with a swift smack from Anshin on the back of her head, causing her forehead to collide with the vehicle. Both her upper and lower body ached simultaneously, and she let out a cry, nearly unable to contain it. But Anshin quickly covered her mouth. Lu Dongxing's gaze swept across the few individuals present in the parking lot, which was rather sparsely populated. It was only then that she began to feel a sense of being held captive, her tears welling up as she looked at those around her. "How shameless of you to cry," Wu Yaya remarked coldly. Yet, upon noticing the black cat in Locust's arms, her demeanor softened. "You have a black cat too? May I pet it?" "One should not touch the tigers behind, nor the head of the ancestors," Loka responded with a vigorous shake of her head. Wu Yaya did not press the matter further, moving aside to reveal two boys in the car. All present were members of the Mingmi Shihui. In Chapter 121, Mingmi GD, one boy in a white shirt chuckled, "You don't actually think we are just going to sit around and wait for them to make a move, do you? Our survival thus far has been no mere coincidence." The driver, a burly man adorned with tattoos and wearing sunglasses, cast a glance back through the lenses. His lips sealed as if stitched shut. "I am Baiyun, and he is Haizi," the boy in a white shirt gestured. "We are childhood friends. He is not fond of conversation, so please do not take offense." Loka glanced at Wu Yaya and nodded. No one in the group treated Lu Dongxing with gentleness, despite her being a reasonably attractive girl. "Where are we going next?" Loka inquired. "To the base," came the enigmatic reply. Loka was taken aback. Base? She had never heard Gu Jua mention such a place, leaving her to ponder whether Gu Jua was even aware of its existence. Sensing Loka's bewilderment, Baiyun elaborated. "We have our own social network. We cannot expect the president to handle every matter. In fact, the president rarely involves himself in the association's affairs, only offering assistance when needed. We often jest about how there exists a president like a male bodhisattva." Loka understood the reason behind such a bodhisattva. The Mingmi Shihui was initially established to aid her in finding a way back to her own body. Yet, after much wandering, she had not only failed to reclaim her form, but had instead entered another's. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of nostalgia. So, everyone in the association knows each other now. Those in our small group are quite familiar. Even if we lack deep connections, we recognize each other as faces, which is useful in case of unexpected incidents. Baiyun did not specify the nature of these incidents, but all present were acutely aware. Haizi drove swiftly and steadily, soon arriving at a cluster of office buildings. Together, they ascended to the top floor. Loka noticed a conspicuous sign of the Mingmi Shihui adorning the main entrance. She mused whether Gu Jua knew about the association's clandestine development. Yet, she quickly concluded that even if he did, he would likely respond with a nonchalant smile, showing little concern. The entire floor had been rented out. It was unclear who possessed such financial might, as it had been partitioned into small compartments, leaving only a central hall. Each member had their own little space. Anshin seemed to have not visited in a long time, upon entering. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her face reflecting profound sentiment. She then turned and firmly grasped Lo Dongqing's arm, pulling her inside with an urgency akin to hauling a sack. At that moment, Lo Dongqing's abdominal injury had nearly healed, and her expression bore no signs of pain. Her eyes darted around as if contemplating an escape. Loka called out to Anshin, lifting her hand to the previous wound once more. Although those present could not see it, they were all quite sensitive to such matters. Lo Dongqing broke into a cold sweat, her eyes wide as she stared at Lo Ka, trembling in pain while simultaneously trying to engrave Loka's image in her memory. This was the first time she witnessed Lo Ka wielding energy, indicating that Lo Ka had taken her first steps as a spiritual energy practitioner. The impact of this revelation far outweighed the physical harm Lo Ka inflicted upon her. Standing a few meters away, Lo Ka lowered her gaze upon Lo Dongqing, precisely observing the insects that had begun to stir within the wound on her abdomen. After all, this wound was not a physical one. Once it healed, Lo Dongqing would regain her strength, making it difficult for anyone present to contend with her. However, the speed of recovery was alarmingly rapid. Lo Ka glanced upward at the enormous evil spirit above, her thoughts shifting, and she witnessed the colossal entity lunging at the wound. Despite its vast size nearly filling the ceiling, it desperately attempted to squeeze itself into the injury. "Yes, Shiwen," Lo Dongqing screamed, her voice akin to a hen with its throat caught, the sound choking in her throat, writhing in agony as if seized by convulsions. Breaking free from Anshin's grasp and rolling on the ground like a maggot. This display stunned those present, rendering them momentarily speechless. Perceptive individuals recognized that Lo Ka had instigated this situation, yet they understood the distinction between friend and foe. Lo Ka remained in position, waiting until the massive, evil spirit forced its way into the wound, ultimately occupying the space of the insects, with its colossal head remaining outside, its grotesque face contorted in an unsettling manner. "That should do it," Lo Ka declared. "Now she won't heal as quickly." Lo Ka felt it necessary to explain. Lo Dongqing is a formidable spiritual energy practitioner. If we allow her to recover, there will be no way to deal with her. What I just did was send an obedient evil spirit into the wound to prevent her from healing. Lo Ka spoke lightly, her gaze locking onto Lo Dongqing's bloodshot eyes. "I never expected a coward like you to devise such a malicious method to counter me," Lo Dongqing rasped, each word seeming to be forced out from her throat. "Is that so?" Lo Ka did not shy away from the confrontation. "Did you feel any remorse when you killed that person? Were you not even more ruthless? How do you deal with those who defy you? You know perfectly well the fate of those who perish under your command, don't you? Perhaps you fear that the deceased might return to seek vengeance, which compels you to eliminate all obstacles so that you may rest easy. Is that not the case?" Lo Ka paused for a moment before confidently asserting, "It was you who orchestrated the incident involving Gu Jiu's family, was it not? Undermining the foundation, that is your style." "So what?" Lo Dongqing smirked, surprisingly able to find amusement in her predicament. "Aren't you quite impressive? Why not investigate for yourself? Why ask me? I'm not as formidable as you. I'm merely pondering, who exactly are you? No one survives such a prolonged possession, especially after I witnessed you being cursed to your very marrow, severing your breath." Lo Ka raised her head to inquire of Anshin, "Where are we taking her?" "That way," Bayan pointed. "The original owner has already passed away, so it has been left vacant." Pushing open the door, it was clear that the former occupant had been a young girl, with a simple yet elegant decor, creating a cozy little bedroom that reflected care and attention. Lo Ka observed the scene, glancing back at Lo Dongqing, feeling a sense of regret. She thought to herself that Lo Dongqing did not deserve to occupy the meticulously arranged room of a victim. However, after a brief pause, she chose to remain silent. After all, she was merely an outsider. Heizi, who had not noticed anyone earlier, now brought over 2 bottles of mineral water and a pack of sliced bread, quietly placing them on the table. His gaze then fell upon Lo Dongqing, his large hand extending toward her, resembling an oversized fan, larger than Lo Dongqing's head. His hand descended onto Lo Dongqing's clothing. In chapter 122, Shinda Yuan Ni, Lo Dongqing screamed, cursing him a perverse rogue. The others present were momentarily taken aback. Undeniably, Heisey did not appear to be a benevolent individual. Heisey frowned, his head twitching in irritation, and then he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth." No sooner had he spoken than Lo Dongxing suddenly bent over and coughed up blood. Lo Ka observed mysterious sound waves emanating from Heisey, which likely constituted his unique ability. Yinling? Lo Ka noted silently, not uttering a word. It was unclear what traits Bai Yin possessed, but it was evident that Wu Yaya and Anshin were no ordinary individuals. With so many eyes upon her, Lu Ka felt it unnecessary to waste time on Lu Dongxing, especially since Lu Dongxing was a legitimate heir of the Lu family. Witnessing the younger generation being treated in such a manner, it was hard to guarantee that Lu Wenxiu wouldn't have any thoughts of her own. Resolutely greeting Anshin, Lu Ka turned and left. Taking out her phone, she found a message from Yu Yong. Check the news. News? Lu Kiskivi Koposit. Thanks to Yu Yong, she was already quite familiar with the process of checking local news. The literary world's rising star, Bu Jiuxiao, unexpectedly announced his withdrawal from the literary scene, citing a desire to inherit the family business. Astonishing. Bu Jiuxiao was actually a top-tier rich second generation. In reality, if one fails in the world, they simply return home to take over the family business. Lu Ka decided to directly call Yu Yong. What does this mean? If she wasn't mistaken, Yu Yong should be more familiar with Guju. Even from behind the screen, Lu Ka could imagine Yu Yong rolling his eyes at that moment. I have a simple employer-employee relationship with him. Fine, I've delivered the message. What happens next is up to you. At this point, Lu Ka felt dazed. What do you want me to do? Yu Yong did not answer, impatiently hanging up. Still a loss. Lu Ka soon received another call, and the name Gu Ju flashed prominently on the screen. Flustered, she almost dropped her phone, only to see a few members of the mysterious association staring at her. Is something wrong with the president? Anshin, standing nearby, had already begun searching for news herself. As Bai Yun asked, she let out a sigh, drawing attention to herself. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ka slipped into the hallway to answer the call. Gu Ju's voice was as clear and pleasant as ever, as though nothing had changed. How have you been? He asked. Lu Ka found each word difficult to utter. She should have asked, how are you? What is going on with your family? Are you all right? Why the sudden withdrawal? Did something happen? Gu Ju chuckled softly. With so many questions, which one should I answer first? Lu Ka remained silent, seemingly sulking. Gu Ju waited a few seconds before continuing. Let us meet. Do you have time? I thought you love what you do now. If it's a family matter, can it be coordinated? Lu Ka spoke somewhat indiscriminately, feeling it unreasonable for him to sacrifice anything. I haven't sacrificed anything, Gu Ju replied. Let us meet. It's been a long time. Lu Ka bit her lip, remaining silent. Gu Ju, sounding somewhat helpless, softly called out, "Kuku." Lu Ka flinched. I'm not a cat, and my name now is Yishiwen. I know. Then both fell silent, and Lu Ka was unsure why she felt so awkward, yet inexplicably homesick. It was Gu Ju, not someone else. Gu Ju slowed his speech, gently saying, no matter what you call yourself now, you are still you, the person I know well. Even after all that has happened, you haven't really changed. How could I not have changed? I can barely recognize myself anymore, Lu Ka retorted. Gu Ju simply chuckled twice. Do you have time this afternoon? Lu Ka imagined Gu Ju standing before her, dressed in light casual wear, his hair neatly styled, with only the fringe left uncut, revealing his handsome eyes and brows. This was but a fleeting fantasy. She didn't understand why such thoughts crossed her mind and quickly dismissed them. Yes, where are you? I'll come find you. I'll come to you. Gu Ju suddenly changed his tone. Where are you now? X-Writing Building. Where are you? Judging by Gu Ju's tone, he seemed familiar with the area. After bidding farewell to Anshin and the others, Lu Ka hurried downstairs. Gu Ju mentioned he was nearby and would come to pick her up. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lu Ka felt somewhat dreamlike at the sight of the luxury car parked before her. The Gu Ju before her was almost identical to the image that had briefly appeared in her mind, though his demeanor was far more austere than she remembered. Lu Ka didn't know much about cars, but she sensed its value, and now Gu Ju had even a driver. The driver, dressed in a suit, stood at the door, and after several glances, Luca suddenly felt that Lu Xinshu lacked the elite aura she had previously imagined. This thought felt somewhat harsh. But Luca genuinely felt that Lu Xinshu's forced bravado was hollow. Guju smiled at Luca, extending his right hand, palm up. Luca hesitated for a moment, bypassing his hand and entering the car herself. Are you unhappy? Guju raised the partition in the car, creating an almost enclosed personal space. Luca observed with curiosity, eventually resting her gaze on the familiar Guju. You really are going to inherit the family business, she stated with certainty. Guju nodded. I can't back out. His gaze fell on Luca's face, and he abruptly asked, What about you? How are you? I heard you went back to the Lu family's old residence. Did you find anything? I discovered the real cause of Yishuan's death, Luca said, rubbing her nose and unconsciously frowning. I don't like that place. I always have, and my conviction has only grown stronger. It truly isn't a good place. Guju paused, and Luca thought he had forgotten what he wanted to say. My father is dead. Guju remarked, This is actually my fault. I shouldn't have relied on the family's influence. His expression remained neutral, betraying no emotion. Yet Luca's heart suddenly plummeted. My father was killed by the Lu family. She had originally thought that under the protection of worldly powers, no matter how arrogant the Lu family was, they wouldn't openly harm someone within this circle. Luca's face visibly paled, and she wasn't even sure if her lips were trembling. Her voice quivered, and her heart felt as if it were bound by a stone. So you did this to help me? Do you know who did it? Why could this happen? There's nothing that can't happen. If they wanted to kill, they would just kill, Guju said. Actually, it's not that bad. Luca's complexion turned pale to an alarming degree, prompting Guju to pause, as if just coming back to reality. He frowned and rubbed his forehead. Don't worry, I don't blame you. Luca pressed her lips together. That's not what I meant. The space fell silent once more. My father wasn't a good person. He had an affair with my current stepmother when I was young, and my mother couldn't handle it, leading to her mental breakdown. So, I disliked that couple of lovebirds during my childhood, though my stepmother treated me well. Gucci, whom you've met, and all the others were kind to me. Perhaps they felt a natural sense of guilt. I can't determine whether I resent or forgive them. Being with them was undeniably uncomfortable, so I moved out as soon as I reached adulthood. But this incident hit my father and stepmother hard, and they both believe I still harbor resentment about it. In truth, not everyone in this world is so emotional. Luca was puzzled as to why Guju suddenly shared such personal matters, unsure of how to respond. Guju chuckled softly, reaching out to stroke Luca's head, just as he had done with that black cat long ago, his demeanor casual. Luca found a tangible sense of familiarity in his gesture. Guju seemed to have changed in recent days. She couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss, but she felt a distance between them. Perhaps it wasn't that Guju had changed, but rather Luca was preoccupied with the death of Gu's father and her connection to it, which indeed was the case. The vehicle entered a villa area, stopping in front of a particular house. The garden was trimmed in a European style, intermittently planted with various flowers, ensuring that the garden maintained color throughout the seasons. Before her lay a stunning expanse of unknown red, appearing dreamlike, as if she had stepped into a movie scene. Let us go. Lukiskiviko hesitated, reluctant to exit the car, but Guju extended his hand, waiting for her response with an inviting gesture. Is this your home? Yes. Luca shrank back. What did you bring me here for? I sold my previous residence, and I probably want to return. Guju explained. Let me introduce you to this place. In the future, if you are unable to reach me, you can come here to find me. Luca inquired, why sell it? Given Guju's wealth, there seemed to be no necessity to part with the property for recovery. Guju did not respond, but merely smiled and gazed steadfastly at Luca. Aren't you coming down? All right. Luca regained her composure. As she stepped into the area, she felt an overwhelming sense of alienation. Apart from Guju, nothing around her felt familiar. Nonetheless, Luca chose to suppress her discomfort, as Guju's demeanor exuded an unusual resolve. Shortly after they sat down, a middle-aged woman dressed in a cream-colored Chanel-inspired fitted dress emerged, accompanied by Gu Ci in a pink dress. Both bore expressions of forced strength, indicating that the death of Gu's father had significantly impacted the family. Is this the girl? Mrs. Gu frowned as she scrutinized Lu Ku, whose appearance struck her as rather ordinary. I never expected you to be fond of such a girl. Lu Kiskiviko Hisitatev. Sensing that Mrs. Gu was not as amiable as Gu Ju had described. Please, take a seat, Mrs. Gu commanded with an air of authority. Lu Kiskiviko, already comfortably seated on the sofa, perceived that conversing with this lady would not be easy. Fortunately, Mrs. Gu's attention was not directed at Lu Ku. Rather, she had come out to speak with Gu Ju. Gu Ju, Chairman Zhang mentioned that you haven't been answering his calls. He has been with our company for years. You cannot treat him with such discourtesy. Lu Ku scrutinized Gu Ju's expression, which remained impassive. The tension between them was palpable. You know the reasons for my silence better than I do. I am not my father. I lack the temperament to tolerate such individuals. As for these people, they lost their ability to create value a decade ago and now resemble mere pests. In this context, how do you expect me to appease those who drag us down? Gu Ju, you are still young. There are things you do not comprehend. Gu Ju's eyes half closed, and Lu Ku sensed his impatience. Clearly, the current situation had taken an unexpected turn, but out of respect for the deceased father, Gu Ju remained hesitant to confront the grieving widow directly. Such a setting was indeed inappropriate for Lu Ku's presence. Feeling restless, Lu Ku was relieved when Gu Ci winked at her and softly suggested, "Let me take Miss Yi for a stroll, Mom. Brother, we will step outside for a bit." Gu Ci moved gracefully, her hand affectionately linking with Lu Ku's arm, guiding her towards the small garden. In the center of the garden stood a white pavilion adorned with Roman columns, its roof draped with sprawling vines. Gu Ci assessed Lu Ku's face. "You are not as beautiful as I imagined." Lu Ku felt a twinge of regret. Her current appearance was significantly more attractive than her previous self. If Gu Ci had seen the former, she might have felt pity. "Actually, I have wanted to meet you for quite some time. Our family is aware of your existence, but has never laid eyes on you. My brother is very protective of you. My father considered investigating, but my brother threw a fit. It is somewhat amusing that my father, such a formidable figure, fears my brother the most, isn't it?" Lu Ku remained silent, feeling unqualified to comment, as merely listening teetered on the edge of impropriety. Fortunately, Gu Ci was unfazed, her eyes narrowing in a smile. "You seem familiar to me, as though I have seen you somewhere before. My mother does not like you. She believes my brother should choose a girl from a suitable background. Your family circumstances are decent among common folk, but they differ entirely from ours. However, I do not mind. In this era, finding someone you genuinely like is quite a rarity, don't you think?" Lu Ku sensed that Gu Ci might have misunderstood something. However, as a child of a wealthy family, Gu Ci had encountered many people and quickly interjected before Lu Ku could respond. "You need not speak of misunderstandings. The fact that my brother has brought you home speaks volumes. From what we have gleaned, he has invested a great deal in your relationship, which is why I accept you." Lu Ku, compelled to remain silent, pondered, "Love is not the only bond between men and women. Friendship also plays a role." Gu Ci regarded her with a knowing smile. "But do not tell me you do not like my brother? Your eyes betray you." A handsome and exceptional young man is bound to attract admiration. I would assume you feel the same. Gu Ci pursed her lips and playfully winked. "Say what you will. My mother has summoned me. Let us return inside once they have finished their conversation." Upon re-entering, both Gu Ju and Mrs. Gu wore expressions that were far from pleasant, indicating that their exchange had been rather disagreeable. Lu Ku instinctively moved to stand beside Gu Ju, silently inquiring about his well-being. Gu Ju subtly curled his lips into a smile and took Lu Ku's hand. It was unexpected, catching Lu Ku off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, Gu Ju had already bid farewell to Mrs. Gu and was leading Lu Ku outside. The villa area was expansive, and as Lu Ku gazed at their entwined hands, she followed him passively, contemplating how to broach the subject more tactfully. To her surprise, Gu Ju did not return to the previous car, but rather to a familiar SUV. Once inside, Gu Ju naturally released her hand, prompting Lu Ku to exhale in relief. She believed that everything was subtle, yet Gu Ju chuckled lightly. "Uncomfortable?" Lu Ku looked down at her hands before changing the subject. "Did you have a quarrel?" "Not really. It has always been this way," Gu Ju replied matter-of-factly. She means well, but lacks a sense of boundaries. Luca nodded, recalling Gu Ci. Your sister seems to have misunderstood something. There is no misunderstanding, Gu Ju interjected abruptly. Luca, I'm no saint. Luca halted. If you keep this up, I might think you're a cat lover. Perhaps, Gu Ju elongated the last syllable. Luca observed his profile intently. I have always regarded you as a saint for helping me so much despite our lack of kinship. That is why I assert that I am not a saint. Their eyes met, and Luca fell silent while Gu Ju broke into a smile. Since when? I do not know. Gu Ju diverted his gaze, perhaps realizing that a little girl had unexpectedly taken residence within the black cat. Then why now? Gu Ju pressed the accelerator, and Luca was thrust back against her seat, unable to articulate her thoughts. With so many matters at hand, there are countless reasons. It is simply a matter of the heart, Gu Ju stated lightly. Luca felt as though she had lost her voice, unable to utter a single word. Where are you taking me? Home. This was unusually peculiar. Luca remained bewildered until she lay in bed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Was Gu Ju flirting with her? That seemed implausible, given that Gu Ju's father had just passed away and the series of incidents were closely tied to Luca. She found it hard to believe that Gu Ju would be caught up in romantic thoughts at such a time. So what was Gu Ju's intention behind this? You were just going to abandon me? Luca met his golden gaze and awkwardly explained. Everything happened so suddenly that I did not pay attention. Flustered? Lu Wenxiu paused before asking, Where did you go today? There is nothing wrong to say. I went to Gu Ju's house. You seem somewhat infatuated with beauty. Lu Wenxiu rolled her eyes, pressing her paw against Luca's forehead. Since you called me teacher, I shall impart a lesson. No sooner had she finished speaking than Luca felt darkness envelop her, followed by a surreal vision of the world, lines forming a perspective of both indoors and outdoors. She spotted a man standing downstairs, wearing a cap. The dark aura emanating from him was the reason Luca could see him clearly. As Luca focused her gaze, the man seemed to sense something, lifting his head. Startled, Luca quickly opened her eyes. The enigmatic sensation abruptly ceased, with Lu Wenxiu commenting that it was rather reckless. Such blatant scrutiny could be discerned even by an ordinary person. You should merely glance over casually, without excessive intent or fixating on any one individual. Lu Kiskiviko understood. Lu Wenxiu lay on the bed, finding the image of her paw striking Luca's face somewhat peculiar, but given Lu Wenxiu's rare good spirits, Luca dared not be negligent. Closing her eyes once more, Luca endeavored to empty her mind. Yet this time, she perceived several individuals lurking around the apartment building. Some were ordinary people, others were spiritual practitioners, including members of the Lu family. Luca refrained from opening her eyes. How do you know they are from the Lu family? She pondered, slightly furrowing her brow. She merely sensed it. What else? There were also individuals associated with Gu Ju and an unknown figure named an Xian who claimed to be a police officer. Though Luca was uncertain whether she represented the police force or a mysterious association, Luca realized that the mysterious association was a mixed bag. It was far from a serene facade it presented, and not all individuals within were striving merely to survive. Some sought to exploit the situation for their own gain. Contemplating this, Luca could not suppress her growing concern for Gu Ju. Just then, her phone rang, prompting Lu Wenxiu to retract her paw. Luca picked it up and, from the reflection on the black screen, saw a modest plum blossom emblem. The caller was Lu Xinshi, whose tone was somewhat anxious. Luca, where are you right now? What's wrong? I suggest you pay more attention to your boyfriend. Lu Xinshi evidently misunderstood the situation, leaving Luca no time to explain. What has happened? Is confronting the Lu family head-on truly advisable? What are you talking about? If you don't understand, then forget it. But when the time comes to collect the remains, do not seek death. Your life is no longer solely your own. Having acquired valuable information, Luca hung up before Lu Xinshi could finish and attempted to contact Gu Ju, but encountered a busy signal. Having just seen her, Luca found herself bewildered by the unfolding events. Lu Wenxiu sat quietly beside her. If I were you, I would capture a few individuals downstairs and inquire. The word capture struck Lu Ku as somewhat arrogant. How could she possibly subdue adult men? Yet, upon meeting Lu Wenxiu's impatient gaze, she paused. Indeed, She possessed far more power now than before. Luku immediately stood up and dashed downstairs. The first person she encountered was an Xin, who closed her eyes to survey the surroundings. Due to her unrestrained demeanor, many immediately sensed her presence and turned to leave. Unseen, Samingili Wakwat scratched her head and remarked, "What a coincidence." Luku did not indulge in pleasantries. "Who do you represent?" An Xin smile faltered, and her demeanor shifted to one of cold efficiency. "All of them." The situation within the mysterious association is quite complex, filled with various individuals. "And I am one of them." An Xin continued, "To be honest, I believe such a place is quite beneficial. I understand how difficult life is for us. Finding warmth in numbers is indeed addictive." "That is not what I wish to hear," Luku replied. "That is reasonable," an Xin conceded, tilting her head, as it appeared the others had already departed. Chapter 125. Pursuit. Luku hesitated, gazing at an Xion's delicate profile, suddenly at a loss for words. The world seemed far more intricate than she had envisioned. Even the straightforward and Xion now appeared to possess multiple facets. "Are you frightened?" Unseen, posing Lukish house, offered a faint smile. "You need not be. I am not intentionally concealing anything, merely not bringing it up." "Why are you here?" "Because others are following you. I studied investigation in university and graduated at the top of my class. Such tricks are mere child's play before me." Mentioning her expertise, an Xion proudly straightened her posture. This reasoning, however, did not sit well with Luku, who remained unmoved. "Very well," an Xion relented. "You have certainly grown less amiable. We are curious about your relationship with the president, and also because it seems the president intends to distance himself from the mysterious association." An Xion continued, albeit with a hint of resignation. Though the president does not often intervene, as the founder, his mere presence generally prevents others from causing trouble. The mysterious association, having evolved over time, is no longer as innocuous as it once was. If the factions within were allowed to act recklessly, new troubles would soon arise. An Xion pondered for a moment. You could interpret this as a sense of responsibility as a public servant. Luku, maintaining her stern demeanor, asked, "Then which faction do you represent?" "The peace-loving faction. Life is already fraught with difficulties. There's no need to poke more holes only to patch them up later. Human hearts are not mere objects that can be mended and reused at will. In truth, the existence of the mysterious association is no secret across various sectors of society, which is one reason the Liu family treads carefully around the president's household. After all, the disparity in power between a wealthy, ordinary person and an organization filled with formidable individuals is immense. Moreover, the president's background is not simply that of a wealthy individual. Are you aware of what a Yangren signifies?" An Xion elaborated. "Essentially, they are the favored children of destiny in novels. This is why so many malevolent spirits covet them. A Yangren embodies divine favor, and once a malevolent spirit consumes a Yangren, it can directly ascend to greatness. Although this may sound trivial, it is, in fact, terrifying. It implies that a Yangren possesses the power to resurrect the dead." An Xion continued her explanation, but Luku was not particularly interested. "So what?" "Thus, the endeavors of the president tend to proceed exceptionally smoothly. This is a divine boon. Otherwise, do you think the mysterious association could have grown so vast? Perhaps the president himself is unaware of the terrifying societal influence the association wields." Luku inquired, "So what is the point of all this?" An Xion flashed a cunning smile. "First, we are not enemies. On the contrary, we are allies, all wishing for the well-being of the president. Second, your life is paramount. You should flee if necessary." No sooner had she finished speaking than an Xion swiftly seized Luku's wrist and began to sprint. Luku was momentarily taken aback, only to see a dark energy surge skyward behind them. An Xion seemed to radiate a faint white light, confronting the dark energy. The white light was weak but assertive, and Luku observed the dark energy visibly retreating. An Xion's gaze was fierce. As she ran, she resembled a swift and powerful cheetah. For Luku, running felt torturous, but for an Xion, it was as natural as breathing. As if premeditated, an Xion abruptly turned and dashed into a van. In the brief moment Lu Ku turned to look back, she saw the dark energy transform into a massive wolf. Upon closer inspection, she realized the wolf's form was composed of countless tiny insects, an ominous sight. What is this? Lu Ku immediately thought of Lu Dongqing, the only person she had encountered who utilized insects. And Xian's words clarified the situation. I came to take you away. We cannot let your home descend into chaos. The driver, Haizi, turned and shouted for them to retreat. This was Lu Ku's first experience hearing Haizi speak, in stark contrast to his rugged appearance. His voice was unexpectedly delicate and light, causing Lu Ku to momentarily lose her focus. She then seemed to hear the sound of the massive wolf collapsing and turned to see the dark energy dissipating and regrouping. That girl we captured, and Xian remarked, unfazed. I underestimated her. You left, and shortly thereafter, she recovered, turning the base into utter chaos. We arrived just in time. She is likely looking for you. And, as expected, and Xian added, with a hint of exasperation, this girl is a bit unhinged, making such a grand display without fearing the Spiritual Practitioner Association will intervene. As she spoke, Anshin had no time to explain to Lu Ku and began dialing a number, shouting loudly, Are you going to do something about this? If it continues like this, the ordinary public will see it. She succinctly reported the address and described the scale of the situation. Lu Dongqing must have gone mad. Lu Kiskiviko understood. Someone who had always sailed smoothly through life could hardly swallow such indignity. Lu Ku was somewhat incredulous. She hasn't laid a hand on you? The rooms in the base were specially designed. It would be quite a challenge to completely destroy them. The one explaining was Bai Yun, who sat in the passenger seat, blinking playfully. Besides, I'm here too. As he spoke, Bai Yun transformed into a human-shaped humidifier, emanating a white mist that enveloped the entire vehicle in an instant. Lu Ku turned back to look. This time, the giant wolf seemed to have lost its bearings, stretching its neck in confusion and howling mournfully. Lu Ku was curious about how a wolf made of insects could possess vocal cords, but it was clear that Lu Dongqing would not provide an answer to that. The escape route was tense and thrilling, and Lu Ku could see the vehicle coming to a halt near the university town, a place she was quite familiar with as she often sought out Yu Yong there. A premonition began to form in Lu Ku's heart. As expected, just as the giant wolf finally caught up, countless golden threads shot through the air, ensnaring the beast. Yet that was not all. Lu Ku observed a majestic golden spirit, resembling a statue, standing behind the black giant wolf, easily pressing down on its neck, as if it were a mere puppy, effortlessly squeezing the wolf's throat. Running wild here, how dare you disrespect me? Came a familiar voice. The white mist emitted by Bai Yun seemed unstable, dissipating almost instantly with Yu Yong's appearance, revealing a slender young man standing before the vehicle. Chapter 126, A Strange World. Lu Ku's eyes widened. For the person before her was not the Yu Yong she had envisioned, but rather the recently departed Gu Ju. Yu Yong emerged slowly from behind Gu Ju, waving at Lu Ku. Long time no see. Indeed, it had been quite a while, long enough for Lu Ku to feel as if years had passed, although they had only recently communicated via phone. However, upon discovering that Gu Ju was not a spiritual energy master, Lu Ku felt a strange sense of relief. If he were, then everything that had transpired would be shrouded in deception, leaving Lu Ku uncertain about how to regard the person she trusted most. A few individuals exited the vehicle in succession, and Lu Ku hesitantly inquired, What brings you here? She recalled the scene of her hasty retreat not long ago. Had it really only been 2 hours? She pondered this with a question mark in her mind. Yet Gu Ju remained composed. After Anshin and the others disembarked, they greeted Gu Ju, President, good to see you. The group appeared quite familiar with one another, and Lu Ku realized that Gu Ju had likely accomplished quite a bit in her absence, though she remained unaware of it. Gu Ju's gaze settled on Lu Ku from across the crowd. He refrained from calling her by her alias, Yishiwen, but could not directly address her as Lu Ku either. Instead, he simply looked at her, remaining silent for a long time before stepping forward and grasping her hand. Anshin, clutching her phone as if responding to a message, soon lifted her head to ask Gu Ju, President, everything is settled on my end. When shall we ascend the mountain? Lu Ku was taken aback. What? Ascend the mountain, Anshin repeated with a blink. Yu Yong then patted Lu Ku on the shoulder. Haven't you noticed that Lu Wenxiu hasn't been around much lately? Lu Ku, realizing belatedly, turned to see Bai Yun apologetically retrieving an aviation case from a vehicle, inside which lay a black cat, lying flat and unresponsive. I used a few minor tricks. Lu Ku felt a bit dazed, her gaze sweeping over each person present, ultimately landing on the receding black mist. Where is Lu Dongqing? She has succumbed to backlash, Yu Yong replied. Haizi went to check on her. We live in a lawful society. We won't resort to any underworld tactics. Look, here she comes. Following Yu Yong's gesture, Haizi appeared, dragging the half-conscious Lu Dongqing as if she were a stray dog. Wu Yaya, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, bore a rare smile, saying, "Those who escape from us will eventually return." With that, she borrowed handcuffs from Anshin and cuffed Lu Dongqing's hand behind her back. Lu Ku noticed the handcuffs shimmered with silver light, clearly extraordinary. Anshin was indeed a police officer. Gu Ju squeezed Lu Ku's hand. The Lu family has acted recklessly, disregarding human life. Many discontented spiritual energy families have long since reported them and have been keeping watch all these years. Lu Ku's expression did not lighten in response. I feel there are many things I remain unaware of. Yes, but that is unimportant. It is important. I find it significant. Lu Ku stubbornly gazed at Gu Ju, feeling somewhat lost in what she was clinging to. She could not articulate it, yet she needed clarity. Gu Ju evaded the question. Shall we ascend the mountain together? The ancestral home? Lu's pupils flitskeret. Yes. Soon, Lu Ku beheld a starkly different Lu family ancestral home, dilapidated and desolate, resembling an abandoned place, yet astonishingly, life still thrived there. Gu Ju had brought a multitude of personnel. Lu Ku was unsure of their purpose. Yet they handled everything around them with professional expertise and skill. The abandoned individuals were assisted one by one, brought to vehicles. Lu Ku saw a blind girl, a boy with atrophied arms, deformed children, and even an elderly man with a mouth growing from his neck. It was absurd, and Lu Ku felt as though she had stumbled into a strange world. Are you all right? Gu Ju inquired with concern. Lu Ku bit her lip. What are all these? The Lu family has conducted numerous experiments, targeting both ordinary people and other spiritual energy users. You and Lu Yao are not exceptions. Then how do you know so much? Lu Ku finally realized that she had always sensed something was amiss. The Gu Ju she knew was merely a simple rider with familial conflicts, yet kind-hearted and warm to strangers. Lu Ku gazed at the familiar face before her, now feeling utterly estranged. You are Gu Ju? Lu Ku pressed her forehead, furrowing her brows in distress. Gu Ju's concerns seemed genuine. I believe there are many matters you need to explain to me. Gu Ju asked, what do you wish to know? Everything, all of it. I want to understand how much I have missed, or rather, how ridiculous I appear in your eyes. I now feel as if I do not know you. After all this time, I feel I have never truly known you. Lu Ku felt on the verge of collapse. Everything before her indicated that Gu Ju was the mastermind behind this large operation, with each wave of people coming to seek Gu Ju's opinion, and Gu Ju, in turn, seamlessly orchestrating everything. It all appeared harmonious and natural, except for Lu Ku. This was the Lu family, yet she had never been here. How did they know about this place? What had transpired here? She could not fathom that she was not the only victim. Could it be that everyone here was a test subject? Did the Lu family possess such power? This is the earliest experimental base, specifically designated as a quarantine area. You are unaware for a reason. All individuals here came willingly, regardless of how they feel now. Initially, they indeed came of their own volition. Gu Ju stated calmly as the two walked side by side toward the center of this area, where Lu Ku saw a scaled-down, simplified version of the Lu family ancestral hall. Gu Ju continued, some of these individuals suffer from terminal illnesses, some seek death, and others are collaborators who have partnered with the Lu family. However, it is undeniable that most experiments have been failures. Although by some twist of fate these individuals have survived, those who have transformed into monsters can no longer leave this place. It may appear desolate and dilapidated, yet it has become a grotesque village. And you? What brought you here? Lu Ku's primary concern remained Gu Ju himself. Gu Ju replied, I represent the mysterious association, overseeing the situation as its president. In truth, I have not deceived you to a great extent. I am indeed a writer, though I have not disclosed many matters to you. The enigmatic association you perceive is merely the process of bringing it from the shadows into the light. In truth, the association has always existed, operating discreetly from the background. This is precisely why I have encountered so many capable spiritualists and forged collaborations with various factions. Chapter 127, Acting for Heaven's Cause. Luca gazed at him, suddenly falling silent, and, after a moment, she managed a wry smile. I feel as if I am a fool, utterly oblivious, lost in my own self-importance. I had thought that the mysterious association was a social organization created by Guju to facilitate her return to her corporeal form. This realization indicates that Lu Ku has overestimated her own significance. Abruptly, she felt an acute discomfort, as if sitting on pins and needles. Her face flushed, and she found herself embarrassed. Guju continued to observe her quietly, his expression focused and gentle. Yet Lu Ku dared not delve too deeply into the thoughts of a young girl, fearing her own sentimentality. After a considerable time spent in contemplation, Lu Ku finally regained her composure. This does not signify anything, she reassured herself, and it elucidates why Guju could so readily accept the girl who embodied the black cat, tirelessly traversing back and forth in her aid. With this thought, Lu Ku composed her expression and softly expressed her gratitude. I understand. Guju had been attentively watching the girl's expressions. Upon noticing her demeanor, he slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating his next words when an Exine approached, patting Guju on the shoulder. President, this is a significant endeavor. You must contribute some funds for the arrangements, as our resources are insufficient. Guju was naturally generous and readily agreed. Lu Ku observed him, feeling a pang of melancholy. She was aware of Guju's usual kindness, but when such generosity was not directed at an individual, it seemed less remarkable, merely indicative of his character. He was a man who lacked for nothing and had no need to toil for wealth. An Xin, satisfied with the response, quickly departed, while Guju leaned closer to Lu Ku and inquired, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing," Lu Ku replied casually, gazing at her toes. The efficiency of the people was remarkable. Before long, much of the work had been completed. What next? Shall we head to the main house? Yes. Guju wore an expression of hesitance, for he was not one to often indulge others. He sensed the girl's feelings, but was uncertain how to express his goodwill. After a brief pause, he attempted to take Lu Ku's hand, only to be evaded. "Let us go," Lu Ku said, somewhat anxious. If they were heading to the main house, it likely would not proceed as smoothly. "I know," Guju nodded, persistently grasping her wrist. With enough people gathered, the others should have arrived as well. Guju exuded a calm confidence, which Lu Ku soon discerned stemmed from his assurance. She had never encountered so many spiritualists, with Yu Yong prominently among them. Among these individuals, Yu Yong was evidently a formidable figure, and Lu Ku observed nearly obsequious smiles on many faces. Surprisingly, the monk Chu Yi was also present. "Dear benefactor, it has been a while," Chu Yi said with a serene smile. "What is the situation?" Yu Yong replied nonchalantly, "To use people as subjects for experimentation is utterly deranged. Moreover, invoking the spirits of deceased ancestors is inherently against the natural order. It is justifiable to condemn such actions." Chu Yi represented the Bai Ma Temple, while I represent the National Academy of Spiritualists. The throng of people gave Lu Ku an impression akin to a grand battle at Guangmingding, as indeed, those ascending the mountain represented numerous righteous martial factions, eager to act for Heaven's cause. Although she knew she ought not to, Lu Ku could not shake the chilling revelations gleaned from the words of Lu Xinshu, Lu Dongqing, and the Lu Zhong couple, Lu Yao and Lu Wenxiu. It made her feel somewhat apprehensive. Everyone seemed to be waiting to reap the rewards of the Lu family's experiments, tacitly, if not overtly, providing assistance in this endeavor. When Lu Ku had her body seized, Chu Yi had confidently stated that no one would assist her, as no one would dare offend the Lu family for the sake of an inconsequential individual. At that time, it seemed the Lu family was indeed formidable. Yet, the Lu family, now besieged, did not appear so invincible. Lu Ku could not discern any signs of anxiety on the faces of the crowd. Ultimately, it was never about strength, but rather about value. The Lu family, emboldened by the indulgence of others, had recklessly overstepped, unaware that other factions, having long been deprived of sweet rewards, were now poised to seize a piece of the pie. In truth, they had achieved a measure of success. At least one ancestor had successfully borrowed the body of a living person. As Lu Ku contemplated the potential consequences of further developments, she was struck with dread. This was a path towards immortality, treating the human body as mere clothing, with the soul as the essence. Standing alongside Guju, Lu Ku felt conspicuous, and the standoff between the factions increasingly resembled the battle at Guangmingding. A robust man with dreadlocks tossed the unconscious Lu Dongqing towards the Lu family. Lu Ku observed, recognizing him as the Grand Elder, who extended soft tendrils of spiritual energy, carefully enveloping the girl and bringing her back. Lu Xinshu also stood at the forefront of the crowd. Upon catching sight of Lu Ku, his lips moved. Many others noticed Lu Ku, and donning the body of Yi Shiwen, she overheard whispers of betrayal. This sentiment seemed universally consistent, no matter the locale. Two camps, united in their desire to settle matters of life and death, found Lu Ku recently contemplating the destruction of the Lu family, now feeling a sense of melancholy akin to the sorrow of a hunted hare. Lu Ku was aware that suspicion was unwise. Yet she could not help but continually ponder what she meant to Guju and what their time together truly represented. Sensing her unease, Guju lowered his head and asked if she wished to leave first. Lu Ku hesitated, and Guju stated, "I too must exit. This is a battle of spiritualists." Lu Ku felt that she should now be considered half a spiritualist. But the overwhelming pressure exuded by the formidable assembly before her made it abundantly clear that this was beyond her capacity to engage. Without resistance, Lu Ku maintained a respectful distance from Guju, and together they navigated through the crowd, beginning their descent down the mountain. Guju remarked, "They will follow us once they finish. It won't be too late to board the vehicle then." His confidence was palpable. As they walked down the mountain, Lu Ku inadvertently glanced back, catching sight of Yu Yang's resplendent golden spiritual form, radiating power. An inexplicable chill coursed through her, prompting Lu Ku to quicken her pace. What about Lu Wenxiu? How is she? This esteemed individual was well known, and since she had not acquiesced to the Lu family, she would likely remain unchanged. Though many eyes would be watching her closely, Lu Ku nodded, lifting her gaze just in time to see the Lu Zhong couple, their faces etched with anxiety, racing towards the mountain summit. They must have seen Lu Ku but were too preoccupied to pause. Tears streamed down Lu Mu's face. Lu Ku abruptly halted, suddenly recalling that, if all went as expected, Lu Yao should also be on the mountain. He was now Lu Fei Bai, a key player within the Lu family. Chapter 128. Lu Yao is dead. Lu Ku swiftly turned around, colliding with Guju's embrace. Guju grasped her shoulders, compelling her to look up as he spoke steadily and calmly. "You must be more lucid. That is no longer Lu Yao. He is now Lu Fei Bai. Your name is Yi Shiwen, and you have a family that loves you, different from before." Lu Ku looked at him anxiously, "But I'm still Lu Ku." "You cannot go up there," Guju said almost harshly, rationally analyzing for her. "It would not benefit you in any way. You are not like the others. This body does not ultimately belong to you, and you cannot withstand the repercussions." Lu Ku met Guju's gaze. "How do you know everything? If you know, why do you stop me? Why conceal it from me? You seem so unfamiliar to me now. Mr. Gu, I do not wish to live with regret. Lu Yao has been the best person in my life for the past 20 years, and I do not wish to have regrets. I understand the reasoning, but I do not want to." Guju's grip tightened like iron pincers. "What if you die because of this? That is my own affair. This is not solely your concern. Do the Yi family not treat you well? In truth, the Yi family is your true kin. Your previous household has utilized you far more than it has shown any familial affection. Moreover, if you ascend, what will become of me?" Guju tightened his grip on Lu Ku's wrist, questioning whether she had ever considered for whom he undertook all these efforts. "Had it not been for your words, why would I have expended so much thought and taken such a convoluted path? Now, Only the Liu family understands how to use souls to resurrect the dead. And I have waited so long for everything to return to normal for your sake. And then, Liu Ke coldly laughed at Guju, asking why he had not mentioned the many secrets he had kept from her, such as his true identity. If he were indeed so formidable, why would he follow her through all these tribulations? Guju, not adept at debate, furrowed his brow as he gazed at Liu Ke, his expression tinged with pain. His pupils darkening. I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. Please let go. I must ascend, and no one can stop me. Liu Ke remained silent for a moment before speaking, warning that if she did not hurry, she would truly miss her chance. Guju pressed his lips together, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Liu Ke's eyes. Within those eyes lay a brilliance that was entirely Liu Ke's own. His gaze had never lingered on Yi Shiwen's exterior for a moment. You seem to know that I have always been accommodating regarding your matters. As long as it is something you wish to pursue, I have never withheld my assistance. Guju's expression faded, his eyes downcast, long lashes obscuring most of his pupils, rendering his emotions indistinct. Guju grasped Liu Ke's hand, stepping forward to place her hand in his palm. The delicate, fair hand of the young woman appeared even more refined in Guju's embrace. He paused briefly, removing a string of prayer beads from his wrist and placing them on Liu Ke's. With a discerning eye, Liu Ke recognized the spiritual essence emanating from the beads, realizing they had originated from a monk on the first day of the lunar month. They will help stabilize your spirit. Guju stepped closer, unexpectedly bending down to gently press his lips against Liu Ke's left eyelid. Their heads were close enough for Liu Ke to feel Guju's warm breath cascading down from his forehead. Yet his lips were cool, the chill spreading from her eyelid. A tingling sensation stirred within Liu Ke's heart, akin to a brush of a fine calligraphy brush, elusive and faint. Uncertain of her thoughts, she tilted her head, their noses nearly touching, breaths mingling upon each other's cheeks. A scene that should have been filled with intimacy, yet Guju's expression remained tranquil. All his emotions seemed to have been encapsulated in that fleeting kiss upon her eyelid, to the extent that a mere inclination of his head could bring him to her lips, yet he showed no inclination toward such intimacy. As their gazes locked, Liu Ke's emotions calmed. Both remained serene, and from a distance, they appeared indistinguishable from a couple in affection. I shall take my leave. Liu Ke stepped back slightly and gently embraced Guju's waist. The young man, well-built, exuded a sense of muscular firmness. Liu Ke's composite, a rare, genuine smile gracing her lips. Thank you, regardless. Liu Ke turned, her movements devoid of reluctance, while Guju watched her retreat. As Guju had mentioned, upon nearing the mountain's peak, Liu Ke began to feel a distinct discomfort. Glancing down at the prayer beads on her wrist, she sensed their effects taking hold, their spiritual light illuminating her path and tugging at her soul alongside an invisible force. Why have you returned? Here, the main force seems to be Yu Yong. Many regard him with great respect, and through the controlled spirits, Yu Yong immediately detected Liu Ke's presence. Narrowing his eyes, Yu Yong expressed his displeasure. This is not a place for you. As he spoke, the golden threads of his power ensnared Liu Ke's limbs, resembling four glaring bracelets. Not particularly appealing, Liu Ke remarked. Yu Yong replied languidly, as long as it preserves your life. He glanced at the prayer beads on Liu Ke's wrist, which promptly shattered, a waste of a fine item. Now, tell me what brings you here. I wish to know the fate of Liu Yao. I just saw the Liu Zhong couple ascend. Liu Yao is dead. What remains is Liu Fei Bai. As for what follows, that is our concern. Yu Yong smirked, pointing to his chest. We operate with organization and discipline. Absolute power rarely lingers among the common folk. You should return. It is hard to imagine that Guju would allow you to come here. Yu Yong hissed, indicating that some matters were not for him to disclose. Do not be obstinate. Life is already filled with suffering. Do not further delve into bitterness. By the way, Yu Yong smiled, revealing a dark secret. Your body has been preserved by Guju. How things unfold from here will be your own choice. Liu Ke momentarily lost her composure, and in that dazed instant, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted above the Liu family ancestral home, akin to a fleeting display of fireworks, yet sufficiently striking. Let's go. Yu Yong glanced at Lu Ku, warning her not to cry out in fright. The world of spiritual practitioners is far more brutal than you can imagine. A foreboding sensation settled in Lu Ku's heart as she followed Yu Yong, and she soon found herself amidst a scene of carnage. There were no bloodied wounds, only those defeated appearing as though their life essence had been drained, their eyes sockets hollow, faces ashen and bruised, kneeling in place, still bearing the lingering resentment of the malevolent spirits. Undoubtedly, most of the deceased were members of the Lu family, who had nourished the evil spirits with their bodies. Lu Ku heard weeping, a woman's anguish cries, and followed the sound to find Lu Mu, on the verge of fainting from her sobs. Lu Zhong was dead. Lu Yao was dead. Lu Feibai had crushed Lu Zhong's heart in his grip. With Lu Yao gone, Lu Feibai no longer needed to concern himself with that troublesome couple. Chapter 129. The end of the Lu family. Lu Ku felt a tightening in her heart as she witnessed Lu Mu's utter despair, unable to comprehend the need to escape. Instead, remaining seated and weeping, as if she had completely lost her will to fight. Anger surged within Lu Ku, and she momentarily set aside her sorrow. Just as Lu Feibai was about to strike Lu Mu, Lu Ku rushed forward, shoving Lu Feibai aside, and then seized Lu Mu, fleeing toward the main group. Such a scene was unexpected. Lu Feibai had not anticipated a physical attack. In retaliation, he was intercepted by a familiar figure, Lu Xian Shu. This seemingly inconspicuous young man from the Lu family managed to engage Lu Feibai in combat through his martial prowess. Lu Feibai sneered, "Absurd. In the face of great peril, the descendants of the Lu family are preoccupied with attacking their own. What are you doing then? When it comes to murder, none have surpassed your tally. You have disregarded your ties to Lu Yao, even seeking to slay his biological parents." Lu Xian Shu gritted his teeth. "No. It should be said that precisely because they are the biological parents of this flesh, you wish to eradicate the potential threat at the first opportunity amidst the chaos. So, does this mean Lu Yao is still alive?" Lu Feibai's expression was obscured by the blazing flames, while Lu Mu, inexplicably finding strength, stood her ground, calling out for Lu Yao. "Have you lost your mind?" Rather than pacifying the besieged descendants of the Lu family, it is evident that Lu Feibai is more intent on eliminating the last vestige of threat that binds him. Lu Kiskivita. Lu Mu turned to glance at Lu Ke, questioning why they had been able to recognize her at first glance. In truth, they had always paid her much attention, but she had originally been brought forth to shield Lu Yao from disaster. They dared not treat her well, yet they were ordinary people, burdened by guilt. They wished to care for her, but lacked the courage. Now, in retrospect, their actions turned out to be quite beneficial. She had grown like a weed, adapting well to everything, harboring no deep feelings for the Lu family. Lu Ke was taken aback by her sudden revelation, momentarily stunned, and in that instant, Lu Mu broke free from Lu Ku's grasp and ran towards Lu Feibai, like a moth to a flame. Lu Feibai, employing the same method, pierced Lu Mu's heart, and torrents of blood flowed from the wound as Lu Mu trembled, reaching out to touch Lu Feibai's brow and eyes. "Good child. Pursue whatever you desire. We hold no grudges against you." A complex light flickered in Lu Feibai's eyes as he withdrew his hand, blood cascading forth, yet oddly, his hand remained untainted by a single drop. Lu Feibai chose to disregard Lu Ke, while Lu Xinshu, relying on martial arts, merely prolonged the struggle between the two for a brief moment before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. As Lu Feibai passed by Lu Ke, she felt a deafening roar resonate within her mind, and the world around her swiftly blurred into obscurity. The sound resembled the whistle of a train preparing to depart, akin to an explosion echoing from a distant valley. When Lu Ke regained consciousness, everything appeared to have returned to normal. The other four members of the Ye family surrounded Lu Ke, expressing their concern and warmth, while Gu Jue continued the pretense he had initiated earlier, promptly eliminating the pursuit process and introducing himself as Lu Ke's boyfriend. Lu Xinshu had changed his name, and Lu Dongqing had met a tragic fate in that fierce battle. The family's spiritual energy master informed Gu Jue that many had been conscripted and monitored by relevant organizations, with some deceased being properly laid to rest. while the majority were ordinary individuals. Regarding the disappearance of their family, there was only a minuscule sense of loss, swiftly followed by the establishment of a new familial group for ease of communication. As for Lo and Xiao, she even welcomed this development, later disguising herself as an ordinary black cat to infiltrate the home of a descendant from a branch family, seemingly with the intent of finding a young heir to inherit her abilities. Loka remarked, "The night is as deep as water, and thanks to the blessing of my yin-yang eyes, the nocturnal scene is filled with fantastical creatures and vibrant colors." "What are you pondering?" Gu Jue inquired from behind her. "I am reflecting on the fact that someone has informed me my original body is with you. The Lo family has utilized that body for far too many endeavors. It is no longer usable." Gu Jue furrowed his brow, contemplating something. He refrained from saying much more, yet Loka noticed a photograph left behind on the table.